In the desolate rocky slope behind the Lin family's estate in Qingyun City, the relentless sun blazed down upon the earth, saturating the air with the scent of parched dust. The young Lin Tianshun, bare-chested, beads of sweat trickling down his gaunt cheeks, fell upon the scorching stones, evaporating in an instant. Clutching a weathered iron sword, he struck at the colossal boulder before him time and again. With each swing, his body trembled slightly, the ground soaked with perspiration, leaving mottled traces behind. 97, 98, 99 Lin Tianshun gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse yet resolute. His arms ached with fatigue, his palms raw and bloodied from the sword's hilt, but he pressed on relentlessly. 1,000. With a final roar, he swung the iron sword down fiercely, the blade clashing against the rock, sending sparks flying, leaving a shallow scratch on the stone surface, while the sword itself shattered with a sharp crack. Gasping for breath, Lin Tianshun discarded the broken sword and collapsed onto the ground. He looked skyward, the fierce sunlight stinging his eyes, yet a grin spread across his face, twisted and fierce. 1,000 strikes. I did it. Those so-called geniuses of the Lin family. Who dares to call me useless? Just then, a piercing laugh echoed from nearby. Lin Tianshun, you truly are a joke. Swinging a broken sword at rocks. Do you really think you can achieve anything? A young man clad in a brocade robe approached, flanked by sycophants, his face etched with scorn. He was Lin Hao, a talent from the collateral branch of the Lin family. Only 16, yet already having reached the 5th level of body refinement, earning him a modicum of fame in Qingyun City. Lin Tianshun's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Lin Hao. What business is it of yours? Oh, the useless one still has some spirit. Lin Hao scoffed, sizing up Lin Tianshun's frail frame. Born with a defective meridian, unable to gather spiritual energy, and here you are pretending? Your father is dead, your mother has fled, and the main branch of the Lin family has only you, a worthless disgrace. Shut up! Lin Tianshun sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through. Anger ignited in his eyes, a desire to tear Lin Hao apart for his insolence. Yet he understood he could not win. Lin Hao was at the 5th level of body refinement, while he was born with a defective meridian, unable to even reach the 1st level. This was a chasm that effort could not bridge. It was the gulf of talent. What's this? Want to strike me? Lin Hao stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Lin Tianshun across the face. The sharp crack echoed, sending Lin Tianshun staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A waste is still a waste. Dare to glare at me. Do you believe I won't cripple those eyes of yours? Lin Hao sneered, his lackeys joining in the raucous laughter, mocking without restraint. Lin Tianshun covered his face, gritting his teeth, silent. He bowed his head, fists clenched so tightly they creaked, droplets of blood falling to the ground, staining the earth. Brother Hao, why waste words on this trash? Just break a leg and let him crawl for the rest of his life. One of the sycophants suggested with a leering grin, offering a wooden club. Lin Hao took the club, weighing it in his hands with a malicious grin. Good idea. Lin Tianshun, kneel and count out to me 3 times, and I'll spare a leg. What do you say? Dream on. Lin Tianshun's head snapped up, defiance blazing in his eyes. Lin Hao, remember this day, there will come a time when I make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Ha, you? Lin Hao erupted in laughter, raising the club to strike at Lin Tianshun's legs. Let's see how you'll fight me after I break your legs. Bang! The club came crashing down. Lin Tianshun, unable to evade, a sharp pain surged through his calf, and he let out a muffled groan, dropping to one knee, cold sweat pouring down. Useless, stand up. Try glaring at me again. Lin Hao kicked Lin Tianshun in the chest, sending him tumbling against the boulder, blood spewing forth. The surrounding sycophants erupted into even louder laughter, some even picking up stones to hurl at Lin Tianshun, creating a cacophony of insults and mockery. Lin Tianshun lay on the ground, his body racked with pain, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. He understood that begging for mercy was futile and crying out for help even more so. In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength was the only dignity. Lin Hao spat disdainfully, turning to leave with his entourage. Useless. Remember the family test tomorrow. Don't forget to come and embarrass yourself. As their footsteps faded, The rear mountain returned to silence. Lin Tianxun struggled to rise, leaning against the boulder, gasping for breath. He gazed down at his scarred body, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Born with a defective meridian, this was the curse he bore since birth. With blocked spiritual veins he could not cultivate, unable to even step into the most basic level of body refinement. In a martial arts family like the Lins, he was but a laughingstock. With his father killed in battle and his mother missing, the main branch of the family had fallen, leaving him as a punching bag in the eyes of others. Why must heaven treat me so? Lin Tianxun roared, slamming his fist in the boulder, blood flowing from his knuckles. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The blood within him suddenly boiled. A surge of scorching energy erupted from his heart, swiftly coursing through his entire being. Lin Tianxun felt dizzy, a low rumble resonating in his ears, as if something was awakening within him. What is this? His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked down to see a peculiar blood-red pattern emerging on his chest, resembling a vortex that devoured all, emanating a faint glow. Boom! The next instant, his consciousness blurred, and a fragment of unfamiliar memory flooded his mind. Devouring bloodline devour, all defy, fate, disjointed fragments of information flickered through his mind, and Lin Tianxun was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, his eyes igniting with fervor. Bloodline awakening? I am not useless. He attempted to channel that torrent of scorching energy within him, and indeed, a faint trickle of spiritual energy began to converge from the surroundings, gradually merging with his body. Though meager, this was a sensation he had never experienced in 16 years. Spiritual energy entering his body. Ha ha! Lin Tianxun suddenly laughed to the heavens, his laughter tinged with a hint of madness and immense exhilaration. Lin, how you and your ilk wait. I will make you all kneel before me. At that moment, the ground beneath him trembled slightly, and a thin crack spread from beside the boulder. Lin Tianxun looked down, and from the depths of the fissure, a faint glow beckoned, as if something was calling to him. He took a deep breath, forcing his aching body onward, reaching out toward the crack. The moment his fingers grazed that ethereal light, a powerful pull surged forth, and his body was instantaneously engulfed, vanishing amidst the rocky slope of the rear mountain. Chapter 2. Family Humiliation in the Darkness. Lin Tianxun felt his body being pulled by an invisible force. The wind howled in his ears, as if he were plummeting into an endless abyss. He attempted to struggle, but found his limbs immobilized, forced to succumb to that relentless force. After what felt like an eternity, the world before him suddenly brightened, and he crashed heavily onto a damp ground. The impact tore open his wounds anew, blood seeping out. Yet he paid no heed to the pain as he scrambled to his feet, warily surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a dim underground cavern. Jagged stone walls overhead dripped with moisture, and a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air. In the center of the cave stood a dilapidated stone platform, upon which rested a fist-sized crimson crystal, emanating an eerie glow. What manner of place is this? Lin Tianxun furrowed his brow, cautiously approaching the platform. As he took a step forward, a searing current surged within him, the blood-red patterns on his chest shining brightly, as if resonating with the crimson crystal. Could this object be connected to my bloodline? His heart raced as he reached for the crystal. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, a torrent of violent energy surged into his body, racing towards his heart. Lin Tianxun let out a pained roar, his body trembling violently. The energy rampaged through him like a flood, tearing at his meridians, but just as he thought he would explode, that energy was suddenly devoured by the blood-red patterns on his chest, transforming into a gentle flow that gradually mended his injuries. The devouring bloodline. Truly capable of consuming all. Lin Tianxun gasped, astonishment filling his eyes. He looked down, realizing the spiritual energy within him had doubled in intensity, though still feeble. It represented a significant qualitative leap. He glanced back at the crimson crystal, noting its glow had dimmed considerably, clearly having been mostly consumed by him. What a treasure! Lin Tianxun grinned, tucking the crystal into his bosom, resolved to leave this cursed place. From the depths of the cavern came a faint growl, as if something had been disturbed. Not daring to linger, Lin Tianxun crawled back through the crevice from whence he came. When he finally stood atop the rocky slope of the back mountain, dawn was breaking, revealing that a night had passed. The family test. Lin Tianxun murmured to himself, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Today marked the annual testing day of the Lin family, where all young members would undergo spiritual vein assessments and cultivation competitions. If he, the so-called waste, did not participate, he would only face further humiliation. Lin Hao, Just wait and see. He clenched his fists and dragged his weary body down the mountain. In Qingyun City, at the Lin family martial arts arena, the spacious square buzzed with voices. Hundreds of Lin family disciples gathered, alongside numerous guests from outside coming to witness the event. At the center of the arena stood a towering spirit-testing monument, its surface etched with runes, pulsing with a faint spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian limped into the arena, instantly drawing whispers from the crowd. Look, isn't that the waste, Lin Tianqian? He actually dares to show his face and embarrass himself? I heard he was beaten so badly by Lin Hao yesterday that he couldn't get up. How shameless of him to come today. TSK. The direct line of the Lin family has fallen to such a state, truly pathetic. The scornful remarks washed over him like a tide, but Lin Tianqian remained unfazed, striding directly toward the spirit-testing monument. On the platform, the family patriarch, Lin Jinshan, sat with a frown, clearly displeased by the arrival of his useless nephew. Tianqian, what are you here for? Lin Jinshan asked sternly, irritation evident in his tone. To take the test, Lin Tianqian replied, raising his head to meet Lin Jinshan's gaze, unwavering. Ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd as Lin Hao, flanked by sycophants, stepped forward, pointing at Lin Tianqian in derision. Patriarch, don't stop him. Let this waste embarrass himself. The spirit-testing monument cannot lie. A naturally failed vein is still a failed vein. Lin Jinshan snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively, then let him test. Don't waste time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianqian approached the spirit-testing monument and placed his hand upon its surface. In an instant, the monument flashed brightly before dimming, revealing only a faint white light, signifying the lowest tier of spiritual vein aptitude. Ha ha ha, as expected, a failed vein, not even qualifying as a first tier. Lin Hao sneered, reveling in the humiliation of the Lin family direct line. Waste, just get lost. You're an eyesore here. Laughter echoed. Lin Hao continued, Lin Tianqian, do you still expect the spirit-testing monument to turn your fortunes around? Dream on. But then, an extraordinary change occurred. The blood-red patterns on Lin Tianqian and Appo's chest quivered slightly, and an invisible force surged into the monument. Suddenly, the monument trembled, the white light morphing into a pale red, then deepening to a rich crimson, ultimately igniting into an eerie blood-red glow that shot skyward. Boom. The arena fell silent, all eyes widened in disbelief. Blood? A bloodline anomaly? How could this be? Lin Jinshan sprang to his feet, his face a mask of incredulity. A naturally failed vein can awaken a bloodline? An elder gasped, his voice trembling. Lin Tianqian withdrew his hand and turned to Lin Hao, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Waste. Care to repeat that? You. Lin Hao's face turned ashen, speechless, pointing at Lin Tianqian. The bloodline anomaly indicated that Lin Tianqian was no longer a waste, potentially possessing extraordinary potential. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. What a powerful bloodline fluctuation. A girl in a green dress stepped forward, her skin flawless, features delicate. Her presence as ethereal as the moonlight. Lu Qingyan, the daughter of the city lord of Qingyun. She had come to observe the event, but had not anticipated such a spectacle. What is your name? Lu Qingyan inquired, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Lin Tianqian, he replied coolly, not lingering on her, but turning his attention back to Lin Hao. Yesterday, you struck me. Today, I shall return the favor. Nonsense. Lin Hao roared, charging onto the platform. What if there is a bloodline anomaly? You are still a waste. Not even at the first level of body refinement, and you dare to challenge me? Before he could finish, he launched a punch, spiritual energy enveloping his fist, creating a roaring wind as it hurtled towards Lin Tianqian's face. With the strength of the fifth level of body refinement, he was more than capable of overpowering an ordinary person. Lin Tianqian's eyes flashed with cold light as the devouring bloodline stirred within him, a warm current surging in his chest. He did not evade, but met Lin Hao's punch head-on. Bang! The fists collided, and Lin Hao felt a tremendous force surge through him, searing pain radiating from his arm as he was sent flying off the platform, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. The arena was enveloped in silence. How is this possible? Lin Hao clutched his arm, fear etched in his eyes. As a fifth-level body refiner, he had been knocked back by a so-called waste? Lin Tianqian stood on the platform, looking down at Lin Hao with a cold voice. Yesterday, you struck me. Today, I return the blow. Tomorrow, I shall have you kneel. Tianqian, stop. Lin Jinshan finally regained his composure, shouting angrily, the test is over. Get down. With a sardonic smile, Lin Tianqian turned and descended from the platform. The crowd parted, all eyes on him, filled with astonishment, trepidation, and a hint of anticipation. Lu Qingyan gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring, this fellow is rather intriguing. In a shadowy corner of the arena, a figure clad in black robes observed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The devouring bloodline has finally emerged. Chapter 3. The emergence of bloodline. The turmoil in the training arena had yet to settle when Lin Tianqian's figure vanished at the edge of the crowd. He paid no heed to the uncertain gazes directed at him, nor did he care for Lu Qingyan's meaningful stare. At this moment, All he desired was a secluded place to comprehend the enigmatic power coursing through his veins. Returning to the rocky slope at the back of the mountain, Lin Tianqian settled cross-legged beside the colossal stone he had occupied the previous day, closing his eyes in introspection. The crimson patterns on his chest flickered subtly, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to devour all. He attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, discovering that the faint current had become more substantial than before, hinting at an impending breakthrough to the first level of body refinement. The swallowing heaven bloodline. What precisely is it? Lin Tianqian murmured to himself, fragments of memories from the cave last night resurfacing in his mind. He vaguely recalled that the blood-red crystal seemed to be an ancient relic, intricately linked to his bloodline. He retrieved the crystal from his pocket, placing it in his palm for a closer examination. The surface of the crystal was uneven, its brilliance dimmer than the previous night. Yet it still emanated an otherworldly, sanguine essence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianqian infused a hint of spiritual energy into it. Buzz! The crystal trembled violently, a surge of searing energy flooding into his body once more. This time, he was prepared, forcefully guiding the energy throughout his limbs and bones. A violent tearing sensation ensued, as if his meridians were being scorched by fierce flames. However, the power of the swallowing heaven bloodline activated, swiftly consuming that energy and transforming it into a gentle current that nourished his form. Crack! A faint sound reverberated within Lin Tianqian, akin to a barrier shattering. He abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of crimson flashing within them, and his aura surged, achieving a breakthrough to the first level of body refinement. Ha! Lin Tianqian laughed heartily, exultation evident in his voice. Rising to his feet, he hurled a punch at the nearby colossal stone. With a resounding crash, a deep fissure split the stone's surface, debris scattering in all directions. The first level of body refinement accomplished. Lin Tianqian clenched his fists, fervor igniting in his eyes. Just yesterday, he could not even budge this stone after 1,000 sword swings. Now, a single punch could shatter it. This was the transformation brought forth by the awakening of his bloodline. Yet before he could fully relish his triumph, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Turning to look, Lin Tianqian saw several members of the Lin family striding toward him with menacing intent, led by Lin Hao. Lin Tianqian, how dare you hide here? Lin Hao's face contorted with rage, his arm bandaged, clearly having suffered greatly from their earlier encounter. 3 lackeys at the third level of body refinement followed him, eager for confrontation. What's wrong? Unable to win, you've called for help? Lin Tianqian scoffed, unperturbed, having just broken through to the first level of body refinement. He was eager to test the strength of his bloodline. Enough with the pleasantries. Today I shall ruin you. Lin Hao bellowed, gesturing for his 3 lackeys to charge. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes as he activated the swallowing heaven bloodline, a surge of warmth coursing through his chest. He did not retreat but advanced, delivering a punch to the foremost assailant. Bang! The man barely had time to react before Lin Tianqian's fist struck his chest, sending him careening backwards, blood spewing forth as he fell unconscious against the stone. What? The remaining 2 gaped in shock, but before they could retreat, Lin Tianqian pounced upon them like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his fists flying. With 2 resounding thuds, both men were sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. How is this possible? Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. A first-level body refinement practitioner defeating 3 at the 3rd level in a single move? When did this waste become so formidable? Now it's your turn. Lin Tianqian stepped forward, seizing Lin Hao by the collar and delivering a crushing blow to his face. With a loud crack, Lin Hao's nose broke, blood gushing forth as he staggered backwards. You dare strike me? My father is an elder of the Lin family. You will pay for this. Lin Hao clutched his face, threatening weakly. I am striking you. Lin Tianqian showed no mercy, delivering another kick that sent Lin Hao tumbling down the rocky slope, covered in dirt and utterly humiliated. Remember this. During tomorrow's family competition, I want you on your knees. Lin Tianqian coldly tossed the words over his shoulder as he turned to leave. He understood that Lin Hao's father, Lin Tai, was a family elder, and this altercation would undoubtedly invite trouble. However, the arrow had left the bow, and there was no turning back. As Lin Tianqian descended the mountain, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Lu Qingyan. Clad in a blue dress, she stood by the mountain path, a jade flute in hand, her demeanor as cool and serene as the moon. At this moment, she regarded Lin Tianqian with a curious gaze. Your punch technique is quite unique, she remarked, her voice clear as a spring, unlike any martial arts of the Lin family. Where did it come from? Lin Tianqian furrowed his brow, taken aback by her presence. It's self-created, just a casual strike. Self-created? Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical. You are indeed an intriguing person. That bloodline phenomenon I witnessed was unprecedented. Who exactly are you? Lin Tianqian, the waste of the Lin family, he replied with a self-deprecating smile. Unwilling to elaborate further, he turned to leave. Wait. Lu Qingyan suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. My name is Lu Qingyan. My father is the lord of Qingyan City. I find you rather interesting. Would you like to spar with me? Not interested. Lin Tianqian glanced at her, sidestepping her without hesitation. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, it pales in comparison to the importance of enhancing one's strength. Lu Qingyan paused, then smiled. You certainly have a strong temperament. However, Lin Tianqian, I will remember you. She turned to depart, her skirt fluttering gracefully, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. Lin Tianqian did not look back, but his frown deepened. He sensed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared. As night fell, in the Lin family's conference hall, Lin Jinshan sat at the head of the table, his expression grim. Below, Lin Tai stood, his voice raised in anger. Clan leader. That little brat Lin Tianqian injured my son and spoke insolently. I cannot let this go. The bloodline phenomenon is indeed rare, an elder pondered. Although Tianqian has been a waste for many years, if he has truly awakened his bloodline, it may be worth nurturing. Nurturing my foot. Lin Tai slammed his hand on the table, rising angrily. How dare a parentless waste stand above my son? Clan leader, I demand that he be dealt with. Lin Jinshan furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he replied, the family competition is tomorrow. If he possesses real skill, he will prove it then. If it is a mere facade, Lin Tai, you may deal with him as you wish. Very well. Lin Tai sneered, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, outside Lin Tianqian's courtyard, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently. Standing in the shadows, he murmured to himself, the emergence of the swallowing heaven bloodline. It seems I must accelerate the plan. Chapter 4. Blood battle at the Lin Manor. As dawn broke over Qingyun City, the sky was tinged with a pale hue, and the Lin family's martial arts arena was already abuzz with activity. Today marked the day of the family competition, where all the young members of the Lin clan gathered to showcase their skills. This contest not only pertained to personal honor, but also determined the allocation of family resources, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. Standing at the edge of the crowd was Lin Tianqian, clad in a tattered black robe, a faint smirk gracing his lips. His breakthrough the previous night had significantly bolstered his confidence. Though his strength at the first level of body refinement was not particularly formidable, he sensed that, with the enhancement of the swallowing bloodline, he was far more complex than he appeared. At the center of the arena loomed a massive platform, surrounded by spectator seats where family elders and esteemed guests had already settled. Lin Jinshan occupied the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the gathering, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him, Lin Tai wore a somber expression, evidently troubled by Lin Tianqian's actions from the night before. With a resounding gong, the competition commenced. Elder Lin Hai ascended the platform and announced, the rules are simple. Challenges on the platform, the victors advance, and we will ultimately determine the top 3. Let us begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Hao leaped onto the stage. Though his arm bore an unhealed injury, his eyes glinted with ferocity. After surveying the crowd, he pointed at Lin Tianqian and bellowed, Lin Tianqian, you waste of space, do you dare to come up and face your death? A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd, all eyes fixated on Lin Tianqian. While the bloodline anomaly from the previous day had astonished many, Lin Tianqian was still perceived as a joke due to his inferior lineage and low cultivation. With a cold laugh, Lin Tianqian ascended the platform, stating, Lin Hao, as I declared yesterday, today I will make you kneel. Preposterous. Lin Hao roared, unleashing his energy, the aura of the 5th level of body refinement enveloping the arena. He charged at Lin Tianqian, delivering a punch imbued with an overwhelming force. Lin Tianqian stood his ground, the swallowing bloodline within him stirring, a surge of warmth enveloping his chest. He met Lin Hao's punch with one of his own, and at the moment of impact, an invisible force erupted from his fist. Bang! Lin Hao felt a jolt in his arm, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the platform, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A profound silence fell over the arena, all eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Hao struggled to rise, fear etched across his face. He, at the 5th level of body refinement, had been sent flying by Lin Tianqian with a single punch? Stand up and continue, Lin Tianqian coldly commanded, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He stepped forward, seizing Lin Hao by the collar and delivering a powerful blow to his face. With a resounding thud, Lin Hao stumbled back, blood streaming from his nose. You dare, he shouted, clutching his face, his voice trembling with rage. My father is an elder. You will pay for this. And what of your elder? Lin Tianqian replied mercilessly, delivering another kick that sent Lin Hao tumbling off the platform, covered in dust and utterly humiliated. Lin Tianqian wins. Lin Hai took a moment to collect himself before announcing the result. Whispers erupted among the spectators. Some were shocked. Others mockingly laughed, but most were filled with trepidation towards Lin Tianqian. Lin Tai suddenly rose, his voice booming with rage. You wretched brat! How dare you harm my son? I will ruin you. In an instant, he leaped onto the platform, his aura of the 9th level of body refinement pressing down on the crowd like a suffocating weight. Lin Tai, cease this at once. Lin Jinshan admonished, his brows knitted. The competition has rules. As an elder, you cannot intervene. Rules? Lin Tai sneered. This wretched child has humiliated my son. I shall kill him today. He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a torrent of energy aimed directly at Lin Tianqian. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Lin Tianqian summoned the full power of his swallowing bloodline, the crimson patterns on his chest glowing brilliantly. He raised his fist to meet the incoming attack. Boom! The platform shook as energy dispersed in all directions. Lin Tianqian was pushed back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained standing. Lin Tai, however, was taken aback. His 9th-level attack had not obliterated this so-called waste. How intriguing. Lin Tianqian wiped the blood from his mouth, grinning. Come again. He charged at Lin Tai, his fists raining down like a storm. Each strike infused with the overwhelming power of the swallowing bloodline. Lin Tai scoffed, countering with both hands as they exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. The ground of the platform cracked, debris scattering as the battle escalated to a breathless intensity. Bang! At last, Lin Tai's palm struck Lin Tianqian's chest, sending him flying. Lin Tianqian landed at the edge of the platform, coughing up a large mouthful of blood, his energy waning. A waste is a waste. Lin Tai sneered, advancing to deliver a fatal blow. But at that moment, a low growl erupted from within Lin Tianqian, the crimson patterns on his chest exploding with blinding light. A terrifying suction force emanating from it. This is... Lin Tai's expression shifted drastically as he felt his energy uncontrollably drain away, consumed by that insatiable pull. He stumbled backward in terror, but it was too late. Lin Tianqian sprang up, delivering a devastating punch. Boom! Lin Tai was sent flying, crashing through the protective railing of the platform and collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. The arena fell into an eerie silence, everyone frozen in shock. The swallowing bloodline. It can actually devour energy? Lin Jinshan rose abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gasping for breath, Lin Tianqian straightened, surveying the crowd with a cold voice. Who else dares to challenge me? No one responded. The Lin clan members bowed their heads, afraid to meet his gaze, while the external guests whispered among themselves. And the elders exchanged apprehensive glances. With a single blood-soaked battle, Lin Tianqian had thoroughly instilled fear in all present. Just then, a light laugh broke through the tension. What a powerful bloodline. Lu Qingyan approached gracefully, her green dress billowing, a jade flute twirling in her hand. She regarded Lin Tianqian with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Lin Tianqian, you are more intriguing than I had anticipated. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Tianqian replied coolly, turning to leave the platform. He wished to avoid entanglement with this woman, but Lu Qingyan suddenly called out, Wait, I have something to discuss with you. Furrowing his brow, Lin Tianqian turned to face her. Lu Qingyan stepped closer, speaking softly, Your bloodline is extraordinary. My father's library might hold some clues. Would you care to accompany me to take a look? The library? Lin Tianqian's heart stirred. He had been troubled by the origins of the swallowing bloodline, and if there were indeed clues, it was worth exploring. He nodded and replied, All right. Lu Qingyan smiled and turned to lead the way. The two departed the martial arts arena, leaving behind countless envious and jealous gazes. While the commotion at the martial arts arena subsided, dark currents stirred deep within the Lin manor. Lin Tai was carried back to his room. With Lin Hao kneeling beside him, his face twisted with resentment. Outside, a figure clad in black quietly appeared, whispering, Elder Lin. Lin Tianqian's bloodline has begun to reveal its brilliance. If you seek revenge, would you be willing to collaborate with me? Lin Tai opened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he replied, If it means killing him, I am willing to do anything. The figure in black grinned ominously. Very well, let us wait and see. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqian followed Lu Qingyan to the city lord's estate. The interior was grand, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decor. Lu Qingyan pushed open the door to the library and gestured to the shelves brimming with ancient texts. Here lies my father's collection of ancient secrets. Feel free to search at your leisure. Lin Tianqian nodded and ventured into the aisles. As he perused several ancient tomes, his gaze suddenly landed on a weathered scroll. The cover bore 4 striking characters, swallowing heaven's secret history. He opened the scroll, and the first page contained a shocking line, Swallowing bloodline, an ancient taboo, devours all. Defying the heavens. The awakened shall invoke the wrath of the heavens. Lin Tianqian's heart raced with trepidation as he prepared to delve deeper into the text. When urgent footsteps echoed from outside, a guard burst in, panicked, exclaiming, Miss, the Lin family has come. Claiming Lin Tianqian killed Elder Lin Tai and demands the city lord hand him over. Lu Qingyan frowned, turning to Lin Tianqian. Did you kill someone? Not dead, merely incapacitated. Lin Tianqian replied with a cold laugh. They are merely seeking trouble. Trouble must come with a price. Lu Qingyan scoffed, turning on her heel. Follow me. I want to see if the Lin family dares to act recklessly in my city lord's estate. They exited the library, only to confront a group of Lin family members. At the forefront stood Lin Jinshan, his complexion ashen, flanked by several body refinement experts, clearly intent on confrontation. Lin Tianqian, you have harmed my elder. If you do not surrender today, the Lin family and the city lord's mansion shall be locked in a deadly conflict. Lin Jinshan bellowed. Lin Tianqian stepped forward. His voice icy, a deadly conflict? Then let it come. As his words hung in the air, The devouring bloodline within him surged forth, crimson brilliance soaring into the sky. A bloody battle was about to commence. Chapter 5. The divine might of devouring heaven. Before the city lord's mansion, the winds howled mournfully, and the air was thick with murderous intent. Lin Jinshan stood imposingly at the entrance, flanked by several members of the Lin family, each exuding an aura brimming with energy, weaving a suffocating net of pressure. Upon the steps stood Lin Tianxun, his black cloak billowing dramatically, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Beside him was Lu Qingyan, her green dress fluttering, fingers lightly twisting a jade flute, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Lin Jinshan, are you truly willing to wage war against the city lord's mansion for a useless elder? Lu Qingyan's voice was frosty, laced with mockery. Is it anyone in Amp's fault if Lin Tai is outmatched and rendered incapable? Outmatched? Lin Jinshan and Amp's fury twisted into a mockery of laughter. That wretched child, Lin Tianxun, is merely at the first level of body refinement. He must have resorted to some vile sorcery to incapacitate my elder. If he does not surrender him today, I shall raze your city lord's mansion to the ground. Raze it. Lin Tianxun scoffed, the bloodline of devouring heaven surging within him, the crimson patterns on his chest radiating with brilliance. Stepping forward, he declared, let us see you try. Before his words could settle, one of the body refinement 8th level experts behind Lin Jinshan surged forward. A towering figure wielding a massive axe, he infused it with spiritual energy, swinging it fiercely toward Lin Tianxun. The wind howled around the axe, threatening to rend everything asunder. Lin Tianxun stood his ground, fist clenched tightly, the power of his bloodline coursing through him. He met the descending axe with a punch, and at the moment of impact, an eerie force erupted from within him. Boom. The axe trembled violently. The 8th level expert felt his spiritual energy drain away like a flood, stumbling back several steps, his arm numb, nearly losing grip of the axe. Seizing the moment, Lin Tianxun advanced, delivering another punch straight to the man's chest. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the expert's ribcage caved in, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling to the ground, unconscious. The arena fell silent. The faces of the Lin family members contorted in shock. Devouring spiritual energy, this boy is truly extraordinary. One elder gasped, fear lacing his voice. Lin Jinshan narrowed his eyes, his voice a low growl. All of you, attack together. Kill him. He stepped forward, the aura of peak body refinement erupting around him, striking with a palm that transformed spiritual energy into a massive wave surging toward Lin Tianxun. The dozen or so experts behind him surged forward simultaneously, blades and swords intertwining, their spiritual energy sending shockwaves that cracked the ground. Yet, amidst this overwhelming assault, Lin Tianxun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he fully unleashed the power of his bloodline, a crimson light soaring skyward, forming a gigantic vortex. Devour! He roared. The vortex expanding suddenly, a terrifying suction sweeping across the battlefield. The wave of Lin Jinshan's spiritual energy was the first to be engulfed, consumed entirely, feeding Lin Tianxun's strength. The blades and swords soon followed, their attacks twisted by the suction, their energy dissipating into nothingness. What? Lin Jinshan gasped in horror, but before he could react, Lin Tianxun was upon him, delivering a punch infused with the devoured energy, its power exponentially amplified as it struck Lin Jinshan's chest. Boom. Lin Jinshan was sent flying, crashing through the doors of the city lord's mansion, blood gushing from his mouth, his energy waning. The experts behind him halted in shock, terror etched on their faces. The patriarch has been defeated, someone murmured, their voice trembling. Lin Tianxun stood amidst the stillness, panting heavily, surveying the scene with a cold voice. Who else dares to challenge? No one dared respond. The Lin family members exchanged glances, their morale shattered. Lu Qingyan stepped forward, a light laugh escaping her lips. Lin Jinshan, take your people and leave. If you linger any longer, when my father returns, none of you shall survive. Struggling to rise, Lin Jinshan shot Lin Tianxun a venomous glare, gritting his teeth. Leave. He retreated with his defeated followers, leaving behind a haunting silence in the arena. Lin Tianxun sighed in relief, turning to Lu Qingyan. Thank you. Thank you for what? Lu Qingyan waved her hand dismissively. I merely watched the spectacle and lent you some support. Your bloodline is becoming increasingly fascinating. Lin Tianxun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the shattered doors of the city lord's mansion. He understood that although victorious today, the Lin family would not rest easy. More importantly, the words heaven's wrath from the secret history of devouring heaven left him with an unsettling feeling. At that moment, the sound of crisp hoofbeats approached from afar. A white horse galloped into view, atop which sat a girl clad in red. She was tall, her features sharp as if chiseled, wielding a long whip with an imposing presence. Lu Qingyan, Lin Tianxun. I heard you incapacitated a Lin family elder, so I came to see for myself. The girl dismounted, her gaze sweeping over the pair before finally settling on Lin Tianxun. Lin Wanner? Lu Qingyan frowned. What are you doing here instead of staying at the Lin family? Lin Wanner, a talented member of the collateral Lin family, was at the 7th level of body refinement, merely 17, yet already renowned as a female cultivator in Qingyun City. Though kin to Lin Tianqian, they had never interacted, and her sudden appearance suggested ulterior motives. I've come to find him. Lin Wanner pointed at Lin Tianqian, her voice cold. Lin Tianqian, the elders of the Lin family wish to kill you, and I've long been displeased with them. If you have the courage, join me and annihilate them. Lin Tianqian was taken aback, then laughed. What makes you think I would trust you? This. Lin Wanner produced a jade pendant from her robe and tossed it to Lin Tianqian. This is something your mother left behind, which I found in the Lin family's secret vault. If you wish to know her whereabouts, come with me. Lin Tianqian took the pendant, glancing down to see it was indeed a relic from his childhood memories. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he replied solemnly, Very well, I will accompany you. Lu Qingyan frowned. Lin Tianqian, do you truly trust her? This woman is not to be underestimated. Whether I trust her or not, I shall find out through experience. Lin Tianqian pocketed the pendant and turned to Lin Wanner, motioning for her to lead the way. Lin Wanner smiled, remounting her horse. Keep up with me if you can. She cracked the whip against the horse's flank, and the white steed let out a long whinny, charging forth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianqian summoned his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward with sheer physical strength. Lu Qingyan remained behind, watching their retreating figures, murmuring to herself. This fellow is becoming increasingly unpredictable. As night deepened, Lin Tianqian followed Lin Wanner to a desolate wilderness. She halted her horse and turned to him. The Lin family will summon outside help tomorrow, preparing to encircle you. If you wish to survive, you must strike first. How? Lin Tianqian furrowed his brow, stormed the Lin residence, and seized their spiritual vein mine. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, eyes. That mine contains ancient spiritual stones that can aid your breakthrough. I will assist you, and you shall help me. What say you? Lin Tianqian pondered for a moment before nodding. Agreed. The two conspired through the night, deciding to act swiftly. Meanwhile, deep within the Lin residence, Lin Tai lay weakly on his bed. A cloaked figure stood beside him, whispering, Elder Lin, my people will arrive tomorrow. Lin Tianqian is as good as dead. Lin Tai grinned wickedly. Excellent. As long as he dies, I shall provide you with what you desire. The night wind blew, concealing the brewing storm of bloodshed. A great battle was imminent. Brothers, is Chapter 5 intense enough? With Lin Tianqian's display of devouring heaven's divine might, even Lin Jinshan knelt before him. The ability to devour spiritual energy is simply invincible. Lu Qingyan continues to support him, and Lin Wanner, the new girl in red wielding a long whip, is captivating. The harem is poised for takeoff. In the next chapter, they plan to raid the Lin residence for the spiritual vein mine. How many foes do you think the protagonist can vanquish? Let's see those votes roll in. And discuss in the comments what you want to see from the female leads, so I can add more flavor. Chapter 6. Devouring spirit stones. The night was as dark as ink, and the wilderness outside Qingyun City was eerily silent. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner stood side by side. The Lin family's residence glowing brightly in the distance, the faint sound of patrolling guards echoing through the air. Clad in a crimson dress, Lin Wanner wielded a long whip, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Lin Tianqian, draped in a black robe, exuded a steady aura, the hot flow of his devouring bloodline circulating gently within him. Poised for action. The spirit vein mine lay deep within the Lin estate's rear courtyard, heavily guarded. Lin Wanner spoke in a hushed tone, laced with excitement. The Lin family had nurtured numerous experts over the years thanks to that mine. Tonight, we must strike swiftly and decisively. Swiftly and decisively. Lin Tianqian scoffed. I am eager to see just how many of them are fit to be slain. With a sidelong glance at him, Lin Wanner smirked slightly. You have quite the bravado. Let us not dawdle. In a flash, she swung her whip, ensnaring a distant tree branch, and soared through the air like a swift swallow. Lin Tianqian followed closely, channeling his spiritual energy, his feet pushing off the ground, astonishingly keeping pace with Lin Wanner despite his mere first-level body refinement. The two glided like phantoms, silently infiltrating the outskirts of the Lin estate. At the rear courtyard stood a colossal stone gate, guarded by a dozen or so soldiers, each at least at the 5th level of body refinement, their presence formidable. From beyond the stone door, faint waves of spiritual energy emanated, signaling the entrance to the spirit vein mine. Attack! Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, commanded softly, her whip striking with the ferocity of a venomous serpent, instantly ensnaring the necks of two guards. With a violent tug, their necks snapped, blood gushing forth as they fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Tianqian was equally ruthless, unleashing the full force of his devouring bloodline as he charged into the fray. His fist struck with a blood-red brilliance, the force carrying a devouring power that drained the spiritual energy from one guard completely. The man let out a horrified scream, his body withering away as he collapsed. Enemy attack. The remaining guards roared, drawing their weapons and advancing. Blades clashed, the ground trembling under the force of their spiritual energies. Lin Tianqian chuckled coldly, his fists moving like a tempest. Every blow he landed drained the life force from the soldiers, turning them into mere husks. Lin Wanner twirled her whip with precision, creating a wall of strikes that blossomed into sprays of blood. The two worked in perfect harmony, and in mere moments, the guards were decimated, their bodies strewn about like discarded dolls. Impressive efficiency, Lin Wan and Oppos, remarked, retracting her whip and casting a glance at Lin Tianqian. Your bloodline is even more formidable than rumored. Enough chatter. Open the door, Lin Tianqian replied coldly, stepping forward to kick the stone gate. With a resounding crash, the gate trembled, cracks spreading across its surface until it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Behind the gate lay a shadowy mine tunnel, dense with spiritual energy that nearly coalesced into mist. Lin Tianqian inhaled deeply, feeling the spiritual energy within him stir with unprecedented vigor, the hunger of his devouring bloodline intensifying. Spirit stones. Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled as she hastily entered the mine tunnel. At the tunnel's end, piles of crystalline spirit stones gleamed like mountains, each radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. She seized one and tossed it to Lin Tianqian. Try it. See if you can utilize it. Lin Tianqian caught the spirit stone, clenching it in his palm as his devouring bloodline activated instantly. A powerful suction erupted from his hand, drawing the spiritual energy from the stone like a deluge, flowing into him as a torrent of warmth. His aura surged, his muscles vibrating, hinting at a breakthrough into the second level of body refinement. Excellent. Lin Tianqian grinned widely, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He snatched up several more spirit stones, clasping them tightly as the devouring force exploded forth. The stones and Oppos' brilliance faded rapidly, turning to dust, while his cultivation soared visibly. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within him as barriers shattered. He had ascended to the second level of body refinement. So fast. Lin Wan and Oppos gasped, her eyes widening with a blend of emotions. Though she was at the 7th level of body refinement, each breakthrough had cost her countless resources. While Lin Tianqian had ascended directly through the devouring of spirit stones, his bloodline was indeed extraordinary. Don't just stand there, guard me. Lin Tianqian settled into a meditative posture, grasping more spirit stones to continue devouring. Spiritual energy surged through him like a raging river, his meridians expanding and strengthening, his aura intensifying with each stone consumed. Lin Wanner frowned but stood vigilant beside him, her whip ready as she guarded the entrance to the mine. She knew tonight's actions would undoubtedly provoke the Lin family, and the real battle lay ahead. As expected, within moments, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the mine. Dozens of Lin family experts burst in, led by Lin Jinshan, whose face was twisted with fury, flanked by several elders, each radiating formidable energy, the weakest among them at the 8th level of body refinement. Lin Tianqian, Lin Wan and Oppos, you have the audacity. Lin Jinshan bellowed. You dare to invade my Lin family's spirit vein mine? Today, you shall find no escape. Lin Tianqian opened his eyes, rising slowly. By now, he had devoured over 100 spirit stones, his cultivation solidly at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of body refinement, his aura magnified several times. He scoffed. No escape? Let us see who meets their end first. He lunged forward, fist crashing toward Lin Jinshan. The devouring bloodline surged within him, conjuring a blood-red vortex that enveloped the area with terrifying suction. Lin Jinshan and Oppos' spiritual assault dissipated before it could form, leaving him bewildered and enraged as he prepared to face the onslaught. Boom! Their fists collided, sending Lin Jinshan staggering back, while Lin Tianqian remained unyielding. Seizing the moment, he pressed the attack, each punch resonating with the force of thunder, driving Lin Jinshan back relentlessly. Wan and Oppos, now? Lin Tianqian shouted. Lin Wanner's eyes flashed with icy resolve as her whip lashed out toward the elders. The whip danced like a dragon, swiftly ensnaring 2 elders and dragging them into the fray. The battle within the mine was fierce, with Lin Tianqian facing many opponents, yet holding his ground firmly. His devouring bloodline acted like an insatiable abyss, consuming the Lin family and Oppos' experts and Oppos' spiritual attacks, which only fueled his power further. Bang! Lin Tianqian and Oppos' fist struck one elder in Oppos' chest, draining his energy completely, sending the man careening backward to collide with the stone wall, his fate uncertain. Lin Jinshan, witnessing this, roared, "Form a formation." The remaining elders quickly gathered in a circle, their energies intertwining to form a massive light barrier, attempting to trap Lin Tianqian. Lin Wanner snorted coldly, her whip striking like lightning, shattering several key nodes of the barrier, causing it to collapse instantly. Useless. Lin Tianqian seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Jinshan and Oppos' abdomen. Lin Jinshan coughed blood and fell, his energy waning, the fury in his eyes morphing into sheer terror. Stop. Just then, a clear voice rang from outside the mine. Lu Qingyan, accompanied by several guards from the city lord's mansion, entered gracefully, her azure dress flowing, a jade flute in her hand as she surveyed the chaotic scene. Lu Qingyan, what brings you here? Lin Wan and Oppos' asked, her tone sharp. To save you. Lu Qingyan replied coolly. The Lin family has summoned external assistance. The Xiantian sect has arrived. If you do not depart now, you both will perish here. The Xiantian sect? Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The Xiantian sect was a powerful force near Qingyun City, renowned for its formidable experts. Even the city lord's mansion regarded them with caution. Let us go. Lin Wanner decisively retracted her whip, grabbing Lin Tianqian as they fled deeper into the mine. Lu Qingyan tossed a parting remark to take care of themselves before turning to confront the pursuing enemies. The end of the mine tunnel opened up to an underground lake, the water brimming with rich spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian's gaze flickered as he snatched the last few spirit stones from the ground and plunged into the lake. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, followed closely, and the two vanished beneath the surface. Deep beneath the lake, Lin Tianqian and Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, resurfaced, finding themselves in a hidden cavern. In the center of the cave, a massive spirit stone floated, emitting a radiant glow, far surpassing all the spirit stones they had encountered before. This is a supreme spirit stone? Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, gasped, her eyes glimmering with greed. Lin Tianqian remained silent, stepping forward to touch the spirit stone. Instantly, his devouring bloodline erupted, an unprecedented suction force emanating, dimming the brilliance of the supreme spirit stone as a torrent of spiritual energy surged into him. Boom! Continuous rumblings echoed within him as his cultivation skyrocketed, ascending through the third level of body refinement, then the fourth, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the fourth level of body refinement. His bones cracked with a crisp sound, and his breath was so powerful it was suffocating. Madman! Lin Wanner murmured, her gaze towards Lin Tianqian filled with an intricate complexity. At that moment, a tremendous noise reverberated from the cave ceiling, as a sharp sword energy descended from above, aimed directly at Lin Tianqian. A man in white descended from the heavens, his sword light radiant, exuding the overwhelming aura of the Qi refinement realm. Disciple of the Xiantian sect, dispatched to eradicate the devouring bloodline. The man in white commanded coldly, his sword energy surging like a dragon, brimming with murderous intent. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he fully activated the devouring bloodline, charging towards the sword energy. Thus began a fierce battle of life and death. Chapter 7. Breaking limits. In the dimly lit subterranean cavern, ripples danced across the water, suffused with ethereal energy. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner had just emerged from the lake's depths, and before them hovered a magnificent spirit stone. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured it, his cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of the fourth level of body refinement. The air still resonated with the remnants of the stone's shattering, but this fleeting tranquility was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Boom! The cavern's ceiling erupted, debris raining down like a tempest, as a fierce sword aura cleaved through the air, hurtling towards Lin Tianqian. A man clad in white descended from above, his sword radiating brilliance, his murderous intent a tidal wave. He stood tall, pride etched between his brows, his long sword emanating a faint chill, inscribed with the word Xiantian. Unmistakably the mark of the Xiantian sect, devouring heaven bloodline, a path of evil. Today, I, Yi Wuchen, a disciple of the Xiantian sect, am commanded to eliminate you. The white-clad man declared coldly, his voice reverberating like thunder. He stepped into the void, his aura of Qi refinement overwhelming the area, far surpassing the body refinement realm. As spiritual energy coalesced into tangible light around him, Lin Tianqian's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of coldness igniting in his eyes. The Qi refinement realm, the second stage of martial arts, could draw in the world's spiritual energy, far exceeding the brute strength of the body refinement realm. Although he had just broken through to the pinnacle of the fourth level of body refinement, he felt insignificantly small in the face of such an absolute disparity. Yet he did not waver. The fervor of his devouring heaven bloodline surged within him, the crimson patterns on his chest glowing fiercely. Xiantian sect? You wish to kill me? Let us see if you possess the ability. With a fierce determination, he charged forward, fists clenched tightly, channeling the full force of his devouring heaven bloodline. A blood-red vortex materialized before him, an overwhelming force attempting to consume that sword aura. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Wuchen's eyes, with a flick of his wrist. The sword aura surged forward, transforming into a silver dragon that roared as it lunged at Lin Tianqian. Boom! The clash of sword aura and blood-red vortex unleashed a maelstrom of spiritual energy, shaking the cavern to its core. Lin Tianqian was pushed back several steps, his arms numb, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Though much of the sword aura had been devoured, the residual power remained terrifyingly potent, surpassing his current limits. Humph! A mere fourth level of body refinement dares to contend with me in the Qi refinement realm? Yi Wuchen scoffed, sweeping his long sword once more, unleashing 3 more sword auras that formed a triangular blockade, sealing Lin Tianqian's escape. With the speed of lightning, he dashed forward, his sword's tip aimed directly at Lin Tianqian's heart. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tianqian's spiritual energy surged wildly within him. He pushed off the ground just in time to evade one sword aura, but the other two struck mercilessly against his shoulder and waist. Blood splattered as he let out a muffled groan, his body thrown against the cavern wall, leaving a deep indentation. Tianqian, Lin Wanner cried out, her whip lashing out toward Yi Wuchen. Though her strength was formidable at the 7th level of body refinement, it paled in comparison to the Qi refinement realm. With a casual swipe of his sword, Yi Wuchen severed the whip, the backlash sending Lin Wanner stumbling back, blood also trickling from her mouth. Trash. Yi Wuchen cast her a disdainful glance before refocusing on Lin Tianqian. The devouring heaven bloodline is nothing but this. Today, you shall die. Struggling to rise. Lin Tianqian was drenched in blood, yet his eyes blazed with fury. Wiping the blood from his lips, he growled, "You think you can kill me? I will make you regret ever coming to this world." With a fierce determination, he tore apart his tattered black robe, revealing a lean yet resilient physique. The crimson patterns on his chest throbbed like flames, the power of the devouring heaven bloodline pushed to its limits. Taking a deep breath, he slammed his fists into the ground, his spiritual energy erupting like a volcano, his presence soaring. Power of devouring heaven, heed my call, Lin Tianqian roared. The blood-red vortex re-emerging, this time larger and more powerful. The debris, dust, and even remnants of spiritual energy within the cavern were drawn into the vortex, transforming into his strength. Yi Wuchen and Appo's brow furrowed as he raised his long sword high, gathering an even more terrifying sword aura. Xiantian's sword technique, demon slaying style. He bellowed, the sword aura morphing into a blade of light dozens of feet long, carrying the momentum to obliterate all in its path, striking down towards Lin Tianqian. Boom. The sword aura collided with the blood-red vortex once more, the entire cavern trembling violently, stone walls fracturing, and waves crashing on the water's surface. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, crossing his arms before him as the vortex continued to consume the sword aura, but the overwhelming power was too much. His arms turned to a bloody mess, bones creaking under the strain. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee. Yi Wuchen sneered, pressing the sword into Appo's momentum further, the light descending as he prepared to cleave Lin Tianqian in two. Tianqian dodged. Lin Wan and Appo's disregarding her injuries, rushed forward, her whip entangling a massive stone, hurling it fiercely at Yi Wuchen. He effortlessly shattered the boulder with a flick of his sword, but this momentary distraction granted Lin Tianqian a fleeting chance to breathe. He rolled aside just as the sword aura grazed his body, slicing into the ground and leaving a gaping chasm. Lin Tianqian gasped for air, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Grasping a fragment of stone from the ground, he crushed it fiercely, roaring, "What of the Qi refinement realm? I will fight to the end." The fervor of his devouring heaven bloodline surged within him, the crimson patterns on his chest glowing brightly, as if they were about to ignite. He forced himself to stand, charging at Yi Wuchen, fists flying, each punch imbued with the power of devouring. Barely tearing through the air, Yi Wuchen scoffed, a dying struggle. He swept his long sword, the aura forming a net, attempting to obliterate Lin Tianqian completely. Yet, just as the sword aura was about to connect, Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex suddenly expanded, its suction increasing dramatically, consuming much of the sword energy. What? Yi Wuchen was taken aback, his sword momentum faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianqian's fist connected with his chest, though it did not break through his defenses. The devouring force disrupted Yi Wuchen's internal energy, causing him to stagger. Again, Lin Tianqian roared, his fists like a tempest, relentlessly pounding at Yi Wuchen. Each strike carried the force of devouring, draining the energy from Yi Wuchen, causing his aura to become increasingly erratic. "You insolent fool!" Yi Wuchen bellowed, shaking his sword, a sword aura forming a protective barrier that sent Lin Tianqian reeling back. Gasping for breath, his eyes burned with even greater murderous intent. "Let us see how long you can endure." Lin Tianqian fell to the ground, bloodied yet grinning. He could feel the devouring heaven bloodline stirring within him, hinting at a possible breakthrough under the pressure of life and death. He murmured, "Qi refinement realm, today I shall offer you as a sacrifice." The tension in the cavern thickened. Lin Wanner struggled to rise, clutching her broken whip, her eyes filled with concern. She knew that if Lin Tianqian were to fall, her fate would be sealed. Yet, she understood that this man would never concede easily. Yi Wuchen smirked, raising his long sword high, spiritual energy surging violently as an even more fearsome sword aura took shape. Lin Tianqian inhaled deeply, pushing his devouring heaven bloodline to its limits, bracing for this life or death strike. The atmosphere within the cavern grew palpably tense, the spiritual energy fluctuating like a raging storm. Lin Tianqian knelt, bloodied, the crimson patterns on his chest flickering uncertainly. The heat of the devouring heaven bloodline swirling wildly within him. Across from him stood Yi Wuchen, his white garment billowing, sword raised high, the tip gathering a terrifying sword aura. This energy was more formidable than any previous strike, the spiritual energy manifesting as brilliant light, faintly echoing a dragon's roar. Clearly Yi Wuchen's ultimate technique. Xiantian's sword technique, Soul annihilation slash. Yi Wuchen shouted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In a flash, he struck downwards. The sword aura cascading like a galaxy in reverse, imbued with the power to annihilate all, hurtling towards Lin Tianqian. The entire cavern was engulfed in sword light, stones fracturing, waves erupting. The sheer force was awe-inspiring. Lin Tianqian's eyes widened, feeling the soul-crushing pressure of the murderous intent. He realized he could neither evade nor block this strike. The chasm between the chi refinement and body refinement realms loomed before him like an insurmountable divide. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, a wild smile broke across his face, igniting a fervent fighting spirit within his eyes. My life is tenacious, and it will not be so easy for you to take it. Lin Tianqian roared, springing to his feet, fists clenched tightly. The devouring heaven bloodline pushed to its utmost limits. The crimson patterns on his chest blazed with brilliance as the blood-red vortex surged before him, transforming into a towering barrier of devouring power. The vortex spun like the wind, its suction unprecedentedly powerful, drawing even the rubble within the cave into its maw, reducing it to powder. A thunderous clash resounded as the sword energy collided with the devouring vortex, the shockwave of spiritual energy causing the cave to tremble precariously. Lin Tianqian shielded himself with his arms, as the vortex ravenously consumed the sword energy, yet the might of the soul-cleaving slash was terrifyingly formidable. Although the devouring force mitigated much of the sword energy, the residual power pressed down upon him like a mountain. With a gasp, Lin Tianqian spat out blood, the bones in his arms cracking audibly as he was hurled back by the residual sword energy, crashing heavily against the stone wall. The wall crumbled, and he fell to the ground, breathless and bloodied, barely able to rise. Tianqian, Lin Wan and Apos, cried out, dragging her injured body towards him, clutching her broken whip tightly. She attempted to shield Lin Tianqian, but Yi Wuchen merely cast a cold glance, casually sweeping his sword energy, sending Lin Waner crashing into the water, blood spilling from her lips as she fell unconscious. Ants. Yi Wuchen scoffed, slowly approaching Lin Tianqian, his sword aimed at his throat. The bloodline of the devouring sky is but a joke. Prepare to die. The tip of the sword gleamed ominously, poised to pierce Lin Tianqian's throat. Yet, at that moment, a deep rumble resonated within Lin Tianqian's body. His heart raced, the heat of the bloodline of the devouring sky erupting like a volcano. The crimson patterns on his chest glowing fiercely, an unprecedented power surging forth from within him. I have not lost yet. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, his eyes flying open, bloodlight shimmering within them. With sheer will, he forced himself to stand, the spiritual energy within him spiraling chaotically, a searing pain coursing through his meridians. Yet he paid it no heed, his fists crashing down onto the ground. Boom. The earth cracked, a wave of blood-colored energy erupted from him, momentarily halting Yi Wuchen and Apos' advance. Lin Tianqian's body emitted a series of sharp cracks as his bones reformed, his meridians expanded, and spiritual energy surged like a tide. Remarkably, at the brink of life and death, he forcibly broke through to the fifth layer of body refinement. What? Yi Wuchen's pupils constricted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Though the transition from the fourth layer to the fifth layer was merely a minor elevation, Lin Tianqian's aura surged several-fold, hinting at an overwhelming force within the same rank. And what of this breakthrough? Before me, you remain an ant. Yi Wuchen sneered, shaking his sword once more, unleashing another wave of sword energy. This time, the sword energy was swifter and more ferocious, tearing through the space as it hurtled towards Lin Tianqian and Apos' face. Lin Tianqian inhaled deeply, channeling the power of the bloodline of the devouring sky into his fist. He advanced rather than retreating, launching a punch that carried the blood-colored vortex along with it, colliding head-on with the sword energy. Boom! The clash of fist and sword exploded with spiritual energy, sending waves surging through the cave. Lin Tianqian was pushed back several steps, his fists bloodied and mangled, yet he shattered the sword energy, reducing it to nothingness. Impossible. Yi Wuchen and Apos' expression shifted, his sword slicing through the air again, sending 3 consecutive waves of sword energy, intent on utterly obliterating Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian clenched his teeth, his fists raining down like a tempest, each strike infused with devouring force, clashing against the sword energy. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 resounding explosions, the sword energy was completely consumed, yet Lin Tianqian paid a price for it. His arms nearly lost sensation, blood gushed from his chest. But the fighting spirit in his eyes only intensified, growing ever more fervent. Bring it on. Lin Tianqian roared, charging at Yi Wuchen, his fist striking forth like thunder. Yi Wuchen scoffed, altering his sword stance into a net of blades, ensnaring Lin Tianqian within. The sword energy crisscrossed, sealing off all avenues of retreat. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes, the suction of the bloodline of the devouring sky surging, the blood-colored vortex swirling around him, consuming the spiritual energy within the sword net entirely. As the net collapsed, he took the opportunity to unleash a punch towards Yi Wuchen and Apos' chest. Bang! Yi Wuchen was struck, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Looking down, he saw his clothing torn at the chest, faintly revealing a fist imprint, his heart filled with a mix of shock and fury. The fifth layer of body refinement can injure me? Yi Wuchen gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Very well, I shall show you the true essence of the Xiantian sword technique. Gripping his sword with both hands, spiritual energy surged violently into the blade, its light exploding forth, transforming into a 100-foot sword shadow. The sword shadow hung in the air, emanating an aura capable of annihilating the heavens, causing the entire cave to tremble. As if on the verge of collapse, Xiantian sword technique, heavenly execution. Yi Wuchen bellowed, the sword shadow crashing down with a deafening roar. The sword energy akin to a mountain collapsing and a tsunami, crushing all in its path. Lin Tianxin gazed upward, feeling his very soul tremble, yet he did not falter. Instead, a smile broke across his face. Heavenly execution? I shall devour it. Lin Tianxin roared, the bloodline of the devouring sky operating at its peak. The blood-colored vortex swelling to 20 feet, charging directly at the sword shadow. With fists clenched, he poured all his spiritual energy into the vortex, striving to consume this terrifying strike entirely. Boom. The sword shadow collided with the vortex, the explosion of spiritual energy fracturing the cave and Apos' ceiling. Debris raining down as Lin Wanner's unconscious form was swept beneath the waves. Lin Tianxin stood at the vortex's center, his arms trembling, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. Devour! 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 He growled, the devouring force operating wildly as the light of the sword shadow gradually dimmed, being consumed bit by the vortex. A flicker of fear crossed Yi Wuchen's eyes. He could sense his spiritual energy draining uncontrollably. You insolent wretch! Yi Wuchen roared, urging the sword force once more. Yet Lin Tianxin's bloodline of the devouring sky resembled an endless abyss, growing stronger with each consumption. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the sword shadow shattered completely, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy, which Lin Tianxin consumed entirely. Puffed, Yi Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy waning. Disbelief etched across his face. Lin Tianxin panted heavily, standing amidst the chaos, blood-soaked yet grinning widely. The Qi refinement realm is hardly impressive, he said coldly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As the dust in the cave had yet to settle, debris scattered and the water churned. Lin Tianxin remained steadfast, bloodied but with a spirit more fervent than ever. The bloodline of the devouring sky had consumed Yi Wuchen's heavenly execution sword shadow, converting that immense spiritual energy into his own, his body feeling as though it had been tempered by raging fire, the sound of his bones resonating, hinting at another impending breakthrough. Opposite him, Yi Wuchen clutched his chest, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his white robe stained crimson, his energy depleted. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, shock and fury evident in his eyes. A distinguished Qi refinement practitioner, reduced to such a state by a mere fifth-layer body refinement waste, was an unparalleled humiliation for him. Lin Tianxin. Yi Wuchen gritted his teeth, his voice low and primal like a beast's roar. Do you think that by devouring one of my moves, you can turn the tide? Today, I shall ensure that you die without a corpse. He bit down hard on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the sword's blade, which hummed ominously, radiating a blinding crimson light. Spiritual energy surged around him, a more terrifying aura emanating, clearly having invoked some secret technique to forcibly elevate his power. Xiantian blood sacrifice. Soul sever. Yi Wuchen roared, sweeping his sword horizontally. The blood-colored sword energy surged forth like a raging dragon, carrying the might to tear apart souls, hurtling towards Lin Tianxin. This sword energy was even stronger than the previous heavenly execution, brushing against the threshold of the mid-Qi refinement realm, distorting the air within the cave, cracking the stone walls inch by inch. Lin Tianxin and Apos' pupils constricted, feeling the bone-deep killing intent. He understood that should he fail to withstand this strike, his demise was inevitable. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Ha! Bring it on. I wish to see just how far this bloodline can devour. He stepped forward, the bloodline of the devouring sky fully unleashed, the crimson patterns on his chest glowing with blinding intensity, resembling a blood sun. The blood-colored vortex swelled before him to 30 feet, swirling like a tempest, its suction so potent that even the waters of the cave were drawn up, forming a watery vortex. Devour! Lin Tianxin roared, his fists crashing forth, the vortex charging towards the blood-colored sword energy. At the moment of impact, a shock wave of spiritual energy erupted, shaking the cave with a deafening roar, large stones raining down, massive waves rising from the water's surface, the entire space seeming to threaten collapse. Boom! The blood-colored sword energy and the devouring vortex stalemated for a brief moment, the brilliance of the sword energy gradually dimming, consumed bit by the vortex. Yi Wuchen's complexion was ashen, the cost of burning his essence causing his breath to waver. Yet, he gripped his sword tightly, frantically channeling his spiritual energy, attempting to crush Lin Tianqian. In the center of the vortex, Lin Tianqian stood, his arms trembling, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth. His meridians had been torn apart by the residual sword energy, and his bones emitted a sound of unbearable strain, yet his eyes were filled with madness. He could sense that as the celestial bloodline devoured the sword energy, his internal spiritual energy was surging at a terrifying pace. The barrier of the 5th level of body refinement was on the verge of collapse. Just hold on for a moment longer, and I will break through. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, forcibly activating the celestial bloodline, the vortex's pull increasing yet again. The blood-red sword energy could no longer withstand the pressure, exploding with a resounding bang, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy, which Lin Tianqian consumed entirely. Puffed. Yi Wuchen spat blood once more, staggering as the backlash from the shattered sword energy worsened his injuries. He glared at Lin Tianqian, his eyes filled with resentment. You monster. Monster? Lin Tianqian grinned, a booming sound resonating from within him. His spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, his bones restructured, and his meridians expanded, his cultivation suddenly breaking through to the 6th level of body refinement. His aura surged as he slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to crack and sending shockwaves that forced Yi Wuchen to retreat several steps. The 6th level of body refinement. Yi Wuchen's pupils quivered violently, a trace of fear swelling within him. Although he was in the Qi refinement stage, forcibly utilizing the blood sacrifice secret technique had left him at his limit. While Lin Tianqian continuously broke through during battle, this bloodline was simply too extraordinary. It was my turn now. Lin Tianqian charged forward, his fists enveloped in devouring power, striking toward Yi Wuchen. The wind from his punches roared like thunder, each strike accompanied by a blood-red vortex that tore at Yi Wuchen's protective spiritual energy, leaving him exhausted. Bang! 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 Lin Tianqian unleashed dozens of punches, while Yi Wuchen wielded his sword in defense, but the sword light grew weaker, and his spiritual energy diminished at an alarming rate. Finally, he could no longer hold on. He swung his sword, only for Lin Tianqian's fist to shatter it, sending him flying back, crashing against the stone wall and spewing blood continuously. Damn it! Yi Wuchen struggled to rise, shaking his long sword, condensing spiritual energy into a sword shadow, attempting a desperate fight. But Lin Tianqian's eyes flashed with cold light, his figure darting forward like lightning, landing a punch squarely on Yi Wuchen's chest. Boom! Yi Wuchen's ribcage caved in, blood gushed forth, and he collapsed to the ground, his breath faint. He glared at Lin Tianqian, eyes filled with unwillingness. The Xiantian sect will not let you go. Just wait, Lin Tianqian sneered, placing a foot on Yi Wuchen and Apos' chest. The celestial bloodline stirred slightly, draining the remaining spiritual energy from Yi Wuchen and Apos' body, causing him to rapidly wither into a desiccated corpse. Silence returned to the cave as Lin Tianqian gasped for breath, his body stained with blood, yet he stood upright. He glanced down at his fists, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The 6th level of body refinement. This bloodline has indeed not disappointed me. He turned to the water's surface, where Lin Wan and Apos lay unconscious, evidently stunned by the aftermath of the battle. Approaching her, he lifted her up, checking for signs of life. Discovering that although she was gravely injured, her life was not in jeopardy. She is quite fortunate. Lin Tianqian sighed in relief, placing Lin Wan aside. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to introspect, feeling the power of the 6th level of body refinement. His meridians had become more resilient, his spiritual energy more abundant, and the heat of the celestial bloodline surged even hotter, as if ready to break through once more. However, before he could consolidate his cultivation, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Dozens of auras rapidly approached, some particularly formidable, exuding the pressure of mid-Qi refinement stage. Reinforcements from the Xiantian sect? Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes flew open as he stood up. He realized that this battle was far from over. Grabbing Lin Wan and Apos', he hoisted her onto his shoulder and dashed deeper into the cave. Though he had slain Yi Wuchen, he needed to find an opportunity to catch his breath in the face of greater foes. Deep within the cave, a narrow passage came into view. Lin Tianqian did not hesitate to burrow inside. At the passage and Apos' end lay an underground dark river, its waters turbulent and rich in spiritual energy. He set Lin Wan and Apos' down and leaped into the river, attempting to escape with the current. At that moment, several figures clad in white entered the cave and Apos' entrance. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, garbed in the Elder and Apos' robe of the Xiantian sect, his mid-Qi refinement aura dominating the scene. He looked down at Yi Wuchen's desiccated corpse, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. The celestial bloodline, indeed a forbidden power. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Pursue. If this boy is not eliminated, What face will the Shantian sect have left? Dozens of Shantian sect disciples responded in unison, rushing into the passage. The underground dark river flowed swiftly, its icy waters piercing, as Lin Tianqian clutched Lin Wan and Apos, drifting downstream. The waves battered his body, and his blood mingled with the river, staining it red. Though his spiritual energy surged due to his breakthrough to the 6th level of body refinement, the continuous battles had left him utterly exhausted, and his injuries unhealed. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Behind him, the Shantian sect and Apos' pursuers drew ever closer, the Elder and Apos' aura looming like a mountain. The pressure from the mid-chi refinement stage causing the river and Apos' surface to sink slightly. Lin Tianqian glanced back, spotting dozens of white-clad figures closing in, swords drawn. Their sword energy crisscrossing, clearly intent on not letting him escape. Damn it! Lin Tianqian muttered under his breath, the celestial bloodline within him stirring slightly, attempting to regain some strength. He understood that if caught, both he and Lin Wan and Apos' would undoubtedly perish. He forced himself to swim toward the riverbank, placing Lin Wan and Apos' on a flat stone, panting heavily as he surveyed his surroundings. The dark river and Apos' sides were steep stone walls, with faint light filtering down from above, suggesting an exit. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Lin Wan and Apos' up and began to climb the stone wall, his fingers digging into the rock crevices. Blood streaming down his arms with each agonizing step. Yet he did not stop, at the brink of life and death. He had no choice but to give it his all. There he is. A booming voice called from behind, followed by a sword energy slicing through the air. Lin Tianqian swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a blade that grazed his shoulder and struck the stone wall, sending debris flying and inflicting a deep wound that exposed bone. He grunted in pain and quickened his pace, finally reaching the top and squeezing through a narrow crevice. Beyond the crevice lay a dense forest, bathed in moonlight. Lin Tianqian released Lin Wanner, leaning against a large tree as he caught his breath. His internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the heat of the celestial bloodline waning. Yet a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. "Want to kill me? Then come," he roared, pulling several spiritual stones he had seized earlier from his pocket, crushing them violently. The celestial bloodline activated, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, slightly restoring his aura as he clenched his fists, preparing for battle. Boom. The crevice erupted as the middle-aged elder, accompanied by dozens of disciples, charged out. His gaze locked onto Lin Tianqian, coldly declaring, "Lin Tianqian, surrender the secret of the celestial bloodline, and I will spare your life." "Spare my life?" Lin Tianqian grinned maniacally, his eyes ablaze with madness. "I want all of you dead." He lunged forward, fists aimed at the nearest disciple. The blood-red vortex reappeared, the devouring power erupting, instantly draining the spiritual energy from the disciple at the 9th level of body refinement, sending him flying with a single punch, his fate uncertain. The middle-aged elder bellowed. "Form a formation." The disciples quickly circled around, intertwining their spiritual energies to create a barrier of sword light that ensnared Lin Tianqian in the center. The elder swung his sword, the barrier constricting, and sword energy rained down like a storm. Lin Tianqian clenched his jaw, fully channeling the celestial bloodline as the blood-red vortex expanded to 40 feet, voraciously consuming the sword energy. He unleashed a barrage of punches, dispersing sections of the sword light with each strike, but the assault was relentless, and his body was riddled with countless wounds, blood soaking the ground beneath him. "Cannot hold on any longer?" The middle-aged elder sneered, raising his sword high as a 100-foot sword shadow took form. Shantian sword art, celestial fall. The sword shadow descended with overwhelming force, shaking the entire forest. A flash of bloodlight ignited in Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes as the heat of the celestial bloodline surged within him. He roared, slamming his fists into the ground, the blood-red vortex surging forth to meet the sword shadow. Boom. The clash of the sword shadow and vortex detonated, sending shockwaves that toppled trees. And Lin Tianqian was hurled back, crashing to the ground, breath-weak. Yet at that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from within him. The barrier of the 7th level of body refinement shattered. His bones emitted a crisp crack, and his vitality surged dramatically. With his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing pace, he abruptly rose to his feet, exuding a powerful aura akin to a beast awakening from slumber. The 7th level of body refinement. The middle-aged elder's pupils constricted, a flicker of unease swelling within him. The atmosphere in the forest became palpably tense as Lin Tianqian broke through to the 7th level of body refinement, his aura sweeping through like a tempest, causing leaves to cascade from the trees. Covered in blood, his eyes gleamed crimson, the power of the devouring bloodline roaring within him, as if it sought to rend apart all constraints. "The Shantian sect is nothing but this," Lin Tianqian bellowed, charging towards the sword curtain, his fist striking with ferocity. The blood-red vortex swirling like a storm, tearing the sword curtain asunder. Several disciples, caught off guard, were drained of their spiritual energy by the devouring force. Collapsing with anguished cries, "Kill him!" The middle-aged elder roared, his sword slicing through the air like a dragon, aimed directly at Lin Tianxin. Unflinching, Lin Tianxin retaliated with a punch, the collision of fist and sword energy resulting in a violent explosion of spiritual energy, propelling him back several steps. Yet the sword energy was nearly consumed. The power of the bloodline is indeed peculiar. A glint of caution crossed the middle-aged elder's eyes. But as a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator, he could not afford to retreat. Gripping his sword with both hands, spiritual energy surged madly into it, emitting a piercing hum as a more terrifying sword shadow coalesced. Xiantian's sword technique, annihilate the earth, he intoned, the sword shadow sweeping forth like a tsunami of sword energy. Lin Tianxin inhaled deeply, the devouring bloodline operating at its zenith, the blood-red vortex expanding to 50 zhong, surging towards the sword shadow. Boom. The sword shadow collided with the vortex, an explosion of spiritual energy cracking the ground. Lin Tianxin's arms were left mangled, yet he stood firm against the blow. The sword shadow shattered, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that he consumed entirely, increasing his cultivation yet again. Rascal. The middle-aged elder fumed, his sword intent relentless. Sword energy raining down upon Lin Tianxin. The disciples launched their attacks, blades and swords converging in an attempt to overwhelm him. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianxin's eyes as he unleashed his fists like a tempest, each strike imbued with devouring force, sending his adversaries into retreat. Bang! 3 disciples were sent flying by his punch, their spiritual energy extinguished, reduced to lifeless husks. Witnessing this, the middle-aged elder altered his strategy, casting a sword net to ensnare Lin Tianxin. The sword energy crisscrossed, sealing off any escape route. Lin Tianxin smirked, the absorption power of the devouring bloodline intensifying as the spiritual energy within the sword net was frantically consumed, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forth, delivering a punch at the middle-aged elder. The elder swung his sword to block, yet the devouring force drained his spiritual energy, halting his attack as Lin Tianxin's fist struck his chest. Uffed. The elder coughed up blood, staggering back, shock evident in his eyes. Lin Tianxin pressed his advantage, raining down punches that left the elder utterly defenseless. Ultimately, a final blow sent the elder crashing to the ground, his aura diminished. Elder. The disciples gasped, their morale shattered. Lin Tianxin surveyed his surroundings, coldly declaring, "Who is next?" None dared to respond. Lin Tianxin stepped forward, the blood-red vortex reappearing, its pulse sweeping across the battlefield. A few disciples attempted to flee, only to be yanked back by the devouring force, their spiritual energy drained, collapsing lifelessly. The middle-aged elder struggled to rise, gritting his teeth. Lin Tianxin, the Xiantian sect will not spare you. He produced a jade talisman and crushed it, a beam of light shooting into the sky, evidently a distress signal. Lin Tianxin frowned, realizing he could not linger. He turned, scooping up Lin Wanner and dashed into the forest. As Lin Tianxin sprinted with Lin Wanner in his arms, the disciples of the Xiantian sect dared not pursue closely, yet the ominous glow of the distress signal weighed heavily on his heart. He understood that the true powerhouses of the Xiantian sect would soon arrive, and in his current state, he would not stand a chance. He sought refuge in a secluded cave, gently setting Lin Wan and Appos down before sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate. The fiery flow of the devouring bloodline coursed through him, mending his injuries, while the strength of the 7th level of body refinement fortified his bones and enhanced his spiritual energy. Yet, he comprehended that this was still far from sufficient. After a moment, Lin Wanner stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Lin Tianxin, bloodied and battered, a complex emotion flickered in her gaze. "Did you kill that chi refinement cultivator?" "Not yet dead, but nearly so," Lin Tianxin replied, opening his eyes. "The reinforcements from the Xiantian sect are on their way. We must depart." Lin Wanner struggled to rise, speaking softly. "The old fogies of the Lin family have colluded with the Xiantian sect, intent on eliminating you. The jade pendant left by my mother may assist you." Lin Tianxin retrieved the jade pendant, examining it closely. He noticed a line of small characters etched on the back, "Heavenly Mysterious Realm, source of the bloodline." He furrowed his brow. What does this mean? The Heavenly Mysterious Realm is an ancient relic located beyond Qingshan City, Lin Wanner explained solemnly. It is rumored to conceal the secrets of bloodline inheritance, a coveted prize between the Lin family and the Xiantian sect. My mother visited there before her disappearance. Lin Tianxin's heart trembled, a glimmer of anticipation igniting within him. If he could uncover the whereabouts of his mother, he might also unravel the mysteries of the devouring bloodline. He nodded resolutely. "Very well, we shall go to the secret realm." Lin Wanner gritted her teeth, rising despite her injuries, determined to follow. Under the cover of night, the two departed the cave, hastening towards the direction of the heavenly mysterious realm. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, a shadow emerged stealthily, clad in a black cloak. It was the mysterious figure from the Lin estate. Watching Lin Tianqian and Apos' departing figure, he murmured, "The devouring bloodline is growing too swiftly. I must act before it's too late." He turned and vanished. Moments later, reinforcements from the Shantian sect arrived. Leading them was an elder, his white hair flowing, exuding a terrifying aura, a late-stage chi refinement cultivator. He gazed down at the middle-aged elder and Apos' injuries, malevolence radiating from his eyes. The devouring bloodline, a forbidden power, must not be allowed to persist. The heavenly mysterious realm lay 100 miles beyond Qingshan City, nestled within a desolate mountain range. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner traveled through the night, and by dawn, they finally reached the entrance of the secret realm. A colossal stone door loomed before them, etched with ancient runes, emanating a faint spiritual energy pulse. Lin Tianqian pressed the jade pendant against the stone door, and as the runes glowed, the door thunderously swung open. A wave of rich spiritual energy surged forth, revealing a dark, bottomless passage beyond. "Be cautious," Lin Wanner whispered, gripping her broken whip and following closely behind Lin Tianqian. As they entered the passage, the stone door slowly closed, sealing them off from the outside world. Within the passage, the spiritual energy was dense. As Lin Tianqian walked, he activated the devouring bloodline, absorbing the surrounding energy, rapidly mending his injuries. His aura grew increasingly formidable, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 8th level of body refinement. Lin Wan and Apos watched his back, a complex emotion shadowing her eyes. At the passage and Apos' end stood a vast stone hall, at the center of which floated a blood-red crystal sphere, radiating an eerie glow. Lin Tianqian approached, feeling the devouring bloodline pulse intensely within him, the blood-red patterns on his chest resonating with the sphere. "The source of the bloodline," he murmured, reaching out to touch the crystal sphere. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged into him, causing the devouring bloodline to operate frantically. His cultivation soaring as he broke through to the 8th level of body refinement. Boom. His internal spiritual energy surged violently, his aura erupting like a raging dragon. Shaking the stone hall, Lin Wanner stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from above, as dozens of figures descended from the ceiling. Leading them was the white-haired elder, a cold smirk adorning his face. "Lin Tianqian, your journey ends here." The murderous intent of the Shantian sect loomed once more. Chapter 8. The latter trial. The stone hall of the celestial secret realm lay in ruins, its once majestic dome completely collapsed. Moonlight cascaded in, illuminating the debris and stains of blood scattered across the ground. Lin Tianqian stood amidst a crimson beam of light, having just broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. His aura surged like a dragon breaking free from the ocean, the fervent energy of the devouring bloodline coursing through him, while his bones emitted a crisp sound, indicating that his injuries had fully healed. Clad in a tattered black robe that revealed his resilient physique, the blood-red patterns on his chest shone brightly, reminiscent of a blood sun. An elderly man with white hair, accompanied by disciples of the Shantian sect, stood at the edge of the stone hall, their faces ashen. Although the recent celestial punishment manifested as a sword shadow of formidable might, Lin Tianqian had devoured it with his devouring bloodline, not only surviving but also achieving a breakthrough. Now that the latter trial had commenced, they found themselves obstructed by an unseen force, forced to watch helplessly as Lin Tianqian ascended the stone steps. "The latter trial is forbidden to those without a bloodline." The ancient voice resonated throughout the hall, carrying an undeniable authority. The white-haired elder roared in fury, striking at the stone steps with his sword. Yet, as the sword chi barely grazed the first step, it was repelled by a terrifying pressure, causing him to stagger back with a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it!" The elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. As a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, he was unable to even approach the threshold of the trial, while Lin Tianqian, whom he deemed a waste, boldly ascended the steps. How could he swallow this bitter pill? Lin Tianqian glanced back, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Shantian sect? Just wait. Once I emerge, I shall deal with each of you." He then turned his gaze towards Lin Wan and Apos, who lay among the rubble, her aura faint and her body bloodied, clearly gravely injured. "Hold on. I will return," he whispered softly before resolutely stepping onto the first rung of the ladder. In that instant, a heavy pressure descended upon him like a mountain, causing his legs to tremble slightly and his bones to emit faint cracks. Though his body, refined to the 9th level, was immensely powerful, this pressure seemed to penetrate his very soul, momentarily stifling his breath. "Oof, what is this pressure?" Lin Tianqian scoffed, channeling the devouring bloodline within him. A swirling crimson vortex appeared around him, absorbing the spiritual energy within the oppressive force. He steadied his steps, ascending gradually. With each step, the pressure intensified. Yet his eyes gleamed with fervor. The stone ladder comprised 99 steps, each approximately 10 feet high, reaching skyward into the clouds. Under the moonlight, the steps emanated a faint blood glow, as if forged from blood itself. By the time Lin Tianqian reached the 10th step, The pressure had become akin to a colossal mountain. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he clenched his fists, his veins bulging. The latter trial tests the power of bloodlines. The ancient voice intoned once more. The devouring bloodline, an ancient taboo. To reach the pinnacle, one must break through their limits. Every 33 steps, a trial awaits. Those who succeed shall gain the power of inheritance. Inheritance power? Lin Tianxin's eyes sparkled, igniting a fierce determination within him. His mother had vanished, the celestial secret realm, the devouring bloodline. Everything seemed to be intertwined with this stone ladder. Gritting his teeth, he continued his ascent. Each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, the crimson vortex swirling like a tempest, consuming the spiritual energy from the pressure to nourish himself. Outside the stone hall, the white-haired elder observed coldly, murmuring, "The latter trial is an ancient relic. No one has ever reached the summit of the 99 steps. This boy, despite his bloodline, is merely chasing illusions." He turned to his disciples. "Form a formation, guard the exit. If he emerges, surround and eliminate him." Yes, dozens of disciples responded in unison, swiftly dispersing to weave a massive sword formation, sealing off the exit of the stone hall. The white-haired elder sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate while awaiting Lin Tianxin and Apos' return. On the ladder, Lin Tianxin had reached the 20th step. The pressure surged like an ocean, causing his movements to slow. With each step, his body trembled, sweat mingling with blood. He let out a roar, fully activating the devouring bloodline. The crimson vortex expanded to 70 feet, its suction overwhelming, draining the spiritual energy from the oppressive force. Boom! A soft sound echoed within him as his spiritual energy surged, hinting at a breakthrough to the pinnacle of body refinement. A grin spread across his face. This trial is rather beneficial. At the 25th step, the pressure intensified further, and Lin Tianxin's legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, his bones protesting under the strain. Yet, he did not falter. He pounded his chest with his fists, the blood-red patterns glowing fiercely, amplifying his devouring power. He stepped forward, ascending to the 30th step, where the pressure roared like a tempest, nearly overwhelming him. "The first trial is imminent," the ancient voice resounded. Lin Tianxin looked up to see a blood-red phantom slowly coalescing on the 33rd step. The phantom and Apos' form was indistinct, wielding a blood-colored spear, its aura fierce, exuding a hint of pressure akin to that of an early-stage qi refinement cultivator. A bloodline apparition? Lin Tianxin furrowed his brow, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the 33rd step, the pressure evaporating instantly, replaced by the murderous intent of the blood-red phantom. "Devouring bloodline, accept the trial." The phantom bellowed, thrusting the spear forward. The spearhead, enveloped in blood-colored spiritual energy, tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Tianxin and Apos' heart. With a cold smirk, Lin Tianxin unleashed his fists, the crimson vortex surging to meet the spear. Boom! The spearhead collided with the vortex, resulting in an explosion of spiritual energy that sent Lin Tianxin staggering back several steps, his fists tingling. Although the phantom's strength was merely that of an early-stage qi refinement cultivator, its techniques were sharp, and its spiritual energy far exceeded that of its peers. Interesting. Lin Tianxin grinned, surging forward like a tempest, his fists raining down upon the phantom. The phantom and Apos' spears swept horizontally, blood-colored spiritual energy, forming a barrier to withstand his onslaught. The two engaged in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges. Lin Tianxin and Apos' punches grew increasingly ferocious, the devouring force tearing through the barrier, landing a solid hit on the phantom and Apos' chest. Bang! The phantom staggered backward, and Lin Tianxin seized the opportunity to pursue, delivering a flurry of punches as the crimson vortex consumed the phantom's spiritual energy. The phantom roared in fury, thrusting the spear toward Lin Tianxin's throat, but he deftly sidestepped, delivering a crushing blow that shattered the phantom and Apos' head. Boom! The phantom erupted, transforming into a mass of blood-colored spiritual energy that surged into Lin Tianxin and Apos' body. His aura surged once more, his veins growing even more resilient, the heat of the devouring bloodline intensifying. "First trial completed," the ancient voice echoed. Lin Tianxin, panting heavily, raised his gaze towards the upper reaches of the ladder. 99 steps. He had only traversed a third of the way. The true challenge lay ahead. Chapter 9. The illusions of inner demons. The stone steps of the Tianxian secret realm rose steeply into the heavens, illuminated by the moonlight that cast a pallid glow upon Lin Tianxin, whose figure was marred by blood. Standing on the 33rd step, he had just shattered the crimson phantom, his internal energy surging forth, the fiery heat of the swallowing heaven bloodline coursing through him like an inferno. Though the first trial was perilous, he not only succeeded but also refined his physical form using the phantom's energy, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. The first trial was merely a prelude. Gasping for breath, Lin Tianxin gazed upward at the stone steps. With 99 steps total, every 33 steps marked a new trial. And 2 unknown challenges lay ahead. A fierce determination ignited within his eyes as he activated the swallowing heaven bloodline, the blood-red vortex swirling around him, drawing in the spiritual energy from the air, mending his minor injuries. Taking a deep breath, he ascended to the 34th step. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, more terrifying than any step before. His legs felt heavy, a faint crack sounded from his bones, and sweat dripped from his brow, soaking the stone beneath his feet. Yet, he did not falter, climbing resolutely. With each step, the pressure descended like a colossal hammer, shaking his meridians. The swallowing heaven bloodline was indeed remarkable. An ancient voice echoed through the stairway, laced with admiration. In the second trial, pressure and inner demons coexisted. To transcend limits, one must vanquish their inner adversaries. Inner demons? Lin Tianqian furrowed his brow, a chill running through him. He continued upward, passing the 38th and 40th steps, where the pressure compounded like mountains, his movements slowing. Fists clenched tightly, nails biting into his palms, blood dripping. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, fully activating the swallowing heaven bloodline, the blood-red vortex swelling to 80 zhang, consuming the pressure's spiritual energy to replenish himself. By the 45th step, the pressure was akin to a torrential storm. Lin Tianqian could hardly move his legs, his bones creaking under the immense burden, as if a boulder pressed upon his chest, making each breath laborious. He let out a low roar, smashing his fists against his chest. The crimson patterns on his skin glowed fiercely, his devouring power surging anew, and he forced himself to take another step. Boom! Energy surged within him, hinting at a breakthrough. Yet, at that moment, a sudden blur obscured his vision, and the scene shifted dramatically. The stone steps vanished, replaced by a familiar wild expanse, the rocky slope behind the Lin family estate. Lin Tianqian was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting. He saw himself standing on the rocky slope, covered in wounds, wielding a broken sword, while before him, Lin Hao approached with a group of sycophants, grinning menacingly. Lin Tianqian, a waste is still a waste. Kneel and bow your head, and I might spare your life. Lin Hao's voice was as grating as it was familiar, reminiscent of the days before he awakened his bloodline. The sycophants laughed, brandishing wooden clubs, advancing menacingly. An illusion? Lin Tianqian scoffed, a glimmer of frost igniting in his eyes. He understood that this was the inner demon of the second trial, unearthing the deepest humiliations and anger within him. He clenched his fists, the swallowing heaven bloodline stirring faintly. Yet the Lin Tianqian within the illusion possessed no bloodline power, remaining the same inherently weak boy. Bang! Lin Hao delivered a kick, sending Lin Tianqian crashing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The sycophants swarmed him, raining down fists and kicks, leaving him bloodied. He attempted to resist, but his body felt frail and powerless, forcing him to curl up and endure the relentless humiliation. Waste! Waste! Lin Hao and Appo's laughter pierced through him like daggers, igniting a blaze of fury in Lin Tianqian's eyes, yet he remained motionless. The waves of humiliation from the illusion threatened to engulf his will. I am not a waste. Lin Tianqian roared. A surge of heat from the depths of his consciousness erupted from the swallowing heaven bloodline. He sprang to his feet, and though his body in the illusion lacked bloodline power, his will remained as resilient as iron. He threw a punch, connecting with Lin Hao and Appo's face. Bang! Lin Hao was sent reeling, the illusion trembling slightly. Bloodlight flickered in Lin Tianqian and Appo's eyes as he stepped forward, fists like a tempest striking at the sycophants. With each blow, the illusion trembled, his will gradually overpowering the inner demon. Get lost! He bellowed, delivering a devastating punch that shattered Lin Hao's skull. The illusion crumbled, the rocky slope vanishing, and he found himself once more on the 50th step. The pressure remained formidable, yet his aura was more stable, his gaze cold and resolute. Inner demons were nothing but this. Lin Tianqian smirked, continuing his ascent. The 55th step, the 60th step, the pressure surged like an ocean, his bones cracking, sweat mingling with blood. Yet his strides remained unwavering, the devouring power continuously at work, alleviating the strain. At the 63rd step, the climax of the second trial approached. A blood-red phantom coalesced once more, this time more solid, clad in battle armor and wielding dual blades, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Reaching the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm, the phantom's eyes glimmered with bloodlight, filled with murderous intent. Swallowing heaven bloodline, second trial, cut me down. The phantom roared, striking with its dual blades, the blade energy slicing through the air like a dragon, hurtling towards Lin Tianqian. His eyes glimmered with frost as he fully activated the swallowing heaven bloodline, the blood-red vortex charging forward to meet the blade energy. Boom! The clash of blade energy and vortex erupted, spiritual energy detonating, and Lin Tianqian was pushed back several steps, his fists numb. The phantom's strength far surpassed that of the first trial, even stronger than Yi Wuqian, its blade energy terrifyingly sharp, threatening to tear him apart. Interesting. Lin Tianqian grinned, surging forward, fist striking at the phantom. The phantom's dual blades swept wide, the blade light forming a net that blocked his retreat. Lin Tianqian did not flinch or evade. The wind of his punches, imbued with devouring power, met the blade light head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought fiercely for dozens of exchanges, Lin Tianqian's punches like thunder. The devouring force shredding through the blade energy, the phantom's onslaught gradually weakening. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a punch on the phantom's chest. The blood-red vortex consuming the phantom's spiritual energy, forcing it to stagger back. Die! Lin Tianqian roared, unleashing a flurry of punches. Despite the phantom's relentless dual blades, they could not withstand the encroachment of the devouring power. Finally, with one last punch, the phantom exploded into a cloud of blood-red spiritual energy, flooding into his body. Boom. His internal energy surged, his meridians expanding, faintly brushing against the threshold of the Qi refinement realm. Lin Tianqian panted heavily, lifting his gaze toward the top of the stone steps, filled with anticipation. The second trial was also nothing extraordinary. Outside the stone steps, the white-haired elder narrowed his eyes and murmured, "This boy has actually passed 2 trials." An intense sense of unease gripped his heart, yet he could only wait. Awaiting Lin Tianqian's return, Lin Tianqian stood upon the 63rd step, regulating his breath, preparing to face the final challenge. Chapter 10. Through trials, the stone steps of the celestial secret realm towered into the clouds. Lin Tianqian stood upon the 63rd step, bathed in moonlight that illuminated his blood-soaked figure, casting the contours of his resilience in stark relief. The second trial had just concluded, and he had vanquished both the manifestation of his inner demons and the blood-colored specter of the mid-stage Qi refinement realm. The power of his bloodline of the devouring heaven consumed the specter and Apos' spiritual energy, causing a surge within him as his meridians expanded, nearly touching the threshold of the Qi refinement realm. His aura grew increasingly formidable, the crimson patterns on his chest pulsing like flames, and his eyes burned with fierce combativeness. Having passed through the first 2 trials, the final one awaited him. Lin Tianqian inhaled deeply, raising his gaze toward the summit of the stone steps. The 99 steps loomed tantalizingly close, yet he understood that the last 33 trials would undoubtedly present the most arduous challenges. He calibrated his breath, allowing the bloodline of the devouring heaven to circulate gently. A blood-colored vortex spiraled around him, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, preparing for the impending battle. He ascended to the 64th step, where an overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a tempest, more terrifying than any step he had previously encountered. His legs felt as if they were sinking, his bones creaked under the strain, while sweat dripped from his brow, soaking the stone beneath his feet. Although his body was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement, this pressure threatened to crush his very soul, making each step feel as if he were burdened by 1,000 weights. The third trial of the heavenly ladder was a battle of extremes. An ancient voice echoed among the stone steps, tinged with a hint of coldness. To inherit the bloodline of the devouring heaven, one must shatter the celestial barrier and slay the celestial enemy. Celestial enemy? Lin Tianqian furrowed his brow, a shiver coursing through him. He continued his ascent, reaching the 68th step, then the 70th. The pressure surged like a tsunami, his pace slowed to that of a tortoise. His veins bulging as blood seeped from between his fingers. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the bloodline of the devouring heaven with all his might. The blood-colored vortex expanding to 90 feet, consuming the energy within the oppressive force, rejuvenating himself. By the 75th step, the pressure felt as though the heavens were collapsing, and Lin Tianqian and Apos' legs struggled to move. His bones emitted ominous cracks under the immense strain, as if a colossal mountain pressed upon his chest, rendering his breath labored. He let out a roar, striking his fists against his chest. The crimson patterns glowed brightly, and his devouring power surged anew, allowing him to forcefully take a step forward. Boom! The energy within him roiled, the barrier of the Qi refinement realm teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the summit of the stone steps, and a blood-colored figure began to coalesce. The figure towered 10 feet tall, clad in crimson armor, wielding a massive battle axe, exuding a terrifying aura that reached the peak of the late-stage Qi refinement realm, approaching the perfection of the Qi refinement realm. Bloodline of the devouring heaven, for the third trial, slay me. The blood-colored figure bellowed, its voice like thunder, shaking the very stone steps. With a swing of its battle axe, a beam of crimson light cleaved through the air, charging straight toward Lin Tianqian. The entire staircase was engulfed by the axe and Apos' radiance. A fusion of pressure and murderous intent that threatened to crush him. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes as he channeled the bloodline of the devouring heaven with all his strength. The blood-colored vortex surging forth to meet the axe's light. Boom! The clash of the axe and vortex unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, sending Lin Tianqian staggering back several steps, his fists bloodied and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The blood-colored figure and Apos' S power far surpassed that of the previous two trials, the late-stage Qi refinement realm and Apos. S might placing an unprecedented burden upon him. Interesting. Lin Tianxin grinned, charging forward. His fists aimed at the blood-colored figure. The figure swung its battle axe in a sweeping motion, the axe and Apos. S light crashing down like a tidal wave. Lin Tianxin stood firm, not evading nor retreating, his fists imbued with devouring power, clashing against the axe's brilliance. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle for dozens of exchanges. Lin Tianxin and Apos, S fist striking like thunder, the devouring force tearing apart the axe and Apos, S light, yet the blood-colored figure and Apos, S assault grew increasingly frenzied. It roared in fury, raising its battle axe, forming an imposing shadow of 100 feet, imbued with an aura capable of obliterating the heavens. Unleash the power of the devouring heaven. Lin Tianxin yelled. The blood-colored vortex swelling to 100 feet, its pulse sweeping across the battlefield, even drawing in fragments of stone from the steps, reducing them to dust. He thrust his fists forward, the vortex surging toward the shadow of the axe. Boom. The shadow of the axe collided with the vortex, a cataclysmic explosion reverberating through the stone steps, shaking them violently. Lin Tianxin was hurled back, landing on the 90th step, his breath labored and weak. Not dead yet. The blood-colored figure scoffed, swinging the battle axe once more, its light cascading down like rain. Lin Tianxin clenched his teeth, pushing the bloodline of the devouring heaven to its limits, the blood-colored vortex shielding him, absorbing the axe's light, though his body was battered by the residual shock waves, his bones cracking under the pressure. I am unyielding. Lin Tianxin roared, abruptly rising, the energy within him erupting like a volcano. He took a step forward, ascending to the 95th step, overwhelmed by the dual pressure of the blood-colored figure and Apos, S murderous intent, his meridians nearly bursting, yet his eyes sparkled with madness. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from within him as the barrier of the Qi refinement realm shattered. His spiritual energy surged, his bones reformed, and his meridians expanded, his cultivation abruptly breaking through to the early stage of the Qi refinement realm. His aura surged like a rampaging dragon emerging from the sea, and he unleashed a punch. The wind of his strike laced with devouring power, dispersing a beam of axe light. Qi refinement realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed the blood-colored figure and Apos' eyes, quickly replaced by rage as it bellowed. So what if you have broken through? You shall die? It swung its battle axe repeatedly, unleashing 3 axe shadows that formed a triangular blockade around Lin Tianxin and Apos' retreat. Lin Tianxin smirked, the spiritual energy of the early stage Qi refinement realm circulating within him. The power of the bloodline of the devouring heaven ascending to new heights. He thrust both fists forward, the blood-colored vortex transforming into 2 torrents of devouring energy, clashing against the axe shadows. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions shattered the axe shadows, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianxin surged forward, delivering a punch to the blood-colored figure. Bang! The blood-colored figure was struck, staggering back. Lin Tianxin and Apos' eyes gleamed with murderous intent as his fists rained down like a storm, relentless and unyielding. The figure attempted to counter with its battle axe, yet the devouring force drained its spiritual energy, weakening its onslaught. Die! Lin Tianxin roared, landing a punch upon the figure and Apos' head, the blood-colored vortex consuming its spiritual energy. The figure howled in fury, thrusting its battle axe toward Lin Tianxin and Apos' heart, but he evaded, delivering a crushing blow to its chest. Boom! The blood-colored figure erupted, transforming into a vast torrent of crimson spiritual energy that surged into Lin Tianxin's body. His aura surged once more, firmly stabilizing his early-stage Qi refinement realm cultivation, while the heat of the bloodline of the devouring heaven intensified. Third trial complete. The ancient voice resonated, and a radiant blood-colored portal materialized at the summit of the stone steps. Lin Tianxin gasped for breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. He took a step forward, ascending to the 99th step, pushing open the portal and stepping inside. Outside the stone steps, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of terror crossing his gaze. He truly reached the summit? As the portal closed, Lin Tianxin's figure vanished at the end of the staircase, and the power of inheritance was poised to descend. Chapter 11. The arrival of the inheritance at the pinnacle of the stone stairs in the heavenly mysterious realm. The blood-red portal slowly sealed shut, vanishing Lin Tianxin's figure within. Outside the stone hall, an elderly man with white hair widened his eyes, his aura in the late stage of Qi refinement slightly disturbed, filled with shock and fury. He had never anticipated that a mere lad in the body refinement stage could conquer the 99 levels of the heavenly ladder trial and enter the legendary land of inheritance. Elder, he truly reached the summit, murmured a disciple of the Xiantian sect, his voice tinged with trepidation. The white-haired elder snorted coldly. turning his gaze toward the ruins of the stone hall, muttering, "Guard the exit. If he emerges, there will be no mercy." With a sweep of his sword, a wave of sword energy surged forth, and the disciples swiftly established a sword formation, sealing every possible escape route. Within the portal, Lin Tianxian felt a blur before his eyes as the scene abruptly transformed. He found himself standing on a blood-red wasteland, the sky a dark crimson, the ground fissured, and the air thick with rich spiritual energy and a faint hint of murderous intent. In the distance, a colossal blood-red altar loomed, a fist-sized crimson core suspended above it, radiating blinding light. Is this the land of inheritance? Lin Tianxian furrowed his brow, the bloodline of the devouring sky pulsating violently within him. The crimson patterns on his chest resonating as if summoned by some unseen force. Taking a deep breath, he strode towards the altar, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, his aura in the initial stage of chi refinement sweeping forth like a tempest. Surrounding the altar were ancient runes, exuding an air of antiquity. As Lin Tianxian ascended the first step of the altar, an invisible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, far more terrifying than the heavenly ladder trial. His legs sank, bones creaking, yet he sneered, activating the devouring sky bloodline, a crimson vortex appearing, devouring the spiritual energy amidst the pressure, his steps resolutely advancing. The altar comprised 9 steps. Upon reaching the 5th step, the pressure had accumulated like a mountain. Cold sweat beating on his forehead, breath quickening. Yet his eyes sparkled with fervor, the heat of the devouring sky bloodline intensifying. As if on the verge of breaking through some limit. With a decisive step, he ascended to the 9th step, standing before the crimson core. Devouring sky bloodline, successor. An ancient voice emanated from the core, imbued with a hint of authority. You have passed the heavenly ladder trial, proving your strength. Now, accept the inheritance. To gain the power of devouring sky, you must endure the baptism of the bloodline. The baptism of the bloodline? Lin Tianxian's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, he reached out to touch the core. In an instant, the core blazed with light. A torrent of blood-red energy surged into his body like a deluge. His body trembled violently, a searing pain akin to the tearing of tendons coursed through him, spiritual energy roiling as the devouring sky bloodline operated madly. Attempting to absorb this energy. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed within him, the blood-red energy refining like raging fire, cleansing his bones and meridians. His cultivation level surged, solidifying the barrier of the initial stage of chi refinement rapidly, even hinting at a breakthrough to the mid-stage. Yet the energy was too ferocious, his meridians nearly bursting. Blood seeping from his pores, staining the altar crimson. Ah! Lin Tianxian roared, fists clenched, struggling to remain upright. He sensed that this baptism not only elevated his cultivation, but also transformed his very body. The heat from the devouring sky bloodline surged like molten lava, the crimson patterns on his chest glowing intensely, seemingly expanding into a new network. Devouring sky bloodline, an ancient taboo, devouring all, defying heaven. The ancient voice continued. First layer of baptism, physical rebirth. Endure the pain to attain new life. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth, the crimson vortex around him swelling to 100 feet, devouring the blood-red energy. His bones crackled incessantly, muscles reorganizing, meridians expanding, the strength of his physique increasing at a visible rate. His aura grew ever stronger, faintly surpassing the limits of the initial stage of chi refinement. Boom! After a brief moment, a resounding crash echoed within him, signaling his official breakthrough to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Spiritual energy surged like a torrent, his meridians became more resilient, his body as solid as fine iron. When he struck the altar with a punch, it left a shallow imprint. Mid-stage of chi refinement. Lin Tianxian gasped, a smile breaking across his face, his eyes brimming with excitement. He could sense that the power of the devouring sky bloodline reached far beyond this. This baptism was merely the beginning. He lifted his gaze toward the core, murmuring, "What else? Bring it on." First layer of baptism, passed. The ancient voice resonated, and the core flickered with light, unleashing an even more violent surge of blood-red energy. This time, the energy was intertwined with a strange black mist, penetrating deep into Lin Tianxian and Apos' consciousness. Second layer of baptism, the manifestation of inner demons. The ancient voice carried a tone of grimness. Lin Tianxian's vision blurred as the scene abruptly shifted. He found himself in the martial arts arena of the Lin family, surrounded by a clamorous crowd. Lin Hao, Lin Tai, Lin Jinshan, and others encircled him, each grinning maliciously, weapons glinting ominously. Lin Tianxian, a waste is a waste. What does it matter if your bloodline awakens? Today, I will ensure you die without a complete corpse. Lin Hao sneered, unleashing a punch that bore down with the aura of the 5th stage of body refinement. Lin Tai followed closely, slamming down with the might of the 9th stage, shaking the ground beneath. Lin Tianxian furrowed his brow, recognizing this as a trial of inner demons. He scoffed coldly, activating the devouring sky bloodline, Yet in this illusion, he possessed no cultivation, remaining the innate waste he had always been. He attempted to resist, but his body felt weak and powerless, and he was struck down by Lin Hao's punch, blood gushing forth. Waste. Kneel. Lin Tai laughed wickedly, his foot pressing down on Lin Tianxin's chest. Lin Tianxin felt his ribs cave in, excruciating pain piercing his heart. The crowd's jeers crashed over him like a tidal wave. Lin Jinshan observing from a high platform with a cold gaze, muttering, "The direct line has fallen. Kill him to serve as a warning." Fury ignited within Lin Tianxin and Apos' eyes. He understood this was an illusion, yet the humiliation felt all too real. With a mighty roar, he shouted, "I am not a waste." Deep within his consciousness, the heat of the devouring sky bloodline erupted, and he sprang to his feet, delivering a punch at Lin Hao. Bang! Lin Hao was sent flying, the illusion trembling slightly. Bloodlight flickered in Lin Tianxin's eyes as he unleashed a flurry of punches toward Lin Tai, Lin Jinshan, and the others. With each strike, the illusion quaked further, his will gradually overpowering the inner demons. "Get lost!" he roared, shattering Lin Tai and Apos' skull with a punch, causing the illusion to collapse with a resounding crash. He stood once more on the altar, the blood-red energy still surging, yet his aura felt much more stable, eyes glinting with cold ferocity. Second layer of baptism, passed. The ancient voice resounded as Lin Tianxin raised his gaze to the core, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He understood that the most arduous trial, the third layer of baptism, was about to commence. Third layer of baptism, bloodline fusion. The core's brilliance surged dramatically, an even more tumultuous wave of blood-red energy erupted, this time interspersed with strands of golden light, penetrating deep into Lin Tianxin's bloodline. His body quivered violently, the devouring sky bloodline thrumming intensely. The crimson patterns on his chest rapidly expanding, forming a complex intertwining of gold and red. "Ah!" Lin Tianxin roared, the pain akin to 1,000 needles piercing through him. His bloodline seemingly torn apart and reassembled, golden strands merging with the devouring sky bloodline, unleashing a terrifying power. His cultivation surged once more, shattering the barrier of the mid-stage of chi refinement, breaking through to the late stage. Spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, his physical strength augmenting further, his aura becoming overwhelmingly suffocating. Boom! The altar trembled as Lin Tianxin delivered a punch, the force enveloped in golden red light, creating a deep crater in the altar and Apos' surface. He gasped, sensing the newfound power within, realizing that the devouring sky bloodline had evolved beyond mere consumption, now infused with an air of dominance and destruction. Third layer of baptism, passed. The ancient voice bore a hint of admiration. The devouring sky bloodline has fused with the power of inheritance, bestowing upon you the devouring sky secret technique. A flash of golden red light shot into Lin Tianxin's brow. Ancient texts and patterns materialized in his mind. Devouring sky dominating fist. Is this the devouring sky secret technique? Lin Tianxin closed his eyes, contemplating the profound intricacies of the technique. The devouring sky dominating fist comprised 9 forms, each embodying the power of devouring and annihilation. The first form, devouring earth, could crush opponents of the same level, and when all 9 forms were unleashed, they possessed the capacity to obliterate the heavens and extinguish the earth. He opened his eyes suddenly, delivering a punch with a resounding force, the golden red fist radiating brilliance, fracturing the altar beneath him, an awe-inspiring display of might. The inheritance has been bestowed, the bloodline awakens. Leaving this place, one defies the heavens. The ancient voice gradually fades. The blood-red crystal core's brilliance dims, ultimately disintegrating into powder. The altar trembles, and a luminous portal materializes. Lin Tianxin takes a deep breath and steps into the portal, his figure vanishing. Outside the portal, amidst the ruins of the stone hall in the Xiantian secret realm, a white-haired elder suddenly rises, his eyes filled with an overwhelming killing intent. He has emerged. With a thunderous roar, he commands the sword array to surge with brilliance. Dozens of sword energies poised to strike. As Lin Tianxin exits the portal, the aura of late-stage chi refinement sweeps forth like a tempest, sending debris flying. He surveys his surroundings with a cold smile. Xiantian sect, are you still unwilling to relent? Kill! The white-haired elder swings his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. A glimmer of icy light flashes in Lin Tianxin's eyes as he activates the Swallowing Sky bloodline, executing the first move of the Swallowing Sky dominance fist. A golden red fist radiance shines brilliantly. A blood-colored vortex engulfs the sword energies, devouring them all and sending them back in recoil. Boom! Several disciples are hurled away, spitting blood as they crash to the ground. The white-haired elder bellows in fury. The sword energy arcs toward Lin Tianxin. Unflinching, Lin Tianxin retaliates with a punch, the fist radiance colliding with the sword energy, resulting in a violent explosion of spiritual energy. He remains steadfast, while the elder is forced back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Late-stage chi refinement? The white-haired elder and Apos' pupils constrict in shock. Lin Tianqian smirks, unleashing a flurry of punches. The unmatched might of the swallowing sky dominant's fist shatters the sword array, eliciting cries of despair from the disciples, leaving a trail of casualties. Withdraw. The white-haired elder grits his teeth, leading his remnants to flee the stone hall. Lin Tianqian does not pursue. Instead, he turns to Lin Wan and Apos. She lies amidst the rubble. Her breath faint. He channels a wisp of spiritual energy into her body, and Lin Wan and Apos awakens groggily. You are unharmed? A glimmer of joy flashes in Lin Wan's eyes. Lin Tianqian nods. I am fine. Let us go. The debts between the Lin family and the Xintian sect must be settled. The two depart the stone hall, and beneath the night sky, Lin Tianqian's aura grows increasingly formidable, the power of the inheritance fully awakened. A storm of blood and carnage is about to unfold. Chapter 12. Blood-stained azure skies. The ruins of the stone hall in the heavenly secret realm lay in disarray under the cloak of night. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wan walked side by side, the moonlight cascading upon them, illuminating their resolute figures. Lin Tianqian, in the late stage of qi refinement, emanated an aura like a tempest, the power of the swallowing bloodline surging within him, with faint golden red patterns on his chest radiating a gentle glow. Having just acquired the swallowing dominance fist, both his physical prowess and cultivation had reached new heights, and his battle spirit burned fiercely. Although Lin Wan and Apos had yet to recover from her injuries, her eyes gleamed with a cold light, clearly indicating that her hatred for the Lin family had not diminished. In the distance, an elderly man with white hair fled in disarray, accompanied by the remnants of the Xintian sect. The aura fluctuations of the sword formation gradually dissipated. Lin Tianqian snorted softly, refraining from pursuit. He turned to Lin Wan and spoke in a deep voice. The Lin family conspired with the Xintian sect, causing me this suffering. This debt must be settled. What do you plan to do? Lin Wan and Apos gritted her teeth, tightly clutching the broken whip in her hand. That old dog Lin Jinshan has ruined my entire family. I want him dead. If you annihilate the Lin family, I will follow you. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes, clearly indicating her resolute decision. Very well. Lin Tianqian nodded, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. We shall first cleanse the Lin residents with blood, and then settle accounts with the Xintian sect. He turned towards the direction of Azure Cloud City, his steps resolute, with Lin Wan closely trailing behind. Their silhouettes resembled two arrows, slicing through the night. In Azure Cloud City, the Lin family estate was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Ever since Lin Tianqian had created chaos at the spiritual vein mine, Lin Jinshan had summoned all the experts to bolster their defenses. At this moment, in the Lin family's council hall, Lin Jinshan sat in the main seat, his expression somber. Lin Tai lay on a stretcher, his breath faint and his face twisted with resentment. A few elders sat gathered around, the atmosphere stifling. Patriarch, that little beast Lin Tianqian has killed disciples of the Xintian sect. They will not let this go easily, one elder whispered. If he returns, our Lin family may not be able to withstand it. Even if we cannot withstand it, we must try. Lin Tai roared, his voice hoarse. My son has been crippled by him, and I have been gravely injured. I cannot swallow this anger. The Xintian sect and Apos' people will arrive tomorrow. We just need to endure through tonight, and that little beast will surely die. Lin Jinshan frowned and spoke solemnly. Send the order down. Put the entire estate on high alert, and have all experts in the body refinement realm guard the gates. If he dares to come, we will show no mercy. Just as his words fell, a tremendous crash echoed from outside, shaking the entire Lin estate. Boom. The main gate of the Lin estate was shattered by a single punch. Wooden debris flying everywhere, and two gate guards were sent flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Lin Tianqian strode in, exuding an aura of slaughter. The pressure of his late-stage qi refinement enveloping the entire area. Behind him, Lin Wan, wielding her broken whip, glimmered with cold light in her eyes. Lin Jinshan, come out and face your death. Lin Tianqian roared, his voice like a thunderclap, causing the walls of the Lin estate to crack. The disciples inside were thrown into a panic, drawing their weapons, yet faced with such terrifying pressure, none could stand firm. Lin Tianqian, Lin Jinshan, along with the elders, charged out of the council hall. Upon seeing the devastation, his anger flared. You little beast, how dare you return to kill? Today, our Lin family will eradicate you. With a wave of his hand, dozens of body refinement realm experts surged forward, blades glinting and spiritual energy swirling, shaking the ground. Lin Tianqian sneered, activating his swallowing bloodline, and unleashed the first form of the swallowing dominance fist, swallowing the earth. The golden red fist light shone brightly, a blood-red vortex swirling forth, directly devouring the spiritual energy attacks from the frontline disciples. Boom. Several were sent flying, spitting blood onto the ground, their spiritual energy extinguished, transformed into lifeless husks. What? Lin Jinshan and Apos' pupils constricted, a flicker of fear rising within him. Lin Tianqian and Apos' strength far exceeded his previous capabilities, the aura of late-stage chi refinement overwhelming the scene, leaving Lin Jinshan feeling powerless. He bellowed, "Form a formation." The elders quickly gathered in a circle, intertwining their spiritual energies to create a colossal spiritual energy barrier, attempting to trap Lin Tianqian. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes as he unleashed the second form of the swallowing dominance fist, rending the sky. The fist light, like a rainbow, carried destructive force, tearing through the barrier and sending several elders flying, blood spurting from their mouths. "Wanna go?" Lin Tianqian shouted. Lin Wan and Apos' swung her long whip, the whip shadow resembling a dragon, coiling towards Lin Tai. Although her cultivation was not as formidable as Lin Tianqian and Apos', in Lin Tai and Apos' severely weakened state, it was lethal enough. Lin Tai screamed in terror, "Save me!" But the elders were too occupied to lend assistance. Bang! The long whip ensnared Lin Tai's neck, and with a fierce tug, his neck snapped. Lin Tai's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, lifeless. Lin Jinshan roared, "Lin Wanner, you dare to commit fratricide." "Fratricide?" Lin Wanner scoffed. "You destroyed my entire family. Today, I am merely collecting a debt." She swung her whip again, joining Lin Tianqian in the fray, their attacks intermingling as blood and flesh splattered in their wake. Grinding his teeth, Lin Jinshan stepped in personally, unleashing the aura of peak body refinement, slamming a palm towards Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian remained undeterred, executing the third form of the swallowing dominance fist, annihilating the mountain. The golden-red fist light imbued with devouring power clashed against the palm wind. Boom! Lin Jinshan was forced back several steps, his arm numb, while Lin Tianqian stood firm. The aura of late-stage chi refinement. Lin Jinshan's complexion paled, dread flooding his heart. He turned to flee, but Lin Tianqian moved like lightning, closing the distance in an instant, and unleashed a punch to Lin Jinshan's chest. Bang! Lin Jinshan's ribcage collapsed as he fell to the ground, blood spewing forth. His breath weak. "Patriarch!" The elders cried out in alarm. Lin Tianqian coldly snorted, his fists raining down, inflicting heavy casualties upon the Lin family's experts. Lin Wan and Apos' wielded her whip like a serpent, reaping the lives of the remaining enemies. The Lin estate transformed into a river of blood, cries of anguish echoing throughout. Moments later, the Lin estate fell silent, strewn with corpses. Lin Tianqian stood amidst the pool of blood, surveying his surroundings, and coldly declared, "The Lin family is finished." He turned to Lin Wan and Apos', whose eyes glimmered with tears, clearly a mix of emotions from avenging her family. "Let us go, the Xiantian sect awaits." Lin Tianqian spoke gravely, and Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. The two turned to leave. Just then, a series of urgent sounds pierced the night sky, as dozens of figures in white descended from above, led by the white-haired elder, his face etched with murderous intent. "Lin Tianqian, you have exterminated my sect's disciples and destroyed the Lin family. Today, you shall find no escape." The white-haired elder roared, swinging his sword, sending a torrent of sword energy hurtling towards Lin Tianqian. The disciples behind him unleashed their attacks, creating a net of sword energy that sealed their escape route. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he unleashed the fourth form of the swallowing dominance fist, devouring the heavens. The golden-red fist light surged, transforming into a torrent of blood-red vortexes, devouring the incoming sword energy and reflecting it back. Boom! Several disciples were sent flying, blood spurting forth, while the white-haired elder was also forced back by the shockwave. Altogether, the white-haired elder bellowed, unleashing the full force of his late-stage chi refinement aura, sword energy crashing like a tidal wave. Lin Tianqian smirked, his fist striking in rapid succession, the swallowing dominance fist unmatched in might, shattering the sword energy and causing heavy casualties among the disciples. Lin Wan and Apos' utilized her whip to restrain the outer disciples while Lin Tianqian charged directly at the white-haired elder, executing the fifth form of the swallowing dominance fist, shattering the earth. The fist light surged like a mountain, imbued with destructive power, smashing towards the white-haired elder. The elder swung his sword in defense, but the sword light shattered instantly, sending him flying to the ground, his breath faint. "Retreat!" The white-haired elder gritted his teeth, leading the remnants of his forces in retreat. Lin Tianqian did not pursue. Instead, he gazed towards Azure Cloud City, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Xiantian sect. This is merely the beginning." Under the night sky, the Lin estate lay in ruins, Azure Cloud City trembling in response. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wan stood side by side amidst the blood-soaked ground. A greater storm was poised to erupt. Chapter 13. The wrath of Xiantian. The night in Qingyun City was tainted with the scent of blood, as the Lin family estate lay in ruins. Amidst the shattered walls and scattered corpses, Lin Tianqian stood at the center, his blood-soaked black robe billowing around him. The aura of a late-stage chi refinement practitioner surged like a tempest, while the fierce current of the swallowing bloodline coursed through his veins. with golden red patterns emanating a faint glow. His fists clenched tightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes lingered. Having just avenged the Lin family and repelled the pursuing forces of the Xiantian sect, allowing his rage to find momentary release. Beside him stood Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, her crimson attire tattered and a bloody whip hanging from her hand. She gazed at the sea of bodies, tears shimmering in her eyes as the exhilaration of vengeance intertwined with the sorrow of lost kin, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Tianqian cast a glance at her and spoke solemnly. The Lin family is finished, and the Xiantian sect will not rest easy. What are your plans from here? Taking a deep breath, Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, wiped away her tears, her voice resolute. Those old dogs of the Lin family colluded with the Xiantian sect, bringing ruin upon us. I will follow you to the end. As long as the Xiantian sect exists, I shall not cease my pursuit. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in her eyes, evidently having redirected her hatred towards a greater foe. Very well, Lin Tianqian nodded, a hint of admiration crossing his gaze. Then let us march upon the Xiantian sect together, and make them understand the consequences of provoking me. He turned to face the vast night beyond Qingyun City, his steps firm, with Lin Wanner closely following, their silhouettes fading into the shadows. Meanwhile, in a dense forest 10 miles outside Qingyun City, an elderly man with white hair led the remnants of the Xiantian sect and Amp, Oppos, disciples. Panting heavily, pain throbbed in his chest, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His aura as a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner diminished. Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos, swallowing heaven fist had severely wounded him, and over half of his disciples had perished, leaving him utterly humiliated. Elder, that Lin Tianqian, a disciple whispered, fear evident in his eyes. The white-haired elder snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. This child possesses a peculiar bloodline and has reached the late stage of Qi refinement. He must not be underestimated. Return to the sect immediately and request the sect master to dispatch elite fighters to eliminate him. He crushed a communication jade talisman, sending a beam of light soaring towards the Xiantian sect. As the night wind swept through, Qingyun City fell into a brief calm. Yet everyone sensed that a greater storm was imminent. The following morning, Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner arrived at a desolate mountain outside Qingyun City. They had traveled throughout the night, evading the watchful eyes of the city, temporarily concealing their whereabouts. Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged on a massive stone, closing his eyes to cultivate the swallowing bloodline circulating within him, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to solidify his late-stage Qi refinement cultivation. Lin Wanner, meanwhile, tended to her wounds, the spiritual energy gradually mending her meridians, and her complexion returning to a healthy hue. The Xiantian sect is 100 miles from here. Far more powerful than the Lin family, Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, spoke in a low voice. It is rumored that the sect master, Xiantian Jinren, has reached the initial stage of the nascent origin realm, and many elders are late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, with even nascent origin guest elders stationed there. If you charge in recklessly, it may not end well for you. Lin Tianqian opened his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. What of the nascent origin realm? I possess the swallowing bloodline and will not stop until their sect crumbles. He rose to his feet, delivering a punch against the stone, golden red fist light erupting forth, shattering the rock with overwhelming force. Lin Wan and Oppos, furrowed her brow and said softly, I am not urging you to retreat, but the Xiantian sect is deeply rooted. If you charge in without preparation, you may find it difficult to escape unharmed. It would be wiser to find a place to enhance your cultivation first before making plans. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianqian nodded. You are right. I have just inherited this power, and my cultivation is not yet stable. If I can break through to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, I will have a greater chance against the Xiantian sect. He recalled the swallowing secret history mentioned in the Tianqian secret realm, which hinted at the possibility of a spiritual vein deep within, perhaps aiding him in his advancement. Then let us return to the Tianqian secret realm, Lin Tianqian declared decisively. The spiritual energy there is abundant, and there are unexplored areas sufficient for my breakthrough. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement, and they wasted no time, turning towards the direction of the secret realm. At the entrance of the Tianqian secret realm, the stone door still loomed tall. Lin Tianqian pressed the jade pendant against it, and the runes glowed, causing the stone door to thunderously open. The two entered the passage, which then sealed behind them, isolating them from the outside world. The rich spiritual energy within the passage rejuvenated Lin Tianqian, healing his injuries completely, while Lin Wanner restored her peak condition at the 7th level of body refinement. At the end of the passage was the ruin of a stone hall. Lin Tianqian's gaze swept across the area and suddenly fixed upon a fragment of stone beside the remains of an altar. Inscribed upon it were the words, Deep within the secret realm, the spiritual vein lies hidden. His eyes lit up as he murmured, Indeed, there is a spiritual vein. With a powerful strike, he shattered the ground, revealing a deep, dark passage from which spiritual energy surged forth, dense enough to nearly condense into mist. Lin Tianxian and Lin Wan and Apos leaped into the passage, proceeding forward until they reached an underground cavern. In the center of the cavern, a massive spiritual vein coiled like a dragon, radiating brilliant light, while piles of spirit stones loomed like mountains, causing the air to tremble with the waves of spiritual energy. An exquisite spiritual vein. Lin Wanner gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Tianxian grinned, approaching the spiritual vein, activating his swallowing bloodline, causing a blood-red vortex to swell and voraciously consume the spiritual energy. His cultivation soared, the barriers of late-stage qi refinement solidifying rapidly, with faint signs of a breakthrough emerging. Wan and Apos, guard me. Lin Tianxian seated himself cross-legged, his palms resting on the spiritual vein as he unleashed his full absorbing power. The vein dimmed. Waves of spiritual energy surged into his body, expanding his meridians as the golden red patterns on his skin shone brilliantly. Lin Wan and Apos, gripping her broken whip, stood vigilantly by his side, attentively watching their surroundings. Boom. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Tianxian as his cultivation broke through to the pinnacle of qi refinement. His aura surged like a raging dragon, and with a powerful punch, he unleashed a golden red fist light imbued with the might of the swallowing bloodline, smashing a deep pit into the cavern's stone wall. Rising to his feet, his eyes gleamed with fervor. I have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cavern, and dozens of formidable auras rapidly approached. Lin Tianxian furrowed his brow and whispered, "The Xiantian sect is on our trail." The entrance of the cavern exploded open, and the white-haired elder, accompanied by a group of Xiantian sect elites, charged in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his aura unfathomable. It was the sect master, Xiantian Jinren, exuding the pressure of an initial-stage nascent origin practitioner. His gaze locked onto Lin Tianxian, a cold voice declaring, with the swallowing bloodline, "You shall surely perish today, master." The white-haired elder bowed respectfully, then grinned maliciously. "This brat annihilated my Lin family and slaughtered my disciples. He cannot be spared." Xiantian Jinren nodded, and with a sweep of his sword, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at Lin Tianxian. Lin Tianxian scoffed, unleashing the fifth form of his swallowing bloodline fist, the golden red fist light colliding with the sword energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. He was knocked back several steps, his arm tingling from the impact. The strength of the nascent origin realm far surpassed that of qi refinement, and the sword energy, infused with the power of the Yuan Dan, bore down on him with unprecedented pressure. Wan and Amp, Apos, retreat. Lin Tianxian bellowed, prompting Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, to swiftly sidestep. Xiantian Jinren snorted coldly, the sword's momentum relentless, as waves of sword energy surged forth. Lin Tianxian unleashed a barrage of punches, the sixth form of his swallowing bloodline fist tearing through the air. But he too was thrown back, blood spilling from his mouth. The nascent origin realm is indeed formidable. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth, pushing the swallowing bloodline to its limits as the blood-red vortex expanded to 200 feet, devouring the spiritual energy within the cavern. His aura swelled further, forcefully blocking the sword energy as he charged toward Xiantian Jinren. Seeking death, Xiantian Jinren roared, transforming his sword energy into a colossal shadow, crashing down with thunderous force. Lin Tianxian's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he unleashed the seventh form of his swallowing bloodline fist, the golden red fist light enveloped in destructive power, clashing fiercely with the sword shadow. Boom. The cavern trembled violently, and Lin Tianxian was sent flying, blood spilling as he fell, while Xiantian Jinren was also pushed back several steps by the recoil. "Master, let us attack together," the white-haired elder shouted, rallying his disciples for an assault. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth and rose, his eyes filled with madness. "I will fight to the bitter end." He launched a punch, the blood-red vortex sweeping across the chamber, consuming the spiritual energy of his enemies, plunging the battle into chaos. Within the cavern, a bloody confrontation was poised to erupt. Chapter 14, Blood Battle in the Secret Realm. Within the subterranean caverns of the Tianxian Secret Realm, spiritual energy surged like mist. The brilliance of the supreme spiritual vein dimmed considerably. Lin Tianxian stood at the heart of the cave, his body stained with blood, exuding the ferocity of a peak qi refining realm cultivator, akin to a roaring dragon. Just as he had broken through to a new realm, he found himself beset by the ruthless assault of Xiantian Zong and Apos' leader, Xiantian Jinren. The oppressive aura of the initial stage of the enveloped the area, as the golden-robed figure wielded his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, imbued with destructive force, aimed directly at Lin Tianxian. Lin Wanner retreated to a corner of the cave, her crimson attire soaked in blood, clutching a severed whip, her eyes filled with anxiety. Despite possessing strength at the 7th level of physical refinement, she felt like an ant before the, forced to grit her teeth and watch the battle unfold. An elder with white hair led a circle of late-stage, chi-refining disciples, their sword energies intertwining to form a net that sealed Lin Tianxin's escape. Lin Tianxin, today you shall have no means of escape, sneered Xiantian Jinren, his sword intent unyielding, crashing down like a tsunami. The glint in Lin Tianxin and Appo's eyes flickered coldly as he fully activated his bloodline of the devouring sky, his blood-colored vortex swelling to 200 feet. Golden red patterns radiating with blinding light. He unleashed the seventh strike of the devouring sky dominance, the fist light resembling a mountain, carrying both annihilation and devouring power, clashing directly with the sword energy. Boom! The explosion of spiritual energy reverberated through the cavern, causing tremors, while the stone walls cracked. Lin Tianxin was forced back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his fists a bloody mess. The sword energy of Xiantian Jinren, containing the power of the Yuan Dan, far exceeded the limits of the Qi refining realm, pressing upon him with unprecedented weight. Yet he did not falter. Instead, a wild grin spread across his face as madness ignited within his gaze. What of the? I shall fight to the end. Seeking death, roared Xiantian Jinren, raising his sword high, 100-foot sword shadow materializing, its energy descending like celestial thunder. Lin Tianxin gritted his teeth, thrusting both fists forward, the blood vortex transforming into twin torrents of devouring force, surging towards the sword shadow. Rumbling. The collision of sword shadow and vortex sent Lin Tianxin flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Master, kill him. The white-haired elder cackled, leading his disciples in a frenzied assault, sword energies raining down, aiming to capitalize on the moment. Lin Tianxin roared in fury, springing to his feet, the bloodline of the devouring sky operating at its peak. The blood vortex sweeping through the area, consuming the spiritual energy of his enemies. He struck out with a punch, the golden red fist light tearing through the sword energies, catching two disciples off guard, draining their spiritual essence until they became mere husks. Scoundrel! Xiantian Jinren's murderous intent intensified as the sword energy transformed into an intricate web, trapping Lin Tianxin within. The sword energies crisscrossed, blocking all paths of retreat. Lin Tianxin snorted coldly, executing the sixth strike of the devouring sky dominance. With fist light soaring like a rainbow, the devouring force ripping apart the sword web, though he too was left with numerous wounds from the sword energies, blood staining the ground. Tianxin, Lin Wanner gasped, her whip lashing out in an attempt to bind the white-haired elder. With a mere flick of his sword, the elder severed the whip, the backlash sending Lin Wanner crashing against the wall, blood spilling as she fell unconscious. Trash! Xiantian Jinren cast a disdainful glance at her, his sword energy surging once more, coalescing into an even more terrifying sword shadow, its blade like a rainbow, slicing towards Lin Tianxin. Bloodlight flickered in Lin Tianxin's eyes, the heat from the bloodline of the devouring sky erupting like a volcano. He stepped forward with ferocity, unleashing the eighth strike of the devouring sky dominance. The golden red fist light swelled, the blood vortex transforming into a devouring storm, sweeping across the battlefield. The sword shadow was consumed by the vortex, yet the residual force slammed into Lin Tianxin and Appo's chest, causing him to grunt as his sternum caved in, his body flying backward, crashing against the spiritual vein, blood gushing forth. Still not dead? Xiantian Jinren scoffed, shaking his sword, the energy coiling like a dragon, aiming for Lin Tianxin's throat. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce him, a thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Tianxin, the bloodline of the devouring sky pulsating fiercely, the golden red patterns glowing brilliantly as an invisible force exploded from him. I am tenacious, Lin Tianxin bellowed, seizing the spiritual vein, the devouring power surging forth in full force. The supreme spiritual vein's radiance rapidly dimmed, torrents of spiritual energy flooding into him. His meridians expanded, spiritual energy surging, his cultivation breaking through to the pinnacle of the Qi refining realm, faintly brushing against the threshold of the boom. He hurled a punch, the golden red fist light entwined with devouring power, shattering the sword energy and propelling the punch directly towards Xiantian Jinren. The latter attempted to parry with his sword, but the devouring force drained his spiritual essence, causing his sword momentum to falter, and he was forced back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What? The elder and Appo's pupils constricted, a flicker of fear rising within him. Though Lin Tianxin had not truly broken through to he was now perilously close. The overwhelming might of the bloodline of the devouring sky unsettling him. Attack together, Xiantian Jinren roared, the sword energy surging like a sea as he led his disciples in a combined assault. Lin Tianxin's eyes sparkled with madness as he unleashed a flurry of punches. The devouring sky dominance unmatched, shattering the sword energies, leaving a trail of casualties among the disciples. He charged towards Xiantian Jinren, delivering a punch that rent the air as the cave trembled. Boom! Xiantian Jinren was struck, blood spewing forth as he staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianqian pursued relentlessly, his fists raining down like a tempest, leaving his adversary utterly defenseless. The white-haired elder attempted a sneak attack, but Lin Tianqian retaliated with a punch. The blood vortex consuming his spiritual essence and sending him crashing to the ground, his vitality diminished. "Master!" The disciples cried out, their morale collapsing. Lin Tianqian surveyed the surroundings, coldly declaring, "Who is next?" No one dared to respond. He advanced a step, his fist like thunder, forcing the Xiantianzong experts to retreat in disarray. "Retreat!" Xiantian Jinren gritted his teeth, swinging his sword, forming a protective barrier of sword energy as he led the remnants towards the exit of the cave. Lin Tianqian did not pursue. He gasped for breath, his body drenched in blood, turning to Lin Wanner, who lay unconscious on the ground. He infused a wisp of spiritual energy into her, and she gradually awoke. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with relief. Lin Tianqian nodded, whispering, "I am fine. But the Xiantianzong will not let this go. We must leave quickly." He assisted her to her feet, heading towards the remnants of the spiritual vein. The supreme spiritual vein had been nearly entirely consumed by him, leaving only a few spiritual stones. He seized the stones and devoured them, his energy slightly restored. The two departed the cavern, retracing their steps through the dark passage back to the ruins of the stone hall. Outside the stone hall, night deepened, and Lin Tianqian gazed skyward, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. "Xiantianzong, this is merely the beginning." He understood that Xiantian Jinren would return to the sect, rallying more powerful cultivators. The next confrontation would be far more perilous. "Tianqian, your bloodline." Lin Wanner hesitated before softly stating, "The power you exhibited just now seemed even stronger than before." Lin Tianqian nodded, closing his eyes to introspect, discovering that under the pressure of life and death, the bloodline of the devouring sky had subtly awakened a new ability. After consuming an enemy's spiritual energy, it could temporarily enhance his own power. "The bloodline of the devouring sky is indeed extraordinary," Lin Tianqian grinned. "Let us return to Qingyun City and meet up with Lu Qingyan. We will settle the score with the Xiantianzong in due time." As they left the secret realm, the night wind swept away the scent of blood. The skies over Qingyun City darkened ominously, heralding a brewing storm of greater magnitude. Meanwhile, within the gates of the Xiantianzong, Xiantian Jinren sat cross-legged, nursing his injuries. His eyes filled with venomous hatred. He murmured, "Send word to gather all elders. Prepare for battle. Lin Tianqian must die." In the dense forest outside the cave, a cloaked figure emerged stealthily, the mysterious individual from the Lin family. Observing the direction Lin Tianqian had departed, he murmured to himself, "The bloodline of the devouring sky is growing far too quickly. I must inform the higher-ups." With a flash, he vanished into the darkness of the night. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wan and Appos rushed back to Qingyun City through the night, the lights of the city lord and Appos' manor illuminating their path. Unbeknownst to them, a far larger web was silently unfolding around them. Chapter 15. Undercurrents. The night in Qingyun City was profound, with the lights of the city lord and Appos' mansion flickering like a solitary beacon against the darkness. Lin Tianqian and Lin Wan and Appos returned from the Tianqian secret realm, and as they stepped through the mansion's grand entrance, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Their bodies were stained with blood, and though their breaths were slightly disordered, an indomitable fighting spirit burned in their eyes. Lin Tianqian had firmly established his cultivation at the pinnacle of the qi refining realm during the bloody battle in the secret realm, and the awakening of his Tongtian bloodline and Appos' new ability, briefly enhancing his own strength, greatly boosted his confidence. Lin Wan and Appos, despite her injuries, pressed on, driven by the resolve to avenge her family. In the hall, Lu Qingyan leaned against the window, her azure dress billowing gently as she delicately twirled a jade flute in her hands. Sensing the presence outside, she turned to see Lin Tianqian and Lin Wan and Appos return, her eyes widening in surprise. "You truly made it back alive. What of the Xiantian sect?" "They fled," Lin Tianqian scoffed, striding into the hall and casually tossing a spirit stone, recovered from the secret realm, onto the table. "Xiantian Jinren led his men into the secret realm, but was repelled by me." The old white-haired man was also gravely injured and escaped. However, they will not let this go lightly. Lu Qingyan approached, her gaze fixed on the spirit stone, its rich spiritual energy causing her pupils to constrict. "A top-grade spirit stone? Did you uncover a vein of spiritual energy in the secret realm?" She looked up at Lin Tianqian, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Indeed," Lin Tianqian affirmed, his voice steady. "Deep within the secret realm, I discovered a top-grade spiritual vein, from which I absorbed a significant portion, allowing me to break through to the pinnacle of qi refining. If the Xiantian sect dares to return, I shall ensure they do not leave." A fierce killing intent surged in his eyes, the golden-red radiance of the Tongtian Bawang fist flickering at his fists, exuding an astonishing aura. Lin Wanner interjected, "Xiantian Jinren is at the early stage of the condensation realm, far exceeding our expectations. Were it not for Tianqian and Amp, Appo's extraordinary bloodline, we might not have returned. Miss Liu, does the city lord and Amp, Appo's mansion have any countermeasures? Lu Qingyan pondered briefly before responding. My father returned to the city last night and has summoned skilled warriors to prepare for battle. With the news of the Lin family and Appo's destruction spreading, the people of Qingyun City are in a state of panic. If the Xiantian sect retaliates, the city lord's mansion will be the first to bear the brunt. She paused, locking eyes with Lin Tianqian. You have destroyed the Lin family and severely wounded the Xiantian sect. They now view you as a thorn in their side. What are your intentions? Lin Tianqian sneered. What are my intentions? I shall march into the Xiantian sect and obliterate them. He clenched his fists, the hot flow of the Tongtian bloodline surging within him. With the Tongtian Bawang fist, if I advance my cultivation even further, the condensation realm will be no match for me. Such bold words. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. However, the Xiantian sect possesses deep roots. Their leader, Xiantian Jinren, is merely the tip of the iceberg. It is rumored that they have an even greater backing. If you recklessly charge in, the outcome may be grim. Lin Tianqian frowned. A greater backing? The shadow of the cloaked figure he encountered in the ruins of the Lin residence flashed through his mind, stirring unease within him. Lu Qingyan nodded, speaking softly. My father once mentioned that the Xiantian sect has ties with the Tianyun sect beyond the Qingyun mountain range. The leader of the Tianyun sect is a powerful figure at the transformation realm. Should they intervene, both you and I may find ourselves in peril. The transformation realm. A flicker of gravity crossed Lin Tianqian and Appo's eyes before he coldly huffed. What does their realm matter? If they provoke me, I shall deal with them one by one. Though he spoke defiantly, he understood that with his current strength, facing an opponent at the transformation realm would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. City Lord Lu Yuntian burst through the door. His imposing figure radiating the aura of the pinnacle of the qi refining realm, wielding a long spear with a face etched in fury. Qingyan, Tianqian. The Xiantian sect has sent a message. He tossed a blood-red letter onto the table. Lin Tianqian picked it up and read the menacing characters. Lin Tianqian, in 3 days. At the gate of the Xiantian sect, we shall fight to the death. Should you fail to appear, we will slaughter all of Qingyun City. The letter bore the signature of Xiantian Jinren, and its contents dripped with murderous intent. A fight to the death? Lin Tianqian sneered as he crumpled the letter in his hand. Excellent. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to settle this score. He turned to Lu Yuntian. City Lord, the Xiantian sect is forcing us to take action. What are your thoughts? Lu Yuntian growled. The Xiantian sect harbors wild ambitions and has coveted Qingyun City for a long time. This time, they colluded with the Lin family, and the evidence is irrefutable. How could I stand idly by? In 3 days, I will lead the elite forces of the city lord's mansion alongside you to strike at the Xiantian sect. Very well. Lin Tianqian clasped his fists, confident that with the support of the city lord and Appo's mansion, the Xiantian sect would surely be annihilated. Lu Qingyan interjected. Father, I wish to join. The clues regarding the Qingyun mountain ruins may be seized from the Xiantian sect. Lu Yuntian nodded, and the three reached a consensus. Lin Tianqian and Lin Waner decided to remain in the city lord's mansion to recuperate, with Lin Wan and Appo's tending to her injuries while Lin Tianqian entered seclusion to comprehend the Tongtian Bawang fist. Having initially grasped the 8th style, he aimed to master the 9th style, which would possess sufficient power to crush opponents at the early stage of the condensation realm. Meanwhile, within the gates of the Xiantian sect, the atmosphere was suffocating. Xiantian Jinren sat cross-legged at the head of the grand hall, his golden robe stained with blood, his aura waning. He had been grievously injured by Lin Tianqian in the secret realm, with his Yuan Dan damaged, and now he consumed medicinal pills to heal. An elderly man with white hair knelt beside him, bloodied and murmuring, Sect leader, that Lin Tianqian and Appo's bloodline is too peculiar. If he is not dealt with, he will surely become a major threat. Nonsense. Xiantian Jinren roared, shattering the stone table beside him with a palm. I have sent word to the Tianyun sect. In 3 days, they will dispatch powerful reinforcements. If Lin Tianqian dares to come, I will ensure he meets a gruesome end. A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. The Tongtian bloodline, a forbidden power. If I can seize it, perhaps I can break through to the mid-stage of the condensation realm. The elderly man nodded, speaking respectfully. Your wisdom is unmatched, sect leader. If the Tianyun sect intervenes, that brat will have nowhere to escape. He paused, then added cautiously, however. It seems the city lord's mansion in Qingyun City is making moves and may interfere. Lu Yuntian. Xiantian Jinren scoffed. A mere pinnacle qi refining cultivator dares to oppose me? Once the experts from the Tianyun sect arrive, the city lord's mansion will be nothing but a collection of chickens and dogs. He rose, his sword-like aura soaring, commanding, dispatch orders throughout the sect. Prepare for battle. In 3 days, we shall wash Qingyun City in blood. Outside the grand hall, disciples scrambled into action, the Shantian sect's gates brimming with tension and murderous intent. Within the city lord's mansion, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, his fists glowing with a golden-red radiance. He repeatedly practiced the ninth style of the Tongtian Bawang fist, the power of which was unparalleled, requiring the Tongtian bloodline to be pushed to its limits. As he tightened his fists, spiritual energy surged violently into them. He unleashed a punch, and the golden-red fist radiance dazzled, causing the walls of the room to crack. Just a little more. Lin Tianqian frowned. Although the flow of the Tongtian bloodline was powerful, he was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the ninth style. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the last top-grade spirit stone he had brought back from the secret realm and consumed it entirely. Spiritual energy surged within him once more. The power of the Tongtian bloodline increasing, the golden-red patterns subtly expanding. Boom. He unleashed another punch, and the golden-red fist radiance transformed into a devouring tempest, instantly shattering the furniture and collapsing the walls. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with fervor. The ninth style is complete. Rising to his feet, his aura surged, vaguely exuding the might of the condensation realm. Outside, Lin Wanner entered, and upon witnessing the chaos, she paused momentarily. Tianqian, you? Lin Tianqian grinned broadly. No worries. I have made another breakthrough in my cultivation. In 3 days, the Shantian sect will surely be destroyed. Lin Wan and Appos nodded, then spoke softly. Lu Qingyan mentioned that spies from the city lord's mansion reported that the Shantian sect seems to have reinforcements, possibly more than just Shantian Jinren. Lin Tianqian's brow furrowed, unease swelling within him. He recalled Lu Qingyan and Appos' mention of the Tianyan sect. If a powerful figure at the transformation realm intervened, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Let them come. I shall slay them. Lin Tianqian coldly huffed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He stepped out of the room, joining Lu Yuntian and Lu Qingyan to discuss their final strategies. The 3 days passed swiftly, and the impending clash between Qingyun City and the Shantian sect loomed ominously. As the night deepened, within the dense forest outside Qingyun City, a cloaked figure stood beneath an ancient tree, clutching a message jade talisman. He murmured to himself, the Tongtian bloodline has awakened. If the Tianyan sect does not act swiftly, the consequences will be dire. The talisman glowed, and his figure vanished. As a larger scheme quietly unfolded, within the city lord and Appos' mansion, Lin Tianqian stood resolute, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. In 3 days, a bloodbath awaited. Chapter 16. The final battle at Shantian. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the sky over Qingyun City was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, as if heralding the arrival of a bloody storm. Within the lord and Appos' mansion, Lin Tianqian, Lin Wan and Appos', Lu Qingyan, and Lu Yutian led over 100 elite experts, all prepared for battle. Lin Tianqian, clad in a blood-stained black robe, bore the shimmering golden-red patterns on his chest, emanating an aura of peak chi refinement, akin to a roaring dragon. The fiery flow of the swallowing heaven bloodline surged within him. As he grasped the profound essence of the ninth style of the swallowing heaven overlord fist, poised for action, Lin Wanner, dressed in a freshly repaired crimson robe, wielded a newly crafted long whip. Although her aura of the 7th level of body refinement did not match Lin Tianqian's, it was resolute as iron. Lu Qingyan, in a flowing azure dress, held a jade flute, while Lu Yuntian brandished a spear, his peak chi refinement pressure commanding respect throughout the assembly. The Shantian sect had gone too far. Today's battle would be one of life and death. Lu Yuntian bellowed, raising his spear, igniting the morale of the allied forces. Lin Tianqian smirked, declaring, Shantian Jinren, I have arrived. Leading the coalition, he charged towards the gates of the Shantian sect, their murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Meanwhile, before the gates of the Shantian sect, sword energy crisscrossed as spiritual energy surged like a tsunami. Shantian Jinren, clad in a golden robe, exuded an aura of early-stage essence condensation that overwhelmed the surroundings. In his hand, a long sword gleamed coldly, while behind him stood a white-haired elder and dozens of elders and disciples, arranged in formation. Above the mountain gate, 3 dark figures descended from the clouds, the foremost being a gray-robed elder with an unfathomable presence, clearly at mid-stage essence condensation, with the other 2 also at early-stage essence condensation. Evidently reinforcements sent by the Tianyan sect. Shantian Jinren, that little beast Lin Tianqian has arrived? The gray-robed elder spoke coldly, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Shantian Jinren responded respectfully. Elder Mo, the 3-day agreement has arrived. Should that brat dare come, he will undoubtedly perish. With the aid of the Tianyan sect, the swallowing heaven bloodline will be ours. Humph, the swallowing heaven bloodline, an ancient taboo. If offered to the sect master, we shall all be rewarded. Elder Mo sneered, waving his long sleeves as spiritual energy transformed into a luminous barrier, enveloping the mountain gate. The morale of the Shantian sect disciples surged, their sword formations gathering strength. At noon, Lin Tianqian and the coalition reached the gates of the Shantian sect. He looked up to see the formidable gates. The three presences from the Tianyun sect looming like mountains, causing his heart to sink. Lu Yuntian frowned and whispered, "The Tianyun sect has intervened. Mid-stage essence condensation. Tianchun, this battle will be difficult. Difficult or not, we must fight." Lin Tianxun's eyes gleamed with cold light as the swallowing heaven bloodline surged within him. A blood-red vortex swirling around him. "Xiantianjinren, come out and face your death," he roared, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the mountain gate. "Impudent." Xiantianjinren stepped forward. Swinging his sword, the sword energy shooting towards Lin Tianxun. Lin Tianxun scoffed, unleashing the ninth style of the swallowing Heaven-Overlord fist. His golden-red fistlight surged. The blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring storm, clashing against the sword energy. Boom. The spiritual energy erupted, and Lin Tianxun was pushed back several steps, his arm numb. Xiantianjinren was also forced back by the rebound, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Kill!" Lu Yuntian shouted, thrusting his spear, the coalition charging forward. Lin Wan and Appos, and Appos' long whip danced like a dragon, while Lu Qingyan and Appos' jade flute emitted sound waves that transformed into a spiritual energy assault. Engaging in fierce combat with the disciples of the Xiantian sect, sword energy surged, bloodlight soaring, and both sides were instantly engulfed in chaos. Lin Tianxun barreled towards Xiantianjinren, his fist striking in rapid succession, the might of the swallowing Heaven-Overlord fist overwhelming, shattering the sword energy. Xiantianjinren roared in anger. His sword intent relentless, the power of his essence core erupting as sword energy surged like an ocean, pressing forward. Lin Tianxun's blood-red vortex devoured the sword energy, his fists tearing through the sword net. They exchanged dozens of blows without yielding ground. "Elder Imo, assist me," Xiantianjinren bellowed through gritted teeth. Elder Imo, sneering, waved his sleeve, unleashing a luminous palm of spiritual energy, the pressure of mid-stage essence condensation crashing down like a landslide towards Lin Tianxun. Lin Tianxun's eyes blazed with bloodlust as he fully activated the swallowing heaven bloodline, the vortex expanding to 300 feet, devouring the force of the luminous palm. He retaliated with a punch, the golden-red fist light colliding with the palm. Boom. Lin Tianxun was sent flying, spitting blood as he hit the ground. While Elder Imo was also forced back several steps, shock filling his eyes. "This kid and Appos' bloodline can actually withstand my strike." He waved his sleeves again, sending two luminous palms crashing down. Lin Tianxun gritted his teeth and stood, unleashing the ninth style of the swallowing Heaven-Overlord fist in rapid succession, desperately blocking the onslaught. Though blood flowed profusely from his chest, his energy waning. "Tianxun," Lu Qingyan cried out, the sound wave from her jade flute forming a barrier of spiritual energy to shield Lin Tianxun. Lin Wanner's long whip lashed out at Elder Imo, but was struck away by another mid-stage essence condensation expert from the Tianyun sect, causing her to crash to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. "Ants." Elder Imo snorted coldly, summoning another luminous palm aimed directly at Lin Tianxun. Lu Yuntian roared, thrusting his spear, the spear light clashing with the luminous palm, yet his peak chi refinement strength was no match for mid-stage essence condensation, and he was sent flying several dozen feet. Collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. "Father!" Lu Qingyan gasped in alarm, channeling all her strength through the jade flute. But Elder Imo casually shattered the sound wave with a single palm, causing her to spit blood and stagger back, her energy diminished. The morale of the coalition crumbled, and the disciples of the Xiantian sect seized the opportunity to counterattack, resulting in heavy casualties. Lin Tianxun struggled to rise, his body drenched in blood, his eyes filled with madness. He growled, "As long as I live, you shall all accompany me to the grave." The swallowing heaven bloodline surged to its limit, the golden-red patterns shining brilliantly as he charged towards Elder Imo, his fist striking out, the blood-red vortex devouring the opponent and Appos' spiritual energy, his fists like the collapse of heaven and earth. Boom. Elder Imo was struck, retreating several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. While Lin Tianxun was also sent flying by the backlash, crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Seizing the moment, Xiantianjinren lunged forward with his sword. Lin Tianxun dodging to the side, the sword energy grazing his shoulder, blood gushing forth. "Die!" Elder Imo and Xiantianjinren combined their attacks, the luminous palm and sword energy striking together. Lin Tianxun gritted his teeth, unleashing his fists, the blood-red vortex absorbing the onslaught. But his body could no longer bear the strain, half kneeling on the ground, blood staining the earth. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. "Stop!" A figure descended from the sky, spiritual energy forming a luminous barrier that blocked the luminous palm and sword energy. The figure, clad in a green robe, exuded a powerful aura, clearly at late-stage essence condensation. Upon landing, he cast a cold gaze at Elder Imo, stating, "Tianyun sect. How dare you meddle in the affairs of Qingyun City? Qingyun ancestor." Xiantianjinren's pupils constricted, a flicker of fear surging within him. The newcomer was none other than the reclusive powerhouse of Qingyun City, the Qingyun ancestor, rumored to have been in seclusion for many years. Now emerging with his cultivation having reached late-stage essence condensation. Lin Tianqian is one of my own from Qingyun City. You have gone too far. The Qingyun ancestor scoffed, striking out with a palm, the spiritual energy crashing like a tsunami, sending Elder Mo and Xiantian Jinren retreating several dozen feet, spitting blood uncontrollably. The other two from the Tianyun sect attempted to intervene, but were swiftly subdued by the Qingyun ancestor and Apos' sweeping gesture, the luminous barrier crushing them and inflicting severe injuries. Retreat. Elder Mo gritted his teeth, leading Xiantian Jinren and the remnants of their forces away from the mountain gate. The Qingyun ancestor did not pursue. Turning to Lin Tianqian with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Kid, you have a tenacious spirit. He raised his hand, infusing Lin Tianqian with spiritual energy, rapidly stabilizing his injuries. Lin Tianqian gasped for breath as he stood, cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, senior. The Qingyun ancestor waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. The Xiantian sect colludes with the Tianyun sect to threaten Qingyun City. How could I stand by idly? However, your bloodline is quite remarkable. Lin Tianqian's heart quaked at the remark, but before he could respond, the Qingyun ancestor turned to Lu Yuntian and the others, channeling spiritual energy for their recovery. The remaining members of the coalition gathered around, as Lin Wanner, Lu Qingyan, and Lu Yuntian gradually regained consciousness, relieved to find the battle had subsided. Tianqian, the Xiantian sect has fled. What shall we do now? Lin Wanner asked softly. Lin Tianqian's eyes gleamed with determination. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. 3 days from now, once I recover, I will storm the Tianyun sect. He clenched his fists, the fiery flow of the swallowing heaven bloodline igniting once more, his fighting spirit unyielding. Hearing this, the Qingyun ancestor turned to him. The Tianyun sect is guarded by a god transformation expert. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Lin Tianqian was taken aback, then bowed deeply. Thank you, senior. Before the mountain gate, blood flowed like a river, the Xiantian sect on the brink of destruction. Yet the shadow of the Tianyun sect loomed ominously close. Chapter 17. Ceasefire and Conspiracy. The blood-soaked battle before the gates of the Xiantian sect has come to a close, as the dying sun casts a crimson hue over the ground littered with corpses and shattered weapons. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood. Lin Tianqian stands at the center of the battlefield, his tattered black robe stained with blood, his aura slightly disordered yet undiminished in combat spirit. The torrent of the swallowing heaven bloodline flows slowly within him, its golden red patterns emitting a faint glow. The recent life and death struggle has exhausted him. Yet it has also deepened his mastery of the ninth style of the swallowing heaven overlord fist. Lu Yuntian leans on his spear, his chest marred by bloodstains. Despite being at the pinnacle of the qi refining realm, he appears fragile before the mid-stage of the gathering essence realm, yet his eyes are filled with unwavering determination. Lu Qingyan, her azure dress stained with blood, clutches a broken jade flute, her breath shallow, yet she forces herself to stand. Lin Wanner, her crimson attire in tatters, leans against a nearby wall, struggling for breath as she clutches her chest. Qingyun Laozu, clad in immaculate azure robes, emanates an aura as deep as the ocean from his late-stage gathering essence realm. He surveys the surroundings, letting out a cold snort that intimidates the remaining disciples of the Xiantian sect into submission. The Xiantian sect no longer poses a threat, he states solemnly, his gaze landing on Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian, your bloodline is indeed extraordinary. To survive amidst such a massacre of the gathering essence realm, with you in Qingyun City, the future looks promising. He gestures with his hand, a veil of spiritual energy enveloping the group, gradually stabilizing the injuries of the allied forces. Lin Tianqian clasps his hands in gratitude, his voice hoarse. Thank you, senior. Without your intervention, we would not have escaped this calamity. Taking a deep breath, he feels the swallowing heaven bloodline devouring the spiritual energy, alleviating the sharp pain in his chest. He turns to Lu Yuntian and the others, City Lord. Though the Xiantian sect has been defeated, the Tianyun sect remains unscathed. In 3 days, once I recover, I shall strike down the Tianyun sect. Lu Yuntian nods, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Indeed, as long as the Tianyun sect remains, peace will elude Qingyun City. Though I am injured, I can still fight in 3 days. Lu Qingyan furrows her brow and speaks softly. Father, the Tianyun sect has a deity in the transformation realm. Our strengths are disparate. If we act rashly, the consequences may be dire. What of the transformation realm? Lin Tianqian scoffs, with my swallowing heaven bloodline. I will slaughter him until he kneels before me. His eyes blaze with murderous intent, his fists clenched, golden red fist radiance flickering as the ground trembles slightly beneath him. Qingyun Laozu chuckles lightly at his bravado. Brave words, young man. The master of the Tianyun sect, Tianyun Jinren, is indeed formidable in the early stages of the transformation realm. However, I shall accompany you. Let us see if he dares to act recklessly in my presence. With your assistance, I shall surely eradicate the Tianyun sect. Lin Tianqian's eyes light up, and he bows in gratitude. Lu Qingyan interjects, in that case, let us return to the city lord's mansion to recuperate and devise a long-term strategy in 3 days. We must be wary of any reinforcements from the Tianyun sect. Everyone nods in agreement, and Qingyun Laozu waves his hand, conjuring a vessel of spiritual energy to transport the remnants of the allied forces back to Qingyun City. Within the city lord's mansion in Qingyun City, the lights burn bright. Lin Tianqian sits cross-legged in a tranquil chamber, his eyes closed in meditation. The swallowing heaven bloodline circulating as it devours the mansion and Oppos' spiritual energy. Despite the severe damage to his meridians, he rapidly recovers under the nurturing essence, solidifying his peak qi refining realm cultivation. In his mind, he repeatedly practices the 9th style of the swallowing heaven overlord fist, its force akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, subtly brushing against the threshold of the gathering essence realm. Outside, Lin Wanner enters, holding a vial of medicinal pills, and hands it to Lin Tianqian. This is the recovery pill from the city lord and Oppos' mansion. It will aid in your recovery. Her injuries have mostly healed, her attire renewed, the long whip coiled at her waist, concern evident in her eyes. Lin Tianqian accepts the pill, swallowing it whole. The surge of spiritual energy floods into him, further enhancing his aura. He opens his eyes and says, thank you. Wan and Oppos. How is your injury? Lin Wan and Oppos. Shakes her head, no harm done. I am simply too weak at the 7th level of body refinement compared to the gathering essence realm. I need to break through as soon as possible. There are remnants of spiritual veins in the secret realm, sufficient for you to break through to the 8th level of body refinement, Lin Tianqian declares as he rises. Come, let us visit the secret realm. Lin Wanner nods, and the two quietly leave the city lord's mansion, heading through the night towards the Tianqian secret realm. In the ruins of the secret realm and Oppos' stone hall, Lin Tianqian punches open a hidden passage, leading Lin Wan and Oppos' into the cave. Though he has devoured most of the premium spiritual veins, the residual spiritual stones still radiate rich spiritual energy. He piles the spiritual stones beside Lin Wan and Oppos' and says firmly, I will guard you, you break through. Lin Wanner sits cross-legged, consuming the spiritual stones, the energy surging into her as her bones resonate, her aura climbing steadily. Boom. Moments later, a soft sound emanates from within Lin Wanner, signaling her breakthrough to the 8th level of body refinement. She opens her eyes, a flicker of joy crossing her face. Tianqian, thank you. Lin Tianqian nods, good. In 3 days, we shall fight side by side. The two return to the city lord's mansion, where Lin Tianqian continues his seclusion, contemplating the new abilities of the swallowing heaven bloodline. He discovers that by devouring the spiritual energy of his foes, he not only strengthens himself but can also temporarily enhance the power of his fists. If he can advance further, perhaps he could directly break through to the gathering essence realm. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Tianyun sect, situated 1,000 miles beyond the Qingyun mountain range, spiritual energy swirls and celestial mist envelopes the area. In the main hall, Tianyun Jinren sits in the central position. Draped in a white robe, his aura profound, the oppressive presence of the early transformation realm casting a shadow over the assembly. Xiantian Jinren and Elder Imo kneel below, their bodies stained with blood, speaking in hushed tones. Master, that Lin Tianqian possesses a bloodline that defies the heavens, and with Qingyun Laozu intervening, we have suffered defeat. We implore you to take action. Tianyun Jinren squints, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The swallowing heaven bloodline? An ancient taboo, rumored to devour all things and defy fate. If this is true, he cannot be allowed to live. Rising from his seat, he conjures a projection of Lin Tianqian with a wave of spiritual energy. In 3 days, if he dares to come, I shall personally crush him. Elder Imo responds respectfully. Master is wise. However, Qingyun Laozu is in the late gathering essence realm. If he intervenes, there may be unforeseen consequences. Tianyun Jinren scoffs. The late gathering essence realm is but an ant before my transformation realm. I have already sent word to the Supreme Elder of the Tianyun sect. If necessary, he will take action. The Supreme Elder? Xiantian Jinren's pupils constrict in shock. The Supreme Elder of the Tianyun sect is a mid-stage transformation realm powerhouse, who has secluded himself for a century. If he emerges, Lin Tianqian will undoubtedly face death. Send word throughout the sect to prepare for battle. In 3 days, we shall wash Qingyun City in blood. With a wave of his hand, the hall trembles, a palpable aura of killing intent filling the air. In the dense forest outside Qingyun City, a figure in black robe stands beneath an ancient tree, a jade talisman glowing in his hand. He murmurs to himself. The swallowing heaven bloodline is approaching the gathering essence realm. If the Tianyun sect does not act swiftly, future troubles will abound. He shatters the jade talisman, a beam of light shooting into the sky. Moments later, a low voice responds from the horizon. Act swiftly. The figure in black vanishes without a trace. Within the city lord's mansion, 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianqian emerges from his quiet chamber, the golden red fist radiance flickering on his fists. his aura formidable, subtly resembling the might of the gathering essence realm. Lu Yutian, Lu Qingyan, Lin Wanner, and Qingyan Laozu gather in the hall to discuss their final strategy. Tianqin, the Tianyun sect is stationed 1,000 miles away, and a deity in the transformation realm guards them. What are our chances? Lu Yutian speaks solemnly. Lin Tianqin smirks. Our chances do not lie in numbers, but in killing. With my swallowing heaven bloodline and the support of Senior Qingyun, I will turn the heavens and earth upside down. Qingyan Laozu nods. Though Tianyun Jinren is in the early transformation realm, I may not be his equal, but I can hold him off. Tianqin, if you can break through to the gathering essence realm, there may be a glimmer of hope. Lin Tianqin and Apos, eyes brighten. Very well. Within 3 days, I shall achieve that breakthrough. Lu Qingyan hands him a jade slip. This contains clues my father discovered regarding the ruins in the Qingyun mountain range. There may be opportunities for gathering essence. If you can find them early, your chances will increase. Lin Tianqin accepts the jade slip, probing its contents with spiritual energy. Noting a marked location within the Qingyun secret realm, rich in spiritual energy, possibly containing ancient legacies. The Qingyun secret realm? Lin Tianqin furrows his brow, then declares, good, I shall visit tonight. If I can break through to the gathering essence realm, the Tianyun sect will surely be annihilated. Qingyan Laozu agrees, I shall accompany you. If danger arises, I will protect you. That night, Lin Tianqin and Qingyan Laozu depart from the city lord's mansion, heading toward the Qingyun mountain range. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan remain behind to assist Lu Yuntian in preparing for battle. Deep within the Qingyun mountain range, a hidden gorge comes into view, shrouded in mist. As Lin Tianqin pushes open a stone door, entering the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, a spiritual spring rises majestically, its waters radiating a dazzling light. The spiritual energy so rich it nearly liquefies. Lin Tianqin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he settled into a meditative position, channeling the bloodline of the devouring sky. A blood-red vortex surged forth, absorbing the essence of the spiritual spring. His cultivation ascended rapidly, shattering the barrier of the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm with a thunderous crash. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated within him as spiritual energy coalesced into a minuscule primordial pill, signifying the early stage of the essence condensation realm. He had succeeded. His aura surged like a tsunami, and golden red patterns illuminated with resplendence. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a strike that rent the air, causing the secret realm to tremble. Essence condensation realm. Lin Tianqin grinned widely, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Elder Qingyun nodded in approval. Excellent. In 3 days, the downfall of the Tianyun sect shall commence. The two departed from the secret realm, making their way back to Qingyun City. On the eve of the decisive battle, Lin Tianqin stood resolute, his fists clenched. Brimming with indomitable fighting spirit, the demise of the Tianyun sect was imminent. Chapter 18. The calm before the storm. The sky above Qingyun City appeared exceptionally tranquil under the first rays of morning sunlight. Yet a subtle aura of solemnity enveloped the Lord and Apos' residence. Lin Tianqin, having returned from the Qingyun secret realm, emanated the aura of the initial stage of the condensation realm. His bloodline and Apos' fiery energy coursing through him like a vast ocean, with golden red patterns faintly visible upon his chest. He stood in the courtyard, eyes closed, his black robe fluttering gently in the breeze, while a faint glimmer of energy coalesced into a weak fist radiance in his hand, hinting at a power capable of rending the air itself. Having broken through to the condensation realm last night, his confidence surged. But the impending battle against Tianyun sect weighed heavily on his heart. In a corner of the courtyard, Lin Wan and Apos was polishing her newly crafted whip, her red attire glowing vibrantly in the morning light. She glanced up at Lin Tianqin, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. Since the downfall of the Lin family, she had pinned all her hopes on Lin Tianqin, yet the exhilaration of vengeance was gradually supplanted by an invisible pressure. She spoke softly. Tianqin, have you broken through? Lin Tianqin opened his eyes and turned to her, nodding slightly. I am now at the initial stage of the condensation realm. Although Tianyun sect possesses experts at the divine transformation realm, with the assistance of our esteemed ancestor from Qingyun, we may not necessarily lose. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Lin Wan and Apos set down her whip and approached him, concern lacing her tone. I know you are fearless. But Tianyun sect is not Xintian sect. The strength of their divine transformation realm far exceeds our expectations. If anything were to happen to you, she paused, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Tianqin was taken aback, then chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. Wanner, do not worry. With my bloodline, I am quite resilient. If Tianyun sect dares to come, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. His tone was light-hearted, yet a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Having fought alongside Lin Wanner for many days, their relationship had quietly blossomed from mere cooperation to deep trust. Lin Wanner lowered her gaze and spoke softly. I know you are formidable, but I can't shake the feeling that this time is different. She looked up, her expression earnest. Tianqin, if you return alive, I wish to share some heartfelt words with you. Very well, Lin Tianqian nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Once we have vanquished Tianyun's sect, whatever you wish to say, I will listen. He turned back to continue cultivating his energy, while Lin Wanner quietly stepped aside, her heart a tumult of emotions. In the hall, Lu Qingyan sat by the window, her jade flute repaired, producing low and melodious notes as she played. Lu Yuntian stood beside her. His long spear propped against the wall, the wounds on his chest nearly healed. Though his presence was not as formidable as that of the condensation realm, he still exuded an air of stability. The venerable ancestor of Qingyun sat cross-legged in the main seat, eyes closed in meditation. His aura at the late stage of the condensation realm flowing like a tide, commanding respect throughout the room. Lu Qingyan paused her playing, turning to her father. Father, Tianqian has broken through to the condensation realm. Our odds have improved, but with the divine transformation realm of Tianyun's sect at the helm, can we truly claim victory? Her voice held a hint of unease. Since the battle against Xiantian's sect, her confidence in Lin Tianqian's abilities had been overshadowed by the lingering specter of the divine transformation realm. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment before sighing. That lad Tianqian is indeed a prodigy. With the extraordinary power of his bloodline, he can withstand even those at the mid-stage of the condensation realm. With the assistance of our venerable ancestor, we may yet have a fighting chance. However, he hesitated, concern flickering in his eyes. If Tianyun's sect possesses even more formidable experts, our situation may be dire. The venerable ancestor of Qingyun opened his eyes, speaking calmly. The Tianyun master is at the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. While I may not be able to match him, I can hold him off. If Tianqian can break through again in the heat of battle, perhaps we can turn the tide. He gazed out the window. The outcome of the impending 3-day battle was uncertain. Yet Qingyun City must never fall into the hands of Tianyun's sect. Lu Qingyan nodded, rising. I will go see Tianqian. He is brimming with enthusiasm after his breakthrough. I must remind him to be cautious. She exited the hall and made her way to the courtyard, where she found Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanu engaged in quiet conversation. She halted, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Tianqian. Lin Tianqian sensed her presence and turned to greet her. Lu Qingyan approached, smiling. Congratulations on breaking through to the initial stage of the condensation realm. As for the battle against Tianyun's sect, do take care not to overexert yourself. Her tone was light, yet concern lingered in her gaze. Lin Tianqian grinned widely. Fear not, my resilience is formidable. By the way, you should refrain from playing the flute too much. You might exhaust your energy. He teased, eliciting a playful huff from Lu Qingyan. My flute is not merely for show. In a fight, I can be fiercer than you. Lin Wan and Oppos, observing the exchange, felt a slight smile tugging at her lips. Though she and Lu Qingyan had only recently met, their shared experiences had fostered a growing fondness for the cool and composed woman. She interjected, Qingyan, Tianqian said that if he survives, he wishes to hear my heartfelt words. What about you? Do you have anything you wish to say? Lu Qingyan paused, then chuckled softly. Indeed, if he returns alive, I will invite him for tea to discuss the relics of the Qingyun Mountains. She glanced at Lin Tianqian, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. What say you? Do you dare to accept? Why would I shy away? Lin Tianqian laughed heartily. Once we have eradicated Tianyun's sect, tea shall be on the agenda for us three. The three exchanged smiles, the atmosphere lightening. Yet deep down, they all understood that this might be the final serenity before the storm of battle. Meanwhile, within the gates of Tianyun's sect, a palpable aura of menace loomed. In the grand hall, Tianyun master sat imposingly at the head of the table, his flawless white robe contrasting sharply with the oppressive aura of the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. Xiantian master and elder Emon knelt before him, bloodied and weary. Outside the hall, disciples of Tianyun's sect stood in formation, swords gleaming, their spiritual energy resonating, causing the mountain gate to thrum ominously. Master, Lin Tianqian has broken through to the condensation realm, and with the support of the venerable ancestor from Qingyun, he will undoubtedly come to confront us in 3 days. Elder Emo spoke in a low tone, his eyes filled with malice. This boy possesses an unusual bloodline. If we do not eliminate him swiftly, he will pose an endless threat. Tianyun master narrowed his eyes, sneering. Initial stage of the condensation realm? Merely an ant. With a single strike from my divine transformation realm, I could crush him. He rose, energy coalescing into a radiant projection of Lin Tianqian. With the power of the devouring bloodline in my grasp, I may even break through to the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. Xiantian master replied respectfully. Master is indeed wise. If the grand elder intervenes, that boy is doomed. Tianyun master nodded. The grand elder has been in seclusion for a century and has reached the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. I have already sent word. Should the venerable ancestor from Qingyun meddle, he will undoubtedly emerge from seclusion. With a wave of his hand, a sword of energy hovered in the air, its sharp intent overwhelming. Instilling fear throughout the hall, convey the order. In 3 days, we shall meet the forces of Qingyun City. All disciples shall march with me and cleanse Qingyun with blood. The hall trembled with the fervor of impending violence. Outside, a shadow silently appeared. Clad in black robes, he murmured to himself, with Lin Tianqian now in the condensation realm, if Tianyun's sect is not dealt with, the plans of Tian Wang's sect will be thwarted. He crushed a jade talisman, a bright light shooting skyward, and moments later, a low response echoed from the horizon, no mercy in killing. The figure in black flickered and vanished without a trace. Within the Lord's residence of Qingyun City, night gradually deepened. Lin Tianqian stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the heavens, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon his resolute face. He reflected upon Lin Wanner's worries and Lu Qingyun's concern, warmth swelling within him. From a crippled youth to a formidable figure in the condensation realm, he had fought fiercely, yet now he was surrounded by companions with whom he shared life and death. He murmured, Tianyun's sect, dare to touch my people, and I shall make you regret it. Lu Qingyun approached, holding a pot of fragrant tea, offering it to him. What occupies your thoughts? The battle is imminent. Do not strain yourself too tightly. Lin Tianqian accepted the cup, taking a sip, the bitterness mingling with a hint of fragrance. He smiled. I was contemplating how we shall celebrate once we have extinguished Tianyun's sect. Count me in. Lin Wanner emerged from the shadows, carrying a jar of wine, her face alight with joy. This wine was procured from the Lin family's secret vault. I saved it for today, perfect for celebration. She looked at Lin Tianqian and Lu Qingyun, a gentle glimmer in her eyes. The trio gathered in the courtyard, under the moonlight, the mingling scents of tea and wine filling the air. They conversed softly, laughter occasionally breaking the stillness, and in that moment, the bonds of trust and emotion deepened among them. Lin Tianqian raised his cup, his voice steady. In 3 days, we shall face a battle of life and death. If we can return alive, I shall drink with you until dawn. Excellent. Lu Qingyun and Lin Wanner responded in unison, their cups clinking together with fervent enthusiasm. Yet, within their hearts, they all understood that this tranquility was merely a fleeting respite before the storm of war. The night breeze whispered through the air, as Qingyun City lay in slumber, while the ominous shadow of Tianyun's sect drew ever closer. In 3 days, a bloody battle would ensue, and their fates remained uncertain. Chapter 19. The blood battle in Tianyun on the morning 3 days hence, a thin veil of mist enveloped the skies above Qingyun City. The air saturated with a palpable sense of foreboding. In the courtyard of the Lord's estate, Lin Tianqian stood bathed in the morning light, his black robe billowing like the wings of a raven, the aura of the initial stage of the condensation realm surging within him like a tidal wave. The fervent energies of the swallowing sky bloodline coursed through his veins, golden red patterns flickering upon his chest. Clutched in his hand was a spirit stone retrieved from the Qingyun's secret realm, its spiritual essence seeping into him, fortifying his newly attained cultivation. His gaze was deep and resolute. The silence of 3 days passed, and the laughter of his companions still echoed in his ears, yet at this moment, all tenderness was buried deep within, leaving only a fierce intent to kill. Beside him stood Lin Wanner, clad in fiery red, her long whip coiled around her waist. Though her aura, at the 8th stage of body refinement, did not match his, it emanated an indomitable tenacity. She lowered her head to polish the whip's body. Her movements gentle, yet her eyes shimmered with a complex light. Raising her gaze to Lin Tianqian, she spoke softly. Tianqian, in today's battle, do not overexert yourself. I am still waiting for you to return and share a drink. Lin Tianqian turned, a grin breaking across his face. Fear not, Wanner. I possess a life force that endures. Should the Tianyun sect dare to obstruct my path, I shall paint the ground with their blood. His tone was light, yet a flicker of gentleness lingered in his eyes. He patted Lin Wanner on the shoulder and strode toward the main hall. Lu Qingyun awaited within, her azure gown fluttering gracefully, a jade flute restored to its pristine condition clasped in her hands. She played a soft melody, the deep tones imbued with a tranquil essence. Lu Yuntian stood nearby, his spear held firmly, exuding the calm strength of a peak Qi refinement cultivator. The ancestor of Qingyun sat cross-legged in the main seat, his aura at the late stage of the condensation realm vast as the sea, commanding respect from all present. The coalition of over 100 warriors had assembled, each bearing solemn expressions, ready to embark on their campaign. As Lu Qingyun ceased her melody and approached Lin Tianqian, she offered him a pot of fragrant tea. With the impending battle, do not be overly tense. This tea will calm your mind. Do take a sip. Concern glimmered in her eyes, for since that night 3 days prior, her feelings for Lin Tianqian had deepened. Lin Tianqian accepted the teapot, taking a delicate sip. The bitterness was tempered by a fragrant undertone. He smiled. Thank you, Qingyun. Once we have vanquished the Tianyun sect, we shall celebrate heartily. Lu Qingyun chuckled lightly. That depends on whether you can return alive. Her teasing tone was laced with anticipation. The ancestor of Qingyun rose, his voice grave. The time has come. The Tianyun sect lies 1,000 miles hence. We shall depart at once. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy coalesced into a luminous vessel, lifting the coalition into the skies, heading directly towards the gates of the Tianyun sect. The gates of the Tianyun sect were nestled deep within the Qingyun mountain range. shrouded in spiraling spiritual energy and ethereal mists. Before the gates stood the Tianyun master, donned in immaculate white robes. His aura at the initial stage of the god transformation realm radiating a celestial pressure. A long sword hovered in his grasp, its intent sharp as a razor. Xian master and elder Emo stood at his side, both marred by blood and exuding a waning aura. Disciples of the Tianyun sect formed ranks, their sword energy soaring skyward, while above the gates, a shadowy figure emerged, an elder of the Tianyun sect, exuding a mid-stage god transformation aura that stifled all present. If Lin Tianxin dares to come, today shall mark his demise. The Tianyun master sneered, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The allure of the swallowing sky bloodline drove him to pursue it at any cost. At noon, the luminous vessel descended before the gates of the Tianyun sect. Lin Tianxin leaped down first, his black robe billowing, the aura of the initial stage of the condensation realm sweeping through the area. He raised his gaze to the Tianyun master, bellowing, "Tianyun old dog, colluding with Xiantian sect to hunt me down. Today, I shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions." His voice thundered like a storm, shaking the very gates. "Impudent," the Tianyun master snorted, sweeping his sword, unleashing a stream of sword energy that surged towards Lin Tianxin. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, the pressure of the god transformation realm crashing down, tearing the air with a piercing howl. Lin Tianxin and Apos' eyes glimmered with cold resolve, fully channeling the swallowing sky bloodline as a blood-colored vortex expanded to 300 feet, its golden red patterns blazing. He unleashed the ninth style of the swallowing sky dominating fist, the fist and amp. Apos' radiance akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. The golden red light imbued with devouring power clashing head-on with the sword energy. Boom. Spiritual energy erupted, the ground fracturing as Lin Tianxin was forced back several steps. His fists numb, blood trickling from his lips. Though the Tianyun master and Apos' sword energy was devoured largely, the residual force still left Lin Tianxin's chest feeling heavy. What a formidable bloodline! The Tianyun master's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by a sneer. In the initial stage of condensation realm, you dare to contend with me in the god transformation realm? He swung his sword again, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy that roared like dragons, encircling Lin Tianxin's retreat. The flickering sword light coalesced into a tangible force, imbued with annihilating power. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tianxin unleashed a barrage of punches, the blood-colored vortex morphing into 2 surging streams that charged towards the sword energy. His form flickered like lightning, the first stream of sword energy consumed entirely, while the second struck his shoulder, tearing flesh and cracking bone. The third swept past his side, blood gushing forth. He let out a muffled groan, half kneeling on the ground. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. "Kill!" The ancestor of Qingyun roared, his aura erupting as he struck with a palm. A luminous hand descending like a mountain to confront the Tianyun master. Boom. Both were forced back several steps, blood trickling from the ancestor's mouth, while the Tianyun master remained unfazed, coldly laughing. The late stage of the condensation realm is nothing remarkable. Lu Yuntian thrust forth with his spear, its brilliance akin to a dragon, as the coalition surged forward. Lin Wan and Apos' wielded her whip like a serpent, while Lu Qinyan's flute emitted sound waves that transformed into a spiritual assault, clashing with the disciples of the Tianyun sect. Sword energy sliced through the air, blood illuminating the sky, as both sides plunged into chaos. Struggling to rise, Lin Tianxin was drenched in blood, his eyes ablaze with madness. He growled, "As long as I live, you shall perish." The swallowing sky bloodline surged to its limit as he charged towards the Tianyun master, fists flying like a tempest. Golden red light rending through the sword energy. He aimed a punch at the Tianyun master's chest, the blood-colored vortex devouring the opponent's spiritual energy. The force of his strike causing the air to hum. The Tianyun master snorted, sweeping his sword, the sword energy resembling a tempest. The god transformation aura coalesced into a barrier, blocking Lin Tianxin's fist. In a swift motion, he retaliated, the sword's tip aimed at Lin Tianxin's throat. The speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Lin Tianxin sidestepped, the sword energy grazing his left arm, blood erupting, yet he seized the moment to strike, landing a solid blow to the Tianyun master and Apos' abdomen. Bang! The Tianyun master staggered back, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, while Lin Tianxin was sent reeling by the backlash, crashing to the ground, his energy waning. Gritting his teeth, he rose again, channeling the swallowing sky bloodline. The blood-colored vortex consuming the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually mending his wounds. He leapt again, fists poised, their radiance akin to a rainbow, imbued with devouring and destructive power. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, the Tianyun master parried with his sword, each swing imbued with the weight of the god transformation realm, shaking Lin Tianxin's fists to a pulp. With a sweeping strike, Lin Tianxin was forced back several yards, his chest caving in as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, the fire of battle burned brighter in his eyes as he roared, "Bring it on." He unleashed another punch, tearing through the sword energy, causing the Tianyun Master's sword to tremble slightly. "Despicable." The Tianyun Master bellowed, his sword's momentum shifting. Spiritual energy coalescing into a 100-foot sword shadow, descending like divine punishment. Lin Tianxin's eyes blazed with a crimson light as he fully activated the ninth style of the swallowing sky-dominating fist, merging the fist's radiance with the blood-colored vortex, transforming into a tempest of devouring energy that surged towards the sword shadow. Boom! The clash of fist and sword unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the gates. The ground fracturing as Lin Tianxin was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing to the earth, his body stained with blood. The Tianyun Master was also forced back by the backlash, blood seeping from his mouth, shock filling his eyes. This boy actually managed to injure me? Seizing the moment, the ancestor of Qingyun unleashed a powerful palm strike, the luminous hand crashing down in defiance against the Tianyun Master. The two engaged in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges, the ancestor gradually faltering, his energy waning. The elder of the Tianyun sect let out a cold huff, his mid-stage god transformation aura surging as he pointed a finger. Spiritual energy transforming into a beam of light that barreled towards the ancestor of Qingyun. "Be careful, elder," Lin Tianxin shouted, leaping forth as the blood-colored vortex shielded the ancestor, absorbing most of the beam's energy. Yet, the residual force still sent him flying, crashing to the ground, consciousness slipping away. "Tianxin!" Lin Wanner and Lu Qinyan cried out in alarm. Lin Wanner lashed her whip at the elder, but it was shattered with a single flick, sending her sprawling, blood spilling from her mouth. Lu Qinyan summoned all her strength to unleash sound waves from her jade flute, yet the elder casually crushed them with a palm, sending her crashing to the ground, her energy dwindling. The morale of the allied forces crumbled, and the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud sect seized the opportunity to counterattack, resulting in heavy casualties. Lin Tianxin struggled to rise, his body drenched in blood, his eyes filled with madness. He bellowed, "I am not dead yet." The bloodline of the Devourers surged to its limits, the golden-red patterns radiating an intense brilliance. He charged fiercely towards the Grand Elder, his fist striking out, the force of his punches akin to the cataclysmic rending of heaven and earth. The Grand Elder scoffed, extending a finger to unleash a column of spiritual energy that bore down upon him. As Lin Tianxin's fist energy collided with the luminous beam, the devouring force tore through the spiritual essence, yet his body could no longer withstand the impact, sending him flying dozens of yards, crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 20. Bloodstained Mountain Gate. The battlefield before the Tianyun sect's mountain gate lay drenched in crimson, as the setting sun cast a slanting glow over the scattered corpses and shattered weapons. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood mingled with the smoldering essence of spiritual energy. Lin Tianxin knelt on the ground, his black robe tattered and his body smeared in blood, his aura in the early stages of the condensation realm flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. In the heat of battle, he had clashed fiercely with the sword energy of the Tianyun Jinren, employing the ninth form of the swallowing Heaven-Overlord fist, and had desperately blocked a beam from the elder in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Now, he bore grievous wounds, with torn meridians and a sunken chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the shattered stones beneath him. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit. Although the flow of the swallowing heaven bloodline was faint, it persisted stubbornly, the golden red patterns on his chest flickering like an unquenchable flame. Not far away, Lin Wanner lay on the ground, her red attire soaked in blood, the long whip beside her shattered. She had been sent flying by a single jab from the elder. Though her physical body was resilient at the 8th level of body refinement, it could not withstand the might of the transformation realm. Pain radiated from her chest, and her breath was shallow. Struggling, she lifted her head to gaze at Lin Tianxin, her eyes filled with urgency and unwillingness, her voice hoarse. "Tianxin, do not be reckless." Her words were intermittent and tremulous, her fingers weakly raised as if to grasp something, but ultimately fell limp. Lu Qinyan leaned against a massive boulder, her green dress torn, the jade flute in her hands broken in two, blood still fresh at the corner of her mouth. Moments ago, she had used sound waves to counter the elder's assault, but was met with a crushing blow that sent her crashing to the ground. Her cultivation at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm felt fragile as paper before the transformation realm. Gasping for breath, her gaze swept toward Lin Tianxin, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes, as she softly uttered, "Fool, you will die like this." Her voice was faint yet imbued with tenderness. Gripping the shards of the broken flute, she attempted to rise, but fell back down. Qingyun old ancestor stood protectively before Lin Tianxin, his blue robe stained with blood, his aura in the late stage of the condensation realm waning. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with Tianyun Jinren for dozens of rounds, and had taken a blow from the elder, leaving his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the luminous palm of spiritual energy in his hand had dimmed considerably. Turning to Lin Tianqian, he spoke with a solemn tone. Boy, hold on. This old man can still fight. Though his voice was weak, it bore an indomitable spirit. The remnants of the Allied forces scattered around the battlefield numbered over 30, down from more than 100, each one injured, weapons broken, and morale low. Lu Yuntian leaned on his spear, the tip broken, his body smeared with blood, his aura at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm teetering on the edge. Yet his eyes burned with fury as he growled, Tianyun sect, I will not share the same sky with you. On the Tianyun sect side, Tianyun Jinren stood before the mountain gate, his white robe billowing slightly, his aura in the early stage of the transformation realm still formidable. The long sword in his hand glinted coldly, faint traces of blood marking the blade. Though he had sustained minor injuries from his clash with Lin Tianqian, his foundation remained unshaken. Casting a cold gaze at Lin Tianqian, he smirked mockingly. The swallowing heaven bloodline is but a trifle. In the early stages of the condensation realm, you dare to contend with me? The elder hovered in midair, his gray robe fluttering without wind. The pressure of his mid-stage transformation realm enveloping the battlefield like a collapsing sky. His gaze was icy, and as he condensed spiritual energy at his fingertips, he contemplated the peculiar bloodline with a newfound wariness, muttering, this boy's bloodline defies nature. If he is not swiftly eliminated, he will become a grave threat. He turned to Tianyun Jinren, commanding, end this quickly, leave no survivors. Xiantian Jinren and Elder Emo stood further back, their bodies stained with blood, their auras feeble. Although they had not directly engaged in the battle, they commanded their disciples to form formations, wielding sword energy that crisscrossed the battlefield. The disciples of Tianyun sect, high in morale, surrounded Lin Tianqian in a formation, their swords gleaming like a net, their murderous intent soaring. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, suddenly rising to his feet. His legs trembling, blood dripping down his pant legs. With a fierce roar, he activated the swallowing heaven bloodline, a blood-colored vortex swirling around him. Though not as grand as the 300 zhang at his peak, it still emanated an oppressive aura of devouring everything. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms, blood oozing forth, his eyes filled with madness. I am not dead yet. You shall accompany me in death. He charged towards Tianyun Jinren, fists flying as he unleashed the 8th form of the swallowing heaven overlord fist once more. The golden-red fist radiance surged forth, the blood-colored vortex transforming into a torrent of devouring force, the air tearing apart with a piercing howl. Before the fist reached its target, the ground cracked, debris being drawn into the vortex, reduced to powder. Tianyun Jinren snorted coldly, sweeping his sword, the sword energy swelling like an ocean. Spiritual energy coalescing into a luminous barrier to meet the fist radiance head-on. Boom. The collision of fist and sword erupted in a violent explosion that shook the mountain gate. Lin Tianqian was sent stumbling back several steps, his fists bloodied and mangled, bones creaking under the strain. Tianyun Jinren and Appo's sword trembled slightly, taking a step back, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He thrust his sword forward, the tip like lightning. The spiritual energy transforming into a slender beam aimed directly at Lin Tianqian's heart. The sword's gleam flickered, the air splitting as it created a sharp, whistling wind. Lin Tianqian sidestepped, the sword light grazing his left side, flesh splitting open, blood spraying forth. He let out a muffled grunt, and, seizing the opportunity, delivered a punch. The fist radiance infused with devouring power striking Tianyun Jinren's shoulder. The golden-red light erupted, and Tianyun Jinren grunted, the fabric of his shoulder shredding and blood seeping out as he roared. Little beast, seeking death. With a flick of his sword, 3 streams of sword energy roared forth, carrying the pressure of the transformation realm, descending like a torrential wave. Lin Tianqian's eyes blazed with crimson light as he struck out with both fists, the blood-colored vortex forming 2 barriers of devouring force, surging forth to meet the sword energy. The first stream of sword energy was utterly consumed, while the second collided with his chest, the golden-red patterns flaring brightly, his sternum cracking with a resounding snap, blood gushing forth. The third stream of sword energy sliced through his right arm, flesh rolling back to reveal bone. He staggered back, half kneeling on the ground, gasping heavily. Yet the radiance of his fists did not fade, as he growled, come again. Seeing this, Qingyun old ancestor roared in anger, unleashing a palm of spiritual energy. Its might like a mountain, clashing with Tianyun Jinren in a fierce confrontation. Boom. Both were forced back several steps, Qingyun old ancestor spitting out blood, his aura further weakened. While Tianyun Jinren sneered, old fool, still pretending to be strong at death's door. With a swift stroke of his sword, the sword energy surged like a rainbow, aimed straight at Qingyun old ancestor. Lin Tianqian leapt suddenly, the blood-colored vortex shielding Qingyun old ancestor, absorbing most of the sword energy. Though the residual force still sent him crashing to the ground, his breath faltering. Seizing the moment, Qingyun old ancestor struck out with a palm, hitting Tianyun Jinren in the chest. Tianyun Jinren staggered back several steps, blood leaking from his mouth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The elder observed coldly from the sidelines, noting the stalemate in combat. With a disdainful snort, he condensed spiritual energy at his fingertips, unleashing a beam of light that shot through the air, the pressure of the mid-stage transformation realm crushing the entire battlefield. The beam descended like divine retribution, aimed directly at Lin Tianqian, cracking the ground beneath and distorting the air with a thunderous roar. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, pushing the swallowing heaven bloodline to its limits. The blood-colored vortex expanding to 100 zhong, the golden-red fist radiance infused with devouring power charging towards the incoming beam. Boom! The clash of fist and beam erupted in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the mountain gate. Lin Tianqian was sent flying several dozen zhong, crashing to the ground. His body drenched in blood, both arms shattered, blood staining the earth. Struggling to rise, his eyes filled with madness, he roared, "As long as I live, you shall die." The elder's eyes flashed with fury as he pointed again, launching two beams of light in quick succession, imbued with destructive power, sealing off all of Lin Tianqian's escape routes. Lin Tianqian clenched his fists tightly, the blood-colored vortex transforming into a devouring storm, consuming the energy of the beams. His figure moved like lightning, fist radiance tearing through the air, the first beam utterly devoured. The second beam struck his chest, the golden-red patterns glowing intensely. His sternum collapsing completely, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, consciousness slipping away. Tianqian, Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan cried out in shock. Ignoring her injuries, Lin Wanner lunged forward, her long whip sweeping towards the elder, only to be sent flying with a mere finger, crashing to the ground, her breath faint. Lu Qingyan struggled to blow into the jade flute, the sound waves forming a barrier of spiritual energy to protect Lin Tianqian. But the elder casually shattered it with a palm strike, causing her to spit blood and fall unconscious. Qingyan old ancestor roared in anger, unleashing a full-powered palm of spiritual energy to clash with the elder. Boom! He was sent flying several dozen zhong, crashing to the ground, his breath on the brink of collapse. The Grand Elder let out a cold sneer. "Ents, your end is nigh." With a mere gesture, a beam of light surged towards Lin Tianqian. At that moment, a deep rumble resonated from within Lin Tianqian, the devouring bloodline pulsating violently, its golden-red patterns radiating an intense brilliance, unleashing an invisible force. He opened his eyes with a fierce glare, the bloodlight shimmering within, and growled, "My fate is remarkably resilient." He unleashed a powerful punch, the energy enveloped in a devouring force, successfully intercepting the beam of light, causing the Grand Elder to stagger back a step. What? The Grand Elder's pupils constricted as Lin Tianqian rose, drenched in blood, his fists clenched tightly. Though his aura was diminished, he resembled an immortal beast, unyielding in spirit. He stepped forward, his fist energy like a rainbow, charging towards the Grand Elder, igniting a fierce battle once more. Chapter 21. The blood of the setting sun. The battlefield before the gates of Tianyun sect had transformed into a sea of blood, a hellish inferno. The crimson sun cast a sanguine hue upon the shattered ground, illuminating the multitude of corpses and broken weapons strewn about. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the searing energy of clashing spiritual forces. Amidst the life and death struggle, Lin Tianqian withstood the onslaught of Tianyun Zhenren's divine sword energy, fiercely resisting the mid-stage of the transformation realm's assault from the esteemed elder. At this moment, he stood amidst the blood, his body soiled, the aura of the initial stage of the condensation realm flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. His veins were severed, bones shattered, and blood oozed from his entire body, staining the rubble beneath his feet. His left arm lay broken, while his right fist was clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, droplets of blood cascading down. The golden red patterns on his chest shimmered. Although the flow of the swallowing bloodline was weak, it burned like an undying flame, sustaining his resolve. Lin Wanner lay nearby, her crimson attire drenched in blood, her whip scattered beside her. She had been struck by the esteemed elder's finger, her body on the brink of collapse, chest aching and breath faint. Struggling to lift her head, her gaze locked onto Lin Tianqian, eyes filled with urgency and reluctance, rasping, "Tianqian, survive." Her voice faltered, her finger barely raised, yet ultimately fell limply. Lu Qingyan leaned against a boulder, her azure robe torn, jade flute shattered in two, dried blood staining her lips. She had utilized sound waves to repel the elder's palm strike, but now lay unconscious, her breath barely perceptible. Old ancestor Qingyun knelt on the ground, his azure robe soaked in blood, the spiritual energy of the late stage of the condensation realm nearly depleted, blood trickling from his lips. His eyes filled with grief and fury. Lu Yuntian leaned on his spear, the weapon splintered, his body smeared with blood. The aura of the peak of the Qi refinement realm wavering, growling as he attempted to rise, but fell once more. Tianyun Zhenren stood before the gates, his white robe stained with blood. Though his aura of the initial stage of the transformation realm was damaged, it remained formidable. His sword gleamed with a cold light. His eyes filled with murderous intent. The esteemed elder hovered in the air, his gray robe fluttering. The pressure of the mid-stage of the transformation realm bearing down like a mountain. His fingertips gathering spiritual energy, his gaze cold and indifferent. Xiantian Jinren and Elder Mo led the remaining disciples, forming a sword formation, the sword energy slicing through the air, a palpable aura of death enveloping the scene. Lin Tianxian, you possess a tenacious fate, yet today you shall die? Tianyun Jinren sneered, sweeping his sword, the sword energy akin to a rainbow, condensing into 100-foot sword shadow. Its brilliance akin to divine retribution descending upon the world, bearing the force of annihilation, aimed directly at Lin Tianxian. The ground cracked beneath the approach of the sword shadow. The air compressed, emitting a deafening roar. A glint of cold light flashed in the elder's eyes as his fingertips coalesced spiritual energy into 3 beams of light, forming a triangular blockade against Lin Tianxian and Appos' escape. The beams descended like thunder, shattering stones in their wake, the fluctuations of spiritual energy causing the gates to tremble. He uttered quietly, quickly take this child down, leave no survivors. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth, suddenly rising, his legs trembling, blood dripping from his pant legs. He roared, activating the swallowing bloodline to its utmost limit, the golden red patterns on his chest radiating blinding light, a blood-red vortex expanding around him. Though not as vast as its peak of 300 feet, it still exuded a domineering aura of devouring all. His right fist clenched tightly, madness swirling in his eyes. As long as I live, you all must perish. With a ferocious strike, he unleashed the 9th form of the swallowing heaven tyrant fist. Annihilate heaven. His right fist swung out, the golden red fist light resembling the collapse of heaven and earth, the blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring storm. Before the fist light could arrive, the ground had already fissured several feet, stones pulled into the vortex, reduced to dust. The fist light collided head-on with the sword shadow. A thunderous roar erupting. The explosion of spiritual energy shook the gates. Lin Tianxian was forced back several steps, his right fist bursting open, bones fracturing, blood gushing forth. Tianyun Jinren too was pushed back by the recoil, his sword vibrating violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with surprise. 3 beams of light struck down one after another. Lin Tianxian's figure swayed, his right fist striking out repeatedly, the blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring barrier. Surging forth to meet the beams, he stumbled as the first beam collided with the vortex, its energy nearly consumed, the vortex trembling slightly. The second beam followed closely. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth, slamming his right fist into the ground, using the force to leap, the vortex devouring most of the beam. The residual force crashing into his chest, the golden red patterns flashing brightly, his sternum cracking, blood spewing forth. The third beam struck from the side. He twisted his body sharply. Swinging his right fist, the fist light tearing through the beam, the residual wave sweeping across his side, skin ripping open, blood gushing like a fountain. Lin Tianxian half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his right fist propping him up, blood dripping down. His eyes glowed with a crimson light as he growled. Not enough yet. The swallowing bloodline surged once more, the blood-red vortex devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, his injuries slowly healing. He sprang to his feet, launching a fist towards Tianyun Jinren, the golden red fist light arcing like a rainbow, imbued with devouring power. The air split apart with a sharp whistle. Tianyun Jinren scoffed, sweeping his long sword, the sword energy unfurling like a sea, spiritual energy coalescing into a curtain of light to meet the fist light head-on. Boom. The collision of fist and sword left Lin Tianxian's right fist mangled, bones shattered, blood pouring forth, while Tianyun Jinren was also pushed back several steps. The sword trembling in his hand, the blood on his shoulder deepening. He roared in fury, little beast, perish. The sword lunged forth, the tip like lightning. Spiritual energy transforming into a slender beam of light, aimed directly at Lin Tianxian's throat, the sword light flickering, stirring a gust of wind. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianxian's eyes. He slammed his right fist into the ground. Using the force to pivot, the sword light grazed his left shoulder, tearing flesh and blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a fist, the fist light striking Tianyun Jinren's chest, the golden red brilliance exploding. Tianyun Jinren grunted, his chest garment torn, blood seeping out. He bellowed, you seek death. With a shake of his sword, 3 beams of sword energy roared forth like dragons, carrying the oppressive force of the transformation realm, descending like a torrential storm. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth, launching his right fist in rapid succession. The blood-red vortex transforming into 2 torrents of devouring energy, surging towards the sword energy. The first beam of sword energy was entirely consumed. The second beam collided with his right arm, bones snapping, blood spraying forth, while the third beam grazed his chest, the golden red patterns flaring brightly, his sternum collapsing, blood staining the earth. He staggered backward, dropping to one knee, panting heavily, roaring, "I am not dead yet," the esteemed elder observed coldly. His eyes filled with heightened murderous intent as Lin Tianqian refused to fall. His fingertips gathered spiritual energy, unleashing a more terrifying beam of light that roared through the air. The pressure of the mid-stage of the transformation realm overwhelming the scene, the beam descending like heavenly thunder, shattering the ground, stones flying, aimed directly at Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian's eyes were wild with madness. The swallowing bloodline pushed to its limit, the blood-red vortex swelling to 150 feet. He slammed his right fist against his chest, the golden-red patterns shining brilliantly, roaring, "I will risk it all." He thrust forth a single fist, enveloped in devouring power, transforming into a storm of consumption, colliding head-on with the beam of light. Boom! The explosion of spiritual energy caused the gates to collapse. Lin Tianqian was hurled several dozen feet, crashing into the ruins, his right fist shattered, blood gushing forth. The esteemed elder was also pushed back several steps by the backlash, blood oozing from his fingertips, his eyes wide with shock. "Tianqian!" Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exclaimed in unison. Lin Wanner struggled to rise, reaching for her whip, attempting to charge at the esteemed elder, only to be struck back by a finger, crashing to the ground, breath faint. Lu Qingyan awoke, struggling to blow the shattered flute. The sound waves weak as a breeze, shielding Lin Tianqian, but were sliced apart by Tianyun Jinren's sword, causing her to spit blood and collapse, her breath faint. Old ancestor Qing Yun, witnessing this, roared in fury, charging towards the esteemed elder, unleashing a full-powered spiritual palm strike. The last vestiges of his energy erupting from the late stage of the condensation realm. Boom! The palm collided with the elder's beam of light, sending him flying several dozen feet, crashing to the ground, breathless, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. "Senior!" Tears glimmered in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he propped himself up with his right fist, the swallowing bloodline devouring the residual spiritual energy of old ancestor Qing Yun. His aura rising slightly once more. He sprang to his feet, launching a fist at the esteemed elder, the golden-red fist light arcing like a rainbow. Laden with the power of devouring and destruction, the wind of the punch causing the air to hum. A flicker of fear crossed the elder's eyes as he gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, the beam surging forth to meet the fist light. Boom! The collision of fist and beam sent the esteemed elder reeling back several steps, his chest stained with blood, while Lin Tianqian was also knocked back by the force. Crashing into the ruins, both legs fractured, blood staining the ground. Tianyun Jinren roared in fury, lunging forth with his sword, the sword energy like a dragon, aimed directly at Lin Tianqian's throat. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, his right fist striking the ground with ferocity, using the momentum to leap upward, seizing the sword's body. A crimson vortex consumed the sword's aura, blood gushed forth from his palm. With a powerful punch, he struck the chest of the heavenly cloud master. Bang! The master's ribcage caved in as he spewed blood and was sent flying to the ground, his breath faltering. "Master!" exclaimed Xiantian Jinren and Elder Mo, rushing forward to offer assistance. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he unleashed another punch, the crimson vortex devouring their spiritual energy. His punch, like a rainbow, struck true, resulting in two muffled thuds as their chests exploded, blood erupting forth, and they collapsed lifelessly. The Elder Supreme's eyes were filled with fury as he summoned his spiritual energy, unleashing a beam of light. Lin Tianqian clenched his teeth, bracing himself with one fist against the ground, the crimson vortex absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. He leapt high, launching his right fist forward. The punch enveloped in a devouring force, clashing fiercely with the beam. Boom! The column of light was nearly obliterated, and Lin Tianqian's punch struck the Elder Supreme in the chest, sending him reeling back, blood spattering as he fell to the ground, his breath faint. Panting heavily, Lin Tianqian knelt on one knee, weariness etched in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the death of ancestor Qing Yun, Lu Yuntian lying in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain, and the weakened breaths of Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan stirring an ache within him. He roared, "I have won." His fist surged toward the Elder Supreme, the golden-red aura tearing through the air, striking his head directly. Bang! The Elder Supreme's head erupted, blood gushing as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The disciples of Tianyun's sect, their morale shattered, scattered in all directions. Lin Tianqian knelt, gasping for breath, drenched in blood, tears glistening in his eyes. "I have won." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan struggled to rise, their eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Lin Tianqian's dire state. "Tianqian!" Lin Wanner cried as she hurled herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Qingyan grasped his hand, whispering, "You have won." Lin Tianqian managed to smile before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the ruins of the mountain gate, stained with blood under the setting sun, Lin Tianqian achieved a Pyrrhic victory, and the Tianyun sect lay in ruins. Chapter 22. The aftermath of war. The ruins of the Tianyun sect's mountain gate lay in eerie silence beneath the fading light of the setting sun. Blood-stained rubble and shattered blades littered the ground, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood and the lingering resonance of dissipating spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian leaned against a crumbled stone wall, his tattered black robe soaked in blood, the aura emanating from him, weak as a wisp, indicative of his initial stage of the condensing essence realm. In the fierce battle, he had unleashed the ninth form of the Heavenly-Devouring Bloodline and the Heavenly-Devouring Tyrant Fist to annihilate both the Tianyun Master and the Supreme Elder. His left arm lay broken, both legs fractured, his sternum collapsed, and nearly all his meridians destroyed. Blood seeped from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. His right fist hung limply at his side, the golden red patterns on his chest flickering faintly. Though the heat of the Heavenly-Devouring Bloodline was nearly exhausted, it persevered in its struggle to mend his body. Lin Wan and Appos knelt beside him, her crimson attire drenched in blood, her complexion as pale as paper. Though her physique was robust, having attained the 8th level of body refinement, she sustained grave injuries from the Supreme Elder's attack, her chest aching with pain and her breath shallow. Trembling, she grasped Lin Tianqian's shoulder, tears cascading down her cheeks, dripping onto his chest as she choked out, "Tianqian. Hold on, don't scare me." Her fingers delicately traced the wound on his severed arm, her eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance, tears blurring her vision. Lu Qingtian sat half-reclined against a massive stone, her azure dress torn, the jade flute in her hand shattered. Blood still stained the corner of her mouth. She had used sound waves to counter the Tianyun sect's onslaught, suffering severe internal injuries. Her aura nearly depleted at the late stage of qi refinement. Struggling, she moved to Lin Tianqian's side, clasping his right hand, her palm icy yet trembling slightly. "Fool. You've won, don't die." Her voice was faint, her eyes glimmering with tears, imbued with tenderness and worry as she tightened her grip, fearing he might vanish at any moment. Around the battlefield, only a dozen remnants of the allied forces remained, each bearing wounds, silently gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades. The venerable elder Qingyun lay in a pool of blood, his body stiff in death, eyes wide open, unable to close in eternal slumber. Lu Yuntian stood propped against his spear, the weapon shattered, his body smeared with blood, his aura completely extinguished, having been pierced through the chest by a sword's energy. The disciples of the Tianyun sect scattered in flight, the ruins of the mountain gate silent, save for the mournful whispers of the wind. Lin Tianqian gasped for breath. Exhaustion etched across his features. He glanced down at Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingtian, forcing a smile despite his fatigue, his voice hoarse. "I am quite resilient. Not dead yet." He attempted to raise his right hand, but the movement caused his wounds to throb, fresh blood oozing forth, compelling him to grit his teeth against the pain. Lin Wan and Appos could not contain her tears, resting her head on his shoulder as she sobbed, "You foolish man. Why must you go to such lengths? I told you to come back alive, and you almost." Her words faltered, tears soaking his shoulder, her fingers clutching his garment tightly, filled with a mix of dread and relief. Lu Qingtian let out a soft huff, wiping away her tears, feigning composure as she said, "Resilient or not, if you do this again, I will not be responsible for you." Her tone was teasing, yet her eyes were filled with affection. She gently caressed the back of his hand, whispering, "As long as you live, that's all that matters." Her voice trailed off, a hint of emotion breaking through as her gaze lingered on his pale countenance. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, his breath faint. "You too. Stop crying. I won. The Tianyun sect is no more. Let us go back and drink." He strained to complete his sentence before his head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian gasped in unison, quickly supporting him as the remnants of the allied forces hastily gathered around to escort the three back to Qingyun City. In Qingyun City, within the Lord's residence, the lights blazed brightly. Lin Tianqian lay on a bed in a quiet chamber, his body swathed in bandages, his breath faint yet steady. The healing power of the Heavenly-Devouring Bloodline was remarkable. His meridians gradually mended, and though his bones had not fully rejoined, he was no longer in danger of death. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian remained vigilantly by his side, their garments renewed. Though both bore injuries, they refused to rest, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on Lin Tianqian. Lin Wanner sat at the head of the bed, gently holding Lin Tianqian's hand as she whispered, "That day in the courtyard, I said I wanted to share my heart with you. Now that you have returned alive, I must speak." She paused, a flicker of shyness and determination crossing her eyes. "Tianqian, during these days spent with you, I have come to regard you as the most important person in my life. If you were to die, I truly do not know what I would do." Her voice fell to a whisper. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered in embarrassment. Lu Qingtian, seated on the opposite side, let out a soft laugh, masking the tenderness in her eyes. "Wanner speaks truthfully. I too have something to say. Tianqian, you foolish man, always rushing to the front. I once thought you reckless, but now I find it brings me comfort." She paused, her tone gentle. "That day I invited you for tea. I have changed my mind. When you recover, let us share a drink together, shall we?" Though Lin Tianqian remained unconscious, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he had heard their words. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian exchanged glances, their tears fading, replaced by warmth. They lingered at his bedside, softly conversing, reminiscing about the perils of battle and the moments shared in recent days. Their trust and affection blossoming in the aftermath of war. 3 days later, Lin Tianqian awoke languidly, his eyes opening to find Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian by his side. He chuckled softly, "You too. Truly stayed by my side." His voice was hoarse, yet carried a note of ease. Lin Wanner's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "You're awake. How are your injuries?" Lu Qingtian handed him a cup of water, grumbling, "As long as you're awake, don't scare us again." Lin Tianqian accepted the water, taking a sip to steady his breath. "I'm alive, just in excruciating pain. The Heaven-Devouring Bloodline is healing. In a few days I'll be able to walk." He looked at the two, a soft glow in his eyes. "I heard what you said that day. I remember the wine and the words from my heart." Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed, her head bowed in silence. Lu Qingtian chuckled lightly. "As long as you remember, don't try to back out." The three shared a smile. The atmosphere warm and inviting. Outside the door, remnants of the Allied forces arrived to report that the bodies of Elder Qingyun and Lu Yuntian had been properly buried. The hearts of the people of Qingyun City gradually stabilizing. News of the Tianyun sect's downfall spread far and wide, and Lin Tianqian's name reverberated through the Qingyun Mountains. 7 days later, Lin Tianqian's injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to stand and walk. He stood in the courtyard, his right fist clenched, the golden-red fist glow flickering, his aura strengthening. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian accompanied him, Lin Wanner offering a jar of wine with a smile. "This is the wine we promised that day." Lu Qingtian brought 3 cups, softly saying, "Let us drink together, and don't forget our promise." The three gathered in the courtyard, the moonlight cascading down, the fragrance of wine permeating the air. Lin Tianqian raised his cup, a hint of sentiment in his eyes. "So many lives were lost in this battle. Elder Qingyun, Lord Lu, they are no more. If I had been stronger." His voice grew somber, tinged with guilt. Lin Wanner grasped his hand, softly reassuring him, "Do not say such things. You did your best. The Tianyun sect has fallen, and we are all alive. That is the best outcome." Lu Qingtian nodded in agreement. "Wanner is right. If you had fallen, we would not have survived to this moment." They clinked their cups, the wine sliding down their throats. Bitter yet warming. Lin Tianqian murmured, "As long as we live, from now on, I will become stronger to protect you both." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian exchanged glances filled with emotion, and the three continued to speak softly, laughter echoing into the night. As the moon reached its zenith, a figure stealthily emerged outside the courtyard. Clad in a black robe, the person in Apos' aura was unfathomable, their eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. They stood in the shadows, observing Lin Tianqian, murmuring to themselves, "The Heavenly-Devouring Bloodline, at the initial stage of the condensing essence realm, can indeed annihilate the Tianyun sect. This child possesses boundless potential." In their hand was a jade talisman, and they spoke softly, "The Tianhuang sect requires this individual. The Qingyun Mountains hold no further value. A new journey awaits." With deliberate steps, they entered the courtyard, Lin Tianqian sensing the presence, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Who goes there?" The figure paused, their voice low and resonant. "Lin Tianqian, I am Mo Xian, an envoy of the Tianhuang sect. You have vanquished the Tianyun sect, your name echoing throughout the land. I possess an opportunity that can aid you in transcending to the divine transformation realm. Do you wish to accompany me to the Tianhuang domain?" Lin Tianqian furrowed his brows, while Lin Wanner and Lu Qingtian rose, watching Mo Xian warily. Lin Tianqian spoke in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Emperor domain? Elaborate, please." Mo Xian smiled. "In the Heavenly Emperor domain, the strong are as numerous as clouds, and the transformation stage is merely the starting point. If you choose not to go, the Qingyun mountain range will inevitably stir once more. Accompany me, and within 3 years, you shall ascend to the transformation stage." Lin Tianqian fell silent for a moment, glancing at Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan. Though reluctance flickered in their eyes, they nodded in support. He clenched his fist and declared, "Very well, I shall go, but they will accompany me." Mo Xian nodded in agreement, tossing aside a jade talisman before turning to leave. "In 3 days, the Heavenly Emperor sect's flying vessel will come to fetch you. Prepare yourselves." The courtyard was silent as Lin Tianqian held the jade talisman tightly, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. A new map, the Heavenly Emperor domain, was about to unfold. Chapter 23. The resolve before departure. In the early morning of Qingyun City, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings, and the courtyard of the Lord's residence appeared tranquil yet solemn under the dawn's light. Lin Tianqian stood in the courtyard, having exchanged his black robe for a simple gray garment. Although the bandages adorning his body had not yet been fully removed, his injuries had healed significantly, and the aura of an initial stage condensation realm was steady and profound. He clenched his right fist lightly, the golden red patterns on his chest flickering in and out of visibility, as the warm currents of the swallowing sky bloodline flowed gently within him, mending the last remnants of damaged meridians. His gaze was deep as he looked toward the distant Qingyun Mountains, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes, an echo of the recent victory in battle, intertwined with heavy anticipation for the future. Standing beside him, Lin Wanner was clad in a vibrant red dress, resembling a flame, with a long whip coiled around her waist. Though her aura of the 8th layer of body refinement had not fully returned, she moved with ease. She held out a bowl of medicinal soup to Lin Tianqian and softly said, "Tianqian, this is the recovery soup from the Lord's residence. Drinking it will hasten your recovery." Her voice was gentle, filled with concern, her fingers tightening slightly as if fearing his refusal. Lu Qingyan leaned against the stone pillar of the courtyard. Her new green dress fresh and elegant, holding a newly crafted jade flute, its body delicately carved with intricate patterns. She glanced at Lin Tianqian, a slight smile gracing her lips, and remarked teasingly, "Wan and Damp, Oppos, has been busy brewing medicine for you these days, while I have not been idle either. This flute, I fashioned it with my own hands. You must try its sound later." Though her tone held a hint of jest, her eyes sparkled with warmth, her fingers gently caressing the flute's body as if to mask her inner emotions. Lin Tianqian accepted the medicinal soup and took a sip, the bitter taste spreading across his tongue, yet carrying a comforting warmth. He looked at Lin Wan and Oppos, and Lu Qingyan, chuckling softly. "You two have been watching me like a hawk these days, afraid I might escape?" His tone was light, yet there was a newfound softness in his gaze, a reliance on the two after their shared experience of life and death in battle. Lin Wanner huffed lightly, "With your injuries, it would be a miracle if you could run away. I worry you might overexert yourself. Emo Xian mentioned that the Heavenly Emperor domain is unfathomably powerful, and you need to recover fully before venturing there." She paused, lowering her head as she continued. "That day you fell unconscious. Qingyan and I kept vigil by your side, truly fearing you might not awaken." Her voice trailed off, her eyes glistening with moisture as her fingers gripped the hem of her clothing tightly. Lu Qingyan approached, giving Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, a gentle pat on the shoulder, adding, "Wan and Amp, Oppos, is right. Tianqian, you fool, always rushing to the front. If we face the heavenly cloud sect again, we cannot bear it." She looked at Lin Tianqian, a touch of reproach in her eyes. Emo Xian said that the Heavenly Emperor domain and Oppos' divine transformation realm is merely the starting point. If you do not grow stronger, who will protect us next time? Lin Tianqian remained silent for a moment, lowering his gaze to the bowl of soup in his hands, a weight evident in his eyes. He murmured, "In that battle against the Heavenly Cloud sect, Senior Qingyun perished, Lord Lu died, and the allied forces were nearly annihilated. If I were stronger, perhaps they would not have died." His voice was heavy with self-reproach, his fingertips tightening slightly, causing the bowl to emit a faint tremor. Lin Wan and Oppos, and Lu Qingyan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with concern. Lin Wan and Oppos, grasped his hand softly, whispering, "Tianqian, do not blame yourself. You did your utmost. Defeating two from the Heavenly Cloud sect's divine transformation realm as an initial stage condensation realm cultivator is already a miracle." Her palm was warm, gently stroking the back of his hand, attempting to soothe his emotions. Lu Qingyan nodded, softly saying, "Wan and Amp, Oppos, is right. Had you fallen that day, we would not have survived either. You triumphed, the Heavenly Cloud sect has fallen, and Qingyun City is now safe. But the Heavenly Emperor domain is different. Emo Xian and Amp, Oppos' aura is deeply unfathomable. If he is indeed a messenger from the Heavenly Emperor sect, the strong there will be even more formidable." She paused, determination flashing in her eyes. "You must become stronger, not only for us, but also for yourself." Lin Tianqian lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the two, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. He set down the bowl of soup, rising to his feet, his right fist clenched tightly, the golden red fist radiance flashing, causing the ground to tremble slightly as he declared resolutely, "You are right. I must grow stronger. I fought tooth and nail to win against the Heavenly Cloud sect, but if I face another mid-stage divine transformation realm opponent, I may not withstand it." He paused, his voice growing heavier. Emo Xian mentioned that the divine transformation realm in the Heavenly Emperor domain is merely the beginning. There may be late-stage condensation realm cultivators, or even those of the transcendence realm. If I do not grow stronger, I may be the next to fall, and you will be in danger as well. He turned to gaze into the distance, a glimmer of resolve crossing his features. From a boy with a broken meridian to the condensation realm, I have fought my way through relying on the swallowing sky bloodline and my fists. But that is not enough. I must seize the opportunities in the Heavenly Emperor domain. I do not wish to witness any more of my companions fall, as did Senior Qingyun and Lord Lu. His voice was deep and powerful, his fists cracking with tension, knuckles turning pale, blood seeping through the bandages. Lin Wanner's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she stepped forward, embracing his right arm, whispering, "Tianqian, I know you are suffering inside, but do not push yourself too hard. We will face the Heavenly Emperor domain together, though I may not be strong." I can help share the burden. Her voice trembled slightly, laced with determination, her grip on his arm tightening, as if fearing his rejection. Lu Qingyan approached, gently patting his shoulder, smiling. Wanner is right. The three of us will go together. No matter how strong the Heavenly Emperor domain is, I have my clever mind to offer you strategies. Her tone was lighthearted, yet her eyes brimmed with warmth, her fingers resting on his shoulder, radiating comfort. Lin Tianxian looked down at the two, the weight of self-reproach lifting, replaced by a sense of gratitude. He chuckled softly. All right, both of you can come. However, the Heavenly Emperor domain is not the same as the Qingyun Mountains. You both must grow stronger as well and not hold me back. His tone was teasing, yet his eyes reflected sincerity. Lin Wanner released her grip, huffing lightly. Whether someone holds back or not remains to be seen. I am at the 8th layer of body refinement and will reach the 9th layer in a few days. Lu Qingyan rolled her eyes in response. I am at the late stage of qi refinement, not far from the peak. When the time comes, if I unleash my sound waves, who would dare to underestimate me? The three exchanged smiles, the atmosphere lightening considerably. In the afternoon, Lin Tianxian entered the library of the Lord's residence alone, poring over the fragmented martial arts scrolls left by the venerable ancestor of Qingyun. He sat at a wooden table, holding a book titled Condensation Secrets, channeling his spiritual energy into it, projecting the text into the air, which chronicled the insights into cultivating the condensation realm. He murmured to himself. In the initial stage of the condensation realm, spiritual energy condenses into a Dan, but the strong in the Heavenly Emperor domain may have already transformed their Dan into divine abilities. I must hasten my pace. His fingers brushed over the pages, a hint of urgency flashing in his eyes. Outside the door, Lin Wanner entered with a tray of fruits. Noticing his intense focus, she softly said, Tianxian, do not stare at the book all the time. Take a break. She set down the fruits, sitting beside him, peeling a green fruit and offering it to him. The battle has just ended. You need to rest. Do not drive yourself mad. Her movements were gentle, concern evident in her eyes, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his hand, bringing warmth. Lin Tianxian accepted the green fruit, taking a bite, the sweet juice bursting on his tongue, and he chuckled softly. Wanner, you have been acting like a mother hen these past few days, so overbearing. His tone was playful, yet a softness flickered in his eyes as he chewed on the fruit, his gaze softening. Lin Wanner blushed slightly, huffing. Who is being overbearing? I worry you might tire yourself out. There's no one in the Heavenly Emperor domain to brew soup for you. She focused on peeling the fruit, her fingers pressing slightly harder, trying to mask her shyness. Lin Tianxian chuckled, reaching out to take the fruit she had peeled, softly saying, with you around, there will be no shortage of soup in the Heavenly Emperor domain. Lin Wanner was taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet his, her heart racing as she heard the warmth in his voice. She whispered, then do not forget. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, her cheeks flushed. Unable to look him in the eye, Lu Qingyan pushed the door open, holding a map in her hands. Noticing the subtle atmosphere between the two, she laughed lightly and said, oh, did I come at the wrong time? She approached, spreading the map on the table. This is the route from Qingyun Mountains to the Heavenly Emperor domain, which I found. The Heavenly Emperor Sect's flying boat arrives in 3 days. We must prepare. Her tone was casual, yet a hint of envy flickered in her eyes as her fingers lightly tapped on the table. Lin Tianxian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the map as he murmured, the Heavenly Emperor domain lies 1,000 miles away, with strong cultivators like clouds. I must grow stronger. Not only for myself, but for you both. He paused, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. In that battle against the Heavenly Cloud sect, I nearly failed to protect you. Next time, I must stand even taller. Whoever dares to harm you, I will annihilate their entire family. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with emotion. Lin Wanner whispered, Tianxian, we believe in you. Lu Qingyan nodded, saying, fool, with us by your side, you shall not falter. 3 days later, outside the city lord's mansion, a colossal airship descended, its hull adorned with intricate runes. The surge of spiritual energy causing the ground to tremble slightly. Mo Xian stood at the bow of the ship, his black robe billowing without the need for wind, exuding an aura that was unfathomable. He turned to Lin Tianxian and said in a deep voice, the time has come, board the ship. The Heavenly Emperor domain and the opportunities within the transformation realm await you. Lin Tianxian slung his pack over his shoulder, his right fist clenched tightly, a golden red glow emanating from his fist. He looked at Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan and softly declared, let us go. In the Heavenly Emperor domain, I shall grow stronger. Both women nodded in agreement, and the trio stepped onto the airship, their resolve unwavering. As the airship ascended, the distant skyline of Qingyun City faded away. Lin Tianxian stood at the bow, the wind caressing his face, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. The Heavenly Emperor domain, a new journey, was about to commence. Chapter 24. The journey of the airship of the Heavenly Emperor sect soared through the skies, its body inscribed with glowing runes, radiating spiritual energy that rippled outward, piercing the thin mist above the Qingshan mountain range. Lin Tianqian stood at the bow, clad in gray, exuding a calm and restrained aura characteristic of the early stages of the condensation realm. The surging currents of the devouring sky bloodline coursed through him, with golden red patterns faintly visible upon his chest. Though his injuries had not fully healed, he moved with ease, his right fist lightly clenched as he gazed into the distance. His eyes filled with anticipation and contemplation. Beside him stood Lin Wanner, dressed in fiery red, a long whip coiled around her waist. Although her aura of the 8th level of body refinement was not yet fully restored, it emanated a tenacity. Leaning against the ship's railing, the wind tousled her long hair, which she gently brushed aside as she softly remarked, "Tianqian, we've been flying for half a day. Yet there is still no sign of the Heavenly Emperor domain. Just how far is it?" Her voice was gentle, laced with curiosity, her fingers tracing the whip's handle. A glimmer of excitement for the unknown shining in her eyes. Lu Qingyan sat on a stone bench by the ship, her azure dress fluttering as she delicately twirled a jade flute in her hands. Her aura, stable and calm at the late stage of the Qi refinement realm, swept over to the figure in black robes at the front of the ship, Emo Xian. She whispered, "Ask him." Emo Xian is the envoy of the Heavenly Emperor sect. He must know the expanse of the Heavenly Emperor domain. Rising, she approached Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she tapped the ship's railing. "Tianqian, how vast do you think the Heavenly Emperor domain is?" Lin Tianqian turned his head and chuckled softly. "I can't even begin to guess. The Qingshan mountain range spans 1,000 miles, and while the Tianyun sect is a top-tier power, Emo Xian mentioned that the transformation realm is merely the starting point. The Heavenly Emperor domain must be far larger." Pausing, he turned his gaze to Emo Xian and asked in a deep voice, "Emo Xian, just how extensive is the Heavenly Emperor domain? What forces reside within it?" Emo Xian stood at the front of the airship, his black robe billowing without wind, his aura unfathomable. At the inquiry, he turned, his gaze sweeping over the three, his voice low and resonant. "The Heavenly Emperor domain is vast and boundless, spanning a circumference of 100,000 miles, encompassing 9 major states. The Qingshan mountain range is but a mere corner." His tone was unembellished, yet carried an air of authority as he pointed toward the clouds ahead. "After 3 more days of travel, we will reach the outskirts of the Heavenly Emperor domain. This land is rife with powers, and the Heavenly Emperor sect is merely one among many." A flicker of shock crossed Lin Wan and Appo's, her eyes as she whispered, 100,000 miles. She gazed down at the sea of clouds beneath the ship, her fingers tightening around the whip's handle. Struggling to fathom such an expansive territory, Lu Qingyan let out a soft whistle, laughing. "That's 100 times larger than the Qingshan mountain range. Tianqian, we're truly just small-town bumpkins here." Lin Tianqian nodded, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes as he murmured, 100,000 miles, just enough space for me to unleash my fury. "Emo Xian, tell us about the power divisions within the Heavenly Emperor domain." His right fist clenched tightly, a glimmer of golden red light flashing, revealing his hidden battle intent. Emo Xian nodded slightly, spiritual energy coalescing in his palm to form a luminous screen. A vague map materialized, with the 9 major states appearing like stars scattered across the sky. He spoke solemnly. "The Heavenly Emperor domain is divided into 9 major states, each governed by its own ruling force. In the central Tianhuang state, the Heavenly Emperor sect resides, led by the Heavenly Emperor himself, a cultivator in the early stages of the Emperor realm, with dozens of elders at the Transformation realm and countless disciples at the Ascendant realm. Reigning as the dominator of the Heavenly Emperor domain." Lin Tianqian furrowed his brow and murmured, "The Emperor realm." He recalled the late stage of the condensation realm of the Qingshan ancestor, who stood at the pinnacle of Qingshan city, and realized that the Emperor realm far surpassed the Transformation realm, an urgency rising within him. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with awe. Emo Xian continued, "Surrounding Tianhuang state are the 8 other major states. In the East Song state, the Songlong sect reigns, led by the Songlong true man. In the mid-stages of the Emperor realm, adept in dragon-related divine abilities. In the West Xian state, the Xianyu sect dominates, with the Xianyu Saintus. In the early stages of the Emperor realm, famed for her lunar secret arts. In the South Lai state, the Lai Yin sect runs rampant, led by the Lai Yin Heavenly Emperor. In the late stages of the Emperor realm, wielding fire-based techniques. In the North Han state, the Bing Pa sect stands supreme, led by the Bing Pa Heavenly Emperor. In the mid-stages of the Emperor realm, capable of freezing vast expanses." A solemn expression crossed Lin Tianqian's face as he whispered, "The Emperor realm." His fists clenched, knuckles whitening as the currents of the devouring sky bloodline quickened slightly. Lu Qingyan remarked quietly, "The transformation realm is merely the beginning. The Emperor realm is widespread. Tianqian, we must intensify our efforts." Lin Wanner nodded, gripping the handle of her whip tightly, murmuring, "Each of these forces could easily crush the Qingshan mountain range." Emo Xian shifted the luminous screen, pointing to the map's edges. "Beyond the 8 major states lies the Loose Cultivators Alliance and the Beast Territory. The Loose Cultivators Alliance lacks a fixed ruler but boasts many Ascendant Realm experts, a motley crew of individuals. The Beast territory occupies the fringes of the Heavenly Emperor domain, with many Beast Kings at the Emperor realm, known for their ferocity. Pausing, he cast a glance at Lin Tianqian. The Heavenly Emperor domain is vast, with strong cultivators aplenty. If you do not enter the transformation realm, you will be but an ant. Lin Tianqian chuckled, his battle spirit igniting further. An ant? I have fought my way from a forsaken bloodline to the condensation realm. No matter how vast the Heavenly Emperor domain, I shall rise to the pinnacle. With a powerful strike of his right fist against the ship and Appo's railing, the golden-red aura reverberated, causing the vessel to tremble slightly, eliciting a moment of emotion in Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan. On the second day of their voyage, Lin Tianqian stood at the bow, eyes closed in meditation. The devouring sky bloodline absorbing the spiritual energy within the ship, healing his injuries to 90%. Reflecting on Mo Xian's words regarding the vastness of the Heavenly Emperor domain and the hierarchy of its cultivators stirred a fervor within him. He murmured, the Heavenly Emperor sect, the Emperor realm. The Canglong sect, the Emperor realm. I must grow stronger, not only for myself, but for them. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan, a gentle light flickering within them. Lin Wanner sat by the ship's edge, holding a map, softly muttering to herself, 100,000 miles, 9 major states. Tianqian needs to grow stronger, and I must keep pace. Rising, she approached Lin Tianqian, whispering, Tianqian, I am at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. With a bit of spiritual energy, I can reach the 9th level. What techniques do you possess? Please, teach me. Her tone was lighthearted, yet her eyes shone with earnestness as her fingers gently brushed against his arm. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, retrieving a jade slip from his robe and handing it to her. This is the body refinement fragment left by a senior of the Qingshan sect. I have made some modifications to suit you. Pausing, he added, Wanner, the Heavenly Emperor domain is perilous. You must grow strong. I do not wish to see you fall before me again. His voice was deep, concern flickering in his eyes as his fingers inadvertently brushed against hers, radiating warmth. Lin Wanner accepted the jade slip, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied softly, Rest assured, I will not hold you back. Gripping the slip tightly, she leaned against him, her eyes filled with determination. Lu Qingyan approached, sensing the subtle atmosphere between them, and chuckled. Oh, look at you two, displaying affection again. I must learn something too. Tianqian, do you have any sound wave techniques? Lin Tianqian handed her another jade slip, smiling. This is the sound wave induction. Take it and practice. There are too many powerful cultivators in the Heavenly Emperor domain. You both need to grow stronger together, so I want you have to bear the burden alone. Lu Qingyan took the slip, playfully retorting, Who says you have to bear it alone? We'll all charge in together. Her tone was carefree, yet a tender light glimmered in her eyes as she gently patted his shoulder. The three gathered at the bow, Lin Tianqian quietly explaining the intricacies of the techniques, while Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan listened intently, occasionally interjecting. The atmosphere was warm and focused as their laughter echoed through the clouds, their trust and camaraderie deepening. On the third day at dusk, the airship broke through a dense layer of clouds, revealing a vast mountain range ahead, rich in spiritual energy that almost manifested as mist. Mo Xian stood at the bow, his voice grave. We have reached the outskirts of the Heavenly Emperor domain. The three of them rose, their eyes scanning the horizon, filled with anticipation. At that moment, the airship jolted violently, a massive pillar of spiritual energy crashing from below. The runes on the ship blazed brightly, successfully deflecting the onslaught. Lin Tianqian frowned, his right fist clenched tightly as he shouted, Who goes there? The clouds below parted to reveal dozens of figures soaring into the air. Leading them was a burly man clad in black armor, his aura formidable. At the late stage of the condensation realm, holding a massive axe, he sneered, Is this the airship of the Heavenly Emperor sect? Hand over the spirit stones, or face death. Mo Xian snorted coldly, his energy erupting as the pressure of the early transformation realm enveloped the area. Loose Cultivators Alliance, you seek your own demise. With a single strike of his palm, a radiant force surged forth like a mountain, sending the burly figure clad in black armor staggering back several dozen paces, blood spewing from his mouth incessantly. The other scattered cultivators, gripped by terror, fled in all directions. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he murmured, Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor's domain is teeming with formidable warriors. He turned to Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan, his voice low yet resolute. Prepare yourselves. Our journey has only just begun. The two nodded in agreement, and the flying vessel continued its voyage, subtly unveiling a glimpse of the vastness and peril that lay within the Heavenly Emperor's domain. Here's a refined and more eloquent version of the text you provided. Chapter 25. Initial foray into the Emperor's domain. The Sky Sovereign Sect's airship glided serenely through the clouds, its hull adorned with shimmering runes that emitted ripples of spiritual energy, dispelling the surrounding mist. Lin Tianqian stood at the prow, his gray robes billowing gently in the wind. His nascent origin core realm aura was composed and restrained, while the fervent currents of the Heaven-Devouring Bloodline coursed through his veins, causing crimson gold to flicker faintly on his chest. His injuries had nearly abated, and he clenched his right fist subtly, his gaze sweeping over the gradually unfolding mountain range below, his eyes brimming with both anticipation and trepidation. The previous night's assault by the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, though repelled by Mo Xian's decisive strike, had offered him a preliminary understanding of the perils within the Emperor's domain. Lin Wanner leaned against the ship's railing, her scarlet attire ablaze in the sunlight. The long whip was coiled around her waist, and her chi refinement 8th level aura grew increasingly steadfast. She clutched a spirit stone she had brought from Azure Cloud City, allowing its essence to seep into her form slowly. A trace of determination flickered in her eyes. She raised her gaze to Lin Tianqian and murmured, "Tianqian." Those rogue cultivators dared to plunder even the Sky Sovereign Sect's airship, despite being at the late origin core realm. The Emperor's domain is indeed chaotic. Her voice was soft, and her fingers caressed the spirit stone, betraying a hint of apprehension about the unknown. Lu Qingyan sat upon a stone stool near the vessel and Apos' edge, her verdant dress fluttering in the breeze. The jade flute in her hand tapped lightly against her knee, and her chi refinement late-stage aura was tranquil. Her eyes traced the mountains beneath the ship as she mused. Chaotic it may be, but that black-armored brute was routed with a single blow from Mo Xian. The Sky Sovereign Sect's power should not be underestimated. She arose and approached Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner, curiosity dancing in her eyes. "Tianqian," she began. "This Emperor and Apos' domain is vast. What shall we do first once we arrive?" Lin Tianqian chuckled softly and turned to face them. "Survive first, then grow stronger," he declared. Mo Xian said the transformation realm is merely a starting point here. We must find a foothold and discern the lay of the land. He paused, his gaze shifting to Mo Xian, and inquired in a measured tone, "Mo Xian, which province lies on the outskirts of the Emperor's domain? Where are we headed?" Mo Xian stood at the forefront of the airship, his black robes stirring despite the absence of wind. His transformation realm aura was unfathomable. He turned at the sound of Lin Tianqian and Apos' voice, his gaze sweeping over the trio. "This is the periphery of the Emperor and Apos' domain, the edge of the Eastern Azure province. Within the sphere of influence of the Azure Dragon sect," he announced in a deep voice. "The Sky Sovereign Sect's airship is bound for Emperor Sky Province. Passing through the outer reaches of Eastern Azure Province, we shall disembark at an outpost of the Azure Dragon sect." He paused, gesturing towards the mountains below. "In half a day's time, we shall reach Azure Dragon Ridge, where the Sky Sovereign sect maintains a station." Lin Tianqian nodded, a spark of fervor igniting within his eyes. "Eastern Azure Province, Azure Dragon sect," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Transformation realm midstage." He clenched his right fist, a glimmer of crimson gold light flashing from it, his battle intent barely concealed. Lin Wan and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. "An Azure Dragon sect outpost," she whispered. "Are we going to be thrown into battle the moment we arrive?" Lu Qingyan chuckled. "With Mo Xian present, it shouldn't and Apos' come to that. However, in this Emperor and Apos' domain, might makes right." As the airship continued its journey for half a day, the mountains below grew increasingly distinct. The ranges stretched endlessly, and the spiritual energy was so concentrated that it nearly materialized into mist. Spirit beasts roamed among the peaks, emitting low roars. Lin Tianqian stood at the prow, his eyes closed in meditation, the Heaven-Devouring Bloodline hungrily consuming the spiritual energy within the ship, his aura becoming increasingly stable. He reflected upon Mo Xian and Apos' descriptions of the Emperor and Apos' domain, the vastness of the 9 great provinces, and the tears of power that stirred his heart. "Azure Dragon sect, Sky Sovereign sect, Rogue Cultivator Alliance," he murmured. "Emperor and Apos' domain, I have arrived." Lin Wan and Apos' approached, offering him a flask of water. "Tianqian, have some water." Don and Apos' be so tense," she said softly. Her movements were gentle, and her eyes were filled with concern. Her fingers brushed against his hand inadvertently, conveying a sense of warmth. "Those rogue cultivators from last night have unsettled me," she admitted quietly. "We must be careful when we reach the Emperor and Apos' domain." Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her worry. Her gaze fixed on his resolute profile. Lin Tianqian accepted the flask and took a sip, the cool liquid gliding down his throat. "Wanner, don't fret," he said with a soft chuckle. "With me here, no one will dare to harm you. I'll slaughter their entire clan." His tone was light, but his eyes glinted with determination. He gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Lu Qingyan approached, unfurling a map. "Tianqian, Wan and Apos' is right," she began. "The Emperor and Apos' domain is unlike Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Although the black-armored brute was repelled by Mo Xian last night, he has the Rogue Cultivator Alliance behind him. If a late Origin Core Realm Cultivator jumps out at us, we need a plan." She spread the map, pointing to the edge of the Eastern Azure province. Azure Dragon Ridge lies on the outskirts of Eastern Azure Province. While the Sky Sovereign Sect Station is safe, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is entrenched nearby. We must be wary. Lin Tianxian scanned the map and nodded. Mo Xian said Azure Dragon Ridge is a Sky Sovereign Sect outpost, so there should be a Transformation Realm expert station there. Once we arrive, we should assess the situation and then find opportunities to grow stronger. He paused, his voice dropping. The Emperor and Apos, S domain is filled with powerhouses. I must reach the Transformation Realm as soon as possible, or I won't be able to protect you. His voice was grave, and a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. His right fist clenched, his knuckles turning white. Lin Wan and Apos, grasped his hand. Tianxian, Don and Apos, T-Rush, she said softly. We and Apos, LL grow stronger together. You and Apos, not alone. Her hand was warm, gently caressing the back of his hand, her eyes filled with affection. Lu Qingyan chuckled and patted his shoulder. Wanner is right. With us here, even the Emperor's domain will have to yield to us. Her tone was light, and her fingers lingered on his shoulder, offering encouragement. The trio gathered near the vessel and Apos, S prow, Lin Tianxian analyzing the map in a low voice, Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan listening intently, occasionally interjecting. The atmosphere was warm and focused. As the airship soared onward, their gazes frequently swept over the mountains below. Their eyes filled with both anticipation and vigilance towards the Emperor's domain. As dusk descended, the airship descended slowly, the light emanating from the runes on its hull gradually dimming until it settled upon a broad mountain ridge. Azure Dragon Ridge was surrounded by mountains and abundant in spiritual energy. The structures on the ridge were majestic, engraved with runes that emitted a faint pressure. Mo Xian disembarked from the airship and announced in a deep voice, "This is the Sky Sovereign Sect's Azure Dragon Ridge Station. A Transformation Realm Elder is stationed here. Follow me inside." With a wave of his hand, the runes on the airship faded, and the trio followed him off the ship. Lin Tianxian stepped onto the ground, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. The spiritual energy on the ridge was intense, and several figures could be seen patrolling, all with auras above the origin core realm. Such potent spiritual energy, he murmured. The Emperor's domain is indeed different. Lin Wanner nodded, her fingers tightening around the handle of her whip. Even the patrols here are at the origin core realm. Lu Qingyan's eyes flashed with astonishment. The Sky Sovereign Sect's foundation is truly terrifying. Mo Xian led the trio into the station's grand hall. The hall was spacious, filled with mist-like spiritual energy. A white-haired elder sat cross-legged, his transformation realm aura as deep as the sea. He opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Lin Tianxian. Mo Xian, is this the one with the Heaven-Devouring Bloodline? He inquired in a deep voice. Mo Xian nodded. Elder, this is Lin Tianxian, slayer of the Heaven-Extinguishing Cloud sect, a person of boundless potential. The white-haired elder's gaze locked onto Lin Tianxian, early origin core realm, yet capable of slaying a transformation realm expert. His bloodline is extraordinary. Join my Sky Sovereign sect. And he could reach the transformation realm within 3 years. He paused, waving his hand, and 3 jade tokens flew towards Lin Tianxian and his companions. These are Sky Sovereign Sect Outer Disciple Identity tokens. With these tokens, you may cultivate at Azure Dragon Ridge for 3 months. After 3 months, you shall undergo the assessment in Emperor Sky Province. Lin Tianxian accepted the jade token and clasped his fist in salute. Thank you, Elder. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan followed suit, and the trio withdrew from the hall, settling into the rooms arranged for them at the station. The rooms were filled with potent spiritual energy. Lin Tianxian sat down cross-legged, devouring the spiritual energy, his eyes filled with determination. Emperor and Apos, S domain, he vowed. I shall stand at the summit. As night deepened, a dark figure appeared stealthily outside Azure Dragon Ridge. It was the black-armored brute from the previous night. He clutched a massive axe, his eyes filled with venom. Sky Sovereign Sect airship, he growled. You killed my brothers. This debt shall be repaid. Behind him, dozens of figures emerged, all members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, their auras formidable. Lin Tianxian sensed the presence and opened his eyes abruptly. Who and Apos, S there? He roared. He burst out of his room, seeing the black-armored brute leading his men closer. He clenched his right fist, a crimson gold light flashing from it. Mo Xian appeared, scoffing. Rogue Cultivator Alliance, have you come to court death again? He unleashed a palm strike, a palm of light as heavy as a mountain. The black-armored brute was sent flying, coughing up blood. Lin Tianxian and Apos, S eyes flashed with a cold light. The Emperor and Apos, S domain is indeed lively, he murmured. He turned to Mo Xian. What grudges exist between the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Sky Sovereign Sect? Mo Xian sneered. A millennium ago, the Heavenly Emperor sect rose to power, annihilating the predecessors of the Loose Cultivator Alliance and seizing their spiritual veins, thus forging an irreconcilable enmity. Though the Loose Cultivator Alliance is weakened, they have persistently plundered the flying vessels of the Heavenly Emperor sect, their hatred unyielding. Lin Tianxian nodded, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Excellent. The path of the Heavenly Emperor domain grows increasingly intriguing. Chapter 26. The initial repairs at Songlong Ridge. The sky above Songlong Ridge was enveloped in a veil of mist during the early morning, the abundant spiritual energy almost tangible, swirling between the mountains and casting a majestic backdrop to the grand structures of the Heavenly Emperor sect. The sect's flying vessel lay silently at the ridge's edge. Its runes dimmed. Lin Tianqian stood on the stone steps outside his chamber, his gray robes gently billowing in the morning breeze, exuding a serene and composed aura characteristic of the initial stage of the condensation realm. The warm currents of the Tianlong bloodline flowed slowly within him, golden red patterns faintly visible on his chest. His injuries had healed by 90%. He clenched his right fist lightly, knuckles turning pale, as his gaze swept toward the direction from which the rogue cultivators had attacked the previous night. Although the conflict had been resolved by Mo Xian with a single palm strike, it deepened his understanding of the dangers within the Heavenly Emperor domain. And a flicker of vigilance and anticipation crossed his eyes. Lin wanted Oppos, stood beside him, clad in fiery red, her long whip coiled around her waist, her aura as a body refinement 8th layer cultivator growing increasingly stable. In her hand, she held a spirit stone taken from the flying vessel, its spiritual energy gradually permeating her body, her gaze imbued with determination. She looked up at Lin Tianqian and softly murmured, "Tianqian, those rogue cultivators fled swiftly last night, but I can't shake the feeling they will return." Her voice was gentle, her fingers caressing the spirit stone, pressing slightly as if to suppress her inner unease. She paused, glancing at the mountains surrounding Songlong Ridge, and continued in a hushed tone, "The spiritual energy here is so dense, 100 times stronger than in Qingyun City. We must seize the time to cultivate." Lu Qingyan leaned against the doorframe of the chamber, her azure skirt fluttering, gently tapping her newly crafted jade flute against her palm. Her aura as a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator steady and ethereal. She surveyed the patrolling figures on the ridge and remarked with curiosity, "Wan and Oppos, is right. Songlong Ridge is the territory of the Heavenly Emperor sect, with elder cultivators in the transformation realm stationed here. The rogue cultivator alliance wouldn't dare to intrude recklessly." She approached Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner, her tone light. "However, Tianqian, you inquired about that matter with Mo Xian last night regarding the grudge between the rogue cultivators and the Heavenly Emperor sect. He didn't elaborate. Aren't you going to ask him again?" Lin Tianqian turned his head and chuckled softly. "I certainly intend to inquire further. The power dynamics within the Heavenly Emperor domain are intricate. Without a clear understanding, we will inevitably suffer losses." His gaze shifted to Mo Xian, who was meditating nearby, and he spoke in a serious tone, "Mo Xian, last night you mentioned that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance has held a grudge against the Heavenly Emperor sect for 1,000 years. What exactly happened? Furthermore, does their attempt to seize our vessel last night signify a more significant scheme?" Mo Xian stood beside the flying vessel, his black robe billowing without wind, emanating an unfathomable aura of an early-stage transformation realm cultivator. Upon hearing Lin Tianqian's question, he opened his eyes, casting a glance at him, his voice low and grave. "The enmity between the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Heavenly Emperor sect dates back a millennium. When the Heavenly Emperor sect was first established, a fierce battle erupted with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance over a heavenly-grade spiritual vein in Dongsong Prefecture. In that battle, the Heavenly Emperor sect annihilated 3 of the Alliance's strongest cultivators, seizing the spiritual vein and weakening the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, which has since lingered on the periphery, seeking vengeance." He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The attempt to seize the vessel last night was merely a minor skirmish. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance has shown signs of resurgence in recent years, possibly supported by other forces, aiming at the resource transport lines of the Heavenly Emperor sect. Lin Tianqian furrowed his brow and murmured, "Other forces? Which among the 9 prefectures of the Heavenly Domain would dare to intervene?" He clenched his right fist tightly, a golden red fist aura flickering, the intent to fight evident in his gaze. Mo Xian sneered. "Songlong sect in Dongsong Prefecture and Xianyu sect in Sichuan Prefecture are both potential players. Although the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is weak, their numbers are vast. If they gain external support, the Heavenly Emperor sect will face considerable difficulties." A hint of worry flashed in Lin Wanner's eyes as she spoke softly, "Tianqian, the waters in the Heavenly Domain run deep. We have only just arrived and are already caught in this turmoil. Will it be?" Her words trailed off as she tightened her grip on the spirit stone, anxiety evident in her eyes. Lu Qingyan gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Wan and Oppos, do not fear. With Mo Xian present, we are temporarily safe. However, Tianqian, you must strengthen yourself quickly, otherwise it will be challenging to navigate this place." Lin Tianqian nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. "Mo Xian, what arrangements does the Heavenly Emperor sect have at Songlong Ridge?" "We are set to participate in the assessment in Tianhuang Prefecture in 3 months. What must we do?" Mo Xian replied gravely. "Songlong Ridge is the Heavenly Emperor sect's stronghold in Dongsong Prefecture. During these 3 months, you may recuperate here and practice the sect's external cultivation techniques. Once your strength increases, You will be prepared for the intersect qualifications in the assessment in Tianwan Prefecture. With a wave of his hand, 3 jade slips flew toward the trio. These are the Heavenly Emperor fundamentals, suitable for the condensation realm, aiding you in solidifying your cultivation. Lin Tianqian accepted the jade slips, his spiritual energy probing within as the inscriptions projected into the air, detailing the methods for condensing spiritual energy. He declared, "Very well, with 3 months at hand, I shall break through to the mid-stage of the condensation realm." Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, and the three turned to return to their chamber, preparing for a period of seclusion and cultivation. At noon, a sudden low rumble erupted outside Songlong Ridge, the ground trembling slightly. Lin Tianqian burst from the chamber, his right fist clenched, golden red fist aura flaring. Lin Wan and Oppos, and Lu Qingyan followed closely behind, the three of them standing on the stone steps, their gazes drawn to the ridge's periphery. Dozens of figures emerged from the mist, led by a burly man in black armor wielding a massive axe, exuding a formidable aura. A late-stage condensation realm cultivator. Behind him, several dozen others were also at the condensation realm, their spiritual energy rippling through the air, causing the mountains to resonate. "You Heavenly Emperor sect scoundrels, hand over the spirit stones, or we shall flatten Songlong Ridge," roared the black-armored man, swinging his axe with a fierce energy that cleaved the air, hurtling directly toward the main hall of the sect. Mo Xian snorted coldly, his early-stage transformation realm aura erupting as he delivered a palm strike, a light as solid as a mountain that forcefully blocked the axe's trajectory. The rebound sending the black-armored man staggering back several steps, blood trickling from his mouth. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tianqian and Oppos' eyes as he muttered, "The Rogue Cultivator Alliance has returned." Clenching his right fist tightly, the golden red fist aura surged as he charged toward the black-armored man, shouting, "Let me have some fun with you." Mo Xian warned sternly, "Lin Tianqian, settle this quickly. Do not prolong the fight." Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement as Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, lashed out with her whip while Lu Qingyan played her jade flute. The three of them joining forces to confront the enemy. The black-armored man grinned savagely, his massive axe sweeping through the air like a crescent moon, the spiritual energy rippling and causing the ground to crack as it surged toward Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian moved like lightning, his right fist striking out with the 8th stance of the swallowing heaven dominance fist, a golden red fist aura enveloped in a blood-colored vortex that tore through the air. The ground shattering several feet beneath him as stones were drawn into the vortex, turning to dust. When the fist aura collided with the axe's edge, a thunderous explosion shook the ridge, Lin Tianqian's right fist tearing flesh, blood cascading down, yet he remained steadfast, while the black-armored man was pushed back several steps, his massive axe trembling, his hands bleeding. Such power from an early-stage condensation realm cultivator. The black-armored man's eyes widened in shock as he roared, raising his axe high. Spiritual energy coalescing into a 10-foot axe image, its blade glimmering coldly and carrying the oppressive aura of a late-stage condensation realm cultivator, crashing down. Lin Tianqian's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he fully activated his swallowing heaven bloodline, the blood-colored vortex swelling to 100 feet, roaring, "Annihilate heaven." The 9th stance of the swallowing heaven dominance fist erupted, the golden red fist aura resembling the collapse of heaven and earth, the wind of the fist carrying a devouring force. The air ripping apart with a sharp whistle. Boom. The fist aura collided head-on with the axe image, the explosive spiritual energy shaking the ridge's stone walls. Lin Tianqian being pushed back several steps, the bones in his right fist cracking, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The black-armored man lost his grip on the massive axe, which flew away, crashing 10 feet away, his chest caving in as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura waning. Staring wide-eyed, he gasped, swallowing heaven bloodline you before he could finish, he fainted. Lin Wanner's whip danced like a serpent, its shadow as swift as a rainbow, wrapping around 3 early-stage condensation realm rogue cultivators on the left. Her movements were agile, the whip's tail condensing spiritual energy like a needle that pierced one man's throat, blood gushing forth. With a flick of her wrist, she ensnared another around the waist and yanked violently, snapping his spine with a chilling scream. "Tianqian, I can handle this," she cried, as the whip shadow surged again, ensnaring a third man and Amp, Oppos' arm, the spiritual energy surging in, causing his arm to shatter as he collapsed, gasping for breath. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, sound waves crashing like a tide, transforming into an invisible ripple of spiritual energy that surged toward 5 rogue cultivators on the right. The sound waves reverberated, the air humming, causing the 5 to wince in pain as their spiritual energy became disordered. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped, sweeping her jade flute, the spiritual energy coalescing into a sharp edge that sliced through one man's chest, blood spurting forth as he fell lifeless to the ground. "Tianqian Wanner, I won't hold you back," she declared softly. The sound waves reverberated once more, causing the 2 individuals to be thrust back. blood spewing forth as they collapsed to the ground. The other two retaliated with blades drawn, yet Lu Qingyan swiftly evaded, her jade flute piercing the air, unleashing spiritual energy like needles that penetrated the foreheads of her adversaries, blood cascading down as they both met their demise. Mo Xian observed with a cold gaze. Striking forth with an open palm, his luminous hand descended like a mountain, crushing the remaining rogue cultivators. In an instant, over 10 of them were reduced to a mist of blood, the remnants of the rogue cultivator alliance scattering in all directions. Lin Tianqian gasped for breath, his right fist hanging low, blood dripping as he murmured, "The rogue cultivator alliance is indeed intriguing." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan approached him, with Lin Wanner softly saying, "Tianqian, your fist." Lu Qingyan offered a piece of cloth, saying, "Wrap it up. Do not overexert yourself." Lin Tianqian accepted the cloth, binding it around his right fist. Chuckling lightly, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. In the Tianhuang domain, fighting is inevitable." He turned to Mo Xian, inquiring solemnly, "Will the rogue cultivator alliance return?" Mo Xian snorted disdainfully, "Merely a minor disturbance. The Tianhuang sect will handle the cleansing. You three should return to your chambers to recuperate and cultivate. In 3 months, the true test will unfold in Tianhuang Prefecture." The trio nodded and retreated to their chambers to heal and practice. Inside the chamber, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, absorbing spiritual energy. His eyes filled with determination. "In the Tianhuang domain, I will rise to the pinnacle." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan positioned themselves on either side, engaging in quiet conversation, their eyes brimming with resolute conviction for the future. Chapter 27. The emergence of the sect. As the morning mist of Songlong Ridge gradually dissipated after March, the spiritual energy of the Tianhuang sect's stronghold surged like a tide, illuminating the majestic structures nestled among the mountains. Lin Tianqian stood upon the stone steps outside his chamber, his gray attire billowing gently in the breeze. The aura of an early-stage condensation realm cultivator emanated from him, steady and formidable. As the fiery currents of his devouring bloodline surged within, the golden-red patterns on his chest shimmering brilliantly. After 3 months of arduous training, his injuries had completely healed, and his cultivation had advanced, subtly nearing the threshold of the mid-stage condensation realm. Clenching his right fist, the golden-red radiance flickered, his gaze sweeping towards the main hall with anticipation and resolve. Beside him stood Lin Wanner, clad in fiery red, her long whip coiled around her waist, exuding a resilient and reserved aura at the 9th level of body refinement. In her hand, she held a spirit stone, the spiritual energy gradually seeping into her body, her eyes reflecting a hint of determination. After 3 months of cultivation, she had broken through to the 9th level of body refinement, her physique as tough as tempered steel, her skin faintly glowing with a subtle sheen. She lifted her gaze to Lin Tianqian and softly remarked, "Tianqian, March has arrived. Today we must attend the assessment in Tianhuang Prefecture, right?" Her voice was gentle, her fingers caressing the spirit stone with a slight tension and anticipation. Lu Qingyan leaned against the stone steps, her azure dress fluttering, gently tapping her jade flute against her palm, her aura at the pinnacle of qi refinement, clear and stable. During the course of 3 months, she had also broken through to the pinnacle of qi refinement, her sound wave abilities enhanced. The flute and amp, Apos, melody resonating with a trace of spiritual energy. She glanced at the main hall, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, and whispered, "Tianqian, 1 and amp, Apos, For the inner sect assessment of the Tianhuang sect, Mo Xian mentioned the 3-year transformation into divine transformation realm. Can we manage it?" She approached the two, her tone light. Yet her eyes conveyed a seriousness as her fingers lightly stroked the flute. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, turning to them, "Whether we can or cannot, we will only know upon arrival. The Tianhuang domain is filled with powerful warriors. If I do not enter the divine transformation realm, how can I protect you?" He paused, his gaze shifting to the main hall as he stated solemnly, "Mo Xian said the assessment takes place in Tianhuang Prefecture. The flying vessel departs today, so we must be prepared." Clenching his right fist, the golden-red radiance trembled the air, revealing an underlying battle intent. A hint of tenderness flickered in Lin Wan and Apos' eyes as she replied softly, "Tianqian, with you here, we have nothing to fear." She paused, tightening her grip on the spirit stone, and added quietly, "Over these 3 months, I have reached the 9th level of body refinement. I feel somewhat different, as if I am stronger than before." Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, chiming in, "I find it strange as well. After reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, the flow of spiritual energy feels smoother, and the flute sound seems to attract even more spiritual energy." Lin Tianqian furrowed his brows, surveying the two as he murmured, "Different? Perhaps the abundant spiritual energy of the Tianhuang domain has accelerated your cultivation." Before he could finish, a deep rumble echoed from afar as the flying vessel of the Tianhuang sect slowly ascended, Mo Xian standing at the bow, his black robe billowing without wind, exuding an unfathomable aura of early-stage divine transformation realm. The time has come. Board the vessel. Mo Xian commanded in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the three. Lin Tianxin nodded, leading Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan onto the vessel, the runes on its body glowing brilliantly as it soared into the sky, heading straight for Tianhuang Prefecture. After a day of travel, as they traversed the vast sea of clouds over Dongsong Prefecture, the horizon of Tianhuang Prefecture gradually became clear. Below, the land sprawled wide. Spiritual energy swirling like mist, mountains stretching endlessly, rivers coiling like dragons, and countless cultivators could be seen soaring through the skies, all exuding an aura above the condensation realm. Lin Tianxin stood at the bow, his gaze scanning the magnificent scenery below, a flicker of awe in his eyes as he murmured, Tianhuang Prefecture, what grandeur. Lin Wanner leaned against the side of the vessel, her red attire billowing lightly in the wind as she looked down, whispering, Tianxin. The spiritual energy here is denser than at Songlong Ridge, and with so many cultivators, we must be cautious. Her fingers tightened around the whip handle, a hint of vigilance in her eyes, her palms slightly sweating. Lu Qingyan stood beside her, gently tapping her jade flute against her palm, and softly said, caution is essential. However, for the intersect assessment, there should be divine transformation realm elders overseeing, so things should not go awry. Her tone was cheerful, yet a trace of tension flickered in her eyes as her fingers unconsciously tightened. The vessel slowly descended, revealing the imposing mountain gate of the Tianhuang sect. The gate towered like the heavens, a curtain of spiritual energy enveloping it, with 9 colossal peaks rising majestically, their summits glimmering with spiritual light, and numerous palaces and figures of cultivators faintly visible. Mo Xian led the three down from the vessel, stating in a solemn voice, the mountain gate of the Tianhuang sect. The intersect assessment is held here, follow me inside. With a wave of his hand, the curtain of spiritual energy parted, and the three followed him through. Inside the mountain gate, the spiritual energy was so rich it almost resembled liquid, the ground paved with blue stones inscribed with runes. And a low rumble echoed faintly in the air. Mo Xian guided the three into a grand hall, spacious and filled with swirling spiritual energy. In the center, a spiritual platform floated, upon which 3 elders sat cross-legged, all exuding early-stage divine transformation realm auras, their gazes sharp as they scrutinized the three. The elder in white, immaculate in his robe, fixed his gaze on Lin Tianxin and intoned, Mo Xian, is this the one with the devouring bloodline? Mo Xian nodded, Elder, this is Lin Tianxin. Early-stage condensation realm, having annihilated the Tianyun sect with boundless potential. The other 2 are Lin Wanner, 9th level of body refinement, and Lu Qingyan, pinnacle of qi refinement, both possessing remarkable talents. The white-robed elder nodded, gesturing with his fingers as 3 beams of spiritual energy shot into the bodies of the 3. Lin Tianxin felt a jolt of spiritual energy within him, the devouring bloodline pulsating violently, the golden red patterns shining brilliantly. Lin Wanner felt the surge of spiritual energy within her, a layer of reddish-golden light faintly emerging from her body, her aura escalating sharply. Lu Qingyan felt the tide of spiritual energy within her, her jade flute resonating on its own, unleashing a clear sound wave that reverberated through the air. The white-robed elder and Apos, S eyes brightened as he murmured, the devouring bloodline. An ancient taboo, has limitless potential. This young lady, Lin Wan and Apos, possesses a reddish-golden battle physique, a rare innate constitution. This young lady, Lu Qingyan, has a clear sound body, with extraordinary sound wave talents. They are all prodigies. He paused, casting a glance at the 2 elders beside him. These 3 may enter the inner sect. The elder in green robes spoke softly, Lin Tianxin, with the devouring bloodline, I shall take you as my direct disciple, within 3 years. You must enter the divine transformation realm. The elder in purple robes declared, Lin Wan and Apos, with the reddish-golden battle physique, your physical talents are astonishing. I shall take you as my direct disciple. You will surely achieve greatness in the path of body refinement. The white-robed elder nodded, Lu Qingyan. With the clear sound body and unparalleled sound wave talents, I shall take you as my direct disciple. Within 3 years, you may master the path of sound and death. The 3 exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Lin Tianxin clasped his fists and said earnestly, Thank you, elders. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan followed suit, with Lin Wanner whispering, Tianxin, do we all have special constitutions? Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly. It seems that the Tianhuang domain is indeed our blessed land. Even the elders are eager to accept us as disciples. The elder in green robes rose, stating solemnly, Lin Tianxin, follow me to Qingfeng for cultivation. The elder in purple robes looked at Lin Wan and Apos. Follow me to Zifeng. The elder in white robes addressed Lu Qingyan, follow me to Baifeng. The 3 nodded. And Lin Tianxin declared quietly, Wan and Apos, Qingyan, during our 3 years at the Tianhuang sect, let us grow stronger together. The 2 nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Upon Qingfeng, Lin Tianxin followed the elder in green robes into a spiritual hall, where spiritual energy surged like an ocean. and in the center floated a spirit pearl radiating dazzling light. The elder in green robes spoke gravely. Lin Tianqian, this is the Qingfeng spirit pearl, which will aid you in refining your Yuandan. With your devouring bloodline, you can consume all. Within 3 years, I demand you enter the divine transformation realm. With a wave of his hand, the spirit pearl and Amp, Apos, S brilliance surged into Lin Tianqian and Amp, Apos, S body, his aura strengthening dramatically, the devouring bloodline pulsating violently, the golden red patterns shining intensely. Upon Zifeng, Lin Wan and Apos, entered a stone hall with the elder in purple robes, where the spiritual energy swirled like mist, and in the center stood a statue emanating reddish golden light. The elder in purple robes declared, Lin Wan and Apos, with your reddish golden battle physique, you are a born warrior. This statue harbors the remnant soul of an ancient war god, which will aid you in refining your body. With a wave of his hand, reddish golden light surged into Lin Wan and Apos, S body, causing her physique to emit a crisp sound, her aura surging as a flicker of battle intent shone in her eyes. Upon Baifeng, Lu Qingyan followed the elder in white robes into a sound hall, where the spiritual energy ebbed like waves, and in the center floated an ancient zither, its strings resonating on their own. The elder in white robes stated solemnly, Lu Qingyan, with your clear sound body and sound-killing talents. This ancient zither is a treasure of the sound path, which will aid you in refining your sound waves. With a wave of his hand, the zither's melodies surged into Lu Qingyan's body, her spiritual energy swelling as her jade flute chimed, a glimmer of clarity shining in her eyes. In the secluded halls of the Sanfeng sect, Lin Tianqian and his companions immersed themselves in their individual retreats, drawing upon the boundless essence of spiritual energy, their auras steadily ascending. Within the inner sanctum of the Heavenly Emperor sect, the journey towards the realm of divine transformation commenced in earnest after 3 years of arduous cultivation. Chapter 28. The heartstrings of the Heavenly Emperor sect. Within the gates of the Heavenly Emperor sect, the spiritual energy surged like a tide. 9 majestic peaks towered into the clouds, their ethereal glow illuminating the grandeur and solemnity of the palaces. Lin Tianqian stood before the spiritual hall of the Green Peak, his gray robe billowing gently in the mountain breeze. The aura of a cultivator at the initial stage of the condensation realm emanated from him, steady and reserved. The fiery current of the swallowing sky bloodline surged within him, as golden red patterns shimmered brilliantly upon his chest. Clenching his right fist, he cast a sweeping gaze toward the floating green peak spirit pearl within the hall, his eyes briefly flickering with complex emotions, a blend of awe for the grandeur of the Heavenly Emperor sect and anticipation for his future cultivation. After joining the sect, he had been taken as a direct disciple by the elder in the green robe, and the 3-year promise to reach the divine transformation realm weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with both excitement and anxiety. Standing before the stone hall of the purple peak, Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, donned a fiery red robe, with a long whip coiled at her waist, exuding a resilient and composed aura of the 9th level of body refinement. Her fingers tightened around the whip's handle as her gaze fixed upon the statue within the hall, radiating a brilliant crimson gold light, filled with awe and a hint of trepidation. Her unique constitution, the crimson gold battle body, had been unveiled by the elder in the purple robe, revealing a doorway to a new world before her. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, and a fine sheen of sweat began to bead on her palm. In front of the sound hall of the White Peak, Lu Qingyan, clad in a flowing azure dress, gently caressed the jade flute in her hand, her aura at the pinnacle of qi refinement, pure and stable. She directed her gaze toward the ancient zither suspended within the hall, its strings resonating with a sound that caused her internal spiritual energy to subtly resonate, her eyes alight with joy and curiosity. The discovery of her clear spiritual sound body granted her a newfound understanding of her sonic talent, her fingers lightly tapping the flute in a fit of exuberance. The Green Peak Spiritual Hall. As Lin Tianqian stepped into the spiritual hall, the spiritual energy within swelled like an ocean. The Green Peak Spirit Pearl floated at the center, emanating a dazzling green light, with waves of spiritual energy rippling outward. He inhaled deeply, allowing the energy to flood into his body, causing the swallowing sky bloodline to pulse vigorously, its golden red patterns glowing fiercely. He settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes in introspection, reflecting on the elder's words. Within 3 years, you must reach the divine transformation realm. The swallowing sky bloodline can devour all things. You are the hope of the Heavenly Emperor sect. His heartbeat quickened slightly, yet a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, the divine transformation realm. I am coming to the heavenly domain. As the light from the spirit pearl surged into him, his internal energy roared like a river, and the Yuan Dan within him trembled slightly, hinting at a potential for refinement. He whispered, in that battle against the Tianyan sect, I nearly perished. Senior Qingyan and Lord Lu both fell. If I am weak, who will protect them in the heavenly domain? His voice resonated with a hint of self-reproach. His right fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, a thin sheen of sweat forming in his palm. Memories of Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan in a state of unconsciousness tightened his heart as he roared, "In 3 years, I will reach the divine transformation realm." As spiritual energy surged into him, the swallowing sky bloodline absorbed the power of the spirit pearl, and his aura climbed steadily. A faint crack began to appear on the surface of his Yuan Dan, bringing him closer to the threshold of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Opening his eyes, determination shone within them as he vowed softly, "Heavenly Emperor Sect, in 3 years, I will stand at the pinnacle." The stone hall of the purple peak Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, entered the stone hall, where spiritual energy enveloped her like mist. And the statue at its center radiated a crimson gold brilliance, the aura pulsating like a war drum. She inhaled deeply, feeling the energy surge into her body, her physical form emitting a subtle crackling sound as the power of her crimson gold battle body intensified. Sitting in a cross-legged position, her gaze fixed upon the statue, she recalled the elder's words, "With the crimson gold battle body, you are a born warrior, unmatched in physical prowess. Your path of body refinement can lead to greatness." Her heartbeat quickened, and a flicker of shock crossed her eyes as her fingers tightened around the whip and Oppos' handle, trembling slightly. The light from the statue flowed into her, and her internal energy surged like a tide. Her meridians felt as if forged from fine iron, her bones resonating with a deep rumble, her skin shimmering with a layer of crimson gold, resembling a suit of armor. She murmured softly, "The crimson gold battle body. I possess such a constitution." Her voice trembled slightly, disbelief mingling with a growing sense of determination. Remembering Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos' fierce protection during the battle, warmth spread through her heart as she vowed softly, "Tianqian risked everything against the Tianyan sect. I cannot hold him back. This constitution, I will refine it to its utmost." As the spiritual energy flowed in like mist, her body trembled violently, her meridians expanded, bones tempered, and the aura of the 9th level of body refinement surged, hinting at a peak nearing realization. She opened her eyes, filled with resolve, and declared softly, "In the heavenly domain, I shall fight alongside Tianqian." Rising to her feet, she swung the long whip, its shadow slicing through the air, causing the hall to reverberate, the crimson gold light swirling around her like a battle goddess. The sound hall of the white peak Lu Qingyan stepped into the sound hall, where spiritual energy swelled like a tide, and the ancient zither floated at its center, its strings resonating on their own, sending sound waves rippling through the air. She inhaled deeply, feeling the energy surge into her, the aura of her clear spiritual sound body intensifying, the jade flute in her hand beginning to produce sound, resonating in harmony with the zither. Settling into a cross-legged position, she fixed her gaze upon the zither, recalling the elder's words, "With the clear spiritual sound body, your talent for sound manipulation is unparalleled. In 3 years, you will master the art of sonic killing." Her heartbeat quickened, and a flicker of delight appeared in her eyes as she gently tapped the jade flute, a spark of joy igniting within her. The sound waves from the zither surged into her, and her internal energy surged like a tide, the power of sound coalescing into an indistinct blade of force. She murmured, "The clear spiritual sound body. I didn't end Oppos. Realize my sonic power was so formidable." Her voice was light, yet determination began to kindle in her eyes. Remembering Lin Tianqian and Oppos' desperate defense against the elder and Oppos' light beam during the battle, her heart tightened as she whispered, "That fool Tianqian always charges ahead. I must share the burden. This sound body, I will hone it to kill without a trace." As the sound waves surged into her, her spiritual energy quaked fiercely, her aura skyrocketing, the barrier at the pinnacle of chi refinement beginning to loosen, hinting at the threshold of the condensation realm. She opened her eyes, clarity shining within them, and vowed softly, "In the heavenly domain, I shall make the art of sonic killing renowned far and wide." Rising to her feet, she played the jade flute, sending forth a sound wave like a blade, slicing through the hall and causing the stone walls to crack slightly, her clear spiritual aura swirling around her like a melody of death. As the 3 peaks cultivated, Lin Tianqian and his companions immersed themselves in their training, fueled by the arduous efforts and trials of the past 3 months, transforming their expectations for the Heavenly Emperor sect into motivation. Lin Tianqian stood before the spiritual hall, his right fist clenched tightly, murmuring, "In the heavenly domain, in 3 years, I shall reach the divine transformation realm and protect them all." He turned to gaze at the purple and white peaks, tenderness flickering in his eyes. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, stood before the stone hall, swinging her long whip, the crimson gold light swirling around her as she declared, "Tianqian, Qingyan, let us grow stronger together. None shall be left behind." She turned to face the green and white peaks, determination radiating from her. Lu Qingyan stood before the sound hall, gently blowing into her jade flute, sending sound waves rippling, and softly declaring, "Tianqian, Wan and Oppos, the heavenly domain is our stage. Let us rise to the top together." She turned to look at the green and purple peaks, a smile gracing her features. Within the grand hall, The three elders closed their eyes in contemplation. The elder in white murmured, "These three possess extraordinary talent. In 3 years, they will undoubtedly achieve greatness." The elder in green nodded, "With the swallowing sky bloodline, reaching the divine transformation realm in 3 years, my expectations are high." The elder in purple intoned solemnly, "With the crimson gold battle body and the clear spiritual sound body, the Heavenly Emperor sect has gained 2 more prodigies." As night descended, the spiritual energy at the 3 peaks surged like an ocean. Lin Tianqian and his companions immersed themselves in their cultivation. In his chamber, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, spiritual energy flooding in, causing his Yuan Dan to tremble, a faint crack appearing. He murmured, "In the heavenly domain, I must grow stronger." At the purple peak, Lin Wanner sat cross-legged, crimson gold light swirling around her, her form resembling that of a war god as she softly proclaimed, "Tianqian, I shall not bear the burden alone." At the white peak, Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged, sound waves slicing through the air, her energy coalescing as she declared, "In the heavenly domain, we shall carve a path together." Thus, the journey towards the divine transformation realm for the 3 peaks of the Heavenly Emperor sect began, their heartstrings resonating in unison, officially commencing their epic saga. Chapter 29. The brilliance within the sect. The spiritual hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect, perched on the azure peak, emanated an air of solemnity in the morning light. Ethereal energy swirled like mist, while the azure peak spirit pearl floated at the center of the hall, radiating a brilliant azure glow that illuminated the stone floor beneath. Lin Tianqian stood upon the stone platform, his gray robe billowing gently in the mountain breeze. Exuding a steady and profound aura characteristic of the early stages of the condensing essence realm, the fiery current of the devouring heaven bloodline surged within him, golden red patterns shimmering on his chest. Since joining the sect, he had been taken as a direct disciple by the elder in the azure robe. Training for 3 months on Azure Peak, with his aura subtly approaching the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm. Clenching his right fist, knuckles turning pale, he cast a discerning gaze towards the mountains beyond the hall, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The grandeur of the Heavenly Emperor sect astonished him. Yet the undercurrents within the sect made him wary. Over the course of 3 months, he had consumed the power of the Spirit Pearl daily, deepening the cracks in his essence pill, while the devouring heaven bloodline grew increasingly formidable. He murmured to himself, "In the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, the strong abound. 3 years to the God transformation realm. I must hasten my progress." His voice was low, tinged with urgency, as images of Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan surfaced in his mind, warming his heart. "They are growing stronger at Zifeng and Baifeng. I cannot lag behind." With that, he turned and entered the spiritual hall, preparing to continue his seclusion. Outside the hall, on the stone path of Azure Peak, several figures approached at a leisurely pace. At the forefront was a young man clad in purple, exuding a formidable aura characteristic of the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm. A hint of arrogance graced his brow as he wielded a long sword, its scabbard etched with runes, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy. Trailing behind him were 2 disciples in gray, both at the early stage of the condensing essence realm. Their gazes sharp and laced with provocation as they glanced towards the spiritual hall. The purple-clad youth halted, fixing his gaze on the hall with a cold smirk. "I hear a new direct disciple has joined Azure Peak, Lin Tianqian, who supposedly annihilated the Tianyan sect while still in the early stage of the condensing essence realm. Humph. The devouring heaven bloodline is hardly impressive." His voice was low, laced with disdain, as he drummed his fingers lightly against the sword scabbard. A flicker of cold light crossing his eyes. His name was Li Xianfeng, an inner disciple of Azure Peak, boasting considerable talent. He had joined the sect 3 years prior and had since gained considerable renown. The gray-clad disciple to his left whispered, "Brother Li, that Lin Tianqian has relied on his devouring heaven bloodline to be accepted as a direct disciple by the elder. I've heard he has been rather arrogant. We cannot allow a newcomer to overshadow us on our own territory." The disciple on the right nodded, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "It is said he has slain 2 God transformation realm practitioners from the Tianyan sect. If Brother Li were to teach him a lesson, your name would surely be exalted." Li Xianfeng snorted coldly, gesturing with his finger. The long sword leapt from its sheath, its blade gleaming like a rainbow, as he murmured, "Exalt my name? I shall see just how powerful this devouring heaven bloodline truly is." In a flash, he moved forward, flanked by his companions, the sword energy causing the stone path to tremble. Inside the spiritual hall, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, the brilliance of the spirit pearl flooding into him. Spiritual energy surged within, deepening the cracks in his essence pill, while the devouring heaven bloodline absorbed the energy, elevating his aura. Just as he was immersed in contemplation, a low rumble echoed in his ears. The hall's door was thrust open by a wave of sword energy, dust swirling into the air. He snapped his eyes open, cold light flashing within them as he barked, "Who dares?" Li Xianfeng stepped into the hall, his long sword angled towards the ground. A mid-stage condensing essence aura crashing over Lin Tianqian like a tidal wave. "Lin Tianqian? I and Appos, V heard you possess the devouring heaven bloodline. I, Li Xianfeng, have come to test your mettle. The two gray-clad disciples behind him smirked, their spiritual energy subtly sealing the hall and Appo's entrance, carrying an air of provocation. Lin Tianqian rose. His right fist clenched tightly, golden red fist light flickering as he replied coldly, "Test my mettle? Are you worthy?" His voice was deep, tinged with anger. As the devouring heaven bloodline subtly stirred, a blood-red vortex swirling around him, the air within the hall vibrating with spiritual energy. His gaze swept over Li Xianfeng, disdain flashing in his eyes as he said, "I have slain the God Transformation Realm practitioners of the Tianyan sect. Do you dare to provoke me at the mid-stage of the Condensing Essence Realm?" Li Xuanfeng's eyes flared with anger as he retorted, "Slaying God Transformation Realm practitioners? You merely rely on your bloodline. Today, I shall show you that Azure Peak is no place for your arrogance." With a swing of his sword energy erupted like a rainbow, condensing into a Tinzhong sword light that tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Tianqian. The ground cracked beneath the pressure, and the air emitted a piercing shriek, laden with the weight of the mid-stage Condensing Essence Realm. Lin Tianqian's gaze darkened. The devouring heaven bloodline operating at full capacity as the blood-red vortex expanded to 100 zhang. He roared, "Annihilate the heavens." The ninth style of the devouring heaven-dominating fist was unleashed, his right fist thrust forward, golden red fist light, exploding like the collapse of heaven and earth. The force of his fist, imbued with devouring power, ripped through the air, causing the ground to fracture several zhang as shattered stones were drawn into the vortex. Reduced to powder, the fist light collided with the sword light, producing a thunderous roar. The explosion of spiritual energy shook the spiritual hall, consuming the sword light entirely. Lin Tianqian was forced back several steps, his right fist torn and bleeding, while Li Xianfeng was also repelled by the backlash, his longsword vibrating violently, his palm split, blood seeping forth. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Xuanfeng's eyes as he bellowed, raising his longsword high. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 20-zhang sword shadow, the blade gleaming coldly, delivering a full-force strike characteristic of the mid-stage Condensing Essence Realm, crashing down upon Lin Tianqian. The sword shadow blazed like a rainbow, distorting the air and deepening the fractures in the ground, imbued with destructive force. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, pushing the devouring heaven bloodline to its limits. The blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring tempest as he roared, "Devour the heavens." The eighth style of the devouring heaven-dominating fist was unleashed. Golden red fist light enveloping the blood-red vortex, the fist wind roaring like a raging dragon. The ground cracked 10 zhang, spiritual energy being wholly consumed. The fist light collided with the sword shadow, a thunderous explosion erupted. The shockwave of spiritual energy sent debris raining down from the hall's ceiling. Lin Tianqian's right fist bones cracking loudly, blood gushing forth as his legs trembled slightly. Li Xianfeng lost grip of his longsword, sent flying backwards, crashing onto the stone platform outside the hall, his chest caving in as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura faltering. "Brotherly!" The two gray-clad disciples exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to stab at Lin Tianqian with their sword energy surging like a rainbow. Carrying the weight of the early stage of the Condensing Essence Realm, Lin Tianqian scoffed, unleashing consecutive strikes with his right fist. The blood-red vortex devoured the sword energy. Two fist lights shooting forth like rainbows, vibrating the air with a thunderous resonance. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed as the gray-clad disciples were sent flying, crashing to the ground outside the hall, bloodied and unable to rise. Li Xianfeng struggled to rise, glaring at Lin Tianqian, his voice hoarse. The devouring heaven bloodline. So powerful. He turned, staggering away, resentment evident in his eyes. Lin Tianqian panted heavily, his right fist hanging limply, blood dripping as he murmured, "The Heavenly Emperor sect indeed harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers." He turned back into the hall, sitting cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy and heal his wounds. Determination gleaming in his eyes. Mid-stage of the Condensing Essence Realm, God Transformation Realm. I must hasten my progress. Outside the hall, news spread rapidly. Azure Peak disciples buzzing with discussion. Li Xianfeng of the mid-stage of the Condensing Essence Realm was actually repelled by Lin Tianqian with just 2 punches. The devouring heaven bloodline is indeed extraordinary. The elder in the azure robe, eyes closed in contemplation, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he murmured, "This young man will undoubtedly achieve great things within 3 years." Meanwhile, at Zifeng and Baifeng, Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan remained in seclusion, their auras growing increasingly formidable. Nearing the apex of the 9th layer of body refinement and the early stage of the Condensing Essence Realm, the 3 peaks of the Heavenly Emperor sect witnessed the initial emergence of Lin Tianqian's brilliance, heralding the onset of conflict within the sect. Amidst the ethereal mists of dawn, the spiritual essence of Azure Peak, bastion of the Celestial Emperor sect, pulsed with life. Upon a stone dais outside the spirit hall, Lin Tianqian sat in serene meditation, his gray robes gently stirred by the morning breeze. The aura of his nascent core formation stage was both steady and profound. The fervent currents of the heaven-devouring bloodline coursed through his veins, the crimson gold shimmering faintly upon his chest. Half a month had elapsed since his altercation with Li Xianfeng. His right fist had fully recovered, and the fissures in his nascent core had deepened, his presence increasingly approaching the mid-stage of core formation. With eyes closed, he regulated his breathing, spiritual energy surging into him like the tide. The intent of the heaven-devouring overlord fist echoed repeatedly within his mind, a glint of keenness flashing in his eyes. He was awestruck by the grandeur of the celestial emperor sect, yet wary of the undercurrents within. The objective of reaching the divine transformation stage within 3 years weighed heavily upon him, tautening his heartstrings. Upon the stone path outside the spirit hall, several figures advanced at a leisurely pace, their footsteps light, yet imbued with a subtle undulation of spiritual energy. Lin Tianxian and Apos' ears twitched perceptibly, and he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping towards the approaching figures. "Who goes there?" he demanded in a low voice. His right fist clenched tightly, a crimson gold radiance flashing forth, and a vortex of sanguine energy spiraled around him, the reverberations of spiritual energy causing the stone dais to tremble slightly. Leading the group was a woman in verdant attire, her figure slender and graceful, her presence exuding a cool detachment. The spiritual energy of her mid-stage core formation flowed like water, and she held in her hand a jade dagger of cerulean hue, its blade emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Her features were exquisitely refined, yet her eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. Behind her followed 2 disciples in azure robes, both at the initial stage of core formation, their gazes curiously appraising Lin Tianxian. The woman halted, her gaze fixed upon Lin Tianxian. "Are you Lin Tianxian?" she inquired, her voice crisp yet tinged with a hint of frost. "The heaven-devouring bloodline." The newcomer who vanquished Li Xianfeng with 2 fists half a month ago? Lin Tianxian rose to his feet, his right fist lightly clenched. "I am," he responded coolly. "Who are you? Come to provoke me as well?" His tone was subdued, a trace of impatience flickering in his eyes. The heaven-devouring bloodline stirred subtly within him, the sanguine vortex faintly visible, carrying a hint of imposing power. He glanced at the 2 disciples behind the woman. "Azure Peak is indeed lively," he remarked softly. "Coming one after another to test my mettle?" The woman in verdant attire chuckled softly, the frostiness in her eyes receding slightly, her tone becoming more conciliatory. "I am Yi Qingli, an inner disciple of Azure Peak. I have not come to provoke you, but rather to witness the strength of the heaven-devouring bloodline." She paused, her fingers gently caressing the dagger. "Li Xianfeng is at the mid-stage of core formation and ranks highly within Azure Peak. Your defeat of him with 2 fists has spread throughout the sect. I am skeptical and wish to see for myself." Her voice was cool, her fingers lingering on the hilt of her sword, carrying a hint of probing intent. Lin Tianxian frowned, his gaze sweeping over Yi Qingli, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "Witness," he murmured softly. "I have slain cultivators at the divine transformation stage from the heavenly cloud sect. The mid-stage of core formation is insignificant. If you wish to test me, I am at your disposal." His right fist clenched tightly, a crimson gold radiance flickering faintly, and the sanguine vortex rotated slowly, the reverberations of spiritual energy causing subtle fissures to appear on the stone dais. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qingli and Apos' eyes, followed by a soft chuckle. "Divine transformation stage? What boastful words. However, I do not intend to battle today. I have merely come to deliver a message." With a flick of her wrist, a jade slip flew towards Lin Tianxian. "By order of the Azure Peak elders, there will be a competition among the Azure Peak disciples in 3 days. If you prevail, you shall receive a cerulean spirit pill to aid you in reaching the mid-stage of core formation." Lin Tianxian received the jade slip, his spiritual energy probing within. The text projected into the air, detailing the specifics of the competition. "Cerulean spirit pill?" he murmured. "Very well, I shall participate." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Yi Qingli. "If you do not wish to battle, then depart. I have no time to indulge in idle chatter." His tone was indifferent, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes, and he turned to re-enter the spirit hall. A hint of amusement flickered in Yi Qingli's eyes. "Lin Tianxian, your temperament is rather intriguing. In 3 days, I shall be present as well. Do not disappoint me." She turned and departed, her verdant skirt swaying, her footsteps light. The 2 azure-robed disciples followed closely behind, their gazes towards Lin Tianxian tinged with a hint of awe. Lin Tianxian entered the spirit hall and sat in meditation, the radiance of the spirit pearl surging forth. The spiritual energy within him surged like a tide, the fissures in his nascent core deepening, the heaven-devouring bloodline consuming the spiritual energy, his presence climbing steadily. "Cerulean spirit pill, mid-stage of core formation," he murmured. "The celestial emperor sect is indeed richly endowed." His heart rate quickened slightly, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The figures of Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan surfaced in his mind. They are growing stronger in Purple Peak and White Peak as well. I must become even stronger. Spiritual energy surged in like a sea, his nascent core trembling. the fissures slowly expanding, the fervent currents of the heaven-devouring bloodline surging like molten lava, causing his sinews to bulge. That good-for-nothing Li Xianfeng dared to provoke me at the mid-stage of core formation. If Yi Qingli dares to make a move, I shall show her the power of the heaven-devouring bloodline. His right fist clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm. And fine beads of blood seeped from his palm, his eyes filled with battle intent. Outside the hall, the Azure Peak disciples were in fervent discussion. Senior sister Yi Qingli personally came to see Lin Tianqian. This newcomer is truly unparalleled in his prominence. I heard that he annihilated the Heavenly Cloud sect. The heaven-devouring bloodline is heaven-defying. In 3 days, Li Xianfeng will likely seek revenge. An elder in azure robes sensed this with his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This child's brilliance is gradually emerging. In 3 days, there will surely be a spectacle. 3 days later, the Azure Peak competition grounds were teeming with people, the stone dais wide and spacious, the undulations of spiritual energy surging like the tide. The Azure Peak disciples formed a circle, their gazes focused on the center. Lin Tianqian stood upon the stone dais, his gray robes fluttering. The aura of his nascent core formation stage as deep as an abyss, the heaven-devouring bloodline subtly stirring, the crimson gold glowing faintly. He swept his gaze around, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The Celestial Emperor sect is indeed lively. Standing opposite him was Li Xianfeng, his purple robes stained with blood. The aura of his mid-stage core formation stage formidable, his longsword pointing diagonally at the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Lin Tianqian, you defeated me half a month ago. Today, I shall surely avenge myself. Behind him, Yi Qingli leaned against a massive boulder, her verdant skirt swaying, the aura of her mid-stage core formation cool and detached. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Heaven-devouring bloodline. I shall see for myself. The elder in azure robes sat in meditation upon the high platform. The aura of his initial divine transformation stage as vast as the sea. Let the competition commence, he intoned in a deep voice. No quarter shall be given. With a wave of his hand, a barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the stone dais, causing the air to hum. Li Xianfeng roared, his long sword slashing forth. The sword energy like a rainbow, the spiritual energy coalescing into a 30-zhong sword shadow, the blade gleaming with a cold light, carrying the imposing power of the mid-stage core formation, crashing down. Before the sword shadow even arrived, the stone dais had already cracked, the air torn asunder. Emitting a piercing wail, a surge of cold light erupted in Lin Tianqian's eyes, the heaven-devouring bloodline operating at full capacity. The sanguine vortex swelling to 150 zhong. Heaven sundering. He roared. The 9th form of the heaven-devouring overlord fist erupted, his right fist lashing out. The crimson gold fist radiance like the collapse of the heavens and the splitting of the earth, the fist wind enveloping the power of devouring. The stone dais shattering for 10 zhong. The rubble sucked into the vortex, reduced to dust. The fist radiance collided with the sword shadow. Rumble. The explosion of spiritual energy caused the barrier to tremble, the sword shadow devoured completely. Lin Tianqian thrown back several steps, the flesh of his right fist splitting open. Blood dripping down. Li Xianfeng flew backwards, crashing onto the edge of the stone dais, his longsword broken, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his presence withering. What? Li Xianfeng stared wide-eyed, hissing. Impossible. He struggled to rise, the fragments of his long sword lashing out. 3 streams of sword energy like rainbows, heading straight for Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian snorted coldly, his right fist lashing out repeatedly, the sanguine vortex devouring the sword energy, the fist radiance like a rainbow, causing the air to hum. With a muffled thud, Li Xianfeng was blasted away, crashing off the stone dais, his chest caved in, his life hanging in the balance. A hint of astonishment flashed in Yi Qingli's eyes. Heaven-devouring bloodline, vanquishing a mid-stage core formation cultivator with 2 fists, truly powerful. She rose to her feet, her verdant skirt swaying. Lin Tianqian, in 3 days, I shall battle you. She turned and departed, her eyes filled with battle intent. The elder in azure robes rose to his feet. Lin Tianqian prevails, he intoned. Grant him the cerulean spirit pill. With a wave of his hand, a pill shimmering with cerulean light flew towards Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian received the pill, cupping his fist in salute. Thank you, elder. He turned and walked off the stone dais, his eyes filled with determination. Mid-stage of core formation, I am coming. The Azure Peak disciples were in fervent discussion. Lin Tianqian is too strong. Li Xianfeng could not even withstand 3 moves. Heaven-devouring bloodline, divine transformation stage in 3 years, he is destined for greatness. Lin Tianqian returned to the spirit hall, sitting in meditation and swallowing the cerulean spirit pill, the spiritual energy surging in like the tide. The fissures in his nascent core deepening, his presence surging, the threshold of the mid-stage of core formation close at hand. In Purple Peak and White Peak, Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan remained in seclusion, the auras of the crimson gold battle physique and the pure spirit sound body growing increasingly formidable. The peak of body refinement 9th level and the initial stage of core formation within reach. Emperor Zhong Qingfeng and Lin Tianxin shine with even greater brilliance as the journey within the clan unfolds with each step filled with trepidation. Chapter 31. Breakthrough of the Condensation Realm and New Challenges in the Early Morning Mist. The spirit hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect, Qingfeng, exuded an air of solemnity. The spiritual energy surged like an ocean, with the Qingfeng spirit pearl levitating at the center of the hall, radiating a dazzling azure light that illuminated the floor. The ripples of spiritual energy expanded outward, causing the walls of the hall to emit a faint, resonant hum. Lin Tianxin sat cross-legged within the hall, his gray robe gently billowing as the spiritual energy enveloped him. His aura, steady and profound, indicated he was at the initial stage of the condensation realm, with the fiery currents of the Tongtian bloodline coursing through his body, golden red patterns glowing brightly upon his chest. After his duel in the arena, where he defeated Li Xianfeng with 2 powerful punches, his reputation soared within Qingfeng. Following the acquisition of the Qingling pill, he had secluded himself for 3 days, and his aura was now nearing the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Gently clenching his right fist, the knuckles turned pale as beads of sweat formed at his fingertips. His gaze was fixed on the spirit pearl, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The grandeur of the Heavenly Emperor's sect left him awestruck. Yet the undercurrents within the sect and his battle agreement with Yi Qingli kept his heart taut. The goal of reaching the God transformation realm within 3 years loomed before him like a towering mountain, igniting both excitement and urgency within him. As the light from the spirit pearl surged into him, the spiritual energy within his body swelled like a tide, causing the Yuan Dan to tremble, its cracks slowly widening. The Tongtian bloodline voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy, and his aura steadily ascended. He murmured to himself, Qingling pill, mid-stage of the condensation realm. The resources of the Heavenly Emperor sect are indeed formidable. His heartbeat quickened, anticipation filling his eyes as images of Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan surfaced in his mind. They are growing stronger at Zifeng and Baifeng. I must hasten my progress, lest they worry for me. Taking a deep breath, spiritual energy flowed through him like a rushing river, deepening the fissures in his Yuan Dan, which seemed on the verge of shattering. He recalled the battle against Tianyan sect, where he had nearly perished, and how both Senior Qingyun and Lord Lu had fallen. The strong in the Heavenly Emperor domain are as numerous as clouds. If I do not grow stronger, how can I protect them? As the spiritual energy surged into him, his Yuan Dan vibrated violently, the cracks spreading like a web. And the heat of the Tongtian bloodline roared like molten lava, causing his veins to bulge and his skin to glow faintly red. He roared, mid-stage of the condensation realm. Break through for me. His right fist slammed onto the ground, the golden red fist light flashing fiercely, shaking the stone platform and causing it to crack. The brilliance of the spirit pearl in the hall surged, and spiritual energy flooded in, a deep rumble resonating within him as his Yuan Dan shattered. Transforming into a new Yuan Dan, its brilliance subdued while his aura surged, achieving the mid-stage of the condensation realm. He opened his eyes abruptly, bloodlight flashing within them. His aura erupting like a dragon unleashed from the sea, causing the air in the spirit hall to hum. Rising to his feet, he clenched his right fist tightly. The golden red fist light expanding as he murmured, mid-stage of the condensation realm, in the Heavenly Emperor domain, I shall rise, ever higher. He turned and exited the spirit hall, standing upon the stone platform, his gaze sweeping over the Qingfeng mountains, determination shining in his eyes. The wind brushed against his face, carrying a hint of coolness, and his gray robe billowed, instilling within him a sense of exhilaration. Yi Qingli, I shall await you in 3 days. Outside the spirit hall, several figures approached stealthily, their auras concealed yet tinged with hostility. At the forefront was a young man in black robes, his presence formidable. Standing at the peak of the mid-stage of the condensation realm, wielding a long knife that glimmered ominously in his grasp, and his eyes filled with malice. 3 gray-robed disciples followed him, all at the mid-stage of the condensation realm, their gazes directed at Lin Tianxin with a hint of provocation. The young man in black halted, fixing his gaze on Lin Tianxin, and sneered, Lin Tianxin? The newcomer who defeated Li Xianfeng with the Tongtian bloodline? I, Zhao Tiangang, shall test your mettle. His voice was low, fingers lightly tapping the knife handle with a hint of disdain. Lin Tianxin turned to face him, lightly clenching his right fist, the golden red fist light flashing as he coldly replied, another one come to seek death? The Heavenly Emperor sect's Qingfeng is indeed lively. His tone was somber, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes as the Tongtian bloodline subtly stirred, a blood-red vortex swirling around him, causing the stone platform beneath to tremble ominously. Gazing at Zhao Tiangang, he said in a low voice, peak mid-stage of the condensation realm, slightly stronger than Li Xianfeng. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhao Tiangang and Appo's eyes flared with anger, retorting with a disdainful snort, oblige me? Such arrogance. Li Xianfeng lost to you, but I certainly will not. With a sweeping motion of his long knife, he unleashed a blade aura like a rainbow, condensing the spiritual energy into a 30-foot blade light that tore through the air. heading straight for Lin Tianqian. The blade light reached the stone platform before it cracked, the air distorting under the pressure, emitting a deep rumble. Embodying the might of a peak mid-stage condensation realm warrior, Lin Tianqian's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he fully activated the Tongtian bloodline. The blood-red vortex expanding to 200 feet. He roared, "Annihilate the heavens." The ninth style of Tongtian Overlord fist erupted. His right fist swinging out with golden-red fist light that shattered the earth, the force of the punch enveloping a consuming power, causing the stone platform to crack 10 feet. And the debris was drawn into the vortex, reduced to dust. The fist light clashed with the blade light, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Spiritual energy erupted, shaking the stone platform, and the blade light was nearly swallowed whole. Lin Tianqian was pushed back several steps, his right fist torn, blood dripping. While Zhao Tiangang was also forced back by the recoil, his long knife vibrating, his palm cracking and blood seeping out. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Tiangang and Appo's eyes as he yelled, raising his long knife high. The spiritual energy coalesced into a 50-foot blade shadow, its edge glimmering coldly, delivering a full-force strike from a peak mid-stage condensation realm cultivator, crashing down with immense power. The blade shadow sliced through the air, deepening the cracks in the ground, carrying with it a force of destruction as the wind from the blade howled, scattering debris from the stone platform. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth as his aura surged, pushing his Tongtian bloodline to its limit, the blood-red vortex transforming into a whirlwind of consumption. He roared, "Devour the heavens." The eighth style of Tongtian Overlord fist was unleashed. The golden-red fist light entwined with the blood-red vortex, the punch and amp. Appo's wind roaring like a raging dragon, causing the stone platform to crack 20 feet, the spiritual energy completely drained. The fist light collided with the blade shadow, resulting in a resounding boom. The explosion of spiritual energy shook the stone platform, the blade shadow devoured entirely. While Lin Tianqian and Appo's right fist cracked, blood gushing forth, his legs trembling slightly. Zhao Tiangang and Appo's long knife slipped from his grasp, sent flying backward, crashing 10 feet away, his chest caving in as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura waning. "Brother Zhao," the three gray-robed disciples exclaimed, rushing forward to stab at Lin Tianqian with their knives, their aura bearing down with the pressure of mid-stage condensation realm warriors. Lin Tianqian snorted coldly, his right fist striking repeatedly, the blood-red vortex consuming their blade energy. Three fist lights surged forth, resonating through the air with thunderous sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The three gray-robed disciples were thrown back, collapsing outside the stone platform, blood spilling forth, unable to rise. Zhao Tiangang struggled to rise, glaring at Lin Tianqian, his voice hoarse. Tongtian bloodline, so powerful. He staggered away, filled with resentment. Lin Tianqian panted heavily, his right fist hanging limply, blood dripping as he murmured. Peak mid-stage of the condensation realm is merely this. He turned and returned to the hall, sitting cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy and heal his wounds. Determination gleaming in his eyes. The Heavenly Emperor sect harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I must grow stronger. Outside the hall, disciples of Qingfeng whispered among themselves. Zhao Tiangang, peak mid-stage of the condensation realm, defeated by Lin Tianqian in 3 moves. The Tongtian bloodline is truly extraordinary. An elder in a blue robe closed his eyes to sense the energy, murmuring, "This young man has broken through to the mid-stage of the condensation realm. The god transformation realm within 3 years is but a matter of time." 3 days later, outside the arena, Yi Qingli arrived as promised, her azure dress fluttering, exuding a cold aura of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Holding a jade short sword, her gaze locked onto Lin Tianqian as she declared, "Lin Tianqian, mid-stage of the condensation realm, Tongtian bloodline. I, Yi Qingli, seek to spar with you today." Her voice was crisp, her eyes filled with battle intent. With a flick of her sword, she unleashed a sword energy like a rainbow, condensing spiritual energy into a 20-foot blade light, tearing through the air toward Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian and Appo's gaze sharpened, fully activating the Tongtian bloodline, the blood-red vortex swelling as he roared, "Annihilate the heavens." The ninth style of Tongtian Overlord fist erupted, the golden-red fist light crashing down like the collapse of heaven and earth, the punch's wind enveloping a consuming force, shattering the stone platform, the sword light nearly devoured. Both Lin Tianqian and Yi Qingli retreated several steps, their auras slightly disordered. Yi Qingli's eyes widened in astonishment, a light laugh escaping her lips. The Tongtian bloodline is indeed worthy of its name. Once more, like a bolt of lightning, she advanced, wielding her short sword in a flurry of strikes. 3 sword energies forming a triangular blockade to confine Lin Tianqian's retreat. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, roaring, "Devour the heavens." The 8th style of Tongtian Overlord fist was unleashed, the blood-red vortex transforming into a storm of consumption that devoured the 3 sword energies, his right fist crashing forward, the fist light striking Yi Qingli's short sword. A crisp clang resonated through the air, causing Yi Qingli to stagger back, her short sword vibrating. So strong, she murmured. She moved with a swift grace, her sword energy soaring like a rainbow once more. Lin Tianqian unleashed a flurry of punches, the collision of fist and blade resonating through the air, causing the stone platform beneath them to crack from the explosive energy. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, neither yielding an inch. Yi Qingli sheathed her sword, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes as she softly remarked, Lin Tianqian, you are quite formidable. In 3 days, I shall challenge you again. With that, she turned and departed, her azure dress billowing elegantly behind her. Lin Tianqian, panting heavily, murmured to himself, the Heavenly Emperor sect boasts numerous strong warriors. He then turned back towards the hall, a fervent determination igniting within his gaze. In 3 years, I shall reach the divine transformation realm, and I will strive to do so even more swiftly. Chapter 32. The undercurrent of Qingfeng. The morning at the Heavenly Emperor sect's Qingfeng was enveloped in a thin mist. On the stone platform outside the spirit hall, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, his gray robe gently billowing with the influx of spiritual energy, exuding a tranquil, yet formidable presence characteristic of a mid-stage condensed essence realm practitioner. The surging heat of the devouring bloodline coursed through him, and the golden red patterns on his chest shimmered brightly. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the condensed essence realm, he had bested Zhao Tiangang and fought to a standstill against Yi Qingli, further amplifying his reputation within Qingfeng. Clenching his right fist, his knuckles turned white as beads of sweat formed at his fingertips. He cast a sharp glance towards the mountains beyond the hall, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The grandeur of the Heavenly Emperor's sect astonished him, yet the undercurrents within the sect surged like a tide. The goal of reaching the God transformation realm in 3 years loomed before him like a towering mountain, tightening the strings of his heart while igniting an unquenchable fighting spirit. At the edge of the stone platform, waves of spiritual energy rippled outward as Lin Tianqian closed his eyes to meditate. The light of the Qingfeng spirit pearl poured through the hall doors, enveloping him in its glow. Spiritual energy surged into his body, causing the primordial Dan within him to tremble slightly as it absorbed the power of the spirit pearl, his aura gradually ascending. He murmured, in the mid-stage of the condensed essence realm, the resources of the Heavenly Emperor sect are indeed formidable. Just 3 months ago, I was merely at the initial stage, and now I can contend with those at the pinnacle of the mid-stage. A faint smile graced his lips. His eyes filled with anticipation as images of Lin Wanner and Lu Qinyan flickered in his mind. He whispered, they are growing stronger at Zifeng and Baifeng as well. I must hasten my progress. I cannot allow them to worry. Inhaling deeply, the spiritual energy surged like a river, and a new crack appeared faintly on the surface of his primordial Dan, solidifying his cultivation at the mid-stage of the condensed essence realm. On the stone path outside the hall, several figures stealthily approached, their auras concealed yet tinged with hostility. Lin Tianqian's ears perked up, and he abruptly opened his eyes, scanning the newcomers. With a firm voice, he called out, who goes there? His right fist tightened, the golden red light of his fist flaring momentarily as a crimson vortex swirled around him, causing the ground of the stone platform to tremble ominously. Leading the group was a young man clad in black, exuding a powerful aura of late-stage condensed essence realm. He gripped a long spear, its tip glistening coldly, eyes filled with a sinister glint. Behind him trailed 2 gray-clad disciples, both at the mid-stage of the condensed essence realm, their gazes toward Lin Tianqian laced with provocation. The black-clad youth halted, fixing his gaze on Lin Tianqian with a sneer. Lin Tianqian, the newcomer with the devouring bloodline who defeated Li Xianfeng and Zhao Tiangang, Fi, Zhou Yinxiao, have come to see just how strong you really are. His voice was deep, fingers tapping idly on the spear handle, laced with disdain. With a flick of his wrist, the spear glimmered ominously, the aura rippling through the air, causing the stone path to quiver. The 2 gray-clad disciples chuckled derisively. Zhou Shixiao, late-stage condensed essence realm, among the top 10 inner disciples of Qingfeng. This newcomer, no matter how strong, is merely a clown. Lin Tianqian rose, his right fist clenched tightly. The golden red aura surging as he replied coldly, another one seeking death? Qifeng of the Heavenly Emperor sect is indeed lively. His tone was grave, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. The devouring bloodline stirred slightly within him, and the crimson vortex appeared, emanating a sense of pressure. He scanned Zhou Yunxiao and stated, late-stage condensed essence realm, slightly stronger than Zhao Tiangang. If you wish to test your strength, I shall oblige. His stance was as formidable as a mountain, his gray robe billowing with the influx of spiritual energy. The ground of the stone platform cracking under the weight of his intent. Anger flickered in Zhou Yunxiao and Amp Appo's eyes as he scoffed, oblige? What grandiose words. Zhao Tiangang is a waste who fell to you. I will show no mercy. With a swing of his spear, the air split as a spear light, 40 feet long, tore through the atmosphere, hurtling directly toward Lin Tianqian. Before the spear light reached him, The stone platform had already shattered several feet wide. The air twisted and roaring under the pressure of late-stage condensed essence realm. The spear wind howled, causing debris to scatter. Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes blazed with cold light. The devouring bloodline operating at full capacity, the crimson vortex swelling to 200 feet. He roared, "Annihilate heaven." The ninth form of the devouring tyrant fist was unleashed. His right fist striking forth, the golden-red fist light erupting like the collapse of heaven and earth. The force of his blow entwined with a consuming power, shattering the stone platform by 10 feet, and debris was drawn into the vortex, reduced to dust. The fist light collided head-on with the spear light, producing a thunderous roar. The explosion of spiritual energy sent shockwaves through the stone platform. The spear light was nearly devoured, and Lin Tianqian was pushed back a few steps, his right fist torn. Blood dripping down. Zhou Yunxiao also staggered back from the recoil, his spear vibrating, his palm cracking, blood seeping forth. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Yunxiao's eyes as he bellowed, raising his spear high. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 50-foot spear shadow, the tip gleaming coldly. Embodying the full might of the late-stage condensed essence realm, crashing down with force. The spear shadow sliced through the air, deepening the cracks in the ground. Carrying a destructive force, the spear wind roared like a dragon, shattering debris around the stone platform into dust. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, his aura surging as he reached the peak of mid-stage condensed essence realm. The devouring bloodline pushed to its limits. The crimson vortex transformed into a devouring storm as he growled, "Devour heaven." The eighth form of the devouring tyrant fist erupted, the golden-red fist light enveloping the blood-colored vortex. The punch roaring like a raging dragon, shattering the stone platform by 20 feet, the spiritual energy consumed entirely. The fist light clashed with the spear shadow, exploding with a deafening boom. The explosion rippled through the stone platform, deepening the fissures. The spear shadow consumed almost entirely Lin Tianqian and Apos' right fist bones cracking, blood gushing forth. His legs trembling slightly. Zhou Yunxiao's spear was knocked from his hand, sending him flying 10 feet away. His chest caving in as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura waning. Zhou Shixiao. The two gray-clad disciples gasped, rushing forward with knives drawn, their blades cutting through the air, infused with the pressure of mid-stage condensed essence realm. Lin Tianqian snorted coldly, his right fist striking repeatedly, the crimson vortex devouring the knife energy. 3 fist lights surged forth, shaking the air with a buzzing sound. Thud, thud. 2 gray-clad disciples were sent flying, crashing outside the stone platform, blood spilling forth as they lay motionless. Zhou Yunxiao struggled to rise, glaring at Lin Tianqian, his voice hoarse. Devouring bloodline. So powerful. He staggered away, eyes filled with resentment. Lin Tianqian, breathing heavily, let his right fist drop, blood dripping down, murmuring, "The late stage of the condensed essence realm is merely this." He turned and returned to the hall, sitting cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy and heal his wounds. His gaze resolute. The Heavenly Emperor sect harbors hidden talents. I must grow stronger. Outside the hall, disciples of Qin Feng whispered animatedly. Zhou Yunxiao, late-stage condensed essence realm. Defeated by Lin Tianqian in 3 moves. The devouring bloodline is truly extraordinary. An elder in a blue robe closed his eyes to sense, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "This child's brilliance is on the rise. The god transformation realm in 3 years is but a matter of time." 3 days later, Yi Qingli arrived as promised, her azure dress fluttering, exuding a cool aura of mid-stage condensed essence realm. Holding a jade short sword, she stood before the stone platform, her gaze fixed on Lin Tianqian as she proclaimed, "Lin Tianqian, mid-stage condensed essence realm, devouring bloodline. I, Yi Qingli, shall battle you once more today." Her voice rang clear, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit as she waved her sword, the sword energy coalescing into a 30-foot blade of light, cleaving the air toward Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian's eyes flashed with cold light as the devouring bloodline surged within him, the crimson vortex swelling as he roared, "Annihilate heaven." The 9th form of the devouring tyrant fist was unleashed, the golden-red fist light erupting like the collapse of heaven and earth, the force entwined with the power to consume. Shattering the stone platform as the sword light was almost entirely devoured. Both Lin Tianqian and Yi Qingli were pushed back a few steps, their auras slightly disordered. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Qingli and Apos' eyes, followed by a light laugh. "The devouring bloodline is even stronger than before. Let us go again." She moved like lightning, her short sword flashing as 5 sword energies, shaped like a star, sealed Lin Tianqian's retreat. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, roaring, "Devour heaven." The 8th form of the devouring tyrant fist exploded forth, the crimson vortex transforming into a devouring storm, consuming the 5 sword energies entirely. He struck out with his right fist, the fist light colliding with Yi Qingli and Apos' short sword, producing a crisp clang. Yi Qingli was sent staggering back, her short sword vibrating as she exclaimed, "So strong." In a flash, she moved again, the sword energy surging like a tidal wave, the sword light flowing like water. Infused with the aura of mid-stage condensed essence realm, descending upon him like a storm. Lin Tianqian's fighting spirit surged, his right fist striking repeatedly. The fist light cutting through the air as the crimson vortex consumed the sword energy. The clash of fist and sword produced explosive sounds that deepened the cracks in the stone platform. He growled, "Yi Qingli, you are not weak either." The fist light roared like a tempest, shaking the air with booming sounds. The two engaged in a fierce battle for over 100 exchanges. The stone platform cracking and the fluctuations of spiritual energy, forcing the surrounding disciples to retreat several paces. Yi Qingli withdrew her sword, a flicker of a smile gracing her lips as she said softly, "Lin Tianqian, you are indeed strong. This time, it's a draw, but next time, I will surely win." With that, she turned to depart, her azure dress billowing, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Tianqian gasped for breath and murmured, "The Heavenly Emperor sect is home to numerous formidable individuals." He turned back towards the hall, determination gleaming in his eyes. "In 3 years, I shall reach the divine transformation realm, and I shall do so even more swiftly." Outside the hall, the disciples of Qingfeng were abuzz with discussion. Sister Yi Qingli fought to a standstill with Lin Tianqian. This newcomer is exceptionally powerful. With the devouring bloodline, no one in Qingfeng can rival him. An elderly figure clad in a blue robe remarked softly, "This youth possesses boundless potential. In 3 years, he will undoubtedly become a great talent." On the stone path of Qingfeng, a figure appeared silently, draped in a crimson robe, her aura subtle yet formidable. At the pinnacle of the later stage of the condensation realm, in her hand, she wielded a fiery red whip, and a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. She whispered, "Lin Tianqian, with the devouring bloodline? Intriguing." With that, she turned to leave, her crimson robe billowing behind her, exuding a hint of murderous intent. At Zifeng and Baifeng, Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan remained in seclusion, their presences growing increasingly formidable. The red gold battle body and the pure spirit sound body were nearing the peak of the 9th level of body refinement, inching ever closer to the initial stage of the condensation realm. In the Heavenly Emperor sect's Qingfeng, Lin Tianqian's brilliance surged, hidden currents roiling. As the internal journey of the sect unfolded, each step fraught with tension. Chapter 33. The Red Whip's stealthy assault. The morning at the Heavenly Emperor sect's Qingfeng was shrouded in a thin mist. On the stone platform outside the spirit hall, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, his gray robe gently billowing with the flow of spiritual energy, exuding a stable and formidable aura characteristic of the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm. The torrential heat of the devouring bloodline coursed through his body, golden red patterns glowing brilliantly on his chest. Following his victory over Zhou Yunxiao and his stalemate with Yi Qingli, his reputation in Qingfeng had grown ever more resounding. Clenching his right fist, the knuckles turned pale, and beads of sweat formed at his fingertips as his gaze swept over the mountains beyond the hall, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The grandeur of the Heavenly Emperor sect stirred his emotions, yet the undercurrents within the sect surged like a tide. The goal of reaching the divine transformation realm loomed before him like a towering mountain, pulling taut the strings of his heart while igniting an insatiable fighting spirit. At the edge of the stone platform, spiritual energy rippled outward like the surface of a disturbed lake. Lin Tianqian closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, the light of the Qingfeng spirit pearl spilling through the hall's entrance and bathing him in its glow. Spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide, causing his essence core to tremble slightly as it absorbed the power of the spirit pearl, and his aura gradually ascended. He murmured, "In the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm, the resources of the Heavenly Emperor sect truly are formidable. Just half a month ago, I barely broke through, and now my aura has stabilized." A subtle smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he envisioned Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan, murmuring, "They are growing stronger at Zifeng and Baifeng as well. I must hasten my progress. I cannot allow them to worry." Drawing in a deep breath, he felt the spiritual energy rush like a river, and faint cracks began to appear on the surface of his essence core, solidifying his mid-stage cultivation further. Outside the hall, the sounds of heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a slight tremor in the spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian and Apos' ears perked up, and he suddenly opened his eyes, scanning the approacher, and called out sharply, "Who goes there?" His right fist tightened, a golden red glow flickering around it, a blood-red vortex swirling ominously around him, causing the stone platform beneath to tremble and crack slightly. A figure clad in a red robe approached leisurely, her silhouette graceful and her aura powerful, signaling her presence as a peak mid-stage condensing essence realm practitioner. In her hand, she wielded a fiery red long whip, its body shimmering with a crimson light, the fluctuations of spiritual energy dancing like flames. Her countenance was strikingly cold, a glimmer of frost in her eyes, as her long hair fluttered in the wind, the blood-red robe accentuating her fiery demeanor. The red-robed woman halted, her gaze locking onto Lin Tianqian, and she sneered. Lin Tianxian? The legendary newcomer of Qifeng with the devouring bloodline? I, Hong Ling, have come to see just how much true skill you possess. Her voice was deep, laced with provocation, as she flicked her finger, causing the long whip to lash out like a serpent emerging from its den, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, causing the path to tremble. She approached alone, her eyes brimming with confidence and a murderous intent. Lin Tianxian rose, his right fist clenched tightly, the golden-red glow intensifying. And he replied coldly, another one come to seek death? Qifeng of the Heavenly Emperor sect is indeed lively. His tone was low, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he activated his devouring bloodline slightly, the blood-red vortex becoming faintly visible, exuding a hint of pressure. He assessed Hong Ling, murmuring, peak mid-stage condensing essence realm, stronger than Zhou Yunxiao. If you wish to test me, I shall oblige. His figure stood firm like a mountain, the gray robe flapping with the surge of spiritual energy, the cracks in the stone platform deepening, imbued with a sense of imminent danger. A glint of cold light flashed in Hong Ling and Appo's eyes as she scoffed. Oblige? Such bravado. Zhou Yunxiao, that waste, fell to you, but I shall show no mercy. With a flourish of her whip, the whip's energy surged forth like a rainbow, condensing into a 30-zhang-long shadow, the tip ablaze like a burning flame, tearing through the air straight at Lin Tianxian. Before the whip and Appo's shadow could reach him, the stone platform shattered several zhang, the air distorted with a low rumble. Carrying the oppressive force of a peak mid-stage condensing essence realm practitioner, the whip's wind roaring like a dragon, reducing the debris at the edges of the platform to dust. Lin Tianxian and Appo's eyes blazed with cold light as he fully activated his devouring bloodline, the blood-red vortex swelling to 250 zhang, and he bellowed, annihilate heaven. The ninth style of the devouring dominance fist was unleashed, his right fist swinging forth, the golden-red fist aura resembling the collapse of heaven and earth. The fist wind carrying the power of devouring force, shattering the stone platform by 15 zhang, the rubble being drawn into the vortex and reduced to dust. The fist aura collided with the whip shadow with a thunderous roar. The explosion of spiritual energy caused the stone platform to tremble, the whip shadow being almost entirely consumed. As Lin Tianxian was pushed back several paces, his right fist torn open, blood dripping down, while Hong Ling was also forced back by the rebound. Her long whip vibrating violently, her palms splitting, blood seeping forth. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Hong Ling and Appo's eyes as she roared, raising her long whip high, condensing spiritual energy into a 50-zhang whip shadow, the tip resembling a fiery serpent striking with full force from the peak of the mid-stage condensing essence realm. The whip shadow blazed through the air, the ground cracking deeper, infused with destructive power, as the whip wind scorched like a fierce flame, reducing the debris at the edges of the platform to ashes. Lin Tianxian gritted his teeth, his mid-stage condensing essence realm aura surging, the devouring bloodline pushed to its limits. The blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring storm as he roared, devour heaven. The eighth style of the devouring dominance fist was unleashed. The golden-red fist aura enveloping the blood-red vortex, the fist wind roaring like a rampaging dragon, shattering the stone platform by 30 zhang, the spiritual energy being entirely consumed. The fist aura and whip shadow collided with a resounding boom. The explosion of spiritual energy sent shockwaves through the stone platform, the whip shadow being completely devoured. Lin Tianxian's right fist bones cracking audibly, blood gushing forth, his legs trembling slightly, while Hong Ling's long whip slipped from her grasp, flying backward and crashing 10 zhang away. Her chest caved in as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aura weakened. Impossible. Hong Ling and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as she hissed, the devouring bloodline is so powerful. Struggling to rise, her eyes filled with resentment, she growled, Lin Tianxian, the humiliation I suffered today, I will repay. Turning, she stumbled away, leaving her long whip behind on the stone platform, its crimson glow dimmed. Lin Tianxian panted heavily, his right fist hanging limply, blood dripping down, and murmured, peak mid-stage condensing essence realm is nothing but this. He turned and returned to the hall, sitting cross-legged once more to absorb spiritual energy and heal his injuries. His eyes filled with determination. In the Heavenly Emperor sect, where the strong are numerous, I must become even stronger. Outside the hall, the disciples of Qifeng were abuzz with discussion. Sister Hong Ling, peak mid-stage condensing essence realm, defeated by Lin Tianxian in 3 moves. The devouring bloodline, unmatched in Qifeng. An elder in a blue robe closed his eyes in contemplation, murmuring, this young man grows ever more brilliant. Reaching the divine transformation realm in 3 years is but a matter of time. At the end of the stone path, Yi Qingli appeared silently, her azure dress billowing. Her mid-stage condensing essence realm aura serene, holding a jade flute, her gaze sweeping toward the spirit hall as she murmured, Lin Tianxian has triumphed again. The devouring bloodline is indeed extraordinary. She turned and departed, her eyes brimming with a stronger fighting spirit as she whispered, "Next time, I will surely defeat him." 3 days swiftly passed. Lin Tianqian remained in seclusion within the spirit hall, the light of the spirit pearl flowing into him, his aura steadily rising, the cracks on his essence core deepening, and his cultivation in the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm growing increasingly solid. He murmured, "The undercurrents of the Heavenly Emperor sect are more perilous than those of the Tianyun sect. I must hasten my entry into the divine transformation realm." His heartbeat quickened slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation as he envisioned Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, and Lu Qingyan, whispering, "They are growing stronger at Zifeng and Bifeng as well. I cannot let them down." Outside the hall, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, prompting Lin Tianqian to abruptly open his eyes, glancing toward the hall's entrance, and calling out, "Who goes there?" The hall doors swung open with a resounding crash, revealing 2 figures stepping inside, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surging like a tide. To the left stood Lin Wanner, her red attire fiery, a long whip coiled at her waist, her aura formidable. Having broken through to the initial stage of the condensing essence realm, the aura of her golden red battle body radiated like a war god descending, her skin glowing faintly with a golden hue, her eyes filled with determination. To the right stood Lu Qingyan, her azure dress fluttering, holding a jade flute, her aura ethereal, radiating the spiritual energy of the initial stage of the condensing essence realm like a wave, the power of her ethereal sound body subtly resonating. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. Lin Tianqian's eyes brightened. He rose to greet them, speaking softly, "Wanner, Qingyan, you have emerged from seclusion." His voice was deep, tinged with surprise as he scanned the two, a flicker of tenderness crossing his gaze. Lin Wanu approached, lightly tapping the whip handle against her palm, and said, "Tianqian, after 3 months in seclusion, I have broken through to the initial stage of the condensing essence realm. The golden red battle body is astonishing. I feel my physical form can withstand mid-stage condensing essence realm practitioners." Her tone was buoyant, her fingers gliding over the whip handle, the golden red light swirling in her palm, her eyes shining with confidence. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, waving the jade flute, the sound waves rippling forth, and said softly, "Tianqian, I am also at the initial stage of the condensing essence realm. My ethereal sound body enables my sound waves to kill unseen. It has been 3 months. Have you grown stronger yet again?" Her voice was clear and melodious, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes as her fingers gently tapped the jade flute, the sound waves swirling around her, imbued with an ethereal clarity. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, his right fist clenched tightly, a flash of golden red radiance illuminating his hand as he murmured, "In the mid-stage of there are far too many formidable foes in the Tianhuang sect. I must hasten my strength." Pausing briefly, he cast a glance at the 2 companions beside him and added, "You both have grown stronger. Let us break through the Tianhuang domain together." His eyes burned with a fierce determination, his gray attire rustling under the influence of spiritual energy. Lin Wan and Apos, her gaze softened with affection as she spoke gently, "Tianqian, with you here, we have nothing to fear." She approached him, her hand enveloping his in warmth, her eyes brimming with resolve. Lu Qingyan smiled softly, moving to the opposite side, and whispered, "Tianqian, Wan and Apos, speaks true. Together, who would dare to provoke us in the Tianhuang domain?" Her fingers playfully tapped his shoulder, a glimmer of mirth shining in her eyes. The trio gathered around a stone platform, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian spoke in a low tone, "The tides of the Tianhuang sect are tumultuous. Li Xianfeng, Zhao Tiangang, and Hong Ling, one after another, come to provoke me. I must grow stronger." Lin Wanner nodded in agreement, responding softly, "There are also conflicts at the Zifeng. I heard from my master that disputes among disciples are common within the sect. We must tread carefully." Lu Qingyan added, "The Bifeng is no different, but with our master's protection, it remains relatively stable. Tianqian, let us strive for the transformation of the in 3 years." Lin Tianqian nodded, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve as he declared, "In 3 years, I will ascend to the pinnacle of the Tianhuang domain." The 3 shared a knowing smile, the spiritual energy swirling like a tide around them, the green stone platform becoming a tapestry woven with the threads of valor and tenderness, as they embarked upon their heart-pounding journey within the Tianhuang sect. Chapter 34. The trial of Qingfeng. Lin Tianqian and his companions sat in a circle around a stone platform, enveloped in swirling spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian spoke softly, "The Tianhuang sect is rife with undercurrents. Li Xianfeng, Zhao Tiangang, and Hong Ling are all coming to provoke us. I must grow stronger." Lin Wanner nodded in agreement, whispering, "There are conflicts at Zifeng as well. My master has mentioned that disputes among disciples are common in the sect. We must remain vigilant." Lu Qingyan added quietly, "The same goes for Bifeng, but with our master's protection, we are relatively secure. Tianqian, let us strive together for the next 3 years to reach the transformation realm." Lin Tianqian nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, "In 3 years, I shall ascend to the transformation realm and stand atop the Tianhuang domain. The three exchanged smiles, the spiritual energy around them surging like a tide. Intertwining combativeness with tenderness on the Qingfeng stone platform, a journey fraught with peril. Lin Tianxin chuckled softly, his right fist clenched tightly. A flash of golden red light emanating from it as he murmured, "Waner, Qingyan, with your breakthroughs into the initial stage of the condensation realm and your awakened constitutions. Who dares to challenge us in the Tianhuang sect?" His tone was light, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The heat of the swallowing bloodline coursing through him like a raging torrent, causing the stone platform beneath to tremble subtly. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance toward the spirit hall and continued, "That woman Hong Ling, at the pinnacle of the late condensation realm, lost to me in 3 moves. She will not let it go easily. The trials within the sect may hold fierce battles." Lin Waner stood, her red attire like flames. A long whip coiled around her waist, her aura from the initial stage of the condensation realm steady and resilient. The brilliance of her red-gold battle body shimmering faintly on her skin. She gently grasped the whip's handle, stating softly, "Tianxin, the master of Zifeng mentioned that the conflicts among disciples are for resources, and the trials are no different. We must join forces to prevent others from stealing our spotlight." Her voice was gentle, fingers caressing the whip's handle, applying slight pressure as a spark of combativeness glinted in her eyes. She recalled the teachings of the purple-robed elder during her Master-S retreat, the battle body forging technique, each refinement rendering her physique as indestructible as red gold. And she vowed, with the red gold battle body, unparalleled in strength, I must train to withstand even the late condensation realm. Lu Qingyan rose, her azure dress billowing, her jade flute lightly tapping against her palm, the aura of the initial stage of the condensation realm exuding clarity and stability. The waves of her ethereal sound energy subtly rippling around her. She smiled lightly and said, "Tianxin, Wan and Apos, is right. The master of Bifone also mentioned that the trials are an opportunity for disciples to make a name for themselves. We must seize resources to enhance our cultivation." Her tone was bright, fingers gracefully gliding over the jade flute, the instrument glimmering softly in the morning light, a hint of cunning sparkling in her eyes. She remembered the teachings of the white-robed elder during her Master-S retreat, the sound-killing secret score, each note sharp as a blade, and she declared, "With my ethereal sound body, invisible yet deadly, I must cultivate to the point where a single note can annihilate the enemy." Lin Tianxin nodded, his gaze shifting between the two, and said, "Very well. During the trials, we shall join forces and seize first place to secure our resources." His right fist tightened. The golden-red radiance surging, the swallowing bloodline stirring slightly as a blood-red vortex circled around him, causing the spiritual energy waves to deepen the cracks in the stone platform. He murmured, "In the Tianhuang sect, powerful figures abound. The late condensation realm is nothing. The transformation realm is our true aim. In this trial, I will carve out my own path." At the end of the stone path, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Lin Tianxin and Apos' expression sharpened as he called out, "Who goes there?" A figure in a green robe appeared, the elder exuding an aura from the initial stage of the transformation realm that surged like an ocean, shaking the spiritual energy on the stone platform. His gaze swept over the three, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Lin Tianxin, Lin Waner, Lu Qingyan. The Qingfeng trial will commence in 3 days. This trial is a battle for resources among the disciples. The victor may enter the Qingfeng secret realm to obtain the Qingling sacred fruit, aiding in the enhancement of their cultivation in the condensation realm." His voice was grave as he waved his hand, sending 3 jade slips flying toward the trio. "Here are the details of the trial. Prepare yourselves." Lin Tianxin received the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual energy, the text projected in the air, detailing the trial's rules. In the Qingfeng trial, disciples will engage in chaotic battles to seize spiritual flags. The one with the highest score will emerge victorious and gain entry into the secret realm. He murmured, "The Qingfeng secret realm and the Qingling sacred fruit. Excellent." He then turned his gaze to Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan, saying, "During this trial, we will join forces and strive for first place." A spark of battle intent flickered in Lin Wan and Apos' eyes as she replied, "Tianxin, the Qingling sacred fruit can assist me in reaching the mid-stage of the condensation realm, making my red gold battle body even stronger. I must give it a try." She tightened her grip on the whip handle, the red gold radiance swirling in her palm, her eyes filled with resolve. She recalled her Master-S words, "The trial is an opportunity for disciples to make a name for themselves. I must ensure my red gold battle body resonates throughout Qingfeng." Her heart raced as the image of Lin Tianxin fiercely protecting her during battles flashed in her mind, and she whispered, "Tianxin, I want to fight alongside you." Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, her jade flute swirling, sound waves rippling forth as she said, "Tianxin, Wan and Apos. The Qingling sacred fruit can also assist me in reaching the mid-stage of the condensation realm. My ethereal sound body will be even more formidable in battle." I too wish to seize it. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes as her fingers gently tapped the jade flute, the sound waves swirling around her. Imbued with clarity, she recalled her master's teachings. The trial is a stage for disciples to vie for supremacy. I must ensure that my path of sound killing intimidates all. Excitement welled within her, envisioning Lin Tianqian and Lin Wanner fighting side by side, and she declared, Tianqian, let us three stand united. Who dares to obstruct us in the Tianhuang sect? Lin Tianqian chuckled, his right fist clenched tightly, golden red light surging forth as he proclaimed, excellent. In 3 days, we will seize first place in the trial and share the Qingling sacred fruit among us. Pausing, he glanced at the two, adding, the Tianhuang sect is fraught with hidden dangers. Li Xianfeng, Zhao Tiangang, and Hong Ling will not let this trial pass unchecked. We must remain cautious. His voice was somber. A flicker of coldness crossing his gaze as the heat of the swallowing bloodline surged within him, causing the cracks in the stone platform to deepen. The elder in the green robe cast a stern look at the three, warning, in the chaotic trial, life and death are inconsequential. Lin Tianqian, your swallowing bloodline has already gained renown in Qingfeng. Formidable adversaries await you in the trial, so tread carefully. With that, he turned and departed. His robe billowing as the aura from the initial stage of the transformation realm rippled like an ocean, causing the stone path to tremble slightly. Lin Tianqian muttered, formidable adversaries? I shall see who dares to stand in my way. He turned to Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan, saying, in 3 days, we shall enter seclusion to prepare. The trial will reveal the truth. Lin Wanner nodded, the red gold radiance swirling around her, stating, Tianqian, I must strengthen my red gold battle body. Lu Qingyan smiled lightly, the sound waves rippling as she added, Tianqian, I too must hone my path of sound killing. The three returned to their respective chambers. Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, spiritual energy surging like a tide as the swallowing bloodline absorbed it, the cracks in his Yuan Dan deepening and his aura skyrocketing. He murmured, in the trial, the Qingling sacred fruit shall be mine. Closing his eyes to cultivate, the intent of his fist surged forth, the power of the swallowing, overbearing fist replaying in his mind. His right fist clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm, blood seeping from the fine punctures, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Lin Wan and Oppos, sat in the Zifeng chamber, the red gold radiance flowing around her as spiritual energy enveloped her like mist. Her body emitted a deep and crisp sound, her meridians forged like fine iron, her bones tempered. Her aura from the initial stage of the condensation realm growing increasingly potent. She murmured, with the red gold battle body, a born warrior. I shall carve out my own path in the trial. Rising, she swung her whip, the whip and Oppos' shadow like a rainbow, shaking the air in her chamber with a thunderous roar as the red gold light danced on her skin, reminiscent of a female warrior goddess. Lu Qingyan sat in the Baifeng chamber, her jade flute resonating, sound waves surging like a tide, the spiritual energy coalescing into an invisible blade. Her aura from the initial stage of the condensation realm clear and stable. She whispered, with the ethereal sound body, invisible yet deadly. I too must make a name for myself in the trial. Rising, the sound waves sliced through her chamber, causing the stone walls to crack slightly. The ethereal energy swirling around her, akin to a melody of death. 3 days passed swiftly, and the Qingfeng trial grounds were alive with activity, the stone platform expansive, spiritual energy undulating like a tide. Disciples of Qingfeng formed a circle, their gazes fixed at the center. Lin Tianqian stood on the stone platform, clad in gray. His aura from the mid-stage of the condensation realm profound, the swallowing bloodline subtly stirring, golden red patterns glowing faintly. Lin Wan and Oppos, and Lu Qingyan stood beside him, their fiery red and azure dresses fluttering, their auras from the initial stage of the condensation realm strong and ethereal. The brilliance of the red gold battle body and ethereal sound body radiating around them. Hong Ling stood at one side of the stone platform, her crimson robe resembling blood, exuding a fierce aura at the pinnacle of the late stage of the condensation realm. With a whip in hand and her eyes filled with venomous resentment, she murmured, Lin Tianqian, I shall kill you in this trial. On the opposite side, Yi Qingli, clad in a flowing azure dress, emanated a chilling aura from the mid-stage of the condensation realm. With a jade short sword in hand and a fierce fighting spirit gleaming in her eyes, she softly declared, Lin Tianqian, let us battle again in this trial. Zhou Yunxiao, Li Xianfeng, and others were also present, their gazes cold and laced with a hint of murderous intent. An elder in a green robe stood atop the high platform, his aura at the early stage of the transformation realm resembling an ocean, as he solemnly announced. The trial commences. Life and death are of no concern. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of spiritual energy enveloped the stone platform, causing the air to tremble. In the center of the platform, a spiritual banner floated, radiating dazzling brilliance, heralding the onset of the chaotic trial. Lin Tianqian bellowed, Wan and Oppos, Qingyan, seize the banner. His right fist struck forth, a golden-red fist glow soaring like a rainbow, the blood-red vortex swelling as it surged toward the spiritual banner. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, wielded her whip like a rainbow, the crimson golden light swirling as the whip and Amp, Oppos' shadow reverberated through the air. Lu Qingyan played a jade flute. The sound wave sharp as blades, releasing a pure and ethereal aura as the three joined forces to charge toward the spiritual banner. Hongling roared in anger, her whip ablaze, its shadow darting toward Lin Tianqin. Zhou Yunxiao thrust forth his spear, its brilliance akin to a dragon, while Li Xianfeng and Amp, Oppos' sword energy surged like a rainbow. And Yi Qingli and Oppos' sword gleamed like water, as formidable enemies surrounded them. A glint of cold light surged in Lin Tianqin and Oppos' eyes as he growled, "Come forth." The fist glow soared like a rainbow, the blood-red vortex devouring the whip and Oppos' shadow and spear and Oppos' brilliance, as the chaotic trial erupted in a cascade of bloodlight. The stone dais of the Azure Peak trial field at the Celestial Sovereign sect was enveloped in a spiritual energy barrier, the fluctuations of which surged like a tide, causing the air to hum. At the center of the dais, a spiritual banner floated, emanating a dazzling azure light that captured the attention of all disciples. Lin Tianqin stood in the center of the dais, his gray robes fluttering, the aura of a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator profound and unfathomable. The devouring bloodline within him subtly activated, and crimson gold patterns faintly shimmered on his chest. Lin Wan and Oppos' and Lu Qingyan stood to his left and right, respectively, one in fiery red and the other in flowing azure. Their auras of early-stage core formation realm cultivators revealing the resilience of the crimson gold battle physique and the ethereal nature of the clear sound physique. As the trial commenced, formidable adversaries such as Hong Ling, Yi Qingli, Zhou Yunxiao, and Li Xianfeng launched their attacks. Lin Tianqin and his companions joined forces to seize the banner, igniting a chaotic melee. Lin Tianqin and Oppos' gaze swept across the spiritual banner as he roared. Wan and Oppos' Qingyan, seized the banner. He clenched his right fist, causing crimson gold fist radiance to erupt. With the devouring bloodline fully activated, a sanguine vortex expanded like a tempest to a radius of 300 zhang. The spiritual energy fluctuations causing fissures to appear on the dais. He unleashed the ninth form of the devouring tyrant fist, annihilation of the heavens. The fist radiance resembling a cataclysmic event. The fist wind, imbued with the power of devouring, hurtled towards the spiritual banner. Even before the fist radiance arrived, the dais had already begun to crumble for several zhang, the shattered rocks being sucked into the vortex and reduced to dust. The air surrounding the spiritual banner was torn apart, producing a piercing roar. Hong Ling's eyes blazed with resentment, her crimson robes resembling blood. The aura of a late-stage peak core formation realm cultivator surged like a raging fire. With a flick of her long whip, the whip energy became a rainbow, and spiritual energy coalesced into a 50 zhang whip shadow. The tip of the whip burned like a flame, tearing through the air and heading straight for Lin Tianqin. Even before the whip shadow arrived, the dais had already been scorched, leaving behind a trail of charred marks. The air distorted, carrying the might of incinerating all in its path, and the whip wind roared like a fiery dragon, causing the shattered rocks at the edge of the dais to turn to ash. She roared, "Lin Tianqin, today I will surely kill you." Lin Tianqin snorted coldly as the sanguine vortex met the whip shadow. The fist radiance erupted like a rainbow, and the spiritual energy explosion caused the dais to tremble. The whip shadow was devoured completely, and Hong Ling was forced back several steps by the backlash. Her long whip trembled, and her palm split open, causing blood to drip. Her eyes blazed with even greater fury as she lashed out with her long whip, creating 3 whip shadows that resembled fiery serpents spitting venom, forming a triangular blockade to cut off Lin Tianqin's retreat. The tips of the whips burned with fierce flames, distorting the air with their heat. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianqin's eyes as he roared, "Devour!" The 8th form of the devouring tyrant fist erupted, and the crimson gold fist radiance, accompanied by a sanguine vortex, devoured all 3 whip shadows. His figure moved like lightning as his right fist struck Hong Ling and Oppos' chest. With a resounding thud, Hong Ling coughed up blood and flew backwards, landing at the edge of the dais. Her chest had caved in, and her aura was weakened. Her eyes widened as she rasped, "Impossible." Her long whip slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, its crimson light dimming. Lin Wanner's gaze sharpened as her long whip transformed into a rainbow. The radiance of the crimson gold battle physique flowed around her, and the aura of an early-stage core formation realm cultivator descended like a mountain. She shouted, "Tianqin, I'm coming." Her figure moved like lightning as she lashed out with her long whip, the whip shadow becoming a rainbow. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 30 zhang whip radiance, as indestructible as if it were forged from crimson gold, and headed straight for Zhou Yunxiao. Zhou Yunxiao roared as he thrust out his long spear, the spear radiance resembling a dragon. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 40 zhang spear shadow, the the tip of the spear flashing with cold light, carrying the pressure of a late-stage core formation realm cultivator as it crashed down. Even before the spear shadow arrived, the dais had already begun to crack, and the air was torn apart, producing a deep roar. The whip radiance collided with the spear shadow, and the spiritual energy explosion caused the cracks on the dais to deepen. The whip shadow was shattered, and Lin Wanner was forced back several steps, her long whip trembling and her palm bleeding. Zhou Yunxiao was also forced back by the backlash, his long spear trembling, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he roared, crimson gold battle physique. He thrust out his long spear repeatedly, creating 5 spear radiances that resembled a rainbow, forming a 5-pointed star to cut off Lin Wanner's retreat. The spear wind howled, causing the dais to crack. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, eyes blazed with battle intent as the crimson gold radiance flowed around her, her flesh resembling that of a war god descending. She shouted, "Fight!" Her figure flashed, and she lashed out with her long whip, the whip shadow becoming a rainbow. Spiritual energy coalesced into a crimson gold whip radiance, incomparably resilient. As it collided head-on with the 5 spear radiances, the whip radiance and spear radiances collided, and the spiritual energy explosion caused the cracks on the dais to spread. The 5 spear radiances were shattered, Lin Wanner's right arm trembled slightly, and blood dripped. She leaped up, her long whip becoming a rainbow as it wrapped around Zhou Yunxiao's long spear. With a sharp tug, Zhou Yunxiao's long spear slipped from his grasp. Her whip shadow rose again, striking Zhou Yunxiao and Oppos' chest, and with a thud, Zhou Yunxiao coughed up blood and flew backwards, landing outside the dais, his breath fading. Lu Qingyan stood to Lin Tianxin and Amp, Oppos' right, playing her jade flute, the sound waves of the clear sound physique rippling outwards. The aura of an early-stage core formation realm cultivator ethereal and sharp. She whispered, "Tianxin, Wanner, I'll cover you." Her figure moved like the wind as she played her jade flute repeatedly, the sound waves resembling a tide. Spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible sound blade, slicing through the air and heading straight for Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng sneered as he brandished his long sword, the sword energy becoming a rainbow. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 30-zhong sword radiance, the blade flashing with cold light, carrying the pressure of a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator as it crashed down. Even before the sword radiance arrived, the dais had already been marked with a sword scar, and the air distorted, producing a piercing howl. The sound blade collided with the sword radiance, and the spiritual energy explosion caused the dais to tremble slightly. The sound blade was shattered, and Lu Qingyan was forced back several steps, her jade flute trembling and blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Li Xianfeng was also forced back by the backlash, his long sword trembling, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Clear sound physique." He brandished his long sword repeatedly, creating 3 sword radiances that resembled a rainbow, forming a triangular blockade to cut off Lu Qingyan's retreat. The sword wind resembled a rainbow, causing the cracks on the dais to deepen. A clear light flashed in Lu Qingyan and Oppos' eyes as the clear sound physique was activated to its fullest extent. She played her jade flute, the sound waves resembling blades. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 50-zhong sound radiance, invisible yet incomparably sharp, slicing through the air and meeting the 3 sword radiances. The sound radiance and sword radiances collided, and the spiritual energy explosion caused the cracks on the dais to spread. Lu Qingyan and Amp, Oppos' figure flashed as she played her jade flute repeatedly, creating 5 sound blades that resembled a rainbow, slicing through the air and heading straight for Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng brandished his long sword, the sword energy resembling a rainbow to block them, but the sound blades caused his long sword to slip from his grasp. He coughed up blood and flew backwards, landing outside the dais, his breath weak. Yi Qingli stood to the side of the dais, her azure dress flowing, the aura of a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator cold and detached. She held a jade short sword, her gaze sweeping across Lin Tianxin as she whispered, "Lin Tianxin, let us battle again." Her figure moved like lightning as she brandished her short sword, the sword energy becoming a rainbow. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 40-zhong sword radiance, the blade resembling continuous ripples of water, carrying the pressure of a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator as it headed straight for Lin Tianxin. Even before the sword radiance arrived, the dais had already been marked with a sword scar, and the air distorted, producing a deep roar. Lin Tianxin and Oppos' eyes blazed with battle intent as the devouring bloodline was activated to its fullest extent. The sanguine vortex expanded, and he roared, "Annihilation of the heavens." The 9th form of the devouring tyrant fist erupted, the crimson gold fist radiance resembling a cataclysmic event. The fist wind, imbued with the power of devouring, caused the dais to crumble, and the sword radiance was devoured completely. Lin Tianxin and Yi Qingli each retreated several steps, their breaths slightly disturbed. A hint of astonishment flashed in Yi Qingli's eyes as she remarked, "Formidable indeed, let us continue." Her figure moved like the wind as she brandished her short sword repeatedly, creating 7 sword radiances that resembled a rainbow, forming a 7-star pattern to cut off Lin Tianqin's retreat. The sword wind resembled water, causing the cracks on the dais to deepen. Lin Tianqin roared, "Devour!" The 8th form of the devouring tyrant fist erupted, the sanguine vortex transforming into a devouring storm. The 7 sword radiances were devoured completely, and his right fist struck out, the fist radiance resembling a rainbow, causing the air to roar. Yi Qingli brandished her short sword, the sword energy resembling a rainbow to block it. The fist and sword collided, and the spiritual energy explosion caused the cracks on the dais to spread. The flesh on Lin Tianqin and Appo's right fist split open, and blood dripped. Yi Qingli was also forced back, her short sword trembling and her palm bleeding. She whispered, "Lin Tianqin, you are indeed strong." Her figure flashed as the sword radiance rose again, and Lin Tianqin repeatedly unleashed fist radiances. The fist and sword collided, and they engaged in a fierce battle for dozens of rounds, the cracks on the dais crisscrossing. Hong Ling struggled to her feet, her eyes blazing with even greater resentment. She picked up her long whip, and the whip shadow resembled fire, heading straight for Lin Tianqin and Appo's back. Zhou Yunxiao and Li Xianfeng also rose, their long spears and long swords thrusting out together, the spear radiance and sword energy resembling a rainbow, surrounding and attacking Lin Tianqin. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianqin's eyes as he roared, "You're all coming at me together? Very well." His figure moved like lightning as he unleashed fist radiances repeatedly, the sanguine vortex devouring the whip shadow, spear radiance, and sword energy. 3 fist radiances resembled a rainbow, causing the air to roar. With 3 muffled thuds, Hong Ling, Zhou Yunxiao, and Li Xianfeng coughed up blood and flew backwards, landing outside the dais, their fates unknown. Lin Tianqin panted heavily, his right fist drooping, blood dripping. He whispered, "In this trial, who dares to stand in my way?" He swiftly darted toward the spirit flag, closely followed by Lin Wan and Appo's, and Lu Qingyan. The long whip flashed like a rainbow, and the sound waves sliced through the air like blades. The trio united, charging towards the spirit flag. Yi Qingli and Appo's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as she declared, "Lin Tianqin, the spirit flag shall be mine." Like the wind, she surged forward, her sword radiating brilliance, heading straight for the flag. In the chaos on the stone platform, the spirit flag flickered with light. Lin Tianqin unleashed a punch of vibrant energy. Lin Wanner wielded her whip with precision, and Lu Qingyan's sound waves cut through the encroaching foes. Together, they carved a bloody path. Yi Qingli's sword aura pursued relentlessly, while other disciples converged for the kill. The explosion of spiritual energy shook the stone platform, blood soaring into the sky. Lin Tianqin bellowed, "The spirit flag is mine." He thrust his right fist forward, sending a wave of energy that repelled Yi Qingli. Lin Wanner ensnared the spirit flag with her whip, while Lu Qingyan and Appo's sound waves dispersed their attackers. United, the 3 seized the spirit flag. The elder in the azure robe narrowed his gaze and murmured, "The trial concludes. Lin Tianqin is victorious." With a wave of his hand, the light curtain dissipated. Lin Tianqin, panting, held the spirit flag and whispered, "The Qingling's sacred fruit. We have obtained it." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan approached, their eyes brimming with joy. Lin Wanner softly remarked, "Tianqin, we have triumphed." Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly. "First in the trial, Tianhuang sect, we have arrived." Yi Qingli sheathed her sword, a flicker of reluctance crossing her features as she murmured, "Lin Tianqin, next time I shall prevail." Turning away, she departed, while Hong Ling and others were carried off. The disciples of Qi Feng buzzed with chatter, Lin Tianqin and his companions, unrivaled in strength. With the swallowing bloodline, golden war body, and pure spirit sound body, they are the 3 prodigies of Qi Feng. The elder in the azure robe remarked quietly, "These 3 shall reach the divine transformation realm within 3 years. They are destined for greatness." Lin Tianqin whispered, "Wanner, Qingyan, let us share the Qingling's sacred fruit and break through together." The trio exchanged knowing smiles as spiritual energy surged like a tide. In the Qingfeng trial, their brilliance shone through, marking the beginning of their formidable journey with the Tianhuang sect, step by thrilling step. Chapter 36. The Sacred Qingling Fruit and the Undercurrents of the Sect. Lin Tianqin, Lin Wan and Appo's, and Lu Qingyan stood at the center of the stone platform in the Qingfeng trial grounds. The spirit banner in Lin Tianqin's hand emanated a soft azure glow, while the bloodstains and shattered stones around them testified to the fierce battle that had just concluded. Clad in bloodstained gray, Lin Tianqin exuded a steady and formidable aura characteristic of a practitioner in the mid-stage of the condensation realm, with the fiery currents of the swallowing heaven bloodline surging within him. The gold and red patterns on his chest shimmered brilliantly as his right fist tightened, knuckles turning white, with fine beads of blood seeping from his fingertips and dripping down to stain the stone platform beneath him. During the trial's chaotic battle, he had triumphed over Hong Ling, Zhou Yunxiao, and Li Xianfeng with the swallowing Heaven-Overlord fist, and alongside Lin Wan and Appo's, and Lu Qingyan, they had seized the spirit banner, their fame resonating throughout Qingfeng. His gaze swept towards the two women, a flicker of tenderness and resolve flashing in his eyes as he spoke softly. Waner, Qingyan, let us divide the sacred Qingling fruits. In 3 years, we shall transcend to the God transformation realm and carve our path to victory. Lin Waner stood to his left, her fiery red attire accentuating her presence. A long whip coiled around her waist. Her aura, embodying the early stage of the condensation realm, was resilient yet reserved. The glow of her crimson golden battle body flickered upon her skin, with droplets of blood speckled upon her whip, its tip quivering slightly. Taking a deep breath, her chest rose and fell gently, a smile illuminating her eyes as she whispered, Tianqian, we have won. Her voice was soft, fingers delicately caressing the whip and Appo's handle. A slight tremor betraying her excitement. Reflecting on the battle, where her whip had danced like a rainbow, she felt a surge of pride as she recalled with conviction, indeed. The crimson golden battle body is formidable. Lu Qingyan stood to his right, her azure dress flowing gracefully, lightly tapping her jade flute against her palm. Her aura, clear and stable, radiated the strength of the early stage of the condensation realm, while the sound wave power of her clear spirit sound body subtly rippled around her. The flute glimmered softly in the morning light. With a light laugh, she declared, we claimed first in the trial, Tianwang sect, here we come. Her tone was bright, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes as her fingers playfully stroked the jade flute, brimming with anticipation. Recalling the moment when her sound waves had repelled Li Xianfeng and Appo's sword chi, she felt her heart race and murmured, with the clear spirit sound body. A single note can annihilate foes, how exhilarating. An elder in a blue robe stood atop the high platform. His aura of the early stage of the God transformation realm surging like the ocean. His gaze fell upon the three with a grave tone. Lin Tianqian, Lin Waner, Lu Qingyan, first in the trial, I bestow upon you the sacred Qingling fruits. With a wave of his hand, 3 fruits, glowing with azure light, soared towards them. Each fruit was the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a subtle luster, rich with spirit energy that almost seemed to liquefy, emanating a delightful fragrance that caused the air above the stone platform to quiver slightly. Lin Tianqian received the sacred Qingling fruit, feeling the spirit energy flood into his palm. The fruit cool and weighty. He whispered, such potent spirit energy. His gaze turned to Lin Wan and Appo's and Lu Qingyan, stating, one for each of us. In the mid-stage of the condensation realm, we shall break through together. His heartbeat quickened slightly, filled with anticipation as vivid memories of their teamwork during the trial surfaced in his mind. He added softly, the undercurrents within the Tianwang sect are turbulent. Figures like Hong Ling and Yi Qingli will not relent. We must grow stronger. Lin Wan and Appo's accepted the fruit, its crimson glow swirling in her palm as she murmured, Tianqian, this sacred Qingling fruit can assist me in reaching the mid-stage of the condensation realm. My crimson golden battle body will become even more formidable. I must give it a try. Her fingers gently stroked the fruit, its skin smooth and icy, the spirit energy permeating her fingertips, causing her body to tremble slightly as a hint of battle spirit flickered in her eyes. She resolutely stated, during the chaos, Zhou Yunxiao and Appo's spear chi nearly shattered my whip. Yet my crimson golden battle body allowed me to withstand it. This fruit, I shall refine it to achieve invincibility in physical form. Her voice was firm, confidence radiating from her. As her whip trembled slightly at her waist, infused with expectation, Lu Qingyan took the fruit, the clear spirit energy radiating from her palm. She whispered, Tianqian, Waner. The sacred Qingling fruit can also help me reach the mid-stage of the condensation realm. With my clear spirit sound body, I shall become even deadlier. I too shall break through. Her fingers lightly tapped the jade flute, the fruit and Appo's spirit energy seeping into her fingertips, causing the sound wave power within her to resonate, her eyes sparkling with delight. She reflected on the battle when her sound waves had dispersed Li Xuanfeng's sword chi, asserting, with the clear spirit sound body, I can kill without a trace. This fruit, I will cultivate it to enable a single note to vanquish foes. Her tone was bright, filled with hope, as the jade flute in her hand warmed slightly, resonating with spirit energy. The three exchanged smiles. Lin Tianqian declared softly, let us retreat to the chamber for seclusion. In 3 days, we shall break through together. He turned and headed towards the spirit hall, with Lin Wan and Appo's and Lu Qingyan following closely behind. The disciples of Qingfeng murmured among themselves. Lin Tianqian and his companions are invincible. The swallowing heaven bloodline, the crimson golden battle body, the clear spirit sound body, Qingfeng's 3 prodigies. The elder in the blue robe remarked quietly, these 3 will surely become great talents in 3 years and Appo's time. Inside the chamber, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, the sacred Qingling fruit floating before him. Spirit energy surged in like a tide, causing his primordial dand to tremble as the swallowing heaven bloodline operated at full capacity. A blood-red vortex expanded, devouring the fruit's spirit energy. He murmured, mid-stage of the condensation realm, Tianhuang sect, I must grow stronger. Spirit energy flowed like a rushing river, deepening the cracks on his primordial Dan. The fruit and Apos' spirit energy poured in like a deluge, and his aura swelled, veins bulging as his skin glowed with a red sheen. He roared, break for me. His primordial Dan quivered violently, cracks spreading like a spider and amp. Apos' web as the fruit and amp. Apos' spirit energy surged in like the ocean. A low rumble echoed within him as his primordial Dan split, transforming into a new primordial Dan, its light subdued, yet its aura akin to a raging dragon emerging from the sea. He had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. He suddenly opened his eyes, bloodlight flashing within them, his aura shaking the air in the chamber. As he clenched his right fist, the golden-red fist light swelling dramatically. He declared softly, at the peak of the mid-stage of the condensation realm, Tianhuang domain, I will soar even higher. The fluctuations of spirit energy outside the chamber caused the stone walls to tremble, and he rose, pushing open the door, his gaze sweeping towards the purple peak and white peak as he called out, Wan and Apos. Qingyan, it is time for you to emerge as well. In the purple peak chamber, Lin Wanner sat cross-legged, the sacred Qingling fruit floating before her, spirit energy swirling in like a mist, enhancing the aura of her crimson golden battle body. She softly stated, mid-stage of the condensation realm, with the crimson golden battle body, I shall become invincible. Spirit energy surged into her body, producing a series of crisp sounds as her veins, forged like fine steel, and bones, tempered anew, glimmered with a layer of crimson golden sheen, resembling battle armor. The fruit and amp, Apos' spirit energy flooded in, causing her primordial Dan to tremble, cracks deepening as she cried out, break. Her primordial Dan split, transforming into a new primordial Dan, her aura swelling as she reached the mid-stage of the condensation realm. She opened her eyes, battle spirit ablaze within them, flicking her whip with a flourish. The whip shadow slicing through the air, causing the chamber to echo with a roar as crimson golden light swirled around her. She proclaimed softly, Tianchen, I am here. In the white peak chamber, Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged, the sacred Qingling fruit hovering before her, spirit energy flooding in like a tide. Her clear spirit sound body's aura sharp and ethereal. She whispered, mid-stage of the condensation realm, with the clear spirit sound body, I will kill without a trace. Spirit energy coalesced into sound waves, flowing into her body, causing her primordial Dan to tremble, cracks deepening as the fruit's spirit energy surged in like a tidal wave. She shouted, break. Her primordial Dan split, transforming into a new primordial Dan, her aura swelling as she reached the mid-stage of the condensation realm. She opened her eyes, clear light shining within them, as she played her jade flute, sound waves cutting through the air and causing the chamber's walls to crack. The clear spirit energy swirled around her as she declared softly, Tianchen, Wanner, let us charge forth together. 3 days later, in the Qingfeng stone platform, Lin Tianchen stood at the center, with Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan approaching. Their auras surged dramatically, the spirit energy of the mid-stage and peak mid-stage of the condensation realm flowing like a tide. Lin Tianchen remarked softly, Wanner, Qingyan, the effects of the sacred Qingling fruit are astounding. We have grown stronger. Lin Wanner chuckled, flicking her whip, the crimson golden glow dancing as she replied, Tianchen, the crimson golden battle body can withstand the late stage of the condensation realm now. Lu Qingyan laughed lightly, playing her jade flute, sound waves radiating outwards as she added, Tianchen, my path of sound killing can now vanquish foes in the mid-stage of the condensation realm. At the end of the stone path, Hong Ling appeared quietly, her blood-red robe fluttering as her aura, at the peak of the late stage of the condensation realm, surged like flames. With a whip in hand and eyes filled with vengeance, she hissed, Lin Tianchen, I shall avenge the grievances of the trial. Behind her, Yi Qingli, Zhou Yinshao, and others emerged, their gazes cold and laced with murderous intent. Lin Tianchen and Apos' expression hardened as he whispered, Wan and Apos. Qingyan, they are coming again. Clenching his right fist tightly, the golden-red fist light swelling, he roared, come forth, I shall carve out my own sky. Chapter 37. The red silk strikes again. Lin Tianchen, Lin Wanner, and Lu Qingyan stood resolutely upon the azure stone platform, their energies surging like a tidal wave, intertwining the auras of the mid and peak stages of the condensing yuan realm, causing the very ground beneath to tremble subtly. Clad in gray, Lin Tianchen's figure was fierce, the torrent of the swallowing bloodline coursing through him, golden red patterns shimmering on his chest, his right fist clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. Eyes sharp as blades, fixed upon the red silk at the path and Apos' end. Having broken through, he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of condensing yuan. The spiritual energy from the Qingling sacred fruit had made his yuan Dan more solid, his martial intent soaring like a rainbow, his fighting spirit ablaze. Lin Wan and Apos, dressed in fiery red, had a long whip coiled around her waist, her aura of the early stage of condensing yuan steadfast and restrained. The glow of her red-gold battle physique flickered upon her skin, her whip trembling slightly, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Lu Qingyan, in a flowing azure dress, lightly tapped a jade flute against her palm, her aura exuding a clear and sharp essence, the sound wave power of her clear spiritual sound body gently radiating around her. A glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Red Silk approached slowly, her blood-red robes flowing like a river of fire. Emanating the aura of the peak stage of condensing yuan, the long whip in her grasp glowing crimson at the tip, spiritual energy pulsating like flames. Following her were Yi Qingli and Zhou Yunxiao, their gazes sinister, tinged with killing intent. Red Silk halted, her eyes locking onto Lin Tianqian. Resentment swelling within them as she murmured, "Lin Tianqian, today I shall avenge the grievances of the trials." Her voice was low, a flick of her finger sending the long whip darting forth like a serpent from its lair, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The spiritual energy rippling causing the stone platform to tremble. Lin Tianqian snorted coldly, his right fist tightening, the golden red fist radiance surging forth as he growled, "Red Silk, last time I defeated you in 3 moves. Do you still seek death today?" His tone was deep, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as the swallowing bloodline surged to its full capacity, a blood-red vortex expanding like a storm to 300 feet. The spiritual energy rippling causing deeper fissures in the stone platform. He murmured, "Wanner, Qingyan, prepare to act. These foes will not relent." Lin Wanner's gaze sharpened, her long whip like a rainbow, the radiance of her red-gold battle physique swirling around her as she declared, "Tianqian, I will hold Zhou Yunxiao." In a flash, she moved like lightning, her whip striking out, the whip shadow coalescing into a 40-foot beam, the tip forged of red gold, unyielding, racing toward Zhou Yunxiao. She exclaimed, "You lost in the last trial. Do you dare challenge again?" Her voice rang clear, her fingers gripping the whip handle tightly, the red gold radiance flowing in her palm. Infused with fighting spirit, Lu Qingyan chuckled softly, the jade flute sounding, her clear spiritual sound body fully activated, as she said, "Tianqian, Wanner, I'll deal with Li Xianfeng." She moved like the wind, the flute playing continuously, the sound waves surging forth, condensing into a 50-foot sound beam, formless yet razor-sharp, slicing through the air towards Li Xianfeng. She added, "You didn't lose badly enough last time. Care to try again?" A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes as her fingers danced lightly on the flute, the sound waves swirling around her, imbued with clarity. Red Silk's fury escalated. She lashed out with her whip, the whip energy resembling a rainbow, condensing into a 60-foot whip shadow, its tip blazing like a fiery serpent, tearing through the air, aimed at Lin Tianqian. She roared, "Lin Tianqian, today I will surely slay you." The whip shadow had not yet reached him, yet the ground of the stone platform was already scorched. The air warped by the oppressive force, the whip wind roaring like a fire dragon, reducing the debris at the edges of the platform to ashes. Lin Tianqian's eyes gleamed with cold light as he bellowed, "Annihilate the heavens." The 9th style of the swallowing heaven overbearing fist erupted forth, his right fist swinging out. The golden red fist radiance shattering the heavens and earth, the fist wind enveloped in a devouring power, causing the stone platform to shatter 20 feet, debris sucked into the vortex. Reduced to dust, the fist radiance collided head-on with the whip shadow, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The spiritual energy detonated, shaking the stone platform, the whip shadow nearly consumed. Lin Tianqian staggered back several steps, his right fist torn fleshily, blood dripping down, while Red Silk was also pushed back by the rebound force, her whip vibrating. Her palm splitting, blood seeping forth. "What?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Red Silk's eyes as she roared, raising her whip high. The spiritual energy coalescing into an 80-foot whip shadow, its tip flickering like a fiery serpent and Apos' tongue, unleashing a full-force strike from the peak stage of condensing yuan, crashing down. The whip shadow surged like a rainbow, tearing the air, deepening the ground and Apos' fissures, imbued with destructive force, the whip wind roaring like flames, reducing the debris at the edges of the stone platform to ashes. Lin Tianqian gritted his teeth, the aura of the peak stage of condensing yuan surging. The swallowing bloodline pushed to its limits, the blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring storm as he growled, "Swallow heaven." The 8th style of the swallowing heaven overbearing fist erupted. The golden red fist radiance encased in a blood-red vortex, the fist wind roaring like a wild dragon, causing the stone platform to shatter 40 feet, the spiritual energy completely devoured. The fist radiance collided with the whip shadow, resulting in a resounding crash. The spiritual energy exploded, sending tremors through the stone platform, the whip shadow nearly obliterated. Lin Tianqian and Apos' right fist bones cracking, blood gushing forth, his legs trembling slightly, while Red Silk's whip flew from her grasp, hurtling 10 feet away, her chest caving in. A mouthful of blood spilling forth, her aura waning. Red silk. Zhou Yunxiao roared, thrusting his spear, the spear radiance surging like a dragon. The spiritual energy condensing into a 50-foot spear shadow, the spear tip glinting coldly, bearing the pressure of the peak stage of condensing yuan, crashing down. Lin Wanner's battle spirit surged, her red-gold battle physique activated to its fullest, the long whip striking out, the whip shadow coalescing into a 50-foot beam. Its tip forged from red gold, unyielding, crashing forth. The whip beam collided with the spear beam, the spiritual energy exploding, shaking the stone platform and deepening its fissures. Zhou Yunxiao was forced back several steps, his spear vibrating, blood seeping from his palm. Lin Wanner cried out, "Zhou Yunxiao, come again." Like lightning, she moved. Her long whip striking continuously, 3 whip beams forming a triangle to seal Zhou Yunxiao and Apos' retreat, the tips glowing with red gold radiance, remarkably resilient. Zhou Yunxiao thrust his spear continuously. 5 spear beams forming a rainbow to resist, resulting in thunderous crashes. The whip beams and spear beams collided, the spiritual energy exploding, shaking the stone platform with extensive fissures. Zhou Yunxiao's spear flew from his grasp, hurled away, collapsing outside the stone platform, his chest caving in, his aura faint. Li Xianfeng sneered, swinging his longsword. The sword energy soaring like a rainbow, the spiritual energy condensing into a 40-foot sword beam, the blade glimmering coldly, charging toward Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with clarity, fully activating her clear spiritual sound body, as she blew the jade flute, the sound wave surging forth. Condensing into a 60-foot sound beam, formless yet razor-sharp, crashing forth. The sound beam and sword beam collided, the spiritual energy detonating, causing the stone platform to quiver slightly. Li Xianfeng was pushed back, the sword beam scattering, his longsword vibrating. Lu Qingyan softly declared, "Li Xianfeng, not enough to impress." In a flash, she moved. The jade flute playing continuously, 5 sound blades surging forth like rainbows, slicing through the air toward Li Xianfeng. He swung his longsword, the sword energy resisting. Clashing with a series of metallic sounds, the sound blades and sword energy collided, the spiritual energy exploding, deepening the fissures in the stone platform. Li Xianfeng's longsword flew from his grasp, hurtling away, blood spilling forth, unable to rise. Yiqingli's battle spirit surged as she called out, "Lin Tianqian, I shall face you." Moving like the wind, she unsheathed her short sword, the sword energy surging like a rainbow, condensing into a 50-foot sword beam. The blade flowing like water, bearing the pressure of the mid-stage of condensing yuan, charging toward Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian roared, "Annihilate the heavens." The 9th style of the swallowing heaven overbearing fist erupted, the golden red fist radiance shattering the heavens and earth, the fist wind enveloping the devouring force. Consuming the sword beam entirely, both Lin Tianqian and Yi Qingli staggered back several steps, their auras slightly disordered. Yi Qingli called out, "Come again." She swung her short sword repeatedly, 7 sword beams forming a constellation to seal Lin Tianqian and Apos' retreat, the sword wind flowing like water, deepening the fissures in the stone platform. Lin Tianqian's battle spirit surged, bellowing, "Swallow heaven." The 8th style of the swallowing heaven overbearing fist erupted, the blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring storm. The 7 sword beams completely devoured, his right fist crashing forth, the fist radiance soaring, shaking the air with a thunderous roar. Yi Qingli swung her short sword, the sword energy resisting, clashing with a resounding impact. The fist and sword collided, the spiritual energy exploding, causing the fissures in the stone platform to spread. Lin Tianqian's right fist torn fleshily, while Yi Qingli was also pushed back, her short sword vibrating. Red silk struggled to rise. Her eyes filled with even greater malice as she picked up her long whip, the whip shadow blazing, racing toward Lin Tianqian's back. Zhou Yunxiao and Li Xianfeng also regained their footing, their spear and sword thrusting forth simultaneously, the spear and sword energies surging like rainbows, encircling Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes glimmered with cold light as he growled, "All together? Very well." He moved like lightning, his right fist crashing forth, the blood-red vortex devouring the whip shadow. Spear energy and sword energy, 3 fist radiances surging like rainbows, shaking the air with thunderous roars. 3 muffled sounds echoed as Hong Ling, Zhou Yunxiao, and Li Xianfeng were sent flying, blood spilling from their lips as they crashed onto the stone platform, their fates uncertain. Lin Tianqian gasped for breath, his right fist hanging loosely, blood dripping from his fingers. He murmured, "Who else remains?" His gaze swept towards Yi Qingli, who chuckled softly, sheathing her sword, and replied, "Lin Tianqian, today there is no victor, we shall meet again." With that, she turned and departed, her azure dress billowing, the fervor of combat still gleaming in her eyes. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan approached. Lin Wanner whispered, "Tianqian, they suffered a devastating defeat." Lu Qingyan smiled lightly, "United? Who would dare provoke us in the Heavenly Emperor sect?" Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, responding, "Having triumphed in the trial, these individuals remain undeterred. The currents within the sect are treacherous, we must tread carefully." His gaze drifted towards the stone platform where Hong Ling and the others were being carried away. The disciples of Qing Feng engaged in hushed discussions. At the end of the stone path, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently, exuding a subtle yet powerful aura. At the pinnacle of the late condensation realm, wielding a curved blade. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he murmured, Lin Tianqin. The bloodline of the devourer? Intriguing. He then turned and departed, his black robe fluttering, carrying with it a hint of murderous intent. Lin Tianqin spoke softly, Wan and Apos, Qingyin. Let us return to our chambers to recuperate. After the trials within the sect, we must grow even stronger. The three turned towards the spirit hall, where spiritual energy surged like a tide, the undercurrents of Qing Feng quietly brewing. Chapter 38. The Dark Assassination. Lin Tianqin, Lin Wanner, and Lu Qingyan strolled towards the Qing Feng spirit palace. The bloodstains and shattered stones on the stone platform appeared striking in the morning light. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, imbued with a hint of ruthlessness. Lin Tianqin, clad in gray and stained with blood, emanated a steady and formidable aura. Peaking at the mid-stage of the condensation realm, the heat of the swallowing heaven bloodline surged within him, golden red patterns shimmering on his chest. His right fist was clenched tightly, knuckles turning white as blood dripped from his wrist, staining the stone path beneath him. After vanquishing Hong Ling and the others, his gaze swept over the stone platform as he murmured, Wanner, Qingyin, return to the chamber to rest. We must be cautious of the undercurrents within the sect. His tone was somber, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes as the unwilling expressions of Hong Ling and Yi Qingli surfaced in his mind. Stirring a sense of unease within him, Lin Wan and Apos followed at his left side, her fiery red attire accentuating her presence, a long whip coiled at her waist. Her aura, resilient and restrained, marked her as a novice in the condensation realm. The glow of her crimson gold battle body faintly illuminated her skin, while the whip bore traces of blood, its tip quivering slightly. Taking a deep breath, her chest rose and fell gently as she spoke softly, Tianqin. They suffered a crushing defeat, but after the trials within the sect, they will not let this go easily. Her voice was gentle, her fingers brushing lightly over the whip's handle, trembling slightly, as crimson gold radiance flowed in her palm, and a flicker of determination sparkled in her eyes. She recalled the moment during the chaos when her whip shadow had surged like a rainbow, resisting Zhou Yunxiao's spear light, and added, The crimson gold battle body allowed me to withstand the spear's light, but Hong Ling's whip energy nearly pierced my defenses. I must grow stronger. Lu Qingyan walked on his right, her azure dress fluttering, lightly tapping her jade flute against her palm. Her aura, pure and stable, marked her as a novice in the condensation realm. The sound wave power of her pure spirit, sound body, subtly radiated around her, and the flute glimmered softly in the morning light. She chuckled softly and said, Tianqin, Wanner is right. Hong Ling and Yi Qingli, even after losing, dare to provoke. The undercurrents in the sect are complex. Her tone was crisp, a glint of cunning in her eyes as her fingers danced over the jade flute, filled with excitement. She remembered the scene when her sound waves, sharp as blades, had forced back Li Xianfeng, and added, The pure spirit sound body allows me to kill invisibly. Yet Li Xianfeng and Apos' sword energy nearly rebounded upon me. I must train harder. Lin Tianqin nodded, glancing at the two, and said quietly, We have triumphed in the sect trials and obtained the Qingling's sacred fruit, but they will not relent. Hong Ling is at the peak of the late condensation realm, while Zhou Yunxiao, Li Xianfeng are also in the late stages, and Yi Qingli is in the mid-stage. There may be others backing them. He paused, clenching his right fist. The golden red fist light surging violently as he continued, The Tianhuang sect is filled with formidable experts. We must grow stronger to protect ourselves. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as the heat of the swallowing heaven bloodline surged like molten lava, causing the stone path to tremble beneath him. The trio entered the spirit palace, where the air was thick with spiritual energy. Lin Tianqin sat cross-legged and murmured, Rest for a day. We will continue our training tomorrow. 3 years to reach the divine transformation realm. We cannot afford to slack. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, with Lin Wanner softly stating, Tianqin, I need to strengthen the crimson gold battle body. Being in the mid-stage of the condensation realm is insufficient. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, Tianqin, my pure spirit sound body also requires honing. I want to eliminate enemies with a single note. Outside the chamber, at the end of the stone path, a figure clad in black robes appeared silently, emanating a hidden, cold aura at the peak of the late condensation realm. Grasping a curved blade that glimmered with a ghostly light, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes as he murmured, Lin Tianqin, with the swallowing heaven bloodline. You claim the top in the trials? Humph, the Tianhuang sect lacks no talents. You must die? His figure flickered and melded into the shadows, his black robe billowing with a hint of murderous intent. As night fell, within the chamber, Lin Tianqin closed his eyes to regulate his breath. Spiritual energy surged in like a tide, the swallowing heaven bloodline devouring the energy, causing his aura to gradually rise. Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan were in their respective chambers, cultivating their auras of the crimson gold battle body and pure spirit, sound body, subtly radiating. Outside the chamber, a shadow approached like a wraith. The cold light of the curved blade flashing as spiritual energy rippled like a tide, surging directly towards Lin Tianqian. Suddenly, Lin Tianqian opened his eyes, cold light expanding within them as he shouted, "Who goes there?" His figure moved like lightning, and his right fist struck out, the golden red fist light resembling a rainbow. A blood-red vortex exploding to a height of 300 feet, as the spiritual energy surged, causing the chamber and Apos' stone walls to crack. The curved blade pierced through like a rainbow, the condensed spiritual energy, forming a 50-foot blade light, shimmering with cold brilliance and bearing the weight of the late condensation realm. Before the blade light reached him, the chamber and Apos' floor had already fractured, the air torn apart with a low rumble. Lin Tianqian roared, "Annihilate heaven." The ninth style of the swallowing heaven overbearing fist erupted, the golden red fist light resembling the collapse of heaven and earth. The fist wind carrying a devouring force that shattered the chamber's stone walls, consuming the blade light entirely. Lin Tianqian was pushed back several steps, his right fist torn and bleeding. The black-robed figure was also forced back by the rebounding force, the curved blade vibrating, his palms splitting and blood seeping out. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he bellowed, "The swallowing heaven bloodline is indeed powerful." His figure flickered as he swung the curved blade. 3 blade lights forming a triangular blockade around Lin Tianqian, the blade wind howling like a ghost, deepening the cracks in the chamber and Apos' floor. Lin Tianqian and Apos' fighting spirit surged as he snarled, "Swallowing heaven." The 8th style of the swallowing heaven overbearing fist was unleashed, the blood-red vortex transforming into a devouring storm, consuming the 3 blade lights entirely. He struck out with his right fist, the fist light resembling a rainbow, shaking the air with a thunderous roar. The black-robed figure swung his curved blade, the blade energy forming a rainbow to counter Lin Tianqian and Apos' strike. The collision of fist and blade produced a deafening explosion, causing the chamber and Apos' stone walls to shatter. Lin Tianqian and Apos' right fist cracked audibly, blood gushing forth, while the black-robed figure was also pushed back, his curved blade vibrating, fear flickering in his eyes. Lin Tianqian, Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan, hearing the commotion, rushed out of their chambers. Lin Wan and Apos', her long whip resembling a rainbow, the glow of her crimson gold battle body swirling, cried out, "Tianqian, I come to assist you." Like lightning, she moved, the whip sweeping out, its shadow forming a 50-foot whip light, the tip forged as if from crimson gold, heading straight for the black-robed figure. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, the sound waves of her pure spirit sound body expanding, calling out, "Tianqian, I will cover you." Like the wind, she moved, the sound wave surging like a tide, condensing into a 60-foot sound light, invisible yet incredibly sharp, slicing through the air towards the black-robed figure. A glint of coldness flashed in the black-robed figure and Apos' eyes as he swung his curved blade, 3 blade lights forming a rainbow to counter the incoming attacks. Boom! The whip light, sound light, and blade light collided, creating a spiritual energy explosion that shattered the chamber's stone walls. The black-robed figure was pushed back several steps, the curved blade slipping from his grasp as he spat blood and staggered backward. He roared, "Crimson gold battle body, pure spirit sound body, you all." His figure flickered as he turned and fled into the night, his eyes filled with resentment. Breathing heavily, Lin Tianqian let his right fist drop, blood dripping as he murmured, "Waner, Qingyan, this fellow is at the peak of the late condensation realm and attempted to assassinate me." Lin Waner's eyes flashed with anger as she replied softly, "Tianqian, the undercurrents within the sect run deep. Who is this person?" Lu Qingyan and Apos' eyes sparkled with clarity as she said quietly, "Tianqian, he has escaped. We must be cautious. There may be others." Lin Tianqian lowered his voice. "The Tianhuang sect harbors hidden talents. Claiming the top in the trials has made me many enemies." His gaze swept the night, cold light surging in his eyes as he murmured, "An assassination? Very well, I shall see who dares to act against me." He turned back to the chamber and instructed, "Waner, Qingyan, rest for the night. Tomorrow we will consult the elders about these undercurrents. We must investigate." Lin Wan nodded, coiling her whip back around her waist, softly stating, "Tianqian, I will accompany you." Lu Qingyan laughed lightly, putting away her jade flute as she added, "Tianqian, I will go as well. We shall face the undercurrents of the sect together." The 3 returned to the chamber, where spiritual energy surged like mist, the Qingfeng stone platform concealing turbulent tides. Outside the chamber, an elder in a blue robe stood in the shadows, his aura subtle yet indicative of the early stage of the divine transformation realm. His gaze followed the direction in which the black-robed figure had fled, murmuring, "Lin Tianqian, with the swallowing heaven bloodline, The assassination has begun. The winds of change within the sect grow increasingly intriguing. He turned and departed, his blue robe billowing. The spiritual energy and Apos' fluctuations dissipating quietly. As night deepened, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, spiritual energy flooding in like a tide, the swallowing heaven bloodline devouring the energy. His aura steadily climbing as he murmured, Tianhuang sect, I must grow stronger. Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan sat on either side, eyes closed in meditation. The auras of the crimson gold battle body and pure spirit sound body subtly radiating, as the hidden currents of Qing Feng stirred silently. Chapter 39. The truth beneath the surface. Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged within the chamber of Qing Feng, the spiritual energy swirling around him like mist. The fiery current of his devouring bloodline flowing slowly within his body, golden red patterns flickering on his chest. The assassination attempt by the figure in black had left him on edge, his aura as a peak mid-stage condensation realm practitioner steady and formidable. His right fist was clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, droplets of blood seeping from his fingertips, falling onto the azure stone floor beneath him. His gaze swept toward the outside of the chamber, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he murmured, Tianhuang sect, I shall grow stronger. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan sat on either side, eyes closed in meditation, the auras of the crimson gold battle body and the pure spirit sound body gently emanating. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within the chamber surged like tides, carrying a hint of murderous intent. Morning light filtered through the window, and Lin Tianqian abruptly opened his eyes. Speaking softly, Wanner, Qingyan, the figure in black from last night is a peak late-stage condensation realm practitioner who attempted to assassinate me. The undercurrents within the sect are far from simple. His voice was low, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes as he stood, his gray robe billowing with spiritual energy, making a rustling sound. He continued, Today, I shall consult the elder. We must uncover the truth behind these undercurrents. Lin Wan and Apos' opened her eyes, her red attire like flames. A long whip coiled around her waist. The aura of her early-stage condensation realm was resilient and restrained. The brilliance of her crimson gold battle body shimmering faintly on her skin. Rising, she spoke softly, Tianqian, I too sense something amiss. After the sect's trials, figures like Hong Ling and Yi Qingli have been incessantly provoking us. This assassination came too suddenly. Her voice was gentle, her fingers lightly brushing the whip handle. A hint of crimson light swirling in her palm as wariness flickered in her eyes. She added, The figure in black wields a sinister blade. Had it not been for your quick reflexes last night, we three would have been in grave danger. Lu Qingyan opened her eyes, her azure dress flowing, lightly tapping her jade flute against her palm. The aura of her early-stage condensation realm was clear and stable. The power of her pure spirit sound body resonating subtly around her. She chuckled lightly, saying, Tianqian, Wan and Apos' is right. The undercurrents within the sect are more perilous than the trials. That individual fled swiftly last night, yet there must be someone behind him. Her tone was bright, a sly glint in her eyes as her fingers caressed the flute, deep in thought. She added, Last night, I heard the echoes of sound waves. That person's aura was unstable, suggesting he may have been injured, likely a disciple from a faction within the sect. Lin Tianqian nodded, his gaze shifting between the two as he spoke softly. All right, let us seek out the elder in the green robe. He is in the transformation realm, and matters within the sect cannot escape his scrutiny. He paused, clenching his right fist, the golden red aura of his fist swelling as he declared. The Tianhuang sect is filled with powerful figures. I shall uncover the identity of the one who attempted to assassinate me. The three then exited the chamber, spiritual energy surging like waves as they made their way to the spirit hall. Inside the spirit hall, an elder in a green robe sat cross-legged upon a high platform. His aura as a nascent early-stage transformation realm practitioner surging like the ocean, spiritual pearls floating before him, emanating a brilliant azure light. He closed his eyes to sense their presence, and upon detecting their auras, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze landing on Lin Tianqian as he spoke in a low voice. Lin Tianqian, Lin Wanner, Lu Qingyan, I am already aware of last night's events. Come in. His voice was deep, carrying an air of authority, as he waved his hand gently, causing the spiritual energy to ripple, the doors of the hall slamming shut. Lin Tianqian stepped into the hall, cupping his fist in respect as he addressed the elder. Elder, last night, a figure in black attempted to assassinate me. He is a peak late-stage condensation realm practitioner with a vicious blade technique. I suspect there are individuals within the sect orchestrating this. His tone was grave, anger flickering in his eyes as he clenched his right fist, the golden red glow of his fist barely visible. Lin Wanner added softly, Elder, Qingyan and I also sensed something wrong. That individual's aura was concealed, as if he were a disciple of the sect. Lu Qingyan nodded, adding, Elder, through my sound wave investigation, I discerned he was significantly injured, possibly related to the trials. The elder in green examined the three of them, saying in a low voice, The undercurrents within the sect have long existed. You achieved first place in the trials, seizing the Qingling's sacred fruit, which has garnered you considerable fame and many adversaries. He paused, gathering spiritual energy in his palm to form a glowing screen, upon which a blurred image appeared, revealing the figure in black wielding a curved blade. He continued, "This individual is known as Heifeng, a peak late-stage condensation realm disciple from the inner sect, affiliated with the Honyun faction. The elder of the Honyun faction, Honyunjinren, is a mid-stage transformation realm practitioner and has long-standing enmity with our Qingfeng faction. Following the trials, Hong Ling suffered defeat at your hands, and the Honyun faction harbors resentment." A cold light flashed in Lin Tianqin's eyes as he murmured, "The Honyun faction? Hong Ling has backing. No wonder she has been so provocative." Pausing, he asked, "Elder, do we have any evidence linking Heifeng to this assassination?" His voice was low, his right fist clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palm, blood seeping from the punctures. His eyes filled with murderous intent. The elder in green replied, "The evidence is insufficient. Heifeng's movements are clandestine, and last night's assassination left no trace. The Honyun faction and our faction have been at odds for years, vying for resources and disciples." He glanced at the three of them, continuing, "You three possess extraordinary talent, the devouring bloodline, the crimson gold battle body, and the pure spirit sound body, making you the focus of Qifeng. The Honyun faction fears your growth. This assassination is merely a test, and if left unchecked, it will undoubtedly become a significant threat." A flash of anger crossed Lin Wanner's eyes as she said, "Elder, should we remain passive while the Honyun faction acts so brazenly?" Her fingers tightened around the whip handle, the crimson light swirling in her palm reflecting her combat spirit. She declared, "After Hong Ling's humiliating defeat in the last trial, I expected her to be more restrained. Yet she has the audacity to provoke us again." Her tone was clear and unwavering, the aura of her crimson gold battle body resonating with the spirit of a warrior. Lu Qingyan chuckled softly, saying, "Elder, since the Honyun faction has attempted to assassinate Tianqin and tested us, we must retaliate, mustn't oppose, Tiwi?" Her fingers lightly tapped the jade flute, sound waves circulating around her, a glint of cunning in her eyes. She continued, "Heifeng escaped quickly last night. I sensed his unstable aura. Should he return, I shall obliterate him with a single note." Her tone was casual, yet a hint of murderous intent lingered, the aura of her pure spirit sound body swelling like a tide. The elder in green regarded the three of them, stating, "Retaliation will be arranged. The Honyun faction has stirred trouble, and our faction shall not stand idly by." He paused, gesturing with his fingers, and a jade talisman radiating azure light flew toward Lin Tianqin. He said in a low voice, "This is the Qingfeng order. With this order, you can mobilize the outer disciples of Qingfeng. Within 3 days, ascertain Heifeng's whereabouts. If evidence is found, I shall personally intervene." His tone was grave, a cold light flashing in his eyes, the aura of his early-stage transformation realm subtly emanating, causing the air within the spirit hall to tremble. Lin Tianqin accepted the talisman, probing it with his spiritual energy, which emitted a faint azure glow. He expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." He then turned to Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan, saying in a low voice, "Wanner, Qingyan, we shall work together to investigate Heifeng within 3 days. We must not allow him to escape." His right fist clenched tightly, the golden red glow of his fist surging, determination evident in his eyes as he declared, "The Honyun faction dares to assassinate me. I will ensure they regret it." Lin Wanner nodded, the crimson light swirling around her as she said, "Tianqin, I will head to Zifeng to investigate. Hong Ling may possess some clues." Her fingers brushed over the whip handle, the tip of the whip quivering slightly, a glint of battle intent in her eyes as she added, "Hong Ling suffered a crushing defeat last time. I must make her speak." Her tone was resolute, the aura of her crimson gold battle body radiating with the might of a warrior, imbued with a hint of killing intent. Lu Qingyan smiled lightly, her jade flute sounding as the sound waves rippled outward. She said softly, "Tianqin, I will go to Baifeng to gather information. The disciples within the sect tend to gossip, and I will eavesdrop using sound waves. I am sure to gain insights." Her fingers gently tapped the flute, sound waves swirling around her, a cunning glimmer in her eyes. She added, "Heifeng escaped swiftly, but next time, I shall annihilate him with a single note." Her tone was light, yet the aura of her pure spirit sound body surged like a tide. Lin Tianqin affirmed, "Very well, let us split up to investigate, and we shall regroup in the spirit hall in 3 days." Turning to the elder in green, he inquired, "Elder, if we uncover the truth, how shall the Honyun faction be dealt with?" The elder in green replied, "If evidence is found, Honyunjinren will surely pay the price. The sect's rules dictate that life and death are not to be interfered with, yet an assassination of a direct disciple crosses my bottom line." His tone was grave, a cold light surging in his eyes, the aura of his early-stage transformation realm surging like the ocean. The three left the spirit hall, Lin Tianqin heading straight for the outer door of Qingfeng, Lin Wan and Oppos, proceeding to Zifeng, and Lu Qingyan dashing toward Baifeng. At the Qingfeng outer gate, Lin Tianqian, wielding the Qingfeng order, summoned over a dozen outer disciples and spoke in hushed tones. Investigate the whereabouts of the Black Wind. I demand results within 3 days. The outer disciples clasped their fists and replied earnestly, Rest assured, Senior Brother Lin, we shall uncover the truth. They dispersed, their spiritual energy subtly resonating in the air. At the Zifeng, Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, her stepped into the inner gate, flicking her long whip, which shimmered with crimson golden brilliance. Her gaze swept towards the red silk chamber as she called softly, Hong Ling, come forth. Hong Ling emerged, her red robe stained with blood, her aura a pinnacle of the, now diminished. A surge of resentment flickered in her eyes as she growled, Lin Wanner, how dare you show your face? Lin Wanner smirked, unleashing her whip, its shadow like a rainbow, rushing towards Hong Ling. Who orchestrated the Black Wind? She demanded. Hong Ling countered with her own whip. And with a thunderous clash, the energies collided, sending tremors through the chamber. At the Bifeng, Lu Qingyan entered the outer gate, her jade flute resonating. Waves of sound rippling through the air. In a low voice, she declared, Investigate the Black Wind. Results in 3 days. The outer disciples nodded and scattered to probe. With a swift motion, she slipped into the gathering of disciples, her sound waves discreetly eavesdropping as she murmured, Black Wind, Honyun faction, assassination of Tianqian. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she tightened her grip on the jade flute. Back at the Qingfeng, Lin Tianqian stood upon the stone path, his gaze sweeping across the mountains as he murmured, Black Wind, Honyun faction, I demand retribution. Chapter 40. The truth begins to emerge standing on the stone path of Qingfeng. Lin Tianqian cast his gaze over the mountains as the night deepened. The spiritual energy of Qingfeng surged like mist, and his aura, at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm, was steady and formidable. The fervent flow of the Tunxian bloodline coursed through his veins, with golden red patterns faintly visible on his chest. After the three of them split up to investigate the whereabouts of the Black Wind, he utilized the Qingfeng token to mobilize the outer disciples. Lin Wanner confronted Hong Ling directly, while Lu Qingyan discreetly gathered information. With the 3-day deadline nearing, the truth was gradually surfacing. His right fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale, fine beads of sweat forming at his fingertips. In a low voice, he vowed, Black Wind, Honyun faction, I shall make you pay the price. His tone was somber, eyes glinting with coldness, as the gray robe billowed with spiritual energy, rustling in the air, and the ground beneath the stone path trembled slightly. The outer disciples of Qingfeng spread out in all directions, over a dozen of them moving stealthily, their spiritual energy undulating discreetly yet swiftly. The leading disciple in green approached quickly, cupping his fists and whispering, Senior Brother Lin, we found something. The Black Wind appeared on the northern slope of Qingfeng last night, his aura unstable, as if he were injured. Someone saw him in contact with disciples of the Hongyan faction, his movement shrouded in mystery. His voice was low, a hint of reverence flashing in his eyes as he pointed towards the northern slope, adding quietly, there is a hidden cave there, suspected to be a stronghold of the Honyun faction. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he murmured, the northern slope. A stronghold of the Honyun faction? Good. He paused before commanding, lead the way, I will investigate personally. The disciple in green nodded and guided him swiftly towards the northern slope. Lin Tianqian moved like lightning, his right fist clenched, golden red fist light flickering. The Tunxian bloodline subtly activating, with a blood-red vortex swirling around him, causing the spiritual energy to tremble the mountain path. He declared softly, Black Wind, Honyun faction. Daring to assassinate me, I demand blood for blood. In the chamber of the Purple Peak, Lin Wan and Oppos, her stood before Hong Ling, her fiery red attire and long whip coiling around her waist. The aura of a novice in the condensation realm exuded resilience and restraint, while the brilliance of her scarlet gold battle body shimmered across her skin, the whip quivering slightly with a hint of murderous intent. Hong Ling, adorned in blood-stained red robes, appeared weak despite being at the pinnacle of the later stage of the condensation realm, her eyes filled with seething resentment. The whip in her hand glowed a deep crimson. She roared, Lin Wanner, how dare you provoke me? Lin Wanner chuckled coldly, unleashing her whip. The whip shadow surged like a rainbow, spiritual energy coalescing into a whip beam of 50 zhong. Its tip as unyielding as forged red gold, aimed directly at Hong Ling as she commanded, speak. Who directs the Black Wind? Enraged, Hong Ling retaliated with her whip, the whip energy slicing through the air like a rainbow. Spiritual energy condensing into a whip shadow of 60 zhong, its tip blazing like a consuming flame. The collision of whip beams and shadows erupted in an explosion of spiritual energy, shaking the chamber and Oppos' stone walls. Lin Wan and Oppos' was pushed back several steps, the whip ringing loudly, her palm bleeding, while Hong Ling too was forced back by the recoil, clutching her chest in pain and spitting out blood. Her resentment intensified as she snarled, Lin Wanner, you're seeking death. She lashed out with her whip thrice, creating 3 whip shadows like fiery serpents, forming a triangular blockade to cut off Lin Wanner's retreat. The tips of the whips burned with flames, the air distorting with their overwhelming power. Lin Wanner's fighting spirit surged, fully activating her scarlet gold battle body as she shouted, "Fight!" She darted forward, her whip striking out, the shadows coalescing into 3 indomitable red-gold whip beams. The resounding clash echoed. The whip beams collided with the shadows, the explosion of spiritual energy deepening the cracks in the chamber walls. The 3 whip shadows were shattered. Lin Wanner's right arm trembled slightly, blood dripping, and she leaped up, entangling Hong Ling's whip with her own, yanking it fiercely. Hong Ling's whip slipped from her grasp, and Lin Wanner struck again, landing a blow to Hong Ling's chest. Thud. Hong Ling spat blood and was flung outside the chamber, her aura faint. Approaching her, Lin Wanner held her whip above Hong Ling's head, demanding softly, "Speak. Who directs the Black Wind?" Hong Ling glared at her, hissing, "The Hongyun faction. The Black Wind is under the command of Hong Yunjinren." Her resentment remained, but she lacked the strength to continue fighting. Lin Wanner murmured, "Hong Yunjinren?" She withdrew her whip, resolutely stating, "Tianqin, it truly is the Hongyun faction." She turned and raced towards the Qingfeng Spirit Hall, golden red light swirling around her. Her eyes filled with determination. At the White Peak Outer Sect, Lu Qingyan stood among the gathered disciples, her green dress flowing as she lightly tapped her jade flute against her palm. The aura of a novice in the condensation realm was clear and steady, the power of her melodic sound waves subtly expanding. She whispered, "Investigate the Black Wind. Results within 3 days." The outer disciples dispersed to investigate, and with a swift movement, she slipped into a hidden corner. The jade flute sounded, its sound waves probing discreetly, as whispers from the disciples reached her ears. Black Wind, Hongyun faction, assassinating Lin Tianqin. Directed by Hong Yunjinren. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she muttered, "Hong Yunjinren, it truly is him." She turned and hurried towards the Qingfeng Spirit Hall, the sound waves swirling around her, gripping her jade flute tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. 3 days later, in the Qingfeng Spirit Hall, Lin Tianqin, Lin Wanner, and Lu Qingyan convened. Lin Tianqin spoke softly, "Wanner, Qingyan, what have you discovered?" Lin Wanner replied, "Tianqin." Hong Ling confessed that the Black Wind is affiliated with the Hongyun faction, directed by Hong Yunjinren. Lu Qingyan nodded, adding quietly, "Tianqin, I learned that the elder of the Hongyun faction, Hong Yunjinren, is in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Due to a failed trial, he fears our growth and dispatched the Black Wind to assassinate us." Lin Tianqin's eyes blazed with cold fury as he murmured, "Hong Yunjinren, mid-stage of the transformation realm? Excellent." He paused, his right fist tightening, golden red fist light surging as he asserted, "The elder demands evidence. We will find the Black Wind. He cannot escape." He turned and strode towards the Spirit Hall, where an elder in a blue robe sat cross-legged on a high platform. The aura of the early stage of the transformation realm surging like an ocean, his gaze sweeping over the 3. He inquired softly, "What have you discovered?" Lin Tianqin cupped his fists, replying, "Elder, the Black Wind is a disciple of the Hongyun faction, directed by Hong Yunjinren, as admitted by Hong Ling. I have uncovered a stronghold of the Hongyun faction on the northern slope, where the Black Wind is hiding." Lin Wanner added, "Elder, I pressured Hong Ling, and she confessed." Lu Qingyan chimed in, "Elder, I gathered information through sound waves. Hong Yunjinren dispatched the Black Wind to assassinate us due to a failed trial." A glimmer of cold light flashed in the elder's eyes as he stated, "Hong Yunjinren, mid-stage of the transformation realm? Such audacity." He rose, declaring, "I know about the northern slope stronghold. Follow me to investigate." With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, and the 3 of them followed closely behind as they raced towards the northern slope. In the cave on the northern slope, the Black Wind sat cross-legged, nursing his wounds. His black robe stained with blood, his aura at the pinnacle of the later stage of the condensation realm diminished, grasping a curved blade in his hand. His eyes were filled with resentment. The elder in blue appeared, his aura pressing down like an ocean as he shouted, "Black Wind, you attempted to assassinate a direct disciple under the command of Hongyun. Is this true?" Fear surged in the Black Wind's eyes as he cried out, "Elder, spare me. It was Hong Yunjinren who commanded me. I was merely following orders." Struggling to rise, he swung his curved blade, the blade energy racing towards Lin Tianqin. Lin Tianqin bellowed, "Annihilate the heavens." The 9th style of the Tunshin dominant fist was unleashed, the golden red fist light erupting like the collapse of heaven and earth, consuming the blade energy entirely. The Black Wind was sent flying, crashing against the cave wall, blood spilling forth as he lay incapacitated. The elder in blue sneered, spiritual energy surging forth, rendering the Black Wind unconscious. He declared, "Evidence has been obtained. The Hongyun faction shall pay the price." Turning to Lin Tianqin and the others, he stated, "Return to the Spirit Hall. I will convene the Elder Council. Hong Yunjinren will not escape." Lin Tianqin inquired softly, "Elder, does the Hongyun faction have other members?" The elder replied, "The Hongyun faction is deeply entrenched. This matter will be decided by the Elder Council." Lin Wanner cautioned, "Tianqin, Han Yunjinren is in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. We must be cautious. Lu Qingyan added, Tianqian, after the Elder Council, we must grow stronger. The three followed the Elder and blew back to the Spirit Hall, where the night was deepening, and the spiritual energy surged like waves. Lin Tianqian vowed softly, the Han Yun faction attempted to assassinate me. I shall demand blood for blood. Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan nodded, their gazes resolute. As the undercurrents of Qingfeng grew ever more turbulent. Chapter 41. The Council of Elders and Opportunities within the Qingfeng Spirit Hall, spiritual energy surged like a tide. Lin Tianqian, Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan stood at the center of the hall, their auras intertwining, one at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm and the others at the initial stage, causing the air within the hall to tremble slightly. Lin Tianqian, clad in blood-stained gray, felt the torrent of the Tongtian bloodline surging within him, golden red patterns flickering on his chest. His right fist was clenched tightly, knuckles widening. His gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon the elder in the green robe on the high platform. After uncovering the truth behind the Black Wind assassination, the conspiracy of the Red Cloud faction was laid bare. The Black Wind had been captured, and the evidence was irrefutable. A chilling light flickered in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he murmured, the Red Cloud faction attempted to assassinate me. They shall pay in blood for their debts. Dressed in fiery red, Lin Wan and Appos, had a long whip coiled around her waist, exuding a resilient yet restrained aura of the crimson gold battle body, her eyes reflecting a hint of anger. Lu Qingyan, in a flowing green dress, held a jade flute, her aura of the clear spirit sound body both ethereal and sharp, glancing with a trace of vigilance. The elder in the green robe sat cross-legged on the high platform, his aura of the early stage of the transformation god realm surging like an ocean. He swept his gaze over the three, speaking softly, the Black Wind has been captured, and the conspiracy of the Red Cloud faction has been revealed. The Council of Elders will convene immediately. The Red Cloud Master cannot escape justice. His tone was grave, and with a wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, slamming the hall's doors shut. He continued in a low voice, Lin Tianqian, Lin Wanner, Lu Qingyan. Follow me to the Elders and Appos Hall. The Red Cloud faction shall provide answers today. Rising, he moved with the flutter of his green robe, the waves of spiritual energy causing the stone walls of the hall to tremble. Lin Tianqian spoke quietly, Elder, the Red Cloud Master is at the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. Can the Council of Elders pass judgment upon him? His voice was low, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he tightened his fist, golden red fist light shimmering with a hint of murderous intent. The elder in the green robe replied, the sect leader, the Heavenly Emperor, is at the early stage of the Emperor realm and will personally adjudicate. No matter how powerful the Red Cloud Master may be, he cannot overturn the verdict. Pausing, he glanced at the three, adding, your talents are remarkable, having excelled in the trials. The Red Cloud faction fears you, hence their murderous intent. The Council of Elders will impose severe punishment for this matter. A spark of battle intent glimmered in Lin Wan and Appos' eyes as she said, Elder, if there are still members of the Red Cloud faction, we must be on guard. Her fingers brushed the whip handle, crimson gold light swirling in her palm as she added, the last time, the red silk suffered greatly, and with the Black Wind's assassination failing, they will not let this go easily. Lu Qingyan nodded, speaking softly, Elder, through my sound waves, I sense the Red Cloud faction is deeply entrenched. If the Red Cloud Master retaliates, we must exercise caution. She lightly tapped the jade flute, sound waves swirling around her, her eyes cold. The elder in the green robe said quietly, the Red Cloud faction is not insignificant, but with the sect leader's judgment, there will be a resolution. Follow me. He moved swiftly, spiritual energy billowing, with Lin Tianqian and the others closely behind as they hurried to the Elders' Hall. Situated atop the Heavenly Emperor's peak, the Elders' Hall towered majestically. Shrouded in swirling spiritual energy, 9 stone statues stood before the hall, emanating the aura of the transformation god realm, causing the air to hum. Inside, over a dozen elders sat cross-legged, all at the transformation god realm, with the Heavenly Emperor seated at the head. His aura of the early stage of the Emperor realm exuding a formidable presence that caused the spiritual energy within the hall to surge like a tempest. The elder in the green robe entered the hall, cupping his hands in respect as he addressed, Sect Leader, esteemed elders, Qingfeng disciple Lin Tianqian has been assassinated. The perpetrator, the Black Wind, at the peak of the late stage of the condensing essence realm, has been captured and confessed to being instructed by the Red Cloud faction. With a wave of his hand, the Black Wind was thrown into the center of the hall, bound by spiritual chains, his aura diminished, and eyes filled with terror. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze was like lightning as he fixed it upon the Black Wind, booming, Black Wind. Did you assassinate the sect's disciple under the orders of the Red Cloud faction? His voice resonated like thunder, and the pressure of the early stage of the Emperor realm caused the Black Wind to spit blood, growling, Sect Leader, spare my life. It was the Red Cloud Master who instructed me. I was merely following orders. The elders within the hall began to murmur amongst themselves. The Red Cloud Master sat to the right, clad in blood-red robes, his aura of the mid-stage of the transformation god realm surging like flames. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he said softly, "Sect leader, the Black Wind speaks nonsense. How could our Red Cloud faction assassinate a direct disciple?" His tone was grave, fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, laced with disdain. The Heavenly Emperor and Amp, Apos, gaze fell upon the Red Cloud Master, speaking in a low voice. "Red Cloud, the Black Wind has confessed. Lin Tianqian and the others have investigated, all pointing to your faction. The evidence is conclusive. What do you have to say?" The Red Cloud Master sneered, replying, "Sect leader, Lin Tianqian ranked first in the trials and seized the Qingling holy fruit. Our disciples were dissatisfied, and conflicts are commonplace. How could it lead to assassination?" Pausing, he turned his gaze toward Lin Tianqian and added, "With the Tongtian bloodline, the crimson gold battle body, and the clear spirit sound body, your talent is extraordinary. Yet according to our sect and Amp, Apos, rules, life and death are disregarded. What crime is there in assassination?" His tone was icy, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. A surge of cold light filled Lin Tianqian's eyes as he retorted, "Red Cloud Master, you ordered the assassination against me. The Black Wind's ambush is irrefutable evidence, and yet you still quibble?" His right fist tightened, golden-red fist light flaring. The Tongtian bloodline subtly activating, blood-colored whirlwinds swirling around him, causing the air within the hall to tremble. Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, interjected, "Red Cloud Master, the red silk provoked first, and the Black Wind's assassination followed. Your faction's conspiracy is clear to all." Clenching the whip handle, crimson gold light radiated from her, her eyes filled with fury. Lu Qingyan added, "Red Cloud Master, my sound waves have revealed that your disciples are discussing the Black Wind as your instigator. Stop pretending." Gripping her jade flute tightly, sound waves rippled out, her eyes icy. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze hardened as he declared, "Red Cloud, the evidence is irrefutable. Assassinating a direct disciple violates the sect's foundational rules. I sentence you to 100 years of confinement, and the resources of the Red Cloud faction shall be halved." His voice thundered, the pressure of the early stage of the Emperor realm causing the spiritual energy within the hall to surge violently. The Red Cloud Master's expression shifted, roaring, "Sect leader, Lin Tianqian is merely at the mid-stage of the condensing essence realm. What crime is there in killing him?" The Heavenly Emperor snorted coldly, releasing a wave of spiritual energy that forced the Red Cloud Master back several steps, causing him to spit blood and lower his head, murmuring, "As you command." The elder in the green robe added softly, "Sect leader, Lin Tianqian and the others possess extraordinary talent. The assassination by the Red Cloud faction may harbor future troubles." The Heavenly Emperor's gaze shifted to Lin Tianqian, saying, "Lin Tianqian, with the Tongtian bloodline and boundless potential, as a disciple of Qing Feng, I bestow upon you an opportunity." With a wave of his hand, a jade slip glowing with azure light flew toward Lin Tianqian. He continued, "This is a fragment of the Tongtian secret record, an ancient legacy that will enhance your devouring power. Within 3 years, achieving the transformation god realm will be within your grasp." Lin Tianqian received the jade slip, his spiritual energy probing within, revealing a projection of characters that recorded the secret techniques of the Tongtian bloodline, capable of devouring all and refining the heavens and earth. With astonishing power, his eyes lit up as he murmured, "Thank you, sect leader." He cupped his hands, the Tongtian bloodline subtly activating, the blood-colored whirlpool becoming apparent in his vision, filled with anticipation as he vowed softly, "Tongtian's secret record, with enhanced devouring power, I shall reach the transformation god realm." His heart raced as images of the battle flashed in his mind, murmuring, "The Red Cloud faction attempted to assassinate me. With this opportunity, you shall wait." A glimmer of joy crossed Lin Wanner's eyes as she said softly, "Tianqian, with the Tongtian secret record, you will grow even stronger." Her fingers brushed the whip handle, crimson gold light swirling, her expression bright with a smile. Lu Qingyan chuckled softly, adding, "Tianqian, the sect leader has granted you an opportunity. The Red Cloud faction will surely falter this time." Gently tapping her palm with the jade flute, sound waves rippling, her eyes glimmering with cool confidence, the Heavenly Emperor declared, "Lin Tianqian, Lin Wanner, Lu Qingyan, having excelled in the Qingfeng trials, I grant you 3 a month in the Qingfeng secret realm for cultivation to aid in your advancement." Pausing, he turned his gaze to the Red Cloud Master, stating, "Red Cloud, 100 years of confinement. Your faction's disciples must not provoke others or face severe punishment." The Red Cloud Master bowed his head, resentment flaring in his eyes as he muttered, "As you command." The elder in the green robe advised softly, "Lin Tianqian, the Qingfeng secret realm is rich in spiritual energy. Seize this opportunity." Lin Tianqian nodded, affirming, "Elder, I shall not disappoint the sect leader's expectations." He turned to Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, and Lu Qingyan, saying, "Wan and Amp, Apos, Qingyan, let us grow stronger together in the secret realm. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, replied, Tianqian, I too wish to become stronger in the secret realm. Lu Qingyan echoed, Tianqian, with the secret realm's cultivation, we shall achieve the transformation God realm together in 3 years. As the trio exited the Elders' Hall, the night was deepening. Lin Tianqian murmured, with the Red Cloud faction confined, the undercurrents remain unsettled. We must seize this opportunity in the secret realm. He clutched the Tongtian secret record jade slip tightly, his eyes resolute. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan exchanged nods. And the three of them hastened towards the Qingfeng secret realm, where the spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, and the hidden currents of Qingfeng quietly brewed. Outside the hall stood the Red Cloud Master, his crimson robe billowing, his gaze filled with lingering resentment. In a low voice, he murmured, Lin Tianqian, of the Devouring Bloodline, imprisoned for a century, I shall surely avenge this grievance. He then turned and departed, with the disciples of the Red Cloud faction closely following. In the darkness of night, the intent to kill lay concealed. Chapter 42, Secluded Cultivation in the Mystic Realm. Driven by urgency, Lin Tianqian, Lin Waner, and Lu Qingyan hastened towards the Azure Peak Mystic Realm. The night was profound, and the spiritual energy enveloping the celestial sovereign sect's main peak resembled swirling clouds, accentuating the mountains and Oppos, grandeur. Lin Tianqian, clad in gray, exuded an aura of composed strength, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the realm. The fervent currents of the devouring sky bloodline surged within him, causing the crimson gold to faintly manifest upon his chest. He clutched the devouring sky mystic record's jade scroll. His right fist clenched, knuckles paling as a glint of keen determination sparked in his eyes. Lin Waner, a vision in scarlet, had her long whip coiled around her waist. Possessing the steadfast and restrained aura of the early stage of the realm, the radiant glow of her crimson gold battle physique shimmered across her skin. Her whip quivered slightly, carrying a hint of anticipation. Lu Qingyan, graceful in her flowing azure dress, tapped her jade flute against her palm. Radiating the limpid and unwavering aura of the early stage of the realm, the sonic force of her pure spirit, sound body, subtly emanated from her. A serene smile played upon her lips. Nestled deep within the main peak lay the Azure Peak Mystic Realm, a secluded valley veiled in swirling mists of dense spiritual energy. At the valley's entrance stood a resplendent azure stone gate, adorned with intricate runes that pulsed with potent spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian halted, his gaze sweeping across the stone gate as he murmured, the spiritual energy within this mystic realm surpasses even that of the Azure Peak Spiritual Hall. He inhaled deeply, drawing the abundant spiritual energy into his body. The devouring sky bloodline stirred, causing a sanguine vortex to materialize faintly in his eyes, brimming with anticipation. He said softly, Wan and Oppos, Qingyan, we must seize this opportunity during this month, for the Crimson Cloud faction will not relent. Lin Waner approached, crimson gold lights swirling within her palm, and responded in a low voice, Tianqian, cultivating in this mystic realm will fortify my crimson gold battle physique. Her fingers gently caressed the whip's hilt as a flicker of battle lust flashed in her eyes. During the previous trial, Zhou Yunxiao's spear's energy nearly shattered my whip. Within this mystic realm, I shall refine myself to achieve peerless physical prowess. Her tone was resolute, and her whip trembled slightly at her waist, imbued with a sense of yearning. Lu Qingyan chuckled, brandishing her jade flute as she declared, Tianqian, the mystic realm's abundant spiritual energy will also enhance my pure spirit sound body. She tapped her flute playfully, a hint of mischievousness in her eyes. During the trial, Li Xuanfeng's sword's energy was scattered by my sonic waves. Within this mystic realm, I shall cultivate until I can vanquish enemies with a single note. Her voice was melodious, and a vibrant aura of pure spirit enveloped her, tinged with excitement. Lin Tianqian nodded, affirming, very well. Let us devote ourselves to cultivation within this mystic realm for the next month. With a wave of his hand, the Azure Peak token flashed, and the stone gate swung open with a resounding rumble. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, causing their garments to billow. He stepped inside first, followed closely by Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan. As the stone gate sealed shut, the mystic realm and Amp, Oppos' spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, causing the valley to tremble. Within the mystic realm lay a verdant valley, where the spiritual energy was so dense that it had almost liquefied, forming a misty veil. At its heart stood an ancient tree, its canopy reaching towards the heavens, radiating a dazzling azure light. Beneath the tree, 3 azure spirit sacred fruits floated, their spiritual energy pulsing like a tidal wave. Lin Tianqian's gaze swept across the ancient tree as he murmured, the azure spirit sacred tree, the source of spiritual energy. He sat in a meditative posture, allowing the spiritual energy of the azure spirit sacred fruits to flow into him. The devouring sky bloodline activated, causing the sanguine vortex to expand to 300 feet as it devoured the spiritual energy. His nascent soul trembled, and his aura gradually intensified. He murmured, Devouring Sky Mystic Records. Devour all things. I must become stronger. He closed his eyes, allowing the spiritual energy to surge into him like a torrent. The mystic arts of the Devouring Sky Mystic Records surfaced in his mind, and the power of devouring surged like a raging flood, deepening the fissures in his nascent soul. Lin Wanner sat in a meditative posture to the left of the ancient tree, crimson gold light swirling around her. She murmured, crimson gold battle physique, unparalleled physical form. She inhaled deeply, allowing the spiritual energy of the azure spirit sacred fruits to flow into her. Her meridians strengthened like forged iron, and her bones emitted a deep, resonant sound. Her skin shimmered with a layer of crimson gold luster, resembling battle armor. Her physical body trembled violently as spiritual energy surged into her like a mist. The fissures in her nascent soul deepened as she murmured, the mystic realm's spiritual energy is too powerful. She closed her eyes, allowing the spiritual energy to pour into her like a flood. The aura of her crimson gold battle physique surged, her meridians expanded, and her bones tempered. Exuding the aura of a war goddess, Lu Qingyan sat in a meditative posture to the right of the ancient tree, radiating a limpid aura. She murmured, pure spirit sound body, sound that kills without form. She played her jade flute, allowing the spiritual energy of the azure spirit's sacred fruits to flow into her. Sonic waves rippled outward, and the spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible edge, causing the air to hum. Her nascent soul trembled as spiritual energy surged into her like a tidal wave, deepening the fissures. She murmured, cultivating in this mystic realm will make my sound attacks even more potent. She closed her eyes, allowing sonic blades to form in her mind as spiritual energy poured into her like a sea. The aura of her pure spirit sound body surged, tinged with a hint of killing intent. 3 days later, Lin Tianqian opened his eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. His aura had surged, and the fissures in his nascent soul had spread like a spider web. He roared, break for me. A deep rumble echoed within him as his nascent soul shattered, transforming into a new nascent soul, its light restrained and its aura like a dragon emerging from the sea. He had reached the late stage of the realm. He unleashed a punch, sending forth a crimson gold fist that shattered the stone walls of the mystic realm's valley. He murmured, late stage of the realm. The Devouring Sky Mystic Records are too powerful. He rose, and the spiritual energy surged, the power of devouring faintly radiating. His eyes were filled with determination. Lin Wanner opened her eyes, revealing a fiery battle lust. Crimson gold light swirled around her as her aura surged. Her nascent soul shattered, transforming into a new nascent soul. She had reached the mid-stage of the realm. She cried out, battle. She unleashed her whip, its shadow like a rainbow. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 60-foot whip, its tip forged in crimson gold, causing the air to rumble. She murmured, crimson gold battle physique, even stronger physical form. She rose, her whip whistling through the air. Crimson gold light swirled around her, resembling a female war deity. Lu Qingyan opened her eyes, revealing a limpid gleam. A pure spirit aura surged as her nascent soul shattered, transforming into a new nascent soul. She had reached the mid-stage of the realm. She played her jade flute, unleashing a tidal wave of sonic waves. Spiritual energy coalesced into a 70-foot sonic blade, invisible yet incomparably sharp. She murmured, pure spirit sound body, vanquish enemies with a single note. She rose, sonic blades rippling outward, causing the fissures in the valley's stone walls to deepen. A pure spirit aura enveloped her, tinged with killing intent. Lin Tianqian murmured, Wanner, Qingyan. The mystic realm's spiritual energy is too potent. We have both broken through. Lin Wanner chuckled, replying, Tianqian. My crimson gold battle physique can now withstand the peak of the late stage of the realm. Lu Qingyan added, Tianqian. My sound attacks can now slay those at the late stage of the realm. The three exchanged smiles as the spiritual energy surged, causing the aura within the mystic realm and Apos' valley to surge. Deep within the mystic realm, a hidden stone gate rumbled open, and spiritual energy surged forth like a flood. Lin Tianqian and Apos' gaze sharpened as he murmured, another opportunity? He darted towards the stone gate, followed closely by Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan. Within the stone gate, a spirit pool came into view, its water like jade, the spiritual energy so dense that it had almost solidified. At the pool's center floated an azure jade pearl, radiating a dazzling light, its spiritual energy causing the cave to tremble. Lin Tianqian murmured, the azure spirit jade pearl, the mystic realm's ultimate treasure. He sat in a meditative posture, allowing the spiritual energy to surge into him. The Devouring Sky Bloodline activated, causing the sanguine vortex to devour the jade pearl's spiritual energy. His nascent soul trembled as his aura surged again. He murmured, Devouring Sky Mystic Records, refine. He closed his eyes, allowing the spiritual energy to flood into him like a sea. The power of devouring surged like a raging flood, and his nascent soul and Apos' light intensified. His aura at the late stage of the realm gradually approaching its peak. Lin Wanner sat in a meditative posture, crimson gold light swirling around her. She murmured, "Azure Spirit Jade Pearl, temper my physical form." She inhaled deeply, allowing the Jade Pearl's spiritual energy to flow into her. Her meridians strengthened like crimson gold, and her bones emitted a resonant sound. Her aura surged as she murmured, "Crimson gold battle physique, even stronger." She closed her eyes, allowing the spiritual energy to surge into her like a mist. Her physical body trembling, her aura at the mid-stage of the realm becoming increasingly stable. Lu Qingyan sat in a meditative posture, radiating a pure spirit aura. She murmured, "Azure Spirit Jade Pearl, condense my sound attacks." She played her jade flute, allowing the Jade Pearl and Apos' spiritual energy to flow into her. Sonic waves rippled outward, and her aura surged as she murmured, "Pure spirit sound body, slay enemies without form." She closed her eyes, allowing sonic blades to coalesce. Her aura at the mid-stage of the realm becoming increasingly sharp. Outside the cave, a figure cloaked in black robes approached stealthily, his aura at the peak of the late stage of the realm concealed. A curved saber gleamed in his hand as he murmured, "Lin Tianqian, cultivating in the mystic realm? I, Black Wind, have been dispatched by true person Crimson Cloud to take your life." He darted into the cave, his saber's energy like a rainbow, aimed directly at Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian's eyes snapped open as he roared, "Who goes there?" He unleashed a punch, sending forth a crimson gold fist, the sanguine vortex surging. The saber's energy was devoured, and Black Wind was blasted back, coughing up blood as he crashed to the ground. Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan rose to their feet, their long whips slicing through the air like rainbows, their sound waves sharp as blades, charging directly towards the Black Wind. The Black Wind growled ominously. "The Red Cloud Master will not spare you." He turned and fled. Lin Tianqian murmured, "Black Wind, come again to court death?" The three exchanged glances, and Lin Tianqian softly said, "Wan and Apos, Qingyan, the opportunities within the secret realm are not yet exhausted, and the Red Cloud faction has returned. We must grow stronger." They closed their eyes and resumed their cultivation, the spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. Chapter 43, The Devouring Power Deep Within the Secret Realm. Lin Tianqian, Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged beside the spirit pool deep within the Qingfeng's secret realm. Spiritual energy surged like a tide, and a luminous azure jade orb floated at the center of the pool, radiating a dazzling azure light. The fluctuations of spiritual energy spread like ocean waves, causing the stone walls of the cave to resonate with a low hum. Lin Tianqian, clad in blood-stained gray, emanated a formidable aura typical of the late stage of the condensation realm. The heat of the devouring bloodline surged within him, golden red patterns gleaming brightly upon his chest. His right fist was tightly clenched, knuckles whitening as droplets of blood formed at his fingertips, dripping down his wrist and staining the azure stone floor beneath him. The dark wind that had stealthily attacked was repelled, and a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes as he murmured, "The dark wind returns to meet its demise once more." He cast a glance at Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan, his voice low yet resolute. "Wanner, Qingyan, the opportunities within the secret realm are not yet exhausted, and the threat from the Hongyun faction remains. Let us continue our cultivation." His tone was grave, imbued with a sense of determination, as his gray robe billowed with the stirring spiritual energy. Lin Wanner, clad in fiery red, had a long whip coiled at her waist. The aura of the mid-stage condensation realm radiated resilience and restraint, with the glow of her scarlet gold battle body subtly visible on her skin. The whip trembled slightly, infused with a hint of battle intent. She softly replied, "Tianqian, the dark wind escapes swiftly, but the Hongyun faction will not relent. I must hasten to refine this jade orb's spiritual energy." Her fingers delicately stroked the whip handle, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as the scarlet gold radiance swirled in her palm. "I will refine my scarlet gold battle body to withstand the transformation realm." Her heartbeat quickened slightly as spiritual energy surged into her, her physical form emitting a faint, deep resonance. Lu Qingyan, in a flowing azure dress, gently tapped her jade flute against her palm. The aura of the mid-stage condensation realm radiated clarity and stability, while the sound wave power of her clear spirit sound body rippled around her. The flute shimmered with a soft glow under the spiritual light. She chuckled lightly, stating, "Tianqian, Wanner is right. The Hongyun faction's lingering presence is a threat, and I aim to strengthen my path of sound killing with this jade orb's spiritual energy." A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as her fingers caressed the flute, whispering, "With my clear spirit sound body, I shall unleash a sound capable of annihilation." Lin Tianqian and Apos' gaze fixed on the azure jade orb, and he murmured, "The secret realm and Apos' treasure, the azure jade orb, brims with rich spiritual energy. Let us exert all our efforts to refine it." He inhaled deeply, fully activating his devouring bloodline. A blood-red vortex surged like a tempest, expanding to 500 feet, sending tremors through the cave that caused the stone walls to crack. He intoned, The devouring secret record, devouring all things. I seek greater strength. Closing his eyes, he felt the spiritual energy flood in, the secret techniques of the devouring secret record emerging in his mind. The power of devouring surged like a raging flood, forcibly absorbing the light of the azure jade orb, causing his core to tremble and his aura to swell. His meridians felt as strong as iron, a layer of red light emanating from his skin. The devouring power resembled an unfathomable abyss, causing the surface of the spirit pool to ripple violently and splash water about with a hint of destructive force. The spiritual energy within Lin Tianxin surged, the devouring strength akin to a roaring dragon, dimming the azure jade orb's radiance as spiritual energy poured into his core. Cracks spread like a spider's web across the core, and his aura surged steadily. He roared, "Devour!" The blood-red vortex expanded to 600 feet, creating massive waves in the spirit pool as the light of the azure jade orb was entirely consumed, reduced to powder. Spiritual energy flooded in, and a deep rumble echoed from within him as his core split apart, transforming into a new core that radiated a contained brilliance, its aura solidifying at the pinnacle of the late stage of the condensation realm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their blood-red glow intensifying, shaking the cave walls with his aura. His right fist struck out, golden-red fist energy arcing like a rainbow, the winds carrying the power of devouring. The stone walls of the cave cracked open, and he declared, "With my devouring bloodline, I have consumed the power of the azure jade orb completely." Rising to his feet, spiritual energy surged around him, the devouring power subtly radiating as determination filled his gaze. He vowed, "As for the Hongyun faction and the Dark Wind's assassination, I will have my blood debts repaid." His figure stood like a mountain, his gray robe billowing with the spiritual energy's movement, the atmosphere within the cave charged with an overwhelming force. Lin Wanner opened her eyes, her combat spirit ablaze, the scarlet gold radiance flowing as her aura surged. Her core trembled as spiritual energy enveloped her. The residual energy of the azure jade orb absorbed into her body. Her meridians felt like they were forged from scarlet gold, and her bones emitted a crisp sound, her aura solidifying in the mid-stage of the condensation realm. She called out, "Battle!" The whip sliced through the air like a rainbow, the spiritual energy coalescing into a 70-foot whip beam, its tip forged from scarlet gold, resonating through the cave with a thunderous roar. "With my scarlet gold battle body, I shall withstand the transformation realm. Let me test my strength." Lu Qingyan opened her eyes, their clarity shining brightly as her clear spirit aura surged. Her core trembled, and spiritual energy coalesced into sound waves as she absorbed the residual energy of the azure jade orb. The sound waves rippled outward, her aura stabilizing at the mid-stage of the condensation realm. She played her jade flute, the sound waves slicing through the air. "With my clear spirit sound body, one note shall slay the enemy." Rising, the sound waves coalesced into an 80-foot beam, invisible yet razor-sharp, slicing the air and deepening the cracks in the cave and Apos' walls. "In the path of sound killing, I shall grow stronger." Lin Tianxin turned to his companions, asking, "Wanner, Qingyan, I have devoured most of the azure jade orb. How are your breakthroughs?" Lin Wan and Apos smiled softly, responding, "Tianxin, my scarlet gold battle body has grown stronger, and I am stable at the mid-stage of the condensation realm, capable of withstanding the pinnacle of the late stage." She flicked her whip, the beam of light flowing confidently. Lu Qingyan added, "Tianxin, my clear spirit sound body is also stable, able to slay those in the late stage of the condensation realm. My sound waves are sharper now." She played her flute, the sound waves rippling with a chill. Lin Tianxin's eyes brightened as he declared, "Excellent. We have all seized the opportunities within the secret realm." He paused before continuing. "With my devouring bloodline consuming the jade orb and Apos' energy, my core has reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the condensation realm, and my devouring power has grown even stronger." He unleashed a punch, the golden red fist energy soaring, the blood-red vortex shimmering as the winds deepened the cracks in the cave walls. Had I possessed this devouring power during the last Dark Wind assassination, he would not have escaped. His tone was grave, a cold light flickering in his eyes, the heat of the devouring bloodline surging like molten lava, his aura roaring like a wild dragon. Lin Wan and Apos remarked, "Tianxin, your devouring bloodline is overwhelmingly strong. You have consumed most of the jade orb and Apos' spiritual energy, while Qingyan and I have only refined the remnants." A glint of amusement crossed her features as she continued, "However, the enhancement to my scarlet gold battle body is significant. Even the early stage of the transformation realm may not break my physical defenses." She swung her whip again, the beam of light flowing and resonating throughout the cave. Lu Qingyan chuckled softly, saying, "Tianxin, your devouring bloodline is a bottomless pit. I received only a fraction of the jade orb's energy, yet my clear spirit sound body is sufficient." She played her flute, the sound waves slicing the air and deepening the cracks in the cave walls. "In the path of sound killing, my sound waves can slay those below the transformation realm. They are sharp enough." Lin Tianxian urged. The spiritual energy of the secret realm is not exhausted. We must continue refining. The Hongyun faction will not rest easily. He settled back into a cross-legged position, fully activating his devouring bloodline as the blood-red vortex consumed the remaining spiritual energy of the spirit pool. His core trembled, and his aura swelled once more as he intoned. Devouring secret record, devour all things. I aim to approach the pinnacle of the condensation realm. He closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy flood in. The power of devouring surging like a torrential flood, creating massive waves on the surface of the spirit pool that deepened the cracks in the cave walls. Lin Wanner sat cross-legged, the scarlet gold radiance swirling as she murmured, "Scarlet gold battle body, refine my form." Taking a deep breath, she drew in the spirit pool's energy, her meridians feeling as though they were forged from scarlet gold. Her bones cracked with resonance as her aura surged once more, and she declared, "I will withstand the transformation realm." Closing her eyes, the spiritual energy flowed into her, her physical form trembling as her aura stabilized further within the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged, her ethereal aura radiating outward, softly uttering, "Pure sound. Refine the melody of annihilation." As she played her jade flute, spiritual energy surged into the spirit pool, the sound waves rolling forth like tides. Her presence intensifying as she murmured, "One note to extinguish the foe. I seek greater strength." With her eyes closed, the sound waves coalesced like blades, the aura of her mid-stage condensing essence realm growing ever sharper. Outside the cave, the dark wind returned, and a figure clad in crimson stood shrouded in shadows. The aura of the Red Cloud Master, at mid-stage of the transformation realm, surged like fire as he murmured, "The dark wind, Lin Tianxian cultivates in the secret realm. The swallowing heaven bloodline grows stronger, imprisoned for a century. I refuse to be complacent." The dark wind replied in a low tone, "Master, Lin Tianxian and his companions have joined forces. My assassination attempt failed. Their opportunities within the secret realm have dramatically enhanced their strength." In the Red Cloud Master and Apos' eyes, malevolence surged as he muttered, "Opportunities within the secret realm? Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands." In a flash, he darted towards the secret realm, his crimson robe billowing, concealed intent of murder lurking beneath. Within the secret realm cave, Lin Tianxian and his companions were in seclusion, spiritual energy flowing like a torrent. The devouring power of the swallowing heaven bloodline causing the cave to tremble, while the aura of the Red Cloud Master stealthily approached. Chapter 44. The Secret Realm's dark soul. Lin Tianxian, Lin Wanner, and Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged beside the spirit pool deep within the Qingfeng secret realm. Spiritual energy surged like a tide, the surface of the pool shimmering with a jade-like luster, while residual spiritual energy swirled like mist, causing the stone walls of the cave to tremble faintly. Lin Tianxian, clad in blood-stained gray, emanated a peak aura of the late condensation realm, as the hot currents of his devouring bloodline surged within him. Golden red patterns glimmered on his chest, his right fist clenched tightly, knuckles widening, blood trickling from his wrist and staining the azure stone floor beneath him. In the previous chapter, he had devoured the Qingling Jade Pearl, breaking through to the pinnacle of the late condensation realm, while Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan had also advanced to the mid-condensation realm, their powers soaring. He closed his eyes in meditation, fully channeling the devouring bloodline, as a blood-colored vortex voraciously consumed the residual spiritual energy of the pool. His essence core trembled, his aura subtly approaching the peak limit, murmuring, "The devouring secret record consumes all. I seek greater strength." His tone was deep, as spiritual energy poured in like a flood, the devouring force akin to an unfathomable abyss, stirring up massive waves upon the pool and Apos' surface. Lin Wan and Apos, adorned in fiery red, with a long whip coiled at her waist, radiated a resilient yet restrained aura of the mid-condensation realm. The brilliance of her crimson gold battle body flowed over her skin, and her whip trembled slightly, infused with a hint of battle intent. She closed her eyes in cultivation, the spiritual energy from the pool flooding in, her meridians feeling as if forged from crimson gold, her bones emitting subdued, cracking sounds, as she softly declared, "Crimson gold battle body, temper my flesh." Her body subtly quivered as spiritual energy streamed in like mist, her aura becoming increasingly stable, her skin glowing with a layer of crimson gold, resembling battle armor, as she resolutely stated, "Spirit transformation realm, I shall endure." Her determination was unwavering, her eyes burning with combat fervor. Lu Qingyan, in a flowing azure dress, gently tapped her jade flute against her palm. Her aura, clear and stable at the mid-condensation realm, radiated waves of sonic power from her clear spirit sound body, the flute glimmering faintly under the spiritual light. She closed her eyes in meditation, the pool and Apos' energy surging into her, the sound waves spreading like a tide, softly proclaiming, "Clear spirit sound body, refine the sound of death." The sound waves coalesced like blades in her mind, her aura sharpening further, as she declared, "One sound to annihilate the foe, I seek greater strength." Her tone was bright, as spiritual energy surged into her. Outside the cave, the figure of the red cloud real person fluttered in a crimson robe, exuding the aura of the mid-spirit transformation realm like a raging fire, with the black wind following closely behind, his eyes filled with malicious intent. The red cloud real person muttered, "Black wind, Lin Tianqian cultivates within the secret realm, his devouring bloodline grows stronger. After being sealed for a century, I cannot bear it." The black wind replied, "Master, the three of them joined forces. My assassination failed, and the opportunities in the secret realm have boosted their strength." A glint of cold light flashed in the red cloud real person's eyes as he murmured, "Opportunities in the secret realm? Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands and claim his life." With a swift motion, he dashed toward the realm's entrance. The fluctuations of spiritual energy surging like a tide concealed murderous intent lurking. Within the cave, Lin Tianqian suddenly opened his eyes, bloodlight surging within them, and shouted, "Who?" He unleashed his right fist, a golden red fist light shooting forth like a rainbow, the blood-colored vortex expanding to 600 feet. The energy waves shattering the stone walls of the cave. The red cloud real person burst in, his crimson robe billowing, his aura erupting like a volcano. He condensed spiritual energy into 100-foot fire palm, the wind of the palm scorching, hurtling directly toward Lin Tianqian. Before the fire palm could reach him, the cave stone walls had already been charred, the air distorting with destructive power. Lin Tianqian roared, "Annihilate the heavens." The ninth form of the devouring dominance fist was unleashed. The golden red fist light resembling the collapse of heaven and earth. The fist wind, imbued with devouring power, shattered the stone walls of the cave, and the fire palm was almost entirely consumed. Lin Tianqian was forced back several steps, his right fist flesh tearing, blood gushing forth. The red cloud real person was also pushed back by the backlash, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face as he shouted, "The devouring bloodline is indeed formidable." He channeled his energy again, unleashing 3 consecutive fire palms, which formed a triangular blockade against Lin Tianqian and Apos' escape, the flames scorching and deepening the cracks in the cave and Apos' walls. Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan sprang to their feet simultaneously. Lin Wan and Apos' shouted, "Tianqian, I am coming." She swung her long whip, the brilliance of her crimson gold battle body swirling, the whip and Apos' shadow resembling a rainbow, as spiritual energy coalesced into a 70-foot whip light, its tip forged from crimson gold. Hurtling toward the red cloud real person, Lu Qingyan called out, "Tianqian, I will cover you." She blew into her jade flute, the waves of sonic power from her clear spirit sound body spreading out like a tide, condensing spiritual energy into an 80-foot sound light, intangible yet razor-sharp, slicing through the air toward the red cloud real person. The red cloud real person snorted coldly, his spiritual energy erupting like fire, as he unleashed 3 fire palms in quick succession. Boom! The whip light and sound light collided with the fire palms, causing an explosive burst of energy that shattered the cave's walls. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan were forced back several steps, their long whip and flute vibrating, blood seeping from their lips. Lin Tianqian bellowed, "Devour the heavens." The 8th form of the devouring dominance fist was unleashed, the blood-colored vortex transforming into a devouring storm, consuming the 3 fire palms entirely. He struck forward again, his fist light akin to a rainbow, hurtling toward the red cloud real person. The red cloud real person and Apos' eyes glimmered with fear as he shouted, "Spirit transformation realm? No, it's the celestial realm." In a flash, he attempted to flee, but the shadow coldly snorted. Spiritual energy surged forth, a beam of black light shooting toward the red cloud real person. Boom! The red cloud real person was sent flying, crashing outside the cave, spitting blood and collapsing, his aura diminished. The shadow turned its gaze toward Lin Tianqian, murmuring, "Devouring bloodline? Intriguing." Its form was indistinct, its aura unfathomable as it continued. "I am the ancestor of devouring heavens, surviving the ancient war, my soul sealed within this secret realm. The devouring bloodline is my legacy." Its voice was deep, tinged with an ancient desolation, as a glint of light flickered in its eyes. "In the ancient war, I battled against the celestial realm powerhouse, devouring the world, ultimately besieged and killed, my soul remaining. Today, I meet you, the descendant of the devouring bloodline." Lin Tianqian and Apos' eyes brightened, whispering, "Ancestor of devouring heavens? Ancient war?" He paused before asking, "Senior, the legacy of the devouring bloodline?" His heart raced, the heat of the devouring bloodline surging within him like molten lava. Filled with anticipation, Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, Lin Wanner murmuring, "Tianqian, an ancient powerhouse?" Lu Qingyan added, "Tianqian, this aura is too strong." The ancestor of devouring heavens spoke softly, "The devouring bloodline is my legacy. The spirit pool of the secret realm seals my residual soul. You devoured the Qingling Jade Pearl, awakening my spirit. After a pause, spiritual energy surged forth. A beam of black light shot into Lin Tianqian and Apos' brow. As it murmured, I bestow upon you the complete devouring secret record, to devour the world and refine all things. In the ancient war, my lineage of devouring heavens battled across the realms. You may inherit it. The black light surged into Lin Tianqian, revealing the complete secret method in his mind. The devouring power swelling like a flood, his essence core trembling, his aura rising again. Lin Tianqian whispered, "Thank you, Senior." He closed his eyes, spiritual energy pouring in as the complete devouring secret record unfolded in his mind. The devouring power surging violently, the blood-colored vortex nearing 1,000 feet. His aura roaring like a dragon. The ancestor of devouring heavens murmured, "My soul will dissipate. The spirit pool of the secret realm remains for your cultivation. Do not tarnish my name with the devouring bloodline." His figure gradually faded, merging into the black light of the spirit pool, the waves of spiritual energy surging. The red cloud real person struggled to rise, his eyes filled with venomous rage as he growled, "Lin Tianqian, the devouring legacy? I will surely kill you." He turned to flee, his crimson robe billowing, concealed murderous intent lurking. Lin Tianqian opened his eyes, a gleam of crimson light flashing within. He murmured, "Wan and Apos, Qingyan, ancestor swallowing heaven, ancient powerhouses, grant me the complete secret record." Lin Wan and Apos, softly replied, "Tianqian, your strength is overwhelming." Lu Qingyan added, "Tianqian, with this inheritance, Hanyun will face great trouble." Lin Tianqian continued, "The spirit pool of the secret realm remains unexhausted. Let us proceed." The three closed their eyes, and the spiritual energy surged like a tide, the devouring power of the swallowing heaven bloodline, causing the cave to tremble. Chapter 45. The profound awakening of the secret record of heavenly devouring Lin Tianqian, Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan were seated cross-legged beside the spirit pool deep within the Qingfeng secret realm. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, and the surface of the pool shimmered with a jade-like luster, while remnants of spiritual energy swirled like mist, causing the cave walls to tremble faintly. Lin Tianqian, clad in blood-stained gray, emanated a formidable aura at the pinnacle of the late stage of the condensation realm. As the fiery currents of the heavenly devouring bloodline coursed through him, golden red patterns glimmered on his chest, his right fist clenched tightly, knuckles widening, with blood dripping from his wrist, staining the azure stone floor beneath him. After the dissipating soul of the ancestor of heavenly devouring merged with his mind, the complete secret record of heavenly devouring infused itself into his brow. His devouring power surged like a flood, the blood-red vortex ominously approaching 1,000 feet, its presence roaring like a ferocious dragon. With eyes closed in meditation, he drew in the spiritual energy like a tide and murmured, "The complete secret record of heavenly devouring. Devour the heavens and earth. Hongyun Jinren, I shall make you regret this." His voice was deep, eyes gleaming with a bloody light. As the surface of the spirit pool was stirred into massive waves by his devouring power, Lin Wan and Apos, dressed in fiery red, with a long whip coiled around her waist, exuded a resilient and restrained aura at the mid-stage of the condensation realm. The radiance of her crimson gold battle body flowed across her skin, the whip trembling slightly with a hint of battle intent. She opened her eyes and glanced at Lin Tianqian, softly saying, "Tianqian, the inheritance of the ancestor of heavenly devouring is overwhelmingly powerful." Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy from the pool surged into her, her veins forged like crimson gold, and her bones emitted a low crackle as she asserted, "With the crimson gold battle body and the spiritual energy of the secret realm, I shall grow stronger." Her tone was resolute, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, as the spiritual energy surged into her, causing her flesh to quiver subtly, her aura gradually rising. Lu Qingyan, in a flowing azure dress, gently tapped her jade flute against her palm. Her aura at the mid-stage of the condensation realm was pure and stable, the sound wave power of her clear spirit sound body resonating around her. She chuckled softly, saying, "Tianqian, the ancestor of heavenly devouring has brought great trouble to Hanyun Jinren." As she played her jade flute, the spiritual energy from the pool surged forth, the sound waves expanding like a tide, and she added, with the clear spirit sound body, "I too shall elevate my abilities." A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes as the spiritual energy poured in like an ocean, the sound waves coalescing into a sharp edge, her aura growing increasingly piercing. Lin Tianqian opened his eyes and said softly, "Waner, Qingyan, with the complete secret record of heavenly devouring, my devouring power has intensified. The spiritual energy of the secret realm is not yet exhausted. Let us continue to refine." He took a deep breath, activating his heavenly devouring bloodline to its fullest, the blood-red vortex swelling to 1,000 feet. The spiritual energy fluctuations deepened the cracks in the cave walls as he whispered, devour the heavens, and refine all things. The surface of the spirit pool surged with waves 100 feet high, splashing as spiritual energy flooded in. His Dan trembled within him, his aura swelling as the devouring power roared like a furious dragon, causing the air within the cave to hum with resonance. His veins felt as strong as iron. A layer of red light radiating from his skin, the devouring power resembling an unfathomable abyss, rapidly lowering the pool and amp. Apos' water level as he voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy. The secret techniques of the complete secret record of heavenly devouring played out in his mind. The devouring power not only refined the spiritual energy, but also subtly reached the cave walls, as strands of gray spiritual energy were forcibly extracted from the stone. Merging into his Dan, he muttered, with the heavenly devouring bloodline, I can devour all, even the spiritual energy of stones. His Dan radiated brighter, his aura approaching the ultimate limit of the condensation realm, and he roared, devour. The blood-red vortex expanded to 1,500 feet, shaking the cave walls with deep fissures. The spirit pool drained to a dry jade-like surface. As spiritual energy flooded in, a low rumble echoed from within him, the brilliance of his Dan surged, and his aura reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm. He had succeeded. Lin Tianqian suddenly opened his eyes, a radiant blood light shining forth, his aura causing the cave walls to fracture. He struck out with his right fist, the golden-red fist light resembling a rainbow, as the wind of his punch carried the devouring power, creating a 100-foot crack in the cave walls. The fist light roared like a furious dragon, the devouring power rippling outward as he declared, at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, with the heavenly devouring bloodline, my devouring power is unrivaled. Rising to his feet, the spiritual energy surged like a tide, his gray attire billowing with the energy, sounding like a battle cry. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within the cave roared like a tempest, and the devouring power emanated an ancient, domineering aura. Lin Wanner opened her eyes, her fighting spirit ablaze, the crimson golden radiance flowing as her aura surged. The remaining spiritual energy from the pool was absorbed by her body, her veins forged of crimson gold, and her bones cracking audibly as her aura approached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. She shouted battle. The long whip lashed out, its shadow resembling a rainbow, the spiritual energy coalescing into an 80-foot whip light, its tip forged of crimson gold, shaking the air of the cave with a resounding boom. She declared, with the crimson gold battle body, my physical strength is unmatched. Rising to her feet, the whip wind surged like a rainbow, the crimson golden light swirling around her like a battle goddess, her presence causing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the cave to ripple slightly. Tianqian, your heavenly devouring bloodline is too powerful. You have devoured most of the spirit pool's energy. Lu Qingyan opened her eyes, her clear light shining bright, her clear spirit aura surging as she absorbed the remaining spiritual energy from the pool with her sound-killing power. The sound waves spread like a tide, her aura nearing the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm. She played her jade flute, the sound waves cutting through the air like blades, asserting, with the clear spirit sound body, I can slay enemies with a single note. Rising to her feet, the sound waves coalesced into a 90-foot sound light, invisible yet exceedingly sharp, cleaving through the air and deepening the cracks in the cave walls. She added, Tianqian, your heavenly devouring bloodline has devoured the spirit pool, and my path of sound killing has also improved. Standing tall, the sound waves swept out like blades, causing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the cave to tremble subtly. Lin Tianqian spoke softly, though the spiritual energy of the secret realm is nearly exhausted, the secret record of heavenly devouring still holds undisclosed mysteries. We shall refine for one more day. The Hanyan faction will not relent. He settled into a cross-legged position, fully activating his heavenly devouring bloodline, the blood-red vortex devouring the residual spiritual energy within the cave. His Dan trembled, his aura rising once more as he murmured, secret record of heavenly devouring, devour all. I shall refine this cave. Closing his eyes, spiritual energy surged like a tide, the devouring power roaring forth, deepening the fissures in the cave walls. While gray spiritual energy was forcibly drawn out, merging into his Dan, his aura subtly approaching the threshold of the transformation realm. Lin Wan and Apos, her sat cross-legged, the crimson golden radiance flowing as she whispered, crimson gold battle body, temper my flesh. Taking a deep breath, the remaining spiritual energy from the cave surged into her, her veins forged like crimson gold, and her bones cracking as her aura rose further. Transformation realm, I shall withstand, she declared, closing her eyes as spiritual energy poured in like mist, her flesh trembling, her aura at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm growing increasingly stable. Lu Qingyan also sat cross-legged, her clear spirit aura radiating as she softly said, clear spirit sound body, refine my sound killing. Playing her jade flute, the remaining spiritual energy from the cave surged forth, the sound waves spreading like a tide, her aura rising once more. A single note can annihilate foes. I shall grow stronger, she declared, closing her eyes as sound waves coalesced into blades, her aura at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm growing ever sharper. Outside the cave, Honyun Jinren stealthily returned, his red robe billowing as his aura surged like fire at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, black winds swirling behind him. He muttered, "Jinren, Lin Tianxian is cultivating in the secret realm. His heavenly devouring bloodline has grown stronger, and he has nearly devoured all the spiritual energy of the secret realm." In the eyes of the Red Cloud Master, resentment surged violently as he murmured, "The bloodline of the devourer? Very well, I shall summon the disciples of our sect to the secret realm and Oppos. Exit. I want him dead." With a flash of his figure and a flutter of his crimson robe, a concealed intent to kill emanated from him. Chapter 46. The dawn of the ancient blood war. Lin Tianxian sat cross-legged beside the spirit pool in the depths of the Qingfeng secret realm, where spiritual energy surged like a tide. The surface of the pool had dried up, leaving only a patch of jade-like ground, with residual spiritual energy swirling like mist, causing the stone walls of the cave to tremble faintly. Dressed in blood-stained gray, he exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, akin to an abyss. As the torrent of the devouring bloodline surged within him, golden red patterns shimmered on his chest, and his right fist was tightly clenched, with blood dripping from his wrist, staining the azure stones beneath him. He closed his eyes to regulate his breath, as spiritual energy surged in, and the complete method of the devouring secret record flowed through his mind. His consciousness was pulled into the ancient memories of the devouring ancestor, where the scene before him transformed abruptly, the world dimmed, and blood energy permeated the air, accompanied by the deafening sounds of battle. Before he could finish his thought, his awareness plunged into the ancient recollections of the devouring ancestor. The sky darkened, and the flames of war blazed fiercely. Before him lay an endless wasteland, where the heavens hung low, blood clouds roiled, and spiritual energy tore through the void like a frenzied tide, striking down as crimson lightning, fracturing the earth, causing mountains to collapse. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the charred remnants of spiritual energy. In the distance, war drums thundered, cries of battle surged like a tsunami. Corpses littered the ground, scattered remnants of soldiers and broken blades, rivers of blood flowed, merging into dry ravines, staining the wasteland crimson. The devouring ancestor stood at the heart of the battlefield, clad in a blood-red battle robe, his long hair billowing wildly, his eyes ablaze with bloodlight, exuding an aura that seemed to touch the pinnacle of the celestial realm. His fists were tightly clenched, and golden gauntlets glimmered with radiant brilliance. The force of his punches roared like a wild dragon, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a blood dragon of immense stature. The blood dragon roared, flames soaring to the sky, its claws tearing through the void, devouring dozens of celestial transformation experts from the opposing side. The explosion of spiritual energy was akin to stars plummeting to the earth, shaking the ground into a chasm, while mountains crumbled into powder and rivers evaporated into barren land. In the enemy camp, a female warrior, the Ice Sword Goddess, stood suspended in midair, draped in a snow-white robe, her long sword crystallized like frost. The sword energy hung like a galaxy, piercing through the blood clouds, as spiritual energy transformed into countless ice blades raining down upon the blood dragon. The ice blades fell like a meteor shower, slicing through the void, freezing the earth, clashing with the blood dragon, the collision of spiritual energies resonating like thunder, shaking the valley into ruins, altering the very fabric of the world. The devouring ancestor snorted coldly, the blood-red vortex swelling to tremendous heights, devouring the ice blade's spiritual energy. With a single punch, the blood dragon roared, flames engulfing the heavens, as the Ice Sword Goddess and Oppos' sword energy shattered, sending her reeling backward, blood spewing forth. Her aura waning as she fell into a sea of corpses and blood, her ice sword splintering, its cold light dimming. The battlefield was vast and boundless, where the spiritual veins of the 9 great realms of the heavenly emperor domain converged. The flames of war engulfed heaven and earth, as human cultivators, monstrous beasts of the demon race, and golden-armored warriors of the divine tribe clashed in chaos. A towering giant ape from the demon race roared, its fists descending like mountains, the spiritual energy transforming into black mist, swallowing the spiritual light, shattering mountains and rivers. The devouring ancestor's punches surged like a rainbow, as the blood-red vortex devoured the black mist. With a single punch, the giant ape's chest exploded, flesh and blood flying, its anguished cries echoing as it collapsed, shaking the ground into a web of cracks. A golden-armored warrior from the divine tribe charged forward with a spear, its tip descending like a falling star, golden light piercing through the blood clouds. The spiritual energy pressed down like a tide, as the blood dragon roared, devouring the golden light. The force of his punch shattered the spear, sending the golden-armored warrior spewing blood as he was sent tumbling into the sea of blood, the golden light fading. The devouring ancestor appeared as a god of war, his devouring power resembling an unfathomable abyss. The blood-red vortex swept across heaven and earth, causing the enemy forces to crumble. Corpses piling high, rivers of blood flowing. He threw his head back and howled, his punch shaking the heavens, as spiritual energy surged like a tide, devouring the enemy's spiritual veins, transforming into bloodlight that soared to the sky, altering the very essence of the world. However, a powerful enemy from the heavenly emperor realm appeared. A figure in golden robes hovering above, radiating golden light like the sun, his aura imposing like divine might. He wielded a massive golden sword. It soared energy like a rainbow, as spiritual energy transformed into a colossal golden dragon, its roar shaking the heavens, charging directly at the devouring ancestor. The blood-red vortex of the devouring ancestor expanded, his punch like the collapse of heaven and earth, as the blood dragon roared in a clash with the golden dragon. The explosion of spiritual energy resembling the collapse of a star river, shaking the battlefield, causing the ground to sink, mountains to turn to ashes. The golden dragon shattered, and the golden-robed heavenly emperor expert spewed blood, staggering back, his eyes filled with terror. Just at that moment, a shadow emerged from behind the devouring ancestor. Cloaked in black like the night, wielding a long sword that gleamed with a ghostly light, its sword energy piercing directly for the devouring ancestor's heart. The devouring ancestor roared in fury, his punch erupting, the blood-red vortex consuming the sword energy, his punch forcing the shadow back. Yet, he was caught off guard as the sword light pierced his heart, blood spraying forth. "Traitor!" he bellowed, as the blood-red vortex swelled, its devouring power sweeping like a tempest. The shadow was blasted away, blood spewing as it fell to the ground. The devouring ancestor and Apos' body swayed, blood energy surging to the heavens, as he growled. "The devouring bloodline shall take revenge through its descendants." With a thunderous punch, the bloodlight surged like a rainbow, the battlefield cracking beneath him, spiritual energy exploding, his body disintegrating. Bloodlight soaring, his soul scattering into the void. His roar echoed through the heavens, transforming the battlefield into ruins. Lin Tianqian and Apos' consciousness was abruptly pulled back to reality, sweat cascading down like rain, his heartbeat pounding like drums, his eyes filled with shock. He murmured, "The devouring ancestor, an ancient powerhouse, battling the heavenly emperor realm, devouring heaven and earth, betrayed by traitors." His voice low, tinged with complexity. With his right fist clenched tightly, golden-red fist light surged, he declared softly, "The devouring bloodline is not merely power, but a mission. I shall inherit his will, protect Wan and Apos, and Qingyan, and eradicate the descendants of the traitors." A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as the complete method of the devouring secret record replayed in his mind, the devouring power surging like a flood. His core trembled, his aura edging closer to the threshold of the celestial transformation realm. He rose, spiritual energy surging like a tide, the devouring power sweeping forth, deepening the fissures in the cave's stone walls. He spoke softly, "The ancient war, the devouring lineage fought across the realms. I will revive this bloodline's glory." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan sensed the disturbance and opened their eyes, noticing Lin Tianqian drenched in sweat, his aura surging. Lin Wanner spoke softly, "Tianqian, what's wrong?" Worry flashed in her eyes as she flicked her long whip, crimson golden radiance swirling, inquiring, "Has your devouring bloodline strengthened again?" Lu Qingyan added, "Tianqian, your aura is like an ocean. What happened?" Curiosity shone in her eyes as she played her jade flute, sound waves rippling through the cave, murmuring, "This fluctuation of spiritual energy is too intense." Lin Tianqian chuckled lowly, saying, "I witnessed the memories of the devouring ancestor, the ancient battlefield, bloodshed across the heavens. He devoured heaven and earth, battled the heavenly emperor realm, yet was betrayed by traitors within the sect, stabbed in the heart, cursing the descendants of the bloodline to take revenge." His tone was somber, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit as he declared softly, "The devouring bloodline is his legacy. I must grow stronger to annihilate the Hongyun faction and protect you." His right fist struck out, golden-red fist light arcing like a rainbow, the blood-red vortex flickering into view. The force of his punch causing the cave walls to crack, the devouring power sweeping through like a tempest, sending spiritual energy waves crashing like a storm. Lin Wan and Apos' eyes brightened as she exclaimed softly, "Tianqian, the ancient powerhouse is incredibly strong. Your devouring bloodline has become even more potent. I must enhance my strength too." She swung her long whip, crimson golden radiance swirling, as spiritual energy flooded in, her aura surging as she declared, "The crimson gold battle body shall be forged to invincibility." Her voice was resolute, the whip and Apos' wind roaring, shaking the air of the cave. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, saying, "Tianqian, the ancient memory of the devouring ancestor battling the heavenly emperor realm. If Hongyun Jinren dares to come, I shall extinguish him with a note." She played her jade flute. Sound waves sharp as blades, spiritual energy surging inward, her pure sound body's aura swelling as she vowed softly, "The pure sound body, I too shall grow stronger." Her eyes sparkled with clarity, sound waves rippling as they deepened the fissures in the cave walls. Lin Tianqian spoke softly. Though the spiritual energy in the secret realm has diminished, the devouring secret record has shown me the ancient battlefield. We must continue to refine the cave's spiritual energy. The threat from the Hongyun faction draws near. He sat cross-legged, fully channeling the devouring bloodline, as the blood-red vortex absorbed the residual spiritual energy in the cave. His core trembled, his aura rising, murmuring, devouring heaven and earth. I shall approach the celestial transformation realm. Spiritual energy surged in like a flood, the devouring power rushing forth, shaking the cave walls into a maze of cracks, as Gray's spiritual energy was forcibly drawn away to merge into his core. Lin Wanner sat cross-legged, crimson golden radiance swirling, softly declaring, "Crimson gold battle body, refine my flesh." Spiritual energy flowed in like mist, her veins forged from crimson gold, bones cracking as her aura surged, chanting, "Celestial transformation realm, I shall withstand." Lu Qingyan also sat cross-legged, her pure sound aura radiating, softly proclaiming, "Pure sound body, condensed sound to kill." The jade flute resounded, its melodic waves spreading like a tide, as the breath surged anew. In a hushed tone, it declared, with a single note, "I shall vanquish my foes. I must grow stronger." Outside the cave, the esteemed Master Hongyun summoned the disciples of his faction, his crimson robes fluttering as the aura of mid-stage transformation realm surged like a blazing fire. In a low voice, he proclaimed, "Lin Tianqian cultivates within the secret realm. His devouring bloodline grows mightier. At the exit of the secret realm, I desire his demise." The disciples nodded in agreement, their spiritual energy flowing like a torrent, concealed intentions of murder lurking as they approached the secret realm. Chapter 47. The skyrending wrath of the ancient blood war. Lin Tianqian and his companions hastened toward the exit of the Azure Peak secret realm. Within the cavern, spiritual energy surged like a tempest, and fissures crisscrossed the stone walls. The residual fluctuations of spiritual power lingered in the air. Lin Tianqian and Appo's gray robes were stained with blood, and his aura, that of a late-stage core formation realm master, was as profound as an abyss. The fervent energy of the Heaven-Devouring Bloodline coursed through him like molten lava, and crimson gold patterns shimmered on his chest. His right fist clenched tightly, knuckles stark white, and blood dripped from his wrist, staining the flagstones beneath his feet crimson. His eyes blazed with crimson light as he murmured, "The crimson cloud sect is coming." His voice was deep, laced with a hint of murderous intent. His footsteps were swift, and spiritual energy surged like a raging tide. The complete heaven-devouring mystic records flowed through his mind, and memories of the ancient battlefield flooded his consciousness once more. His breathing grew rapid as he roared, "Heaven-devouring ancestor, the ancient blood war, reborn." His consciousness plunged into an abyss, and a crimson battlefield unfolded before him. The sky was dim, and the din of battle shook the heavens. Spiritual energy rent the void like a cataclysm. The battlefield stretched endlessly, a wasteland of blood. The sky hung low like a shroud, and crimson clouds churned like a raging sea. Explosions of spiritual energy resembled falling stars, shattering the earth into abyssal chasms. Mountains crumbled to dust, and rivers dried into barren red lands. Blood flowed like rivers, converging in ravines and staining the wasteland crimson. War drums thundered like lightning, and battle cries echoed like a tsunami. Corpses littered the ground, and broken weapons lay scattered. The mangled limbs of demonic beasts intertwined with the shattered spears of the celestial clan's golden-armored warriors. Spiritual energy surged like a tide, transforming into crimson lightning that crashed down, shaking the very heavens. The heaven-devouring ancestor stood at the heart of the battlefield, his crimson battle robes billowing, his long hair dancing wildly. His eyes blazed with crimson light, and his aura was that of a peak-stage heaven realm master. His fists clenched tightly, golden gauntlets gleaming brilliantly. His fist winds roared like raging dragons, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a colossal crimson dragon. The crimson dragon roared, flames soaring, its claws tearing through the void, devouring dozens of transformation realm experts. Explosions of spiritual energy resembled falling stars, shattering the earth into abyssal chasms. Mountains crumbled to dust, and rivers evaporated into barren red lands. From the enemy ranks, a golden-robed Emperor realm expert stood aloft, his golden light like the sun, his aura like the oppressive might of heaven. He wielded a massive golden sword, its energy like a rainbow. Spiritual energy transformed into a colossal golden dragon, its roar shaking the heavens as it lunged toward the heaven-devouring ancestor. The golden dragon roared, its golden light piercing the crimson clouds. The sword's energy was like an inverted Milky Way, slicing through the void and causing the earth to collapse. The heaven-devouring ancestor snorted coldly, and a crimson vortex swelled to an immense size, devouring the golden light. His fist light was cataclysmic, and the crimson dragon roared, clashing with the golden dragon. Explosions of spiritual energy resembled the collapse of galaxies, turning the battlefield into a wasteland. The golden dragon shattered, and the golden-robed Emperor Realm expert coughed blood and staggered back, his eyes wide with shock as he roared, "The Heaven-Devouring Bloodline, devouring heaven and earth. How can it be so strong?" The Heaven-Devouring Ancestor roared to the heavens, his fist winds shaking the heavens. The crimson vortex was like a bottomless abyss, devouring the enemy's spiritual veins and transforming into a beam of crimson light that soared into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color. A towering, 10,000-foot-tall demonic ape roared, its fist winds like mountains pressing down. Spiritual energy transformed into black mist, devouring spiritual light and shattering mountains and rivers. The Heaven-Devouring Ancestor's fist winds were like rainbows, and the crimson vortex devoured the black mist. With a single punch, the ape's chest exploded, blood and flesh flying, and it crashed to the ground with a mournful cry, causing fissures to spread across the earth like a spiderweb. A celestial clan's golden-armored general charged forth, his spear tipped like a falling star, golden light piercing the crimson clouds. Spiritual energy pressed down like a tide. The Heaven-Devouring Ancestor and Amp, Apos, crimson dragon roared, devouring the golden light. His fist light shattered the spear, and the golden-armored general coughed blood and flew backward, plunging into a sea of blood, his golden light dimming. The Heaven-Devouring Ancestor was like a war god descended, his power of devouring like a bottomless abyss. The crimson vortex swept across the heavens and earth, and the enemy and Apos' ranks crumbled, corpses piling up like mountains, blood flowing like rivers. In the distance, a black-robed traitor stealthily approached, his aura concealed, his eyes gleaming with cold light like blades. He wielded a dark, glowing sword, its energy like a rainbow, and thrust it straight into the Heaven-Devouring Ancestor's heart. The Heaven-Devouring Ancestor roared, his fist winds blasting forth, and the crimson vortex devoured the sword and Amp, Apos' energy. His fist light repelled the dark figure, but he was caught off guard, and the sword light pierced his heart, blood splattering. He roared, "Traitor!" The crimson vortex surged, its power of devouring sweeping like a raging tide. The dark figure was blasted away, coughing blood and collapsing. The Heaven-Devouring Ancestor staggered, his blood energy soaring, and roared, "The Heaven-Devouring Bloodline, descendants must avenge me." His fist winds blasted forth, crimson light like rainbows, and the battlefield shattered. Spiritual energy exploded like a tide, and his body shattered, crimson light soaring into the sky, his soul scattering into the void. His roar echoed through the heavens and earth, and the battlefield transformed into a wasteland, silence descending. Lin Tianqian's consciousness was deeply shaken by this scene. The bloodiness and grandeur of the ancient battlefield crashed against his mind like a flood. He abruptly opened his eyes, sweat pouring down like rain, his heart pounding like a drum. His eyes blazed with crimson light as he murmured, "Heaven-Devouring Ancestor, ancient blood war, betrayal by a traitor." His voice was deep, laced with complexity. His right fist clenched tightly, crimson gold fist light surging, and the fervent energy of the Heaven-Devouring Bloodline coursed through him like molten lava. He murmured, "The Heaven-Devouring Bloodline is not just an inheritance, but a mission of vengeance. I must become stronger, kill all the descendants of the traitors, and protect Wanner and Qin. He stood up, spiritual energy surging like a tide. The complete Heaven-Devouring mystic records replayed in his mind, and the power of devouring surged like a flood. His core trembled, and his aura faintly approached the threshold of the transformation realm. Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan sensed the fluctuations in his aura and opened their eyes. They saw Lin Tianqian covered in sweat, his aura surging. Lin Wan and Apos, murmured, "Tianqian, what did you see again?" Her eyes flashed with concern. She cracked her whip, crimson gold light flowing, and murmured, "Your Heaven-Devouring Bloodline. Its aura is even stronger?" Lu Qingyan murmured, "Tianqian, this cavern is about to be shattered by your aura. What happened?" Her eyes were filled with curiosity. She played her jade flute, sound waves rippling, and surveyed the cavern. The fissures in the stone walls spread like a spider web. Lin Tianqian chuckled and murmured, "I sank into the Heaven-Devouring Ancestor's memories again. The ancient battlefield, a blood war against the heavens. He devoured heaven and earth, fought Emperor Realm experts, but was betrayed by a traitor within the sect, a sword piercing his heart, cursing his bloodline and Apos' descendants to avenge him upon his death." His tone was deep, and his eyes burned with the fire of battle as he murmured, "The Heaven-Devouring Bloodline is his inheritance. I must inherit his will. Kill all the members of the Crimson Cloud sect, and protect you." He blasted his right fist forth, crimson gold fist light, like a rainbow, and the crimson vortex surged. The fist wind caused the fissures in the cavern and Apos' stone walls to deepen, and the power of devouring swept like a raging tide. The spiritual energy fluctuations were like torrential rain, and the stone walls within the cavern were shattered by the fissures. The gray spiritual energy was forcibly drawn out and merged into his core. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up as she murmured, "Tianqian, the ancient blood war, it was too powerful. Your Heaven-Devouring Bloodline is even stronger. I must improve as well." She swung her whip, crimson gold light flowing, and spiritual energy surged into her. The aura of the crimson gold battle physique surged as she murmured, "Crimson gold battle physique, I will refine it to invincibility." Her tone was resolute, and the whip wind was like a rainbow, causing the air within the cavern to rumble. Spiritual energy surged in like mist, and her flesh trembled faintly as her aura approached the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm. Lu Qingyan giggled and murmured, "Tianqian, ancient memories. The heaven-devouring ancestor fought Emperor realm experts. If the Crimson Cloud sect dares to come, I will annihilate them with a single note." She played her jade flute. Sound waves like blades, and spiritual energy surged into her. The aura of the pure spirit sound physique surged as she murmured, "Pure spirit sound physique. I must become even stronger." Her eyes shone with clear light, and sound waves rippled, causing the fissures in the cavern's stone walls to deepen. Her aura approached the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm. Lin Tianshun murmured, "The spiritual energy in the secret realm is exhausted. The heaven-devouring mystic records allowed me to see the ancient battlefield, and we must refine the spiritual energy in this cavern. The Crimson Cloud sect's killing intent is approaching." He sat down cross-legged, the heaven-devouring bloodline operating at full power. The crimson vortex devoured the remaining spiritual energy within the cavern, his core trembling, and his aura rising again as he murmured, "Devouring heaven and earth, I must approach the transformation realm." Spiritual energy surged in like a tide, and the power of devouring surged like a flood. The stone walls within the cavern were shattered by fissures, and the gray spiritual energy was forcibly drawn out and merged into his core. His aura roared like a raging dragon, faintly approaching the threshold of the transformation realm. Lin Wan and Apos, sat down cross-legged, crimson gold light flowing, and murmured, "Crimson gold battle physique, temper the flesh." Spiritual energy surged in like mist, her meridians forged like crimson gold, her bones emitting crisp sounds. Her aura rose again as she murmured, "Transformation realm, I will resist it head-on." Her eyes burned with the fire of battle, and spiritual energy surged in like mist. Her flesh trembled faintly, and her aura at the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm grew even more stable. Lu Qingyan sat down cross-legged, a pure spirit aura rippling, and murmured, "Pure spirit sound physique, condensed sound-based attacks." The melodious sound of the jade flute resonated, its waves cascading like a tide, as her breath surged anew. In a hushed tone, she declared, "One note shall extinguish the foe. I must grow stronger." A luminous clarity sparkled in her eyes. As ethereal energy poured in like an ocean, the sound waves coalescing into a razor-sharp edge. Her aura at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm becoming increasingly formidable. Outside the cave, the venerable Master Han Yun led the disciples of their faction, drawing closer to the entrance of the secret realm. His crimson robe billowed as the aura of the mid-stage of the transformation realm surged like fire. In a low voice, he proclaimed, "Lin Tianqian cultivates within the secret realm. His sky-devouring bloodline has grown even stronger. Today, I shall personally take action to claim his life." The disciples nodded in agreement, their spiritual energy surging like a tide, concealed malice lurking within. The azure stone door of the secret realm trembled faintly in the twilight. Chapter 48. The blood battle at the secret realm exit within the cavern. The spiritual energy was completely refined by the trio. Lin Tianqian rose to his feet. His right fist clenched tightly, and a golden-red glow shimmered around his fist. The torrent of the devouring bloodline surged within him like molten lava, his aura roaring like a wild dragon, subtly approaching the threshold of the divine transformation realm. The bloodlight in his eyes blazed like a rainbow as he murmured, "Real Master Hong Yun, in the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm, today I shall see the extent of your abilities to dare strike against me." His voice was deep, laced with a hint of cold amusement, as the secret techniques of the devouring record flowed through his mind, the murderous intent from ancient battlefields flooding into his consciousness. The wind from his fist subtly shook the air, and a blood-red vortex began to coalesce behind him. Lin Wan and Apos, flicked her long whip, the crimson golden light swirling, the whip's shadow streaking like a rainbow. She declared softly, "Tianqian, we shall fight our way out together. The Han Yun faction has been too oppressive. Today, they must repay their blood debts." Her aura swelled violently, her veins seemingly forged from crimson gold, her bones emitting a low hum as spiritual energy surged like mist, solidifying her peak mid-stage of the condensation realm. The whip's wind tore through the air, creating a faint rumble. Lu Qingyan held her jade flute to her lips, the ethereal sound waves rippling forth as she intoned, "If real Master Han Yun dares to encircle us, I shall play a tune that will extinguish his entire lineage." Her clear, spiritual sound energy flowed like a tide, shining brightly, the sound waves coalescing into invisible blades, her peak mid-stage aura as sharp as a knife and Apos' edge, the flute's notes low and laced with hidden killing intent. The three advanced in unison, their steps swift as the wind, spiritual energy surging like a tempest. The cavern's stone walls trembled under their combined presence, cracks deepening, and debris cascading down as the azure stone floor began to show signs of fissures. The exit of the secret realm loomed ahead, the azure stone gate emitting a faint glow amidst the night, the air outside thick with a palpable murderous aura. Lin Tianqian spoke in a low voice. They have arrived. Prepare for battle. His right fist clenched tightly, the golden-red glow erupting like a rainbow. The blood-red vortex swelling to several zhang in size, its devouring force surging like a flooding river, the spiritual energy fluctuations akin to a tempest. The azure stone gate swung open with a thunderous roar, a searing heat enveloping them as real Master Hongyun appeared, his crimson robe billowing, standing aloft in the air, his mid-stage divine transformation aura pressing down like a fierce flame. Behind him stood dozens of disciples from the Hongyun faction, their spiritual energies surging like a tide. Blades clashing ominously, the atmosphere thick with lethal intent. Real Master Hongyun's gaze was cold and calculating as he surveyed Lin Tianqian and his companions. A cruel smile creeping across his lips. He declared, Lin Tianqian, the devouring bloodline is nothing extraordinary. Today, I shall personally end your miserable life. A crimson long sword materialized in his hand, its sword energy slicing through the air. Spiritual energy transforming into a 100-foot fire dragon that roared towards Lin Tianqian and his companions. Lin Tianqian snorted coldly, the blood-red vortex swelling to 10 zhang. His fist wind roaring like a dragon as he bellowed, devour the heavens, shatter your fire dragon. His right fist surged forth, the golden-red glow transforming into a 100-foot blood dragon that charged towards the fire dragon. The clash of energies erupted like collapsing stars, shaking the ground of the secret realm's exit, splitting it open with deep fissures as the fire dragon let out a mournful cry, dissipating into a shower of flames. Real Master Hongyun and Amp, Appo's expression tightened as he murmured, the devouring bloodline indeed possesses some merit. He unleashed his sword aura once more, the energy transforming into a vast sea of flames that surged towards the trio. Lin Wanner swung her long whip, the crimson golden light swirling. The whip and Appo's shadow streaking as she shouted, crimson gold battle body, rending the heavens whip. The whip wind sliced through the sea of fire, the crimson gold spiritual energy surging, cleaving the flames apart as the whip's glow shot straight for real Master Hongyun's chest. Hongyun sneered, crossing his sword to block the whip's glow. The collision of energies boomed like thunder, shaking the earth to its core. Linwan and Appo's, her staggered back slightly, a trickle of blood escaping her lips as she whispered. Mid-stage of the divine transformation realm, indeed formidable. Her eyes burned with fervor, and the whip wind surged once again, the crimson gold light blazing like a rainbow. Lu Qingyan and Amp, Appo's flute resonated, the ethereal sound waves spreading, as she cried, clear spiritual sound kill, soul extinguishing melody. The sound waves sliced through the fire sea, piercing towards real Master Hongyun and his disciples. Hongyun furrowed his brow, erecting a spiritual barrier to fend off the sound waves. But several disciples in the condensation realm screamed in agony, blood pouring from their orifices as they collapsed lifelessly. Lu Qingyan chuckled coldly, saying, Real Master Hongyun, your lackeys are not as resilient as you. The flute's melody resumed, the sound waves coalescing into sharp blades, the killing intent surging like a tide. Real Master Hongyun roared in fury, his sword energy slicing through the air as spiritual energy coalesced into a 1,000-foot fire python, roaring towards the trio. He bellowed, you brats. Seeking death. The fire python's maw gaped wide, searing spiritual energy erupting like lava, instantly melting the azure stone ground of the secret realm's exit into scorched earth. Lin Tianqian's eyes blazed with bloodlight as he howled, devouring record, blood dragon swallows the heavens. The blood-red vortex swelled to 20 zhang, its devouring power akin to an unfathomable abyss. He unleashed his fist wind, the golden-red glow transforming into a 100-foot blood dragon that roared towards the fire python. The collision erupted in a cataclysm of energy, the ground beneath the secret realm's exit crumbling to dust as the blood dragon engulfed the fire python, the flames bursting apart. Real Master Hongyun staggered, spitting blood, his eyes wide with shock as he roared, the devouring bloodline can actually consume my spiritual techniques. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, his aura roaring like a wild dragon. He whispered, Real Master Hongyun, your mid-stage of the divine transformation realm is nothing much. He raised his right fist once more, the blood-red vortex sweeping through the heavens, its devouring power surging like a tidal wave, barreling straight for Real Master Hongyun. Real Master Hongyun bellowed in rage, his sword energy slicing through the air, the spiritual energy morphing into a towering volcano, lava surging forth to withstand the blood-red vortex. The clash of forces erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, as the azure stone gate of the secret realm shattered violently, the ground splitting into a 100 zhang deep chasm. Real Master Hongyun was sent reeling back several zhang, blood pouring from his mouth as he roared, You little beast, I underestimated you. Seeing the dire situation, the disciples of the Hongyun faction sprang into action, their blades and swords surging forth like a tide. Lin Wanner swept her long whip. The crimson whip glow cleaving through several disciples, blood and flesh scattering as she shouted, "A bunch of rabble, dare to attack." Lu Qingyin's flute note sharpened, the sound waves slicing through the throats of several disciples, blood gushing as she cried, "Hanyun faction, none shall survive today." The two worked in perfect harmony, their killing intent soaring. Lin Tianxin's fist wind surged like a rainbow, the blood-red vortex devouring the enemy's spiritual energy, roaring. The blood war of the ancestor of devouring heaven reemerges, exterminating the descendants of traitors. He darted into the enemy ranks, his fists smashing forth. Golden-red brilliance dazzling as he obliterated the head of a late-stage condensation realm disciple, brain matter exploding and blood splattering. Real Master Hongyun, witnessing this, unleashed his sword energy with a fierce thrust aimed at Lin Tianxin's back, bellowing, "Die!" The sword light sliced through the air, spiritual energy erupting like a volcano. The killing intent locking onto Lin Tianxin. Lin Tianxin spun around abruptly, the blood-red vortex swelling, roaring, devour the sword energy. His fist wind surged forth, the blood dragon roaring as it consumed the sword light, the fist glow colliding fiercely with real Master Hongyun's sword edge. The explosion of energy boomed like thunder, shaking the earth beneath them. Real Master Hongyun staggered back, his long sword shattering, blood spraying forth as he howled. The devouring bloodline is truly monstrous. Lin Tianxin's eyes glimmered with bloodlight as he whispered, "Descendants of traitors, your lives are forfeit." The blood-red vortex swept through the heavens, its devouring power surging like a tidal wave, his aura inflating, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the early stage of the divine transformation realm. The battlefield descended into chaos. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyin cutting down enemies with ruthless efficiency, the corpses of the Hongyun faction strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing. Real Master Hongyun's eyes mingled with terror and fury as he roared, "Retreat." He darted like lightning, attempting to flee the secret realm. Lin Tianxin chuckled coldly, roaring, "Thinking of escaping? Devouring blood dragon, annihilate." The blood dragon roared, its 100-zhang form tearing through the void, devouring Real Master Hongyun's spiritual energy. With a single bite, Real Master Hongyun let out a despairing scream, half of his body exploding into a shower of blood and flesh as he plummeted into the abyss, his fate unknown. The exit of the secret realm lay in ruins, Lin Tianxin and his companions standing amidst the blood-soaked ground, their auras radiant and their killing intent undiminished. Lin Tianxin murmured, "The Hongyun faction is merely an appetizer. The vengeance of the devouring bloodline has only just begun." His eyes sparkled with bloodlight, his fist wind shaking the heavens, the will of ancient battlefields igniting fiercely within his heart. Chapter 49. The Awakening of Bloodline. A surge of killing intent within the cavern. The spiritual energy had been completely refined by the three individuals. Lin Tianxin rose to his feet, his right fist clenched tightly, golden-red fist light flickering. The fervent flow of the devouring bloodline surged within him like molten lava, his aura roaring like a wild dragon, subtly approaching the threshold of the transformation realm. Bloodlight glimmered in his eyes as he murmured, "Master Hongyun, mid-stage of the transformation realm, today I shall see how bold you are to lay hands upon me." His voice was low and laced with a hint of cold mirth, the secret methods of the devouring records swirling in his mind. The killing intent from ancient battlefields flooding into his consciousness, the wind from his fist undulating through the air, a blood-red vortex slowly coalescing behind him. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, flicked her long whip, a radiant crimson light swirling, the whip and Amp, Oppos' shadow resembling a rainbow. She softly declared, "Tianxin, we shall fight our way out together. The Hongyun faction has gone too far. Today they shall pay in blood for their debts." Her aura surged dramatically, her veins appearing forged of crimson gold, bones emitting a low hum, spiritual energy flowing in like mist, her presence at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm becoming increasingly solid. The whip's wind tore through the air, producing a faint rumble. Lu Qingyin positioned her jade flute against her lips, a clear and ethereal sound wave rippling forth as she softly stated, "Should Master Hongyun dare to encircle and attack, I will extinguish his entire lineage with a single melody." Her ethereal resonance surged like a tide, shining brilliantly, the sound waves coalescing into formless blades. Her presence at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the condensation realm sharp as a knife's edge, the flute sound deep and hidden with killing intent. The three advanced side by side, their steps swift as the wind, spiritual energy surging like a tempest. The cavern and Oppos' stone walls trembled under their combined might, cracks deepening as debris cascaded down, the azure stone floor subtly fracturing. Ahead lay the exit of the secret realm, the azure stone door emanating a faint glow in the night, the air outside thick with a palpable sense of impending slaughter. Lin Tianxin spoke softly, "They have arrived. Prepare for battle." His right fist clenched fiercely, the golden-red fist light arcing like a rainbow, the blood-red vortex swelling to several meters. Its devouring force surging forth like a torrential flood, spiritual energy fluctuations akin to a tempest. The azure stone door burst open with a resounding crash. A wave of scorching spiritual energy rushing forth. Master Hong Yun, clad in a flowing crimson robe, stood suspended in midair. His mid-stage transformation realm aura pressing down like a blazing inferno. Behind him, dozens of disciples from the Hong Yun faction formed a line, their spiritual energy surging like a tide. Blades ringing ominously, a chilling aura enveloping them. Master Hong Yun and Apos' gaze was icy as it swept over Lin Tianqian and his companions. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he growled. Lin Tianqian, your devouring bloodline is nothing remarkable. Today I shall personally take your life. A long crimson sword materialized in his hand, its sword aura like a rainbow, spiritual energy transforming into a 100-foot-long fire dragon that roared towards Lin Tianqian and his companions. Lin Tianqian scoffed, the blood-red vortex swelling to 10 meters, his fist wind howling like a furious dragon as he roared. Devour the heavens, shatter your fire dragon. He thrust his right fist forward, the golden-red fist light transforming into a 100-foot-long blood dragon that charged ferociously at the fire dragon. The clash of the blood dragon and fire dragon erupted with explosive energy akin to stars collapsing, shaking the ground at the secret realm and Apos' exit to its very core. The fire dragon letting out a mournful cry before dissipating into a dazzling array of flames. Master Hong Yun and Apos' eyes narrowed as he murmured, the devouring bloodline indeed holds some secrets. He unleashed another wave of sword energy, the spiritual energy morphing into an immense sea of fire, burning heaven and earth, charging directly at the trio. Lin Wana swung her long whip, crimson light swirling, the whip shadow like a rainbow as she cried, crimson gold battle body, sky-splitting whip. The whip's wind sliced through the sea of fire, crimson spiritual energy surging forth, cleaving the flames apart as the whip's light shot directly towards Master Hong Yun's chest. Master Hong Yun smirked, blocking the whip and Apos' light with his sword energy, the clash resonating like thunder, shaking the earth as Lin Wan and Apos' staggered back slightly. A trickle of blood escaping her lips as she murmured, indeed powerful, mid-stage of the transformation realm. Her eyes burned with battle intent as the whip's wind surged once more, the crimson light radiating like a rainbow. Lu Qingyin's flute sounded urgently, the ethereal sound waves slicing through the air as she shouted. Ethereal sound kill, soul-extinguishing melody. The sound waves, like invisible blades, pierced the sea of fire, targeting the eardrums of Master Hong Yun and his disciples. Master Hong Yun's brow furrowed as he shielded himself with spiritual energy, successfully blocking the sound waves. Yet several disciples at the mid-stage of the condensation realm behind him screamed in agony, blood gushing from their orifices as they collapsed lifelessly. Lu Qingyin chuckled coldly, murmuring, Master Hong Yun, your lackeys are far less resilient than you. Master Hong Yun roared in fury, his sword energy erupting like a rainbow, his spiritual energy morphing into a colossal fire python that lunged at the trio with a fierce roar. You little brats, seeking death. The fire python opened its mouth wide, scorching spiritual energy pouring forth like molten lava, instantly melting the azure stone floor at the secret realm and Apos' exit into a barren wasteland. Lin Tianqian's eyes flared with bloodlight as he bellowed, devouring records, blood dragon devours the heavens. The blood-red vortex swelled to 20 meters. Its devouring force akin to an unfathomable abyss. He unleashed his fist wind, transforming the golden-red fist light into a 100-foot-long blood dragon that roared towards the fire python. The collision of the blood dragon and fire python erupted with explosive energy, shaking the ground at the secret realm and Apos' exit into dust. The blood dragon devoured the fire python, scattering flames in all directions. Master Hong Yun staggered back, spitting blood, his eyes wide with shock as he roared, the devouring bloodline can indeed consume my spiritual techniques. Lin Tianqian chuckled darkly, his aura roaring like a wild dragon, softly declaring, Master Hong Yun, your mid-stage of the transformation realm is simply insufficient. He raised his right fist once more, the blood-red vortex sweeping across the heavens, its devouring force surging like a torrential wave, charging directly at Master Hong Yun. Master Hong Yun shouted in fury, his sword energy erupting like a rainbow, spiritual energy transforming into a towering volcano, magma surging forth to resist the blood-red vortex. The clash detonated with explosive energy, the azure stone door of the secret realm shattering completely, the earth splitting into a 100-meter deep chasm. Master Hong Yun staggered back several dozen feet, blood streaming from his lips as he growled, You little beast, I underestimated you. The disciples of the Hong Yun faction, sensing the dire situation, rushed to attack, blades and swords surging like a tide. Lin Wanner swept her long whip, the crimson whip light tearing through several disciples, blood and flesh flying as she shouted, A bunch of riffraff, how dare you act? Lu Qingyin's flute sounded urgently, the sound waves slicing through the throats of several disciples. Blood gushing forth as she declared, Hong Yun faction, None of you shall leave alive today. The two women worked in perfect harmony, their killing intent soaring. Lin Tianxin's fist wind surged like a rainbow, the blood-red vortex devouring the enemy's spiritual energy as he roared. The blood war of the devouring ancestor reappears. Annihilate the descendants of traitors. He moved like lightning into the enemy ranks, his fist erupting with dazzling golden red light, shattering the skull of a late-stage condensation realm disciple. Brain matter splattering everywhere. Seeing this, Master Hong Yuan unleashed his sword energy, aiming directly at Lin Tianxin's back as he roared, "Die!" The sword light surged like a rainbow, the spiritual energy erupting like a volcano, the killing intent locking onto Lin Tianxin. In a sudden twist, Lin Tianxin turned, the blood-red vortex swelling as he bellowed, "Devour the sword energy." The fist wind erupted, the blood dragon howling as it consumed the sword light. The fist's radiance colliding with Master Hong Yuan's sword, the explosion resonating like thunder, shaking the earth into a collapse. Master Hong Yuan staggered back again, his long sword shattering, blood gushing forth as he shouted, "The devouring bloodline is truly monstrous." Lin Tianxin and Apos' eyes glimmered with blood light as he softly proclaimed, "Traitor and Apos' descendants, I shall take your life." The blood-red vortex swept across the heavens, its devouring force surging like a tempest, his aura swelling, faintly breaking into the early stage of the transformation realm. The battlefield descended into chaos, Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan cutting down enemies in droves, the disciples of the Hong Yuan faction littering the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Master Hong Yuan and Apos' eyes were a tumult of shock and fury as he roared, "Retreat!" His figure dashed like lightning, attempting to escape the secret realm. Lin Tianxin chuckled coldly, bellowing, "Think you can flee? Devouring blood dragon, annihilate!" The blood dragon roared, its 100-foot body tearing through the void, devouring Master Hong Yuan and Apos' spiritual energy. With a single bite, Master Hong Yuan let out a wretched scream, half of his body exploding into a shower of blood and flesh as he plunged into the abyss, his fate uncertain. The exit of the secret realm lay in ruins, Lin Tianxin and his companions standing amidst the blood-soaked ground, their auras radiant, the killing intent still palpable. Lin Tianxin murmured, "The Hong Yuan faction is merely an appetizer. The vengeance of the devouring bloodline has only just begun." His eyes sparkled with bloodlight, the winds of ancient battlefields igniting a fierce flame within his heart. Chapter 50, The Blood Axe Destroys Heaven. Devouring limits in the ruins of the Red Cloud Sect's mountain gate, flames soared into the sky, and spiritual energy surged like a wild tide. The figure of the Grand Elder, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Axe, stood before the shattered main hall like an insurmountable giant mountain. His white hair danced wildly in the night wind, his crimson robe stained with blood, and his eyes radiated a palpable murderous intent. The aura of a late-stage transformation realm expert pressing down like an abyss, causing the heavens and the earth to change color. In his hand, the crimson battle axe shimmered with a ghostly blood glow. Ancient runes engraved on the blade trembled faintly, and spiritual energy coalesced into a towering volcano. With lava erupting like a furious sea, incinerating all in its path, rushing toward Lin Tianxin and his companions. Mountains crumbled, rivers dried up, and the earth cracked like a spider's web, the atmosphere thick with killing intent. Lin Tianxin stood amidst the blood, his eyes aglow with crimson light. Golden red patterns covering his entire body, the torrent of the devouring bloodline boiling like molten lava, exuding the peak aura of a mid-stage transformation realm. He roared defiantly, "So what if you are a late-stage transformation realm expert? With the devouring bloodline, let us battle." A blood-red vortex surged from within him, expanding to 500 zhong, the power of devouring akin to an unfathomable abyss, sweeping across heaven and earth, forcibly extracting the air, the fluctuations of spiritual energy raging like a tempest. He clenched his right fist tightly, the golden red fist radiating brilliance, and shouted, "Devouring blood dragon, annihilate." The fist's wind roared forth, the blood dragon howling, its 1,000 zhong body tearing through the void, consuming the fiery lava, its claws descending like mountains, aiming straight for the Crimson Flame Heavenly Axe. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Axe snorted coldly, sweeping the battle axe horizontally, the axe and Apos' light shining like a rainbow. Spiritual energy transforming into a 10,000 zhong fire python that roared to meet the blood dragon, growling, "You little beast, I have traversed the cultivation world for a century. How could you, a mere child, be my match?" The fire python opened its mouth to devour the heavens, the scorching spiritual energy erupting like lava, painting the world in crimson. As the blood dragon clashed with the fire python, spiritual energy exploded like collapsing stars, shaking the ruins of the mountain gate into dust. The blood dragon swallowed the fire python in one bite, the flames dispersing, yet the Crimson Flame Heavenly Axe remained unmoved, sneering, "Your devouring power is but trifling." Lin Tianxin's battle intent blazed like fire as he growled, "Devouring secret record, bloodline limits." The devouring bloodline within him boiled over, the golden-red patterns burning fiercely. The aura surging violently, the Yuan Dan vibrating intensely, inching closer to the late-stage transformation realm. He unleashed another punch, the blood-red vortex swelling to 1,000 zhong. The power of devouring like a tidal wave sweeping through, forcibly extracting the surrounding spiritual veins and merging them into the blood dragon. The blood dragon roared, its body expanding to 2,000 zhong, its claws tearing through the void. One claw struck down, and the crimson flame heavenly axe roared, the battle axe meeting the blow. The clash of light between axe and claw exploding like thunder, the crimson flame heavenly axe being pushed back several dozen zhong. Blood spilling from its lips as it growled. The devouring bloodline can actually push me this far. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan felt their battle spirit soar. Lin Wanner wielded her long whip, the red-gold brilliance swirling, and shouted, "Red-gold battle body, sky-rending whip." The whip's light tore through the air, aiming for the back of the crimson flame heavenly axe. Her aura surged, the late-stage condensation realm cultivation subtly breaking through to its peak, her veins forged like red gold. Her body emitting a low hum, the whip and Apos' wind shaking the heavens and earth. The crimson flame heavenly axe snorted coldly, spinning the battle axe. The axe and amp, Apos' light erupting like a volcano, forcefully blocking the whip and amp, Apos' light. The clash of spiritual energy roared like thunder, causing Lin Wan and amp, Apos' to slightly retreat. Blood oozing from the corner of her mouth as she murmured, "A late-stage transformation realm expert is indeed exceedingly formidable." Lu Qingyan blew her jade flute, the ethereal sound waves resonating, and declared, "Pure spirit sound kill, soul-destroying melody." The sound waves, like invisible blades, penetrated the flames, directly piercing the eardrum of the crimson flame heavenly axe. Her aura surged like a tide, and her late-stage condensation realm cultivation shone with brilliance. The flute's melody coalescing into a killing sound, reverberating with a melody of death throughout the heavens and earth. The crimson flame heavenly axe furrowed its brow, activating a protective barrier of spiritual energy to block the sound waves, yet it felt a buzzing in its ears, its consciousness slightly disoriented. And it bellowed, "You two little girls dare to provoke me." The battle axe swept horizontally, the axe's light transforming into 1,000 zhong flame blade, slicing toward Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyan. Lin Tianxian, witnessing this, roared, "Devouring flame blade, protect." The blood-red vortex surged forth, devouring the flame blade and Apos' spiritual energy. His fist wind roaring as the blood dragon howled, shattering the flame blade and shielding the two women. He murmured, "Wanner, Qingyan, leave this old dog to me. You two take care of the minions." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan nodded, unleashing their long whips and sound waves, charging toward the surrounding disciples of the Red Cloud sect, whipping through flesh, severing throats, blood and corpses littering the ground. The crimson flame heavenly axe and Apos' eyes burned with fury as it roared, "Lin Tianxian, today I shall spare no effort to slay you." It raised the battle axe high, its internal spiritual energy erupting like a volcano. The aura of a late-stage transformation realm expert fully released, the heavens and earth changing color, the spiritual energy transforming into a colossal illusion of a volcano. With lava raining down to incinerate all, it bellowed, "Blood axe destroys heaven, kill." The axe slashed down, the axe light like a rainbow, the spiritual energy coalescing into a 10,000 zhong illusion of a blood axe, tearing through the void, heading straight for Lin Tianxian. The world turned crimson, the earth sinking, mountains turning to ashes, the killing intent locking onto Lin Tianxian. Lin Tianxian's eyes glowed with blood, and he roared, "Devouring ancestor, blood war once more." The devouring bloodline within him awakened completely, the golden red patterns engulfing his body in flames, the aura shattering the peak of the mid-stage transformation realm, pushing toward the late stage. He unleashed his fist wind, the blood-red vortex swelling to 2,000 zhong, the power of devouring resembling an unfathomable abyss, and shouted, "Devouring blood dragon, extreme devour." The blood dragon roared, its body expanding to 5,000 zhong, its claws pressing down like the heavens, consuming the fiery lava. And it bit toward the illusion of the blood axe. The collision of the two caused spiritual energy to explode like stars falling, shaking the mountain gate ruins into desolation. The blood dragon let out a mournful cry, dispersing into a sky of blood light, while Lin Tianxian staggered back 100 zhong, spitting blood. Yet his battle intent remained unyielding. The crimson flame heavenly axe stumbled, a corner of the battle axe fracturing, blood gushing forth as it howled. "The devouring bloodline can actually withstand my blood axe destroys heaven." Its aura faltered, the late-stage transformation realm cultivation slipping to the peak of the mid-stage, clearly having suffered injuries from forcibly activating its ultimate move. Lin Tianxian smirked, murmuring, "Old dog. It seems your trump cards are exhausted." He clenched his right fist tightly, the blood-red vortex surging once more, the power of devouring sweeping across the world. And he bellowed, Devouring secret record, bloodline devour. The blood dragon reformed, its aura radiant, devouring the spiritual energy of the crimson flame heavenly axe, striking down with a claw. The crimson flame heavenly axe roared in fury, meeting the blow with its battle axe, the clash of axe light and dragon claw exploding like thunder, sending it flying backward, crashing into a mountain peak, blood staining the ruins as it bellowed. I refuse to accept this. Lin Tianqian moved like lightning, unleashing his fist wind, the blood dragon roaring. The power of devouring sweeping like a tempest, delivering a bite, causing the crimson flame heavenly axe to scream in agony. Its body exploding into a rain of blood and flesh, the late-stage transformation realm expert meeting his end. Blood light soared, spiritual energy dissipated, and the mountain gate ruins fell into a profound silence. Lin Tianqian stood panting, the blood-red vortex slowly subsiding, the Yuan Dan within him trembling, his aura firmly establishing itself at the late-stage transformation realm. He murmured, "The devouring bloodline has indeed not disappointed me." Surveying the area, he saw that Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan had slain all the disciples of the Red Cloud sect, their whip light and sound waves retracting, both having surged in aura, simultaneously breaking through to the peak of the condensation realm. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, softly said, "Tianqian, this old dog is dead, the Red Cloud sect is finished." Lu Qingyan chuckled coldly, murmuring, a melody of extermination, quite satisfying. However, from deep within the ruins, a hidden aura quietly rose. Lin Tianqian abruptly turned, the blood-red vortex extending forth. Murmuring, "Is there still someone else?" A figure cloaked in black emerged slowly, its aura deep as an abyss, eyes glinting like blades, wielding a ghostly long sword. Its sword energy resplendent. It said softly, "Lin Tianqian, the devouring bloodline is indeed powerful. But do you know that behind your massacre of the Red Cloud sect lies an even greater force?" Its aura surged like a tide, revealing itself to be at the peak of the transformation realm, faintly approaching the celestial realm. Lin Tianqian's eyes flickered with bloodlight as he asked, "Who are you?" The black-cloaked figure sneered, "The Red Cloud sect is merely a pawn of my heavenly profound sect, and the traitor from back then, the devouring ancestor, is not limited to just the Red Cloud lineage." Its sword energy surged, spiritual energy coalescing into a 10,000 zhang sword light, tearing through the night sky and heading straight for Lin Tianqian. The heavens and earth shifted, the sword intent overwhelming, and Lin Tianqian roared, "Heavenly profound sect? Very well. The vengeance of the devouring bloodline shall add another chapter today." The blood-red vortex swelled, the blood dragon roaring, meeting the sword light. The explosion of spiritual energy shaking the heavens, the night sky torn asunder by blood and sword light. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan and Amp, Oppos' battle spirit reignited, their long whips and sound waves joining together as the three of them charged toward the black-cloaked figure. This blood-soaked battle was far from over. The path of vengeance for the devouring bloodline growing ever more bloody and grand. The shadow of the celestial sect loomed ominously, and in Lin Tianqian's eyes, the intent to kill blazed like fire. He growled, "Descendants of traitors, I shall eradicate you all." A crimson light soared into the heavens, and the spirit of battle surged intensely. The ruins beneath the night sky were destined to become a new legendary starting point in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 51. The Sovereign Emperor, undercurrents stirring the ruins of the Hongyuan faction and Oppos' mountain gate lay silent in the night, the air thick with the scent of blood, and spiritual energy dissipating like dying embers. Lin Tianqian stood amidst the pool of blood, the crimson vortex gradually receding, the fiery current of the swallowing heaven bloodline calming within him. The golden red patterns faded into his skin, and his aura, at the late stage of the transformation realm, was as profound as the abyss and as steadfast as rock. He surveyed his surroundings. Though the sword aura of the black-robed man was formidable, it had been forced to retreat under the combined effort of three, leaving behind a cryptic threat. The shadow of the Tianqian sect loomed ominously. Lin Tianqian's eyes glimmered with a sanguine light as he murmured, "Tianqian sect, descendants of the traitor to the swallowing heaven ancestor, you shall pay for your blood debts." Lin Wan and Oppos withdrew her long whip, the crimson golden radiance swirling as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, speaking softly, "Tianqian." That black-robed figure fled swiftly. "But if the Tianqian sect truly intervenes, we must tread carefully." Her aura surged, the pinnacle of the condensation realm solidifying within her, her veins seemingly forged from crimson gold, her body emanating a faint golden glow as the whip and Oppos' wind disturbed the air, producing a low hum. Lu Qingyan lightly placed her jade flute down, releasing a clear and ethereal aura as she surveyed the ruins, sneering softly, "What of the Tianqian sect? I have yet to finish my performance of extermination." Her ethereal sound body radiated with a tide-like energy, the pinnacle of the condensation realm revealing its sharpness, the flute's notes resonating lowly, concealing a hidden killing intent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos' fist trembled slightly as he remarked, The Hongyun faction has been eradicated. The minions of the Tianxian sect will inevitably come knocking. We must return to the Tianhuang sect to report to the sect master and bolster our strength to face the greater storm. His gaze swept across the distant night sky. The threat of the Tianxian sect hovering like a sword above him. The path of vengeance for the swallowing heaven bloodline would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, their auras coalescing into 3 streams of light that pierced the night sky, heading straight for the Tianhuang sect. Nestled deep within the Qingyun mountain range, the Tianhuang sect was surrounded by towering peaks, with spiritual energy surging like a tide. The main peak, Tianhuang Peak, soared into the clouds, enveloped in golden light, resembling a colossal tower reaching for the heavens. Within the sect, majestic palaces stood tall, spirit beasts roared, and disciples moved about like a bustling tapestry, the atmosphere foreboding. The Tianhuang sect was a dominant force in the realm of cultivation, with a history spanning thousands of years, where powerful figures were as numerous as clouds, and the transformation realm merely represented the backbone of the sect. The elders at the heavenly realm held sway, and the sect master, the Tianhuang Jinren, was an unparalleled powerhouse standing on the cusp of the Tao. The 3 streams of light descended before the entrance of the Tianhuang sect, where the guarding disciples, upon seeing them, clasped their hands in respect. Senior Brother Lin. Senior Sister Wan'er, Senior Sister Qingyan, you have returned. Lin Tianxian nodded slightly, stating softly, the Hanyun faction has been destroyed. We must see the sect master. A flicker of shock crossed the eyes of the guarding disciples, who responded in hushed tones. The Hanyun faction? That was a vassal of the Tianxian sect, you. Before he could finish, Lin Tianxian released a hint of his aura, the pressure of his late-stage transformation realm overwhelming, causing the disciples to turn pale as they hurriedly replied, I will report this at once. He turned and dashed away. Moments later, a white-robed elder descended from the sky. His aura profound, nearing the heavenly realm at the peak of the transformation realm. He glanced over the 3, speaking in a grave tone, Lin Tianxian, Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, Lu Qingyan. Follow me to the main hall. The sect master is awaiting you. The 3 exchanged glances and followed the elder straight to the main hall of Tianhuang Peak. Along the way, the sect and Oppos, as disciples murmured amongst themselves, I heard Senior Brother Lin annihilated the Hongyun faction. Even the late-stage transformation realm supreme elder was killed. Is the swallowing heaven bloodline truly that formidable? The Tianxian sect will not let this go easily, will they? If the sect master calls for them, there must be significant matters at hand. Within the main hall, golden light flowed, and spiritual energy surged like an ocean. The Tianhuang Jinren sat high upon his throne, draped in golden robes, his aura exuding a celestial might that was unfathomable at half a step into the Tao. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the 3, and he spoke in a deep voice. Was it you who caused the destruction of the Hanyun faction? His voice resonated like thunder, causing the air in the main hall to tremble. Lin Tianxian stepped forward, cupping his hands. Sect master, the Hanyun faction sought to kill us 3, and I had no choice but to retaliate. The supreme elder, Qian Tianax, is dead, and the minions of the Tianxian sect have appeared, vowing revenge. His tone was calm, though a flicker of bloodlight danced in his eyes. The Tianhuang Jinren's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, the Tianxian sect? The descendants of those traitors. The blood feud with the swallowing heaven ancestor is indeed not so simple. Rising to his feet, his golden aura surged, and he declared, Lin Tianxian, your awakening of the swallowing heaven bloodline has made you a treasure within the sect. If the Tianxian sect dares to attack, we of the Tianhuang sect shall not retreat. Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept over the 3. You have made great contributions by annihilating the Hanyun faction, but the power behind the Tianxian sect is profound. You must enhance your strength swiftly. The sect and Oppos' secret realm, the Tianhuang blood pool, will open in 3 days. You may enter to cultivate. Lin Wan'er and Lu Qingyan's eyes brightened. Lin Wan'er whispered, the Tianhuang blood pool? That is a treasure of the sect, capable of refining bloodlines and enhancing cultivation. Lu Qingyan nodded, speaking softly, Tianxian, if your swallowing heaven bloodline advances further, even the Tianxian sect would have to kneel before you. Lin Tianxian's fist trembled slightly as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sect master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. In his heart, he mused, the Tianhuang blood pool, an embodiment of the swallowing heaven ancestors' will, shall aid me in becoming stronger. The Tianhuang Jinren waved his hand, sending a beam of golden light into the hands of the 3 blood-red tokens. He instructed, this is the blood pool token. Present this to enter in 3 days. Now go and prepare well. The 3 bowed and exited the main hall, while within, the Tianhuang Jinren's gaze deepened as he murmured, Tianxian sect, swallowing heaven bloodline. The grudges of your past are bound to stir a storm of bloodshed within the Tianhuang sect. He vanished in a flash of golden light. As the 3 departed the main hall, they made their way to the inner door disciples' quarters. Along the way, Lin Tianxian spoke softly, the Tianhuang blood pool is a chance. But the Tianxian sect will not grant us much time. Wan and Appos, Qingyin, we must seize these 3 days to refine our spoils. Lin Wanner produced the shattered remains of the Qi and Tian axe, stating, though this old dog's axe is broken, its residual spiritual energy is formidable. I shall refine it into my crimson gold battle body. Lu Qingyin revealed a storage ring from a Hongyun elder, grinning, there are many spiritual pills here. My clear spirit sound body can reach new heights. Upon returning to their quarters, Lin Tianxian sat cross-legged and took out the core of the Hongyun faction's spiritual vein, a mass of crimson spiritual light floating in his palm. He murmured, swallowing Heaven Bloodline, devour the spiritual vein. The blood-colored vortex surged, the devouring force roaring like a flood as the core was forcibly extracted and merged into his Yuan Dan. His aura swelled slightly, the late-stage transformation realm becoming increasingly stable. And he declared, Tianxian sect, descendants of traitors, I await your demise. Lin Wan and Appos, flicked her long whip. The crimson golden radiance swirling as she refined the remnants of the battle axe, spiritual energy flowing in like mist. Her veins feeling as if they were forged from crimson gold, her aura nearing the threshold of the transformation realm as she exclaimed, crimson gold battle body. Refining to the limit. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, ethereal sound waves radiating outwards, spiritual pills transforming into spiritual energy flooding in, her aura rising like a tide. Her clear spirit sound body subtly breaking through to the edge of the transformation realm as she proclaimed, with a single note, I shall annihilate my foes. No matter how many come from the Tianxian sect, I shall slay them all. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, within the Tianhuang sect. Undercurrents surged as disciples discussed the downfall of the Hongyun faction, sensing the approach of a great battle. On the day the Tianhuang blood pool opened, Lin Tianxian and his companions, armed with the blood pool tokens, radiated an aura like a rainbow as they approached the entrance to the secret realm. Behind them, a hidden gaze observed, a black-robed elder murmuring, the Tianxian sect has dispatched infiltrators. Will the sect master truly protect him? Another elder scoffed, the Tianhuang sect fears no battle. It is Lin Tianxian who must see if he can withstand the wrath of the Tianxian sect. It all depends on his fortune. Before the Tianhuang blood pool, bloodlight soared into the sky, and spiritual energy surged like an ocean as the three stepped into the secret realm, the gates of the blood pool slamming shut behind them. Lin Tianxian and Appos' eyes gleamed with bloodlight as he roared, swallowing Heaven Bloodline. Tianhuang blood pool, I shall break through my limits. The blood-colored vortex surged violently, the devouring force engulfing the blood pool, the heavens and earth changing color. Meanwhile, outside the Tianhuang sect, a detachment of elite Tianxian sect members stealthily approached. Concealed killing intent brewing, and a great battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 52, The Blood Pool of the Emperor. The surge of bloodline within the secret realm of the Emperor and Appos' blood pool, a brilliant crimson light surged into the heavens, with spiritual energy swirling like an ocean. A massive blood-red pond floated in midair, its waters resembling molten lava, churning with searing waves that emitted intense ripples of spiritual power. Above the surface of the pool, a blood mist enveloped the area, subtly coalescing into the ethereal silhouette of an ancient giant, its presence exuding an aura that resonated like divine pressure, causing the surrounding stone walls to hum ominously. The gate to the blood pool at the entrance of the secret realm slammed shut. While Lin Tianxian and his companions stood resolutely by the pool, their auras radiating like rainbows, their eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Lin Tianxian clenched his right fist tightly, golden red patterns faintly glowing on his chest. The torrent of the bloodline of devouring heaven surged within him like molten lava, and the aura of his late-stage transformation realm felt as fierce as a roaring dragon. His gaze fixated on the blood pool as he murmured, the blood pool of the Emperor, a treasured artifact of our sect, rumored to have been refined from the bloodline of a celestial beast by the founding patriarch of the Emperor sect. It can temper bloodlines and elevate cultivation. Taking a deep breath, a blood-red vortex began to manifest within him, its devouring force akin to a raging flood, as he growled, bloodline of devouring heaven. Today I shall advance further. In a flash, he leaped into the blood pool, the crimson waters surging and engulfing him instantly. Lin Wanner flicked her long whip, golden red radiance swirling around her, as she softly declared, Tianxian has already descended. I must hurry. Her aura surged violently, nearing the peak of the condensation realm. Her veins forged like red gold, her body emanating a faint golden glow. She shouted, red gold battle body, temper. Her figure darted like lightning into the blood pool, where the golden red light intertwined with the blood, as spiritual energy enveloped her in a mist, causing her body to emit a low hum. Lu Qingyan positioned her jade flute at her lips, releasing a clear and ethereal aura as she quietly stated, in the blood pool of the Emperor, I too shall break through with my clear spirit sound body. With a light laugh, she leaped into the pool, her sound waves rippling through the blood, the spiritual energy flooding in like a tide, her aura sharp as a blade. Within the blood pool, Lin Tianxian sat cross-legged, the blood water enveloping him like molten rock. his bloodline of devouring heaven boiling over, golden red patterns spreading from his chest to his limbs, akin to flames ablaze. He roared, "Secret record of devouring heaven, bloodline devour." The blood-red vortex expanded to 100 feet, its devouring power resembling an unfathomable abyss, forcibly extracting the spiritual energy from the blood pool, which surged madly into his origin Dan. The origin Dan trembled violently as his late-stage transformation realm cultivation began to loosen, edging closer to the threshold of the celestial realm. Memories of the ancient battlefield flooded into his mind, where the ancestor of devouring heaven stood amidst the blood sea, his fist shattering the heavens and earth. The blood-red vortex devouring spiritual veins, exuding an aura of peak celestial realm. Lin Tianxian and Apos. S eyes glowed crimson as he roared, "Ancestor of devouring heaven, your will, I shall inherit." Above the blood pool, the giant silhouette formed by the blood mist seemed to sense something, slowly opening its eyes, golden light flashing like lightning as it bellowed. "Bloodline of devouring heaven, blood pool of the Emperor, awaken." The voice resonated like thunder, causing the blood pool to churn violently. A surge of ancient bloodline power rising from the depths of the pool, transforming into a blood-red beam that shot towards Lin Tianxian's crown. As the blood light entered his body, Lin Tianxian and Apos' form shook, the bloodline of devouring heaven erupting like a volcanic explosion, the golden red patterns glowing fiercely, his aura surging. The origin Dan detonating into a blood-colored celestial Dan, solidifying his early-stage celestial realm cultivation. He roared, "Celestial realm, accomplished." The blood-red vortex expanded to 500 feet, its devouring power sweeping over the blood pool, altering the very heavens and earth. In a corner of the blood pool, Lin Wan and Apos was immersed in the mingling of golden red light and blood water, the spiritual energy flooding in like mist, her veins resembling red gold, her bones cracking audibly. She shouted, "Red gold battle body, breakthrough." As the spiritual energy from the blood pool poured in, her origin Dan quivered, her aura breaking through to stabilize at the early stage of the transformation realm. Golden light sparkled in her eyes as she swung her long whip. The whip light slicing through the air, shattering the blood water as she softly declared, "Transformation realm, the red gold battle body reaches perfection." Lu Qingyan sat cross-legged within the blood water, her clear spirit sound waves rippling, spiritual energy flooding in like an ocean. Her origin Dan trembling as her aura broke through to the early stage of the transformation realm. Her flute notes quickened, the sound waves coalescing into sharpness as she quietly asserted, "Clear spirit sound body, transformation realm, a single note to vanquish the enemy." The spiritual fluctuations of the three breakthroughs surged like a tidal wave, shaking the blood pool's secret realm, causing the stone walls to crack. The blood mist giant roared to the heavens, bellowing, "Blood pool of the Emperor, inheritance awakened." The spiritual energy within the blood pool was nearly devoured entirely by the trio. The waters gradually drying up to reveal an ancient stone platform, engraved with familiar runes of the ancestor of devouring heaven, bloodlight soaring high. Lin Tianxian leaped onto the stone platform, the blood-red vortex touching the runes as he murmured, "Another blood sacrifice stone platform." He closed his eyes to sense the memories of the ancestor of devouring heaven resurfacing. In the center of the platform, a drop of golden red blood orb floated, emanating the aura of peak celestial realm. Lin Tianxian's eyes flared with blood light as he roared, "The blood essence of the ancestor of devouring heaven." He reached out to grasp it, the blood orb merging into his palm, the bloodline of devouring heaven surging like molten lava, his aura rising once more, the cultivation of early-stage celestial realm nearing mid-stage. He bellowed, "Bloodline limit, devour the heavens and earth." The blood-red vortex expanded to 1,000 feet, its devouring force sweeping like a tempest, forcibly extracting the residual spiritual energy within the secret realm, the stone platform shattering, bloodlight soaring high. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances. Lin Wanner whispered, "Tianxian is about to defy the heavens again." Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly. In mid-stage celestial realm, even the heavenly profound sect would perish. Outside the blood pool secret realm, the gates of the Emperor's sect trembled. Disciples exclaimed, "The spiritual energy from the direction of the blood pool is tumultuous. Did Senior Brother Lin and the others break through?" A white-robed elder hovered in midair, his gaze profound as he murmured, "Celestial realm, the bloodline of devouring heaven is indeed extraordinary." However, outside the Emperor's sect, a cadre of elite members from the heavenly profound sect stealthily approached, the leader clad in black robes, his aura as deep as an abyss. Possessing mid-stage celestial realm cultivation that felt like divine pressure as he hissed, "Lin Tianxian, even the blood pool of the Emperor cannot save you." Behind him, dozens of transformation realm experts lined up, spiritual energy surging, concealed killing intent lurking. The gate of the blood pool's secret realm crashed open, and Lin Tianxian and his companions stepped forth, their auras radiant. Lin Tianxian and Apos' mid-stage celestial realm cultivation roaring like a wild dragon. while Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan exuded the aura of early-stage transformation realm like rainbows. The true man of the Emperor descended from the skies, golden light swelling as he proclaimed, "Excellent. The Emperor sect has gained 3 new strengths." His gaze swept into the distance, his brow furrowing. The heavenly profound sect has arrived. Lin Tianqian's fist wind trembled the heavens as he roared, "Sect Master, I will slay the descendants of the traitors from the heavenly profound sect." The true man of the Emperor nodded, whispering, "Follow me to confront them." Before the gates of the Emperor sect, the black-robed members of the heavenly profound sect charged forth. Sword energy slicing through the air, spiritual energy transforming into a myriad of sword lights, tearing the night sky as they bellowed, "Lin Tianqian, surrender the bloodline of devouring heaven, and we shall spare your life." Lin Tianqian chuckled coldly, the blood-red vortex expanding as he roared, "Blood dragon of devouring heaven, annihilate." The blood dragon howled, its 1,000-foot form rending the void, devouring the sword lights, its claws crashing down as the black-robed leader bellowed, meeting the onslaught with his sword energy, the spiritual energy exploding. Shaking the heavens, Lin Wanner swung her long whip, the red-gold whip light slicing through the air, while Lu Qingyan's flute notes rang out like blades, her clear spirit sound waves rippling forth. The 3 joined forces, plunging into the enemy ranks. The true man of the Emperor and Oppos' golden light surged. His aura at half-step into the Tao realm exerting divine pressure as he roared, "Heavenly profound sect, dare you provoke the Emperor sect?" With a mighty wave of his hand, the golden light transformed into a colossal palm, crashing towards the enemy ranks, the spiritual energy exploding like stars falling to earth, resulting in a bloodbath among the disciples of the heavenly profound sect. The black-robed leader and Amp, Oppos' sword energy sliced through, bellowing, "True man of the Emperor, you cannot protect him." The clash of sword light and giant palm altered the very colors of the heavens, while Lin Tianqian's fist wind thundered forth, the blood dragon roaring as it tore through the enemy formation, bellowing, "Heavenly profound sect, descendants of traitors, slay." The battlefield descended into chaos. Disciples of the Emperor's sect joining the fray, blades flashing and blood flowing like rivers. Lin Tianqian and Oppos' blood-red vortex engulfed the heavens and earth, devouring the enemy and Oppos' spiritual energy. As he delivered a punch that obliterated the skull of a transformation realm expert, brain matter splattering forth as he roared, "I come to settle the score for the ancestor of devouring heaven." The black-robed leader's sword energy lunged at Lin Tianqian's back, who swiftly turned. The blood dragon devouring the sword energy, his fist wind crashing forth. The black-robed leader staggered back, spitting blood as he bellowed, "How can the bloodline of devouring heaven be so powerful?" The true man of the Emperor raised his giant palm once more, crushing several transformation realm experts, as he declared, "Heavenly profound sect, you shall be buried here today." The black-robed leader and Oppos' eyes widened in horror as he screamed, "Retreat." His body moved like lightning, leading the remnants to escape. Lin Tianqian's fist wind shook the heavens as he roared, "Want to flee? Blood dragon of devouring heaven, pursue." The blood dragon howled, tearing through the night sky in pursuit. The gates of the Emperor sect were awash with blood, as Lin Tianqian and his companions stood firm on the battlefield, their auras radiant and their killing intent unquenched. The true man of the Emperor gazed deeply, whispering, "The heavenly profound sect has retreated, but this is merely the beginning." Lin Tianqian, your devouring bloodline is destined to stir a tempest in the realm of cultivation. A glimmer of crimson flickered in Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos' eyes as he solemnly declared, "Master, as long as the heavenly Xian sect endures, I shall never relent." In the distant night sky, the figure cloaked in black vanished, whispering, "Heavenly Emperor sect, devouring bloodline. We shall see what unfolds." With hidden currents swirling and the echoes of battle still resonating, the Heavenly Emperor sect is fated to become the focal point of the cultivation world. Chapter 53, Shadows of the Sect, Bloodline Trial. The battlefield before the mountain gate of the Heavenly Sovereign sect gradually fell into silence. A miasma of blood pervading the air, with remnants of limbs and shattered blades strewn across the ground. The remnants of the Heavenly Xian sect fled like stricken dogs, leaving only the lingering glow of blood and the aftershocks of sword energy in the night sky. The Heavenly Sovereign true man retracted his golden aura, his presence as formidable as a tide receding, casting a profound gaze upon Lin Tianqian and his companions. He spoke softly, "The Heavenly Xian sect has suffered setbacks in this battle, yet their foundation runs deep. They shall not relent easily. Lin Tianqian, your devouring bloodline has reached a significant threshold, and the sect shall devote itself to nurturing you." His tone was authoritative, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Lin Tianqian's fist trembled slightly, a blood-red vortex subtly manifesting as the aura of the mid-transcendence realm surged like a roaring dragon. He replied in a low voice, "Thank you for your trust, Sect Master. As a descendant of the traitors from the Heavenly Xian sect, I shall annihilate them all." His eyes sparkled with a blood-red light, the the torrential heat of the devouring bloodline coursing through him, the murderous intent from the ancient battlefield igniting like a raging fire. Lin Wanner flicked her long whip, crimson golden radiance swirling, and said softly, Tianqian, the heavenly sovereign sect protects as well. Should the heavenly Xian sect dare to return, I shall show them no mercy under my whip. Her aura, solidly at the initial stage of the god transformation realm, radiated with battle fervor. Lu Qingyan gently played her jade flute, a clear and ethereal energy spreading outwards. She murmured, with a single note, I can extinguish the enemy. If the heavenly Xian sect dares to intrude, I shall ensure they return no more. Her ethereal sound energy, vibrant and potent, showcased her prowess at the initial stage of the god transformation realm. The heavenly sovereign true man nodded slightly, and said, the sect will soon commence the heavenly sovereign trial. Disciples below the transcendence realm may participate, and the victor will receive the heavenly sovereign and Apos' secret treasure, aiding your further advancement. Lin Tianqian, prepare yourselves. The trial begins in 3 days. With a wave of his hand, golden light transformed into 3 runes, which flew into the hands of the trio. He instructed, these are the trial tokens. Use them to enter. You may leave now. The 3 bowed and withdrew, while the heavenly sovereign true man cast his gaze towards the horizon, murmuring, the devouring bloodline, the heavenly Xian sect, and the heavenly sovereign sect's game has only just begun. In a flash, he vanished into the night. As the trio departed the mountain gate battlefield and returned to their inner sanctum, disciples within the sect murmured in hushed tones, Senior Brother Lin has annihilated the vanguard of the heavenly Xian sect. Mid-transcendence realm, how formidable. The heavenly sovereign trial is about to commence. Senior Brother Lin and his companions are bound to take first place. The heavenly Xian sect has suffered a great loss. They will surely seek revenge. Lin Tianqian listened to the discussions, pondering aloud. The heavenly sovereign trial is enticing with its secret treasures, yet the sect's attitude feels somewhat peculiar. His brow furrowed. Although the heavenly sovereign true man and Apos' tone was authoritative, it subtly hinted at a scheme. Lin Wan and Apos' responded softly. Tianqian, you are overthinking it. Aran and Apos, you? The heavenly sovereign sect has protected us by eliminating the Red Cloud faction and thwarting the heavenly Xian sect. They clearly regard us as treasures. Lu Qingyan nodded, chuckling lightly. Indeed, the heavenly sovereign true man, a half step into the transcendence realm, personally took action. The heavenly Xian sect must have been terrified. What issue could the sect possibly have? Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, the energy in his fist trembling as he said, let us hope I am merely overthinking. For the heavenly sovereign trial, we must secure the secret treasures and enhance our strength. The heavenly Xian sect shall not grant us respite. The trio reached a consensus and each entered seclusion to refine their spoils from the battle. Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, retrieving a luminous jade pendant left behind by a black-robed figure of the heavenly Xian sect. The pendant bore strange inscriptions and faintly emanated the aura of the mid-transcendence realm. He murmured, the trump card of the heavenly Xian sect is indeed formidable. The blood-red vortex emerged, its devouring power surging like a flood. As the pendant's spiritual energy was siphoned away and absorbed into his essence core, solidifying his mid-transcendence realm cultivation further. With closed eyes, he contemplated as memories of the devouring ancestor surged forth. A vague black-robed figure materialized, whispering, devouring bloodline. The heavenly sovereign sect is not a benign entity. Traitors are scattered throughout. Proceed with caution. Lin Tianqian's eyes snapped open, bloodlight flickering within. He murmured, is there an issue with the heavenly sovereign sect? His heart trembled, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts, considering, I will observe during the trial. 3 days slipped by swiftly, and the day of the heavenly sovereign trial arrived. The trial grounds of the heavenly sovereign sect were located on the back mountain of the heavenly sovereign peak. A vast expanse of green stone plaza surrounded by 9 towering stone pillars, upon which inscriptions glimmered, and spiritual energy surged like tides. In the center of the plaza, a blood-red teleportation array emanated an eerie aura, leading to the trial and Apos' secret realm. Disciples gathered. Powerful figures from the god transformation and essence gathering realms focused their attention on Lin Tianqian and his companions. The heavenly sovereign true man descended from the skies, his golden light surging, and declared, the heavenly sovereign trial is fraught with peril. The secret treasure lies deep within the secret realm. Life and death are yours to bear. Those entering the array, proceed swiftly. With trial tokens in hand, Lin Tianqian and his companions exuded vibrant auras as they stepped into the teleportation array. In a flash of brilliance, their figures vanished, and the disciples in the plaza buzzed with speculation. Senior Brother Lin, being in the mid-transcendence realm, is bound to take first place. The heavenly sovereign and Apos' secret treasure is said to be the bloodline inheritance of the founding patriarch. It is exceedingly miraculous. A white-robed elder stood beside the heavenly sovereign true man, whispering, Sect Master, if Lin Tianqian and Apos' devouring bloodline allows him to obtain the secret treasure, What shall we do? The heavenly sovereign true man and Amp, Apos, S gaze turned cold as he replied. The devouring bloodline is far too powerful. If left unchecked, it could spell disaster for the heavenly sovereign sect. The white-robed elder nodded in agreement, whispering, the trial is set. If he obtains the secret treasure, it will mark his demise. The two exchanged glances, concealed malice brewing between them. Within the secret realm of the trial, blood mists swirled, the wasteland appearing like a sea of blood, the sky looming low, and spiritual energy surged like a tempest. Lin Tianxian and his companions landed, surveying their surroundings. Lin Tianxian remarked, this place resembles the battlefield memories of the devouring ancestor. The blood-red vortex surged forth, its devouring power enveloping them as he cautioned, be wary. The heavenly sovereign trial is far from simple. Lin Wanner swung her long whip, crimson golden brilliance swirling, and said, the spiritual energy here is so dense, the secret treasure must be nearby. Lu Qingyan played her flute, and the ethereal sound waves rippled outward. She warned, there's danger ahead, something lies before us. In the distance, a pack of blood-colored beasts roared towards them, their bodies resembling mountains. Exuding the aura of the pinnacle of the god transformation realm, their fangs dripped with blood, and their murderous intent was overwhelming. Lin Tianxian unleashed a punch, the blood-red vortex swelling as he roared, devouring blood dragon, attack. The blood dragon roared, its massive form tearing through the void, devouring the spiritual energy of the beasts. With a single claw strike, several beasts exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. Lin Wanner's whip light cleaved through the beasts' bodies, while Lu Qingyan's sound waves sliced through their throats. The trio combined their strengths to carve a bloody path forward. Deeper within the secret realm stood a blood-red altar, upon which a golden-red war spear floated, radiating the aura of the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Lin Tianxian and Amp, Apos, S eyes blazed with bloodlight as he murmured, the heavenly sovereign and Amp, Apos, S secret treasure. He shot towards the altar like lightning, the blood-red vortex devouring spiritual energy as he grasped the war spear, his aura surging explosively, the mid-transcendence realm cultivation nearing the late stage. However, the altar's inscriptions glowed, and a golden chain materialized out of thin air, ensnaring Lin Tianxian as a voice echoed, devouring bloodline, a pawn of the heavenly sovereign sect, relinquish it. The voice bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly sovereign true man, causing Lin Tianxian's heart to quake as he roared, heavenly sovereign sect. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan arrived, shocked at the sight. Lin Wanner struck with her whip, crimson golden light tearing through the chains, while Lu Qingyan unleashed sound waves that shattered the inscriptions, allowing the three to break free. Lin Tianxian gripped the war spear tightly and shouted, the heavenly sovereign sect harbors hidden dangers. We have been ensnared. His eyes gleamed with bloodlight, the devouring bloodline boiling within him as he declared, the heavenly Xian sect is the enemy, and the heavenly sovereign sect is no friend. The enmity of the devouring ancestor grows increasingly complex. The secret realm trembled, the golden chains reappeared, and the phantom of the heavenly sovereign true man manifested, murmuring, Lin Tianxian, surrender the devouring bloodline, and I shall spare your life. Lin Tianxian sneered, the blood dragon roaring as he retorted, heavenly sovereign true man, do you think you are worthy? Devouring bloodline, attack. The blood-red vortex surged, the war spear thrust forth, and spiritual energy erupted, shaking the heavens as the phantom disintegrated. The exit of the secret realm opened, and the trio charged out. Lin Tianxian murmured, let us return to the sect and unveil the true nature of the heavenly sovereign sect. Behind them, the voice of the heavenly sovereign true man echoed, with the devouring bloodline, you cannot escape. With plots deeply buried, the machinations of the heavenly sovereign sect began to reveal themselves. Lin Tianxian and Amp, Apos, S path of revenge was destined to be bloody and fraught with twists and turns. Chapter 54. The Rift Within the Sect. The truth revealed as the blood mist of the trial's secret realm gradually dissipated. Lin Tianxian and his companions emerged from the teleportation array, returning to the azure stone square of the Heavenly Emperor sect's trial grounds. The night breeze swept through, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy surged like tides. The runes on the 9 towering stone pillars continued to shimmer, while the disciples in the square had yet to disperse, their gazes fixed intently upon the trio. Lin Tianxian gripped his golden-red spear tightly, exuding an aura akin to a raging dragon in the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The torrent of the devouring bloodline surged within him, the golden-red patterns subtly glowing. His eyes flickered with bloodlight as he murmured, the Heavenly Emperor sect truly harbors secrets. His voice was deep, laced with a hint of coldness, and the peak aura emanating from his spear instilled trepidation in the onlookers. Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, with her long whip coiled around her waist, radiated a brilliant red-gold glow. Her early-stage divine transformation cultivation was as steady as a rock. She surveyed her surroundings and whispered, Tianxian, The golden chains and the voice of the Heavenly Emperor were exceedingly strange. After obtaining the secret treasure, why do we feel as though we have fallen into a trap? Her tone was filled with doubt, and the aura of her red-gold battle body subtly emanated outward. Cautiously scanning the crowd, Lu Qingyan, holding her jade flute, released a wave of ethereal energy. Her early-stage divine transformation cultivation surged like a tide as she quietly remarked, "The Heavenly Emperor sect protected us from the Hanyun faction and stood against the Tianxian sect. How could they suddenly turn against us? There must be a significant issue behind this." Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and though her flute remained silent, it concealed a deadly intent. The disciples in the square sensed the tense atmosphere, and whispers began to arise. Lin Shixiang and the others have obtained the secret treasure, yet their expressions are so grim. Is the Heavenly Emperor trial not supposed to be rewarding? Why does it feel like they just fought a fierce battle? That spear is incredibly powerful. Isn't Lin Shixiang's aura nearing the late stage of the celestial realm? An elder in white robes stood high above, his gaze icy, murmuring, "The devouring bloodline has indeed acquired the secret treasure, the sect master's plan." Before he could finish, the Heavenly Emperor appeared in a flash of golden light, exuding an aura just shy of the questioning realm, and spoke in a low voice, "Lin Tianxian, the trial has concluded, and the Heavenly Emperor's secret treasure belongs to you. Congratulations." His tone was calm, a hint of a smile on his face that nonetheless sent a chill down one's spine. Lin Tianxian felt a slight tremor in his fist, a blood-red vortex faintly appearing, and he replied, "Sect Master, I have obtained the Heavenly Emperor's secret treasure, but what do the golden chains and your voice signify?" He stared directly at the Heavenly Emperor, his eyes gleaming with bloodlight, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant, carrying an air of inquiry. The Heavenly Emperor furrowed his brow slightly before responding with a smile. It was merely an illusion within the secret realm. The Heavenly Emperor trial is fraught with peril, testing one and Apos' character. Your ability to escape proves your strength. His explanation seemed nonchalant, yet his gaze lingered on the spear in Lin Tianxian and Apos' hand for a fleeting moment, a hint of barely concealed greed flashing in his eyes. Lin Wanner exchanged glances with Lu Qingyan, and Lin Wanner whispered, "Sect Master, did the trial and Apos' illusion really call for the end Apos' surrender of the devouring bloodline and Apos'? That seems rather coincidental." Her tone was filled with skepticism, the long whip trembling slightly, its red gold glow flickering. Lu Qingyan chuckled softly, replying, "Indeed, the illusion can also bind people. I nearly thought I would perish inside." Her voice was clear, tinged with mockery, as the jade flute rested against her lips, concealing the sound waves. The Heavenly Emperor's expression darkened slightly as he said, "The trial's secret realm has a long-standing legacy. The illusions can be quite peculiar. You three have rendered great service to the sect. Go and rest. We shall convene in the main hall 3 days hence." He waved his hand, scattering the golden light, his figure vanishing. As the disciples in the square began to disperse, Lin Tianxian and his companions did not rush back to their quarters, but instead stood at the edge of the trial grounds, quietly discussing. Lin Tianxian murmured, "The words of the Heavenly Emperor are far too forced. The chains and voice within the secret realm were clearly directed at my devouring bloodline." He tightened his grip on the spear, the blood-red vortex extending, the power of devouring subtly stirring as he continued. "In the memories of the ancestor of devouring heaven, the Heavenly Emperor sect is not a place of virtue. He warned of traitors lurking everywhere. I had always thought it was the Tianxian sect, but now it seems the Heavenly Emperor sect is implicated as well." His tone was somber, the intent to kill gradually rising in his eyes. Lin Wanner frowned, saying softly, "Tianxian, are you suggesting that the Heavenly Emperor sect, like the Tianxian sect, is also an enemy of the ancestor of devouring heaven? That cannot be true. We have cultivated in the Heavenly Emperor sect for many years, and the sect has never deprived us of resources or guidance." Her tone was tinged with disbelief, the aura of her red gold battle body subtly shifting as she sought to calm the tumult within. Lu Qingyan nodded, replying quietly, "Yes, the Heavenly Emperor personally intervened to block the Tianxian sect, clearly protecting us. If the Heavenly Emperor sect were an enemy, why not act directly?" Her eyes sparkled with clarity, clearly reluctant to believe there were issues within the sect. Lin Tianxian chuckled softly, the wind of his fist trembling as he said, "Their surface protection does not necessarily indicate sincerity. The chains of the Heavenly Emperor trial are not mere illusions, but rather a deadly threat. I obtained the secret treasure, and they did not anticipate my escape." The way the Heavenly Emperor gazed at this spear was far too unsettling. He paused before continuing. "The blood feud of the ancestor of devouring heaven involves too many factors. The Tianxian sect is the overt traitor, while the Heavenly Emperor sect may be the hidden player. We must tread carefully. The meeting in the main hall 3 days hence may harbor treachery." His voice was low, infused with determination, the heat of the devouring bloodline coursing steadily within him. Lin Wan and Apos fell silent for a moment before asking quietly, "Tianxian, if that is the case, what shall we do? The Heavenly Emperor sect is our foundation. If they turn against us, we will be left isolated. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she tightened her grip on her long whip, the red gold glow quivering slightly. Lu Qingyan sighed lightly, saying, "If the Heavenly Emperor sect truly is the antagonist, have our years of cultivation merely served to benefit others?" She looked at Lin Tianchen. "You possess the devouring bloodline. They dare not act against you. But what about Juan and Apos, and me?" Before she could finish, Lin Tianchen reassured her, "Do not worry. If the Heavenly Emperor's sect dares to act, I will risk everything to protect you both." His tone was resolute, his eyes gleaming with bloodlight. Upon returning to their inner door residence, Lin Tianchen sat cross-legged, retrieving the golden red spear. The blood-red vortex emerged, and the power of devouring slowly merged into it as he murmured, "The Heavenly Emperor's secret treasure, the power of the peak celestial realm. Let me refine it first." The spiritual energy of the spear was drawn away, merging into his essence core, the mid-stage celestial realm cultivation subtly approaching the late stage. He closed his eyes in contemplation. The memories of the ancestor of devouring heaven resurfacing, a palace of golden light flickering into view as he whispered, "The Heavenly Emperor's sect. The trial ground of the devouring bloodline, the hearts of traitors hidden deep within." Lin Tianchen and Apos' eyes snapped open, declaring, "The trial ground? The secrets of the Heavenly Emperor sect are indeed not simple." Lin Wan and Apos took out a red gold spirit stone, the spiritual energy flowing in like mist, gradually enhancing the aura of her red gold battle body as she stated, "Regardless of whether the Heavenly Emperor sect is friend or foe, I must grow stronger." Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, releasing a wave of ethereal sound, the spiritual elixir transforming into spiritual energy as she said, "If Tianchen is right, we must prepare for the worst." As 3 days passed slowly, the Heavenly Emperor sect remained tranquil on the surface, yet undercurrents surged. The Elder in White and several high-ranking members conversed quietly. "Lin Tianchen has obtained the secret treasure. What shall we do about the sect master's plan? The devouring bloodline is too formidable. Acting directly may invite disaster. We shall wait until the meeting to strike." 3 days later, in the grand hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect, golden lights surged, and disciples gathered in droves. The Heavenly Emperor sat at the high seat, and Lin Tianchen and his companions entered, their auras soaring. The Heavenly Emperor spoke in a low voice, "Lin Tianchen, you have destroyed the Hanyun faction and blocked the Tianxian sect. Your contributions are invaluable. The sect has decided to bestow upon you the Heavenly Emperor Blood Command, granting you access to sect resources." He waved his hand, and a golden red token flew forth. Lin Tianchen caught it and said softly, "Thank you, Sect Master." A flicker of bloodlight danced in his eyes as he pondered, the Heavenly Emperor Blood Command? A bait or a trap? The atmosphere in the hall turned strange as a black-robed elder suddenly rose, stating, "Sect Master, the Tianxian sect is approaching. Less than 1,000 miles from the mountain gate. Since Lin Tianchen possesses the devouring bloodline, why not lead the charge against the enemy?" The Heavenly Emperor nodded, asking, "Lin Tianchen, what is your decision?" Lin Tianchen's fist trembled slightly as he responded, "Since the Tianxian sect has come, I shall slay them." He turned and led the charge, bringing Lin Wan and Apos, Lu Qingyan, and 100 disciples into the fray. Behind them, the Heavenly Emperor and Apos' gaze turned cold as he murmured, "Tianxian sect, devouring bloodline, 2 tigers fighting. The Heavenly Emperor sect shall reap the benefits." Chapter 55, The Blood Token in Hand. Concealed killings. The golden light within the grand hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect gradually dimmed. Lin Tianchen and his companions led 100 disciples out of the hall, the night breeze brushing against them, carrying a hint of chill. The Heavenly Emperor Blood Token rested in Lin Tianchen and Apos' hand, its golden red glow flickering faintly, emanating a potent aura of spiritual energy, seemingly the ultimate token to mobilize the sect's resources. He gazed down at the token, a blood-red vortex subtly emerging, its devouring power touching the surface of the token, only to encounter an odd restriction. He murmured, "The Heavenly Emperor Blood Token appears to be a reward, but it likely harbors deeper implications." His voice was low, his eyes glinting with a crimson light, the heat of the devouring bloodline coursing through him, exuding an aura akin to an unfathomable abyss at the mid-level of the celestial realm. Lin Wanner, with a long whip coiled at her waist, glimmering in a faint crimson gold, whispered, "Tianchen, the Heavenly Xian sect is encroaching. The sect master has instructed you to lead the charge against them. This blood token's arrival feels too fortuitous. Something feels amiss." Her tone was laced with concern, her aura firmly established at the initial stage of the god transformation realm, her veins appearing as if forged from crimson gold, subtly radiating a soft golden light. Lu Qingyan held a jade flute, its ethereal energy wafting through the air, and quietly remarked, "Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor speaks grandly, yet that elder in the black robe proposed his plan too hastily, as if it had been premeditated." The clarity in her eyes sparkled, her cultivation at the initial stage of the god transformation realm surging like a tide, her flute poised, though silent. It concealed a vigilant warning. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, a tremor in his fists as he replied, I've long suspected the intentions of the Heavenly Emperor sect. The chains of the Heavenly Emperor's trial, the illusionary excuses of the Heavenly Emperor, coupled with this blood token, clearly indicate a meticulous scheme. With the Heavenly Xian sect approaching, they want me to engage, likely to use me as a pawn. He paused, casting a glance at the 100 disciples behind him, and continued in a hushed tone. Among these individuals, not all may be loyal. If the Heavenly Emperor sect harbors a conspiracy, they may have already laid their pieces. His voice was barely audible, heard only by Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan. The three exchanged glances, a sense of caution brewing within them. At the Heavenly Emperor sect's mountain gate, the 100 disciples stood in formation. Their energies varied, mostly at the late stage of the condensation realm to the initial stage of the god transformation realm. Swords and blades in hand, spiritual energy surging like a tide. A disciple in green robes stepped forward and clasped his hands together, stating urgently, Senior Brother Lin, the Heavenly Xian sect is less than 1,000 miles from the mountain gate. According to our scouts, they number no less than 500. And their leader possesses an unfathomable aura, suspected to be a late-stage celestial realm expert. His tone was frantic, a flicker of tension in his eyes. Lin Tianqian nodded, responding quietly, a late-stage celestial realm expert? The Heavenly Xian sect is indeed serious about this. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and he commanded, relay the orders. Organize the troops, and follow me to confront them. The team swiftly assembled. Lin Tianqian and his companions transformed into streaks of light, slicing through the night sky towards the approaching Heavenly Xian sect. Along the way, Lin Tianqian murmured, Wanner, Qingyan, I will keep the blood token for now. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must be ready to retreat. If the Heavenly Emperor sect truly is the antagonist, we cannot perish at their hands. Lin Wanner assured him softly, rest easy, Tianqian. I shall show mercy. If the Heavenly Xian sect proves formidable, I will ensure your escape. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, saying, with a single note, I can disarray our enemies. Should the Heavenly Emperor sect dare to strike, I will cause them to falter. The trio shared a tacit understanding, their energies surging, concealed intentions of slaughter lurking beneath the surface. In a hidden stone hall at the back mountain of the Heavenly Emperor sect, the Heavenly Emperor sat upon a high seat, golden lights swirling around him, flanked by the white-robed elder and several black-robed high-ranking members. The white-robed elder spoke in a hushed tone, Sect Master, Lin Tianqian has led his team into battle. The Heavenly Xian sect will spare no effort in this confrontation. If he falls in combat, the blood token will self-destruct, and the devouring bloodline will pose no further threat. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze turned cold as he replied quietly, should he survive, the restrictions within the blood token will activate, and the devouring bloodline will serve my purpose. A black-robed elder sneered. The Heavenly Xian sect and Lin Tianqian will suffer mutual destruction, allowing our Heavenly Emperor sect to reap the benefits. The secrets of the devouring bloodline will ultimately belong to our sect. The Heavenly Emperor continued in a subdued tone, relay the orders, and secretly dispatch observers. If Lin Tianqian triumphs over the Heavenly Xian sect, we shall immediately activate the blood token and amp, Oppos, as restrictions. The white-robed elder nodded, affirming, the sect master is wise. The devouring bloodline is too powerful. If it is not eliminated, the Heavenly Emperor sect may face great peril. The stone hall was thick with concealed malice. The conspiracy of the Heavenly Emperor sect shrouded in a mist, and Lin Tianqian's fate was quietly manipulated. Simultaneously, Lin Tianqian led his team soaring through the Qingyun mountain range. The night deepening, distant rumbles of spiritual energy vibrations echoed from afar. He whispered, the Heavenly Xian sect is near, prepare for battle. The blood-red vortex materialized slowly. His golden-red spear gripped tightly, the aura of the mid-stage celestial realm roaring like a rampaging dragon. Lin Wanner swung her long whip, crimson gold swirling, and softly declared, Tianqian, I will scout ahead. Her figure darted forward like lightning, the whip's glow tearing through the night breeze. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, ethereal sound waves expanding, softly stating, I will provide cover. The sound waves surged like a tide, probing the enemy's situation. After a moment, Lin Wanner returned, whispering, Tianqian, the vanguard of the Heavenly Xian sect has arrived, 300 strong within 100 miles. With dozens at the god transformation realm and 3 at the initial stage of the celestial realm, their aura ominous. Lin Tianqian nodded, murmuring, just the vanguard. Their main force remains behind. We must break through and force out their late-stage celestial realm experts. He gestured, and the team accelerated, their killing intent soaring into the sky. 100 miles away, on a desolate plain, the vanguard of the Heavenly Xian sect arrayed themselves, cloaked in black robes, blades ringing in unison, their spiritual energy surging. 3 initial stage celestial realm experts hovered in the air, the leader wielding a dark glowing sword, his aura chilling as he remarked, the Heavenly Emperor sect's brat has arrived. Lin Tianqian, with the devouring bloodline, today your life shall be mine. His sword energy surged like a rainbow, transforming into a colossal beam of light, cleaving through the night sky. heading straight for Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian smirked, the blood-red vortex swelling as he bellowed. Devouring heavenly blood dragon, kill. The blood dragon roared, its massive form tearing through the void, consuming the sword energy. The dragon and Appos' claws descended, and the black-robed expert shouted angrily, countering with sword energy. A cataclysm of spiritual energy exploding in the heavens. Lin Wanner unleashed her whip's brilliance, tearing through the enemy formation, while Lu Qingyan's sound waves sliced through, severing the foes' throats. The trio joined forces, crashing into the vanguard. Blood splattered, corpses littered the ground, and Lin Tianqian and Appos' fists rained down, obliterating the head of an initial stage celestial realm expert. Brain matter spraying as he roared, Heavenly Shin sect, descendants of traitors, die. The battle raged for half an hour, the vanguard of the Heavenly Shin sect collapsing. Over half of the 300 casualties, all 3 initial stage celestial realm experts perishing. Lin Tianqian thrust his spear into the ground, breathing heavily, softly proclaiming, the vanguard has been broken. The main force of the Heavenly Shin sect is not far behind. He surveyed the 100 disciples behind him, noting over a dozen casualties. Yet his gaze fell upon a few disciples in green robes, whispering, those individuals are looking at me oddly. A chill ran through his heart as he thought. Are they pawns of the Heavenly Emperor's sect? In the distance, an aura of a late-stage celestial realm descended like an abyss, a black-robed figure floating down, uttering, Lin Tianqian, dog of the Heavenly Emperor's sect, hand over the devouring bloodline. Lin Tianqian and Appos' fists erupted with power as he bellowed, Heavenly Shin sect, come to your doom. The blood dragon roared, charging into the fray. Behind him, a disciple in green robes quietly crushed a messaging talisman, whispering, Sect Master, Lin Tianqian has defeated the vanguard. The main force is approaching. Chapter 56, Blood Battle on the Wasteland. Conspiracy revealed on the desolate expanse at the edge of the Qingyun Mountains. The night was profound, suffused with the stench of blood. Lin Tianqian stood resolute at the center of the battlefield, where corpses lay in heaps, his golden-red spear plunged into the earth, its tip dripping with blood, exuding an aura akin to a roaring dragon in the mid-stage of the Tongtian realm. He scanned his surroundings. The vanguard of the Tianqian sect, 300 strong, had been utterly routed, severed limbs and broken blades strewn about, blood flowing like rivers, while the bodies of 3 early-stage Tongtian experts lay sprawled, their heads shattered and spiritual energy dissipated. Taking a deep breath, the blood-red vortex within him gradually subsided, the fiery currents of the swallowing heaven bloodline calming in his body. His eyes glimmered with crimson light as he murmured, the main force of the Tianqian sect has arrived. This will be the true test of our strength. Lin Wanner, with her long whip coiled around her waist, radiated a flickering golden-red glow, her aura in the early stage of the transformation realm as steadfast as a mountain. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she spoke softly, Tianqian, though the vanguard has fallen, the Tianqian sect still possesses late-stage Tongtian experts. We must tread carefully. Her tone bore a hint of fatigue, the veins of her crimson gold battle form faintly glowing. Although victorious, the recent battle had drained much of her spiritual energy. Lu Qingyan held her jade flute, a refreshing aura emanating from her, as she added, indeed, my sound waves detected potent fluctuations in spiritual energy from afar, at least 500 strong, with no fewer than 5 in the mid-stage of the Tongtian realm. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. Her early-stage transformation realm cultivation surging like a tide, the flute yet to sound, but already concealed with intent to kill. Lin Tianqian nodded, speaking softly. The Tianqian sect is clearly investing heavily this time. If late-stage Tongtian experts engage, we must give it our all. His gaze swept over the 100 remaining disciples of the Tianhuang sect behind him. After suffering a dozen casualties, their breaths were unsteady, and the expressions of several disciples in blue robes were particularly strange, whispering among themselves as if plotting in secret. A chill ran through him, and he cautioned, Wanner, Qingyan, be wary behind us. There is something amiss within the Tianhuang sect's ranks. His voice was barely above a whisper, the blood-red vortex subtly stirring, the power of devouring concealed, ready to respond to any sudden developments. In the distance, a suffocating aura loomed like dark clouds, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surging like a tempest as the main force of the Tianqian sect approached. Figures in black robes hovered in the air, clad in dark golden battle armor, wielding a blood-red giant axe, their late-stage Tongtian presence radiating an overwhelming might as one of them roared, Lin Tianqian, the lapdog of the Tianhuang sect, descendant of the swallowing heaven bloodline, today your life shall belong to my Tianqian blood axe. Behind him, 5 mid-stage Tongtian experts formed a formation, dozens of transformation realm disciples scattered, 500 strong like a tide of darkness, the intent to kill palpable. Lin Tianqian chuckled coldly, the blood-red vortex swelling as he bellowed, Tianqian blood axe? Descendants of traitors, I come to settle the blood feud of the swallowing heaven ancestor. With a sweep of his spear, a blood dragon roared forth, its colossal form tearing through the void, devouring spiritual energy, its claws striking down towards the Tianxian blood axe. The Tianxian blood axe howled in fury, sweeping its massive blade, the axe light like a rainbow. Spiritual energy coalescing into a towering blood axe phantom that ripped through the night sky, clashing with the blood dragon. The explosion of spiritual energy was like stars plummeting to earth, shaking the wasteland as fissures opened deep in the ground. The blood dragon let out a mournful cry, scattering into bloodlight, while Lin Tianxian staggered back slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, growling, indeed formidable, late-stage Tantian. The Tianxian blood axe snorted coldly, muttering, "The swallowing heaven bloodline is nothing extraordinary." Raising the giant axe once more, spiritual energy transformed into an immense sea of blood, waves surging and boiling. Charging straight at Lin Tianxian, Lin Wanner lashed out with her whip, the crimson gold radiance swirling as she shouted, "Crimson gold battle form, sky-rending whip." The whip light tore through the sea of blood, the crimson gold spiritual energy surging forth, cleaving the blood sea apart. Lu Qingyan blew into her jade flute, the ethereal sound waves rippling outward as she called, "Pure sound kill, annihilation melody." The sound waves sliced through the sea of blood, piercing towards the eardrums of the Tianxian blood axe. The Tianxian blood axe furrowed his brow, forming a spiritual barrier to deflect the sound waves, roaring, "Two little girls, daring to provoke me." Lin Tianxian thundered, swallowing heaven's secret record, bloodline devour. The blood-red vortex surged to 2,000 feet. The power of devouring akin to an unfathomable abyss as he thrust his spear, the blood dragon reassembling. Its aura surging as it consumed the spiritual energy of the blood sea, striking down with its claws. The Tianxian blood axe roared, meeting the attack with the giant axe. The clash of axe light and dragon claws erupting in an explosion of energy akin to thunder, collapsing the wasteland beneath them. Lin Tianxian was forced back several dozen feet, while the Tianxian blood axe staggered backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he growled, "The swallowing heaven bloodline can actually wound me." Behind them, the disciples of the Tianhuang sect joined the fray, battling against the transformation realm experts of the Tianxian sect, blades flashing and blood splattering. Lin Wanner's whip light tore through the flesh of a mid-stage transformation expert, while Lu Qingyan's sound waves severed the throats of several enemies. The three worked in concert, an aura of slaughter enveloping them. However, Lin Tianxian's gaze swept across and noticed that several blue-robed disciples were not fighting with full effort, instead retreating to the back, whispering to one another while clutching communication talismans. A heavy feeling settled in his heart as he murmured, "The traitors within the Tianhuang sect have indeed made their move." The Tianxian blood axe snickered, growling, "Lin Tianxian, the Tianhuang sect cannot protect you." He raised the giant axe high, spiritual energy coalescing into a towering mountain of blood. The crimson light piercing the heavens, bearing down on Lin Tianxian. Lin Tianxian bellowed, swallowing heaven blood dragon, ultimate devour. The blood dragon roared, its body swelling to 3,000 feet as it devoured the spiritual energy of the blood mountain, its claws rending the void in confrontation with the blood mountain. The explosion of spiritual energy reverberated through the air, splitting the wasteland open into a 1,000-foot chasm, causing Lin Tianxian to spit blood as he staggered back. While the Tianxian blood axe also faltered, roaring, "Such a powerful bloodline." The battle intensified, though Lin Tianxian and his companions were strong. They were suppressed by the Tianxian blood axe, and the disciples of the Tianhuang sect behind them gradually faltered, casualties increasing. At this moment, a blue-robed disciple suddenly struck, holding a golden-red talisman, the spiritual energy surging as it aimed for Lin Tianxian's back. He whispered, "The sect master has ordered, take his life." Lin Tianxian spun around, the blood-red vortex consuming the talisman as he unleashed a devastating punch, exploding the head of the blue-robed disciple, brain matter splattering as he roared. The Tianhuang sect indeed harbors schemes. His eyes blazed with crimson light as he cautioned, "Wan and Appos, Qingyan, be on guard. The Tianhuang sect wants us dead." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan were taken aback, Lin Wanner sweeping her whip to repel a foe from the Tianxian sect as she asked softly, "Tianxian, does the Tianhuang sect truly intend to kill us?" Lu Qingyan's sound waves pushed back their adversaries as she replied, "That blood order is suspicious." Lin Tianxian responded quietly, "The restrictions within the Tianhuang blood order are likely lethal traps. We must retreat." He thrust his spear forward, the blood dragon roaring, forcing back the Tianxian blood axe as he commanded, "Return to the sect and unveil the true face of the Tianhuang sect." The three fought while retreating, the Tianhuang sect and Appos' disciples suffering heavy losses, yet the blue-robed traitors continued to strike, but were dispatched by Lin Tianxian and his comrades. The Tianxian blood axe scoffed, growling, "Thinking of escaping? The Tianhuang sect and my Tianxian sect have long been in cahoots. You cannot flee." Raising the giant axe again, the blood mountain descended. But Lin Tianxian and Appos' blood dragon met the attack, an explosion of spiritual energy shaking the heavens as the trio seized the chaos to break through, transforming into streaks of light, fleeing towards the Tianhuang sect. The Tianxian blood axe did not pursue, muttering, The pawns of the Tianhuang sect have moved. Lin Tianqian, your death is imminent. In the stone hall of the back mountain of the Tianhuang sect, the Tianhuang true man sat in meditation, golden light swirling, as a white-robed elder reported softly, Sect Master. Lin Tianqian triumphed over the vanguard, but was forced back by the Tianqian blood axe. The restrictions of the blood order have secretly activated. The Tianhuang true man chuckled coldly, replying, the swallowing heaven bloodline is too powerful. The Tianqian sect cannot kill him, but the blood order can still cripple his cultivation. The black-robed elder added quietly, if the Tianqian sect discovers our hidden hand, they may tear apart the alliance. The Tianhuang true man and Apos' gaze turned icy as he remarked, let them tear it. What the Tianhuang sect desires is the secret of the swallowing heaven bloodline. On the blood-soaked battlefield, Lin Tianqian and his companions soared back to their sect, their breaths slightly disordered. Lin Tianqian murmured, the conspiracy of the Tianhuang sect runs deeper than that of the Tianqian sect. We must seek evidence. In his hand, the Tianhuang blood order radiated a faint warmth, the hidden restrictions weighing heavily on his heart, as he said quietly, this item is indeed a trap. Chapter 57. Shadows over the mountain gate. Blood command concealed the night was as dark as ink. With the imposing mountain gate of the Tianhuang sect appearing faintly amidst the peaks of the Qingyun mountain range. The main peak, Tianhuang Peak, shone with a golden aura in the distance, exuding a subtle pressure. Lin Tianqian and his companions returned from the desolate battlefield like streaks of light, their breaths slightly disordered, their garments stained with blood, yet still radiating an indomitable killing intent. They landed on the Bluestone Plaza before the mountain gate. With only about 60 of the 100 disciples remaining behind them, having suffered heavy casualties, weariness and panic were evident in the eyes of the survivors. The gate-guarding disciples, upon seeing them, rushed forward, clasping their hands in salute. Senior Brother Lin, Senior Sister Wanner, Senior Sister Qingyan, you are back. Before they could finish, Lin Tianqian whispered, the main force of the Tianqian sect has arrived, led by a late-stage Tontian realm expert. The battle is fierce. Quickly report to the sect master. His voice was low, a flash of bloodlight flickering in his eyes, as the surging heat of the Tunshan bloodline gradually calmed within him. One of the gate-guarding disciples nodded and hurried away. Lin Tianqian surveyed his surroundings and spoke softly, Wanner, Qingyan, the traitor within the Tianhuang sect has been exposed. The blood command of the Tianhuang sect is likely the key. We must be cautious. In his hand, the golden-red token emitted a faint warmth, exuding an eerie fluctuation. A blood-red vortex emerged, its devouring power reaching out, only to be blocked by a layer of restriction. His heart sank as he murmured, this restriction indeed harbors danger. Lin Wanner, with her long whip coiled around her waist, radiated a crimson golden light and said, Tianqian, if the Tianhuang sect truly seeks to harm us, wouldn't retaliating lead us into a trap? A hint of worry tinged her tone, as the aura of her crimson golden battle body subtly emanated, scanning the mountain gate with vigilance. Lu Qingyan held her jade flute, exuding a clear and ethereal aura, and said quietly, indeed, with the Tianqian sect pursuing us and the Tianhuang sect plotting against us, we find ourselves besieged. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and the initial stage of her transformation realm cultivation surged like a tide, even before the sound of her flute could resonate. She was already shrouded in caution. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, the wind from his fists stirring slightly as he replied, the true face of the Tianhuang sect has yet to be fully revealed. Though the Tianqian sect is strong, they will not strike again in a short time. Let us return to the sect, uncover the secrets of the blood command, and then devise our plans. He paused and added, if the Tianhuang Supreme asks, I will simply say the main force of the Tianqian sect was too strong, and we retreated to avoid conflict. Let him see how this unfolds. The three reached a consensus, their breaths converging as they led the remnants into the mountain gate. Within the Tianhuang sect, disciples moved about like a weaving tapestry. Spiritual energy surging like a tide, outwardly calm, yet concealing turbulent undercurrents. Lin Tianqian and his companions proceeded to their inner door residence, where they overheard the disciples murmuring. I heard Senior Brother Lin led a team back after being repelled by the Tianqian sect. The blood command couldn't even hold them? It's remarkable that he returned alive. The sect master will surely summon him. He must be held accountable. Lin Tianqian listened intently, whispering, the news within the Tianhuang sect travels fast. There are many traitors. He cast a glance at several disciples whispering among themselves, mentally noting their identities. In the inner door residence, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, his golden-red spear resting beside him, and the blood command hovering in his palm. He murmured, this thing appears to mobilize resources, yet it conceals deadly traps. The blood-red vortex within him surged, its devouring force roaring forth, attempting to forcibly break through the restriction, only to be rebuffed by a surge of golden light. His essence trembled, and he growled, what a formidable restriction. He stowed the token away and quietly mused. According to the memories of the Tunshan ancestor, the Tianhuang sect was once a lineage of traitors. This blood command must be a means to control me. With closed eyes, he envisioned scenes from the ancient battlefield as the Tuntian ancestor roared, Tianhuang sect, bloodline trial grounds. The heart of the traitor lies hidden deep. Suddenly, Lin Tianqian opened his eyes wide and murmured, bloodline trial grounds? I must seek an opportunity to investigate the secrets of the Tianhuang sect. Lin Wan and Appos retrieved a spiritual elixir, its spiritual energy flowing into her, gradually restoring the aura of her crimson golden battle body. She spoke softly, Tianqian, if the Tianhuang sect is indeed the villain, then our years of cultivation have made us their pawns. I cannot accept this. A flash of anger crossed her eyes as she tightened her grip on her whip. The crimson golden light shimmering slightly. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, sending forth waves of clear and ethereal sound, and said quietly, I sense something amiss. The atmosphere within the sect is not right. Several elders' disciples have been looking at us with cold eyes. Her tone was calm, yet it bore a hint of chill, as the aura of her ethereal body subtly intensified. Moments later, a disciple clad in white knocked on the door and said softly, Senior Brother Lin, the sect master summons you. Please proceed to the main hall. Lin Tianqian nodded, murmuring, I and Amp. Appos, am coming. He rose, grasped his spear, his aura like a rainbow, and proceeded to the main hall alongside Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan. Along the way, Lin Tianqian whispered, if the Tianhuang Supreme inquires about the battle, I will stabilize him first. Wanner, Qingyan, be vigilant for any movements within the hall. The two nodded, and the three entered the main hall, where golden light flowed, and the atmosphere was solemn. Seated high upon the dais, the Tianhuang Supreme, clad in golden robes, emanated an aura akin to heavenly majesty, his gaze sweeping over the three. He spoke in a low voice, Lin Tianqian, the Tianqian sect has invaded. You commanded the defense. Why have you retreated? His tone was calm, yet it carried an undertone of inquiry. Within the hall, several elders were seated, the white-robed elder and the black-robed elder casting cold glances, while a few inner-door disciples whispered among themselves. Lin Tianqian stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and said, Sect Master. The main force of the Tianqian sect consists of 500 men, led by the late-stage Tontian realm expert, Tianqian Blood Axe. I led my team to break through the vanguard, but we were outmatched by the main force and had no choice but to retreat. His tone was steady, a flicker of bloodlight flashing in his eyes, the blood command concealed within his sleeve. The Tianhuang Supreme spoke softly, late-stage Tontian realm? The Tianqian sect is indeed willing to invest heavily. He paused and added, is the blood command in your possession? Lin Tianqian nodded, producing the token and saying quietly, yes, it is. The Tianhuang Supreme's gaze flickered, and he continued, the blood command is a treasured artifact of our sect, capable of mobilizing resources. Why did you not utilize it? Lin Tianqian replied, the battle was urgent, and I had no time to deploy the blood command. The Tianqian blood axe was too formidable. His tone remained calm as he subtly observed the expression of the Tianhuang Supreme, noting a fleeting chill in his eyes, causing his heart to tighten. The white-robed elder suddenly interjected, Sect Master, since Senior Brother Lin has retreated, the Tianqian sect may return. Why not allow him to lead another expedition? The power of the blood command might turn the tide. The black-robed elder concurred, indeed, if the Tuntian bloodline cannot withstand the Tianqian sect, what use is it to keep? Lin Tianqian felt a tremor in his fists and replied, Elders, the main force of the Tianqian sect has not retreated far. Should I engage again? It may lead to total annihilation. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant. The Tianhuang Supreme waved his hand and said softly, enough. If the Tianqian sect strikes again, we shall have means to respond within the sect. Lin Tianqian, you three may leave to rest. We shall reconvene in 3 days to discuss further. The three bowed and retreated, leaving an atmosphere of unease within the hall. Once outside, Lin Tianqian murmured, the Tianhuang Supreme's attitude is too insincere. He is probing me regarding the blood command, while those two elders clearly wish for my demise. Lin Wan and Appos replied softly, Tianqian, the higher-ups in the sect are acting strangely. We must gather evidence. Lu Qingyan nodded, whispering, I have heard of unusual movements in the forbidden area of the back mountain. There may be clues. Lin Tianqian responded quietly, very well. Before the meeting in 3 days, we shall investigate the forbidden area of the back mountain and unveil the secrets of the Tianhuang sect. The bloodlight in his eyes blazed like a rainbow, as the hidden danger of the Tuntian bloodline loomed. Within the stone hall of the back mountain of the Tianhuang sect, the Tianhuang Supreme's gaze was cold as he murmured, Lin Tianqian did not employ the blood command, and the restriction did not activate. The Tianqian sect did not kill him. The white-robed elder spoke softly, Sect Master, if he realizes the blood command is a deception, it may pose a problem. The Tianhuang Supreme sneered, in 3 days. During the meeting, we will force him to use the blood command. If he refuses, we will take direct action. The black-robed elder added quietly, the bloodline trial grounds in the back mountain has been prepared. If he investigates, it will be his doom. As the conspiracy deepened, Lin Tianqian's crisis edged ever closer. Chapter 58. Night exploration of the Forbidden Grounds concealed perils as the night deepened within the Heavenly Emperor sect. The peaks of the Qingyan mountain range emerged intermittently beneath the moonlight, shrouded in ethereal mist. The golden radiance atop the Heavenly Emperor peak gradually dimmed. As most disciples had returned to their quarters, leaving only the patrolling disciples to walk the grounds with an ominous presence. Upon returning to their inner sanctum, Lin Tianqian and his companions closed the door behind them, the atmosphere laden with gravity. Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, his golden-red spear resting beside him, and the Heavenly Emperor Blood Order hovering in his palm, its crimson glow flickering subtly. He murmured, "The attitude of the Heavenly Emperor is insufferably hypocritical. The matter of the Blood Order is a blatant test. The higher-ups of the sect clearly wish to see us perish." His voice was low, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light, the heat of the devouring bloodline surging within him, exuding an aura characteristic of the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Lin Wanner, seated beside him with her long whip resting on her lap, its reddish-golden glow shimmering, spoke softly. "Tianqian." Those two elders in the main hall spoke with hidden daggers. "They clearly wish for you to challenge the Tianqian sect again, merely to send you to your doom. If the Heavenly Emperor sect were truly villainous, what would our years of loyalty amount to?" A hint of resentment laced her tone, her aura firmly established in the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. Her meridians appearing as if forged from reddish gold, subtly radiating a faint golden light. Lu Qingyan leaned against the window, her jade flute in hand, releasing a clear, ethereal presence. She added softly, "I observed that the white-robed elder and the black-robed elder exchanged glances that were off. It seemed they had conspired beforehand. The Heavenly Emperor feigns protection for us, but in reality," she paused, her eyes sparkling with clarity, her cultivation at the initial stage of the divine transformation realm pulsating like a tide. Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, his fist trembling slightly, and remarked, "The true nature of the Heavenly Emperor sect is becoming increasingly evident. According to the memories of the devouring ancestor, the Heavenly Emperor sect was once a lineage of traitors. The warnings from the bloodline trial grounds are no mere words." He took a breath and continued, "I have attempted to break the prohibitions within the Blood Order, but to no avail. However, I can sense the impending danger. Lu Qingyan, you mentioned unusual activity in the forbidden area at the back mountain. We must investigate." He stowed the Blood Order, grasped his spear, and declared, "Tonight we act. The sect is tranquil, presenting the perfect opportunity." Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances and nodded, affirming, "Very well, tonight it shall be." The trio donned their night attire, concealing their auras. Lin Tianqian's crimson vortex stirred slightly, the devouring power cloaking his spiritual fluctuations. Lin Wanner reigned in her reddish-golden glow, while Lu Qingyan emitted a low, resonant sound wave. They slipped out of their quarters like phantoms, stealthily making their way towards the rear mountain. The forbidden area of the Heavenly Emperor sect, nestled on the western side of the Heavenly Emperor peak, was enveloped by a dark, dense forest. At the entrance stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Forbidden Area, do not enter." The spiritual energy fluctuating in an eerie manner, faintly exuding a bloody scent. Concealed within the forest, Lin Tianqian whispered, "There are few guards in the forbidden area, but the formations are strict." Wan and Appos, you dismantle the formation while I provide cover. Qingyan, scout ahead." Lin Wan and Appos, nodded, her long whip slicing through the air, the reddish-golden light akin to a blade, silently severing the edges of the formation. Lu Qingyan released sound waves to probe the movements of the guards. After a moment, Lin Wan and Appos, whispered, "I and Appos, created an opening in the formation. Let us move quickly." The three of them darted into the forbidden area, the formation silently repairing itself behind them. Deep within the forest lay a blood-red stone hall, partially obscured, flanked by two stone statues resembling fierce beasts, radiating a chilling aura. Lin Tianqian spoke softly, "This place bears a striking resemblance to the bloodline trial grounds from the memories of the devouring ancestor." His crimson vortex extended, the devouring power touching the stone hall. Detecting a potent bloodline fluctuation, he murmured, "There is something inside." The trio approached quietly. The grand entrance of the hall stood firmly shut. Lin Tianqian's fist trembled as he growled, "Devouring prohibition, open." The crimson vortex surged, the spiritual light on the door flickering, and the entrance creaked open soundlessly. Inside, a thick blood mist enveloped the space. At the center stood a blood-red altar, upon which a golden-red blood sphere floated, emanating an aura of peak celestial realm cultivation. Lin Tianqian's eyes flared with crimson light as he murmured, "The blood essence of the devouring ancestor. It is this once more." He closed his eyes to sense the memories of the devouring ancestor surfacing. Within the bloodline trial grounds, traitors had used the devouring bloodline as bait to set a deadly trap, seeking to seize the bloodline's power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and warned, "This blood essence is a lure. The altar conceals a deadly array." Lin Wana replied softly, "Tianqian, the Heavenly Emperor sect has set a trap using the blood essence of the devouring ancestor, clearly targeting you." Lu Qingyan nodded, her voice low, The spiritual energy surrounding the altar is abnormal, as if ambushes lie in wait. Before she could finish, the blood mist within the hall roiled, and 4 figures clad in black robes emerged from the shadows, their auras akin to a bottomless abyss, all at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Wielding spiritual weapons that shimmered ominously, they declared, "Lin Tianqian, the devouring bloodline, you have indeed arrived." The leader sneered. "You dare to invade the Heavenly Emperor Sect's forbidden grounds? The sect master has commanded us to take your life." Lin Tianqian scoffed, the crimson vortex swelling as he roared, "Dogs of the Heavenly Emperor sect, attack." He thrust his spear forward, a blood dragon roaring forth, its massive form tearing through the void, devouring spiritual energy as its claws descended. The black-robed figures shouted in fury, meeting the assault with their spiritual weapons. A cataclysmic explosion resounding as the stone hall trembled. Lin Wanner lashed out with her whip, its reddish-golden brilliance soaring. As she shouted, "Reddish-golden battle body, sky-splitting whip." The whip's glow cleaved through one black-robed figure, sending blood and flesh flying. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, unleashing a wave of ethereal sound, declaring, "Ethereal sound kill." Soul extinction melody. The sound wave sliced through a black-robed figure's eardrum, causing blood to pour from all 7 orifices as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The trio combined their strength, their murderous intent soaring. Although the black-robed figures were formidable, they were no match for the devouring bloodline, and within moments, 4 of them lay dead or wounded. Lin Tianqian thrust his spear into the ground, muttering, "The assassins of the Heavenly Emperor sect lay in wait for me here." The altar glowed with a fierce bloodlight, the golden-red blood sphere soaring towards Lin Tianqian, who roared as the crimson vortex devoured it, exclaiming, "Devouring bloodline, refine." The blood sphere entered his body, causing the devouring bloodline to boil, his aura surging, inching closer to the late stage of the celestial realm. Yet, the altar's runes illuminated, and a golden chain of light materialized, ensnaring Lin Tianqian as a voice echoed, "Devouring bloodline, you are but a pawn of the Heavenly Emperor sect. Remain." The tone resembled that of the Heavenly Emperor himself. Lin Tianqian bellowed, "Not this trick again." The blood dragon roared, attempting to break free from the binding chains. Lin Wanner unleashed her whip, while Lu Qingyan shattered the runes with sound waves, allowing the 3 to escape their binds. Lin Tianqian urged, "The Heavenly Emperor sect's trap. Even the blood essence is a bait. We must flee." The trio charged out of the stone hall, the formations outside trembling as the guards sensed their presence. Cries of alarm rising. Lin Tianqian commanded, "Devouring spiritual energy, retreat." They transformed into streaks of light, bursting forth from the forbidden area and vanishing into the dense forest. Behind them, the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Emperor sect pursued, shouting, "Enemies within the forbidden grounds, alert the sect master." Within the stone hall on the Heavenly Emperor peak, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Lin Tianqian, daring to explore the forbidden grounds at night. The devouring bloodline is indeed alert." The white-robed elder queried softly, "Sect master, he has acquired the blood essence. The trap has failed. What shall we do?" The Heavenly Emperor scoffed, "The prohibitions of the blood order are prepared. In 3 days, we shall convene, and he will surely perish." Returning to their quarters, Lin Tianqian spoke quietly, "The Heavenly Emperor sect and Oppos' conspiracy has been unveiled. The blood order and the blood essence are merely pawns meant to eliminate me." Lin Wanner inquired softly, "Tianqian, what shall we do?" "The higher-ups within the sect cannot be trusted." Lu Qingyan added, "In 3 days, the meeting may spell our doom." Lin Tianqian's fists trembled with intensity as he declared, "If the Heavenly Emperor sect is indeed the villain, we must seek allies. Although the Tianqian sect is our enemy, the Heavenly Emperor sect is far more treacherous. Perhaps we can leverage their strength." His eyes glimmered with resolve. "For now, we must remain cautious and act according to the circumstances in 3 days." As the night deepened, the shadows of the Heavenly Emperor's sect loomed, and Lin Tianqian and Oppos' fate hung perilously in the balance. Chapter 59. Undercurrents. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding the residents within the Heavenly Emperor sect. Lin Tianqian and his companions sat in a tense atmosphere, heavy as a mountain. In the palm of Lin Tianqian's hand lay the Heavenly Emperor blood order, its golden-red glow casting light upon his stern visage. The turbulent heat of the devouring bloodline surged within him, his aura in the mid-stage of the Tongtian realm subtly approaching the latter stage. He spoke softly, "The murderous intent of the Heavenly Emperor sect has been unveiled. The blood essence and killing formations in the forbidden area are clearly traps laid by the Heavenly Emperor himself. I have attempted to decipher the prohibitions within this blood order. The hidden danger is profound and certainly not a mere facade." Bloodlight flickered in his eyes as his fists clenched tightly. He growled, "In 3 days, during the meeting, they will strike." Lin Wan and Oppos, wielding a long whip across her knee, with golden-red light dancing at her fingertips, emanated an aura akin to that of forged gold in the early stages of the transformation realm. She spoke gravely, "Tianqian, Those four cloaked figures in the forbidden area possess early-stage Tongtian realm cultivation, seemingly prepared specifically as your assassins. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Emperor sect have likely set their sights on your devouring bloodline. Pausing, a flicker of anger crossed her gaze. After all these years of risking our lives for the sect, we are reduced to mere pawns. What a farce of loyalty. Lu Qingyan leaned against the window, a jade flute in hand, her ethereal aura undulating like gentle waves, her early-stage transformation realm cultivation stirring softly. She murmured, "The Heavenly Emperor's demeanor is insincere. In the Great Hall, he appeared to protect us. Yet in truth, he is pushing you toward the Tianqian sect to meet your demise. Had we not been vigilant regarding the killing formations in the forbidden area, we might have already become mere corpses." A glimmer of clarity flashed in her eyes as she added softly, "In 3 days, during the meeting, if it turns fatal, we must have an escape plan." Lin Tianqian scoffed, resting his war spear beside him, the blood-red vortex in his palm subtly shifting. He replied, "An escape plan? The Heavenly Emperor sect is a traitorous lineage. According to the memories of the devouring ancestor, they have long forsaken the righteous path. The warnings from the bloodline trial ground have come to fruition. The upper echelons of this sect are steeped in blood, intent on killing me to seize my bloodline. I will ensure they pay the price." His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he declared, "Though the Tianqian sect is adversarial, the Heavenly Emperor sect is even more insidious. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. We can leverage this to break through our predicament." Lin Wan and Amp, oppose, frowned, whispering, "The Tianqian sect? Tianqian, are you suggesting we ally with them against the Heavenly Emperor sect? The risks are too great. The Tianqian sect may not be trustworthy." Lu Qingyan nodded, adding quietly, "The Tianqian sect harbors grievances against us. Their members nearly killed Wan and Oppos, during the outer trials of the bloodline testing ground. We have yet to settle that score." Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, the wind from his fists trembling as he replied, "I am aware that the Tianqian sect is not without its own malice. But their enmity with the Heavenly Emperor sect runs far deeper. According to the memories of the devouring ancestor, the Heavenly Emperor sect once covertly plotted against the ancestor of the Tianqian sect, seizing their treasured inheritance. This grudge is far more profound than ours." He paused, then continued, "In 3 days, during the meeting, the Heavenly Emperor sect will undoubtedly use the Blood Order and Oppos as prohibitions to strike. I have a plan. First, we must stabilize them. Then covertly contact the Tianqian sect, presenting evidence of the Heavenly Emperor sect and Oppos' schemes to draw them into the fray. Once the Tianqian sect intervenes, the Heavenly Emperor sect will descend into chaos, allowing us to escape amidst the turmoil and even strike back." A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Wan and Oppos' eyes as she murmured, "Tianqian, you intend to use the blood essence from the forbidden area and the Heavenly Emperor blood order as bait to lure the Tianqian sect?" Lin Tianqian nodded, affirming, "Precisely. The essence of the devouring bloodline contained within the blood essence will undoubtedly be recognized by the Tianqian sect. Once they learn that the Heavenly Emperor sect is refining the devouring bloodline, they will not sit idly by." Lu Qingyan inquired softly, "But how do we contact the Tianqian sect? There are numerous spies within the sect. Any unusual movements on our part may lead to immediate exposure." Lin Tianqian coldly snorted, stating, "Deep within the secluded forest on the back mountain lies a hidden passage that leads directly outside the Qingyun mountain range. I discovered it while exploring the forbidden area last night. At the end of this passage, there are signs of a hidden lookout from the Tianqian sect. It may serve their surveillance of the Heavenly Emperor sect. We shall return tonight to leave a message, requesting a clandestine meeting with the Tianqian sect." Lin Wan and Oppos nodded, resolving, "Very well, we shall act tonight." The three donned their night gear once more, Lin Tianqian masking his presence with the blood-red vortex, Lin Wanner containing her golden-red glow, and Lu Qingyan producing soft, ethereal sound waves. Like phantoms, they departed their residence, stealthily making their way toward the secluded forest on the back mountain. The night wind howled, and the spiritual energy of the Qingyun mountain range flowed through the dense woods. Lin Tianqian led the way, quietly stating, "The entrance to the passage lies 100 feet west of the forbidden area, beneath a massive boulder where a concealed door awaits." They quickly located the boulder, and Lin Tianqian unleashed a powerful strike, displacing the earth to reveal a stone door. He probed with the blood-red vortex, whispering, "No prohibitions, open." The stone door slid open silently, revealing a deep passage before them, the spiritual energy within fluctuating faintly, carrying a hint of a bloody scent. Lin Tianqian urged, "Let us go." The three entered the passage, advancing for about 15 minutes, until they reached a stone chamber, at the center of which lay a green stone inscribed with the secret markings of the Tianqian sect. Lin Tianqian murmured, "It is indeed a lookout point for the Tianqian sect." He produced a communication jade slip, inscribing a message. "Lin Tianqian, disciple of the Heavenly Emperor sect, possesses evidence of the devouring bloodline and seeks to confer with the Tianqian sect. We shall meet at the western foothills of the Qingyun mountain range in 3 days. The jade slip glimmered and vanished into a concealed slot within the stone chamber. Lu Qingyan cautioned quietly, Tianqian, should the Tianqian sect respond, we must be wary of them turning against us. Lin Tianqian scoffed, of course, the Tianqian sect is not innocent, but if they desire the devouring bloodline, they must first contend with the Heavenly Emperor sect. We shall observe the conflict and act when the time is ripe. The three swiftly exited the passage and returned to their residence. As dawn approached, and all within the Heavenly Emperor sect appeared normal, patrolling disciples moving about, seemingly unaware of the events from the previous night. The next day, within the grand hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect, the Heavenly Emperor sat in the main seat, flanked by the white-robed and black-robed elders on either side, the atmosphere tense and foreboding. The Heavenly Emperor spoke in a low tone. Lin Tianqian has ventured into the forbidden area at night, acquiring the blood essence, yet the killing formation has not been activated. This child is more vigilant than anticipated. The white-robed elder chuckled coldly, replying, Sect Master, the blood order and Oppos, as prohibitions are ready. In 3 days, during the meeting, if he does not surrender the blood essence, we will detonate the prohibitions and take his life. The black-robed elder nodded, adding, should the devouring bloodline be refined, our strength will undoubtedly increase. The Tianqian sect is of little concern. A cold glint flashed in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes as he declared, in 3 days, we shall trigger the blood order, and Lin Tianqian shall meet his demise. Issue the command to strictly guard the sect and prevent his escape. Simultaneously, within the residence of Lin Tianqian and his companions, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence of the devouring bloodline, his aura steadily rising. He murmured, the murderous intent of the Heavenly Emperor sect will be revealed in 3 days. If the Tianqian sect intervenes, we will have a glimmer of hope. Lin Wan and Oppos are asked quietly, Tianqian, what if the Tianqian sect does not come? Lin Tianqian's eyes blazed with crimson light as he roared, then we will fight our way out. This pack of treacherous scoundrels from the Heavenly Emperor sect wants me dead. I will drag them down to hell with me. As night fell once more, the undercurrents within the Heavenly Emperor sect surged, and the impending meeting in 3 days was fraught with peril, marking a pivotal turn in Lin Tianqian's fate. Chapter 60. The Eve of Bloodshed. Concealed malice within the Heavenly Emperor sect. As dawn broke and the mist over the Qingyun mountain range lingered, the golden rays from the peak of the Heavenly Emperor shone down as usual, yet could not conceal the hidden malice within the sect. In the dwelling of Lin Tianqian and his companions, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, a golden-red battle spear resting across his knees. The Heavenly Emperor blood order floating above his palm, its crimson light illuminating his stern visage. The power of the devouring bloodline churned within him, and after refining the blood essence from the forbidden grounds, his aura had approached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the ascendant realm, a blood-colored vortex faintly visible around him, exuding a subtle force of devouring. He spoke in a hushed tone. If the Tianqian sect receives the message, the western foothills of the Qingyun mountain range will be crucial in 3 days. The malice of the Heavenly Emperor sect has already locked onto us. As long as the blood order's restrictions remain unbroken, we will be in greater peril. Lin Wanner sat beside him, a long whip resting on her knees. The crimson golden light flickering at her fingertips, her aura as stable as a mountain at the early stage of the transformation realm. She whispered, Tianqian. Although the message was sent last night, whether the Tianqian sect will respond remains uncertain. We must prepare for both possibilities, if they do not come. When the Heavenly Emperor sect strikes in 3 days, we will have no choice but to fight. Her eyes flashed with anger, the veins of her crimson golden battle body resembling molten gold. She added, those scoundrels from the Heavenly Emperor sect treat us as pawns. I have long wished to tear off their hypocritical masks. Lu Qingyan leaned against the window, a jade flute in hand, her ethereal aura radiating as her early-stage transformation realm cultivation surged like a tide. She murmured, I pondered last night. The Heavenly Emperor's pretense of protecting us is too contrived. The Forbidden Grounds killing array and blood essence are clearly aimed at the devouring bloodline. The attitudes of the white-robed elder and the black-robed elder seem prearranged. If the Heavenly Emperor sect truly intends to act, we may not have a chance to flee when they convene in 3 days. Pausing, her eyes shone with clarity as she continued. Tianqian, your plan is ingenious, but if the Tianqian sect turns against us, we will be besieged from all sides. What then? Lin Tianqian chuckled coldly, his fist trembling slightly as the blood-colored vortex surged in his palm. He replied, if the Tianqian sect turns against us, we shall create a river of blood. If the Heavenly Emperor sect seeks to seize my bloodline, I will make them understand that the devouring bloodline is not to be trifled with. His eyes glowed with a fierce light as he asserted, as for the blood order's restrictions, I attempted to refine it last night. I can suppress its devouring power but cannot break it. The hand of the Heavenly Emperor himself is too deeply concealed at the pinnacle of the ascendant realm. In 3 days, if they detonate the restrictions, I must exert all my strength to hold them off. Wanner, Qingyan, You must seize the chaos to break through and find the Tianqian sect's people at the western foothills. Lin Wanner frowned and whispered, Tianqian, can you confront the senior members of the Heavenly Emperor sect alone? Isn't that a death sentence? Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, murmuring, the Heavenly Emperor and those two elders possess cultivation that vastly outmatches ours. Even if your devouring bloodline is formidable, it is too risky to confront them head-on. Lin Tianqian smirked, gripping his spear as he roared, a death sentence? My life is far more resilient. In the memories of the ancestor of devouring heaven, there exists a forbidden technique, and amp, Appos, blood devouring the heavens and amp, Appos, which allows me to forcibly absorb spiritual energy through my bloodline, temporarily breaking through my realm. If I use this technique, I can at least hold them off and buy you time. Lin Wan and amp, Appos, and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, a hint of concern flashing in their eyes. But upon seeing Lin Tianqian's resolute expression, they could only nod. Lin Wanner said softly, all right, if it truly comes to that, Qingyan and I will lure the Tianqian sect into the fray at the western foothills. Be cautious, do not let those scoundrels succeed. Lu Qingyan added, Tianqian, the backlash from the forbidden technique is severe. Leave yourself a way out when you use it, so you do not end up sacrificing yourself. Lin Tianqian nodded, assuring them, rest assured, I will be mindful. Tonight, we shall further explore the rear mountain, confirm the safety of the passage, and observe the movements of the Heavenly Emperor sect. As night deepened, the Heavenly Emperor sect was enveloped in silence, with patrolling disciples moving about, their auras foreboding. The trio donned night garments, with Lin Tianqian's blood-colored vortex concealing his spiritual fluctuations, Lin Wanner suppressing her crimson-golden radiance, and Lu Qingyan emitting a low, ethereal sound. The three of them slipped away like specters, infiltrating the dense forest of the rear mountain. The spiritual energy of the Qingyun mountain range flowed in the night wind, and Lin Tianqian led the way, whispering, the passage from last night has not been exposed, but if the Heavenly Emperor sect detects any disturbances in the forbidden grounds, they may increase their manpower. We must be cautious. They soon reached a giant rock, and Lin Tianqian's fist shattered the soil, revealing a corner of the stone door. He sent his blood-colored vortex inside, murmuring, no anomalies. Open. The stone door slid open, and the three of them entered the passage, proceeding along the path. The dark patterns on the blue stone within the stone chamber remained unchanged. Lin Tianqian spoke quietly. The jade slip has been sent. If the Tianqian sect responds, they may leave a message here. He searched the dark crevice of the stone chamber, but found it empty, muttering, no reply yet. It seems the Tianqian sect is also observing. Lu Qingyan asked softly, Tianqian, what if they do not believe us? Lin Tianqian snorted coldly, not believe? Then we shall stoke the flames even higher. I will leave a trace of blood essence here, if they sense it. They will certainly not let the Heavenly Emperor sect off the hook. A flash of blood light emanated from his palm as a drop of golden red blood fell onto the blue stone, the aura of the devouring bloodline spreading outwards. He added, now, the Tianqian sect will have no choice but to react. The three exited the passage and returned to the dense forest. Lin Tianqian spoke, the passage is secure, let us return and prepare. In the next 2 days, there will be many eyes and ears within the sect. We must pretend as if nothing is amiss to keep them at bay. Lin Wan and Appos nodded. All right, Qingyan and I will circulate outside the sect tomorrow, spreading false information to confuse their perception. Lu Qingyan added, I will use sound waves to probe the movements within the sect. If there are any unusual activities, I will inform you immediately. The three of them stealthily returned to their dwelling, the night deepening, the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor's sect looming, and the threat of bloodshed drawing near. Meanwhile, within the stone hall atop the Heavenly Emperor peak, the Heavenly Emperor sat at the head seat, flanked by the white-robed and black-robed elders, the atmosphere chilling. The white-robed elder spoke quietly. Sect Master, Lin Tianqian infiltrated the rear mountain again last night, seemingly venturing deep into the forest. He has acquired blood essence and is far too vigilant. Will the blood order and Appos restrictions hold during the meeting in 3 days? The black-robed elder chuckled coldly, replying, the blood order and Appos restrictions were personally crafted by the sect master, with the killing intent of the pinnacle of the ascendant realm. He, a mere mid-stage ascendant, cannot withstand it. Moreover, the 4 dead soldiers from the forbidden ground are no more. He must be aware of our murderous intent. If he does not hand over the blood essence during the meeting, we shall detonate it directly and take his life. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor as he said softly, this Lin Tianqian is far too cunning. The potential of the devouring bloodline far exceeds our expectations. He managed to escape even before the killing array of the forbidden ground was completed. The blood order's restrictions were forged with my life force. If he resists during the meeting in 3 days, I shall personally refine the power of the devouring bloodline. The white-robed elder cautioned, Sect Master, what if he escapes in advance? The Heavenly Emperor scoffed, escape? He cannot flee from the Heavenly Emperor sect. Send word to increase the manpower in the forbidden ground at the rear mountain. and instruct the patrolling disciples to guard all exits tightly. In 3 days, he will have no way to escape. The next day, everything followed its usual course within the Heavenly Emperor sect. Lin Tianqian and his companions acted discreetly, while Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan spread rumors at the outer gate, claiming that Lin Tianqian was in seclusion to refine the blood essence and would not be making an appearance for a while. Disciples within the sect debated among themselves, while the patrolling disciples secretly heightened their vigilance. The guards in the forbidden ground increased to 10, and the array and Appos' brilliance intensified. The Heavenly Emperor sensed the unusual activity and sneered. Does Lin Tianqian think he can keep us at bay? In 3 days, he will surely die. In his dwelling, Lin Tianqian closed his eyes to refine the blood essence, the aura of the devouring bloodline surging, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the ascendant realm. He murmured, "Those dogs from the Heavenly Emperor sect, tomorrow will be the last day. I will play this game to the very end with you." On the 3rd day, the sky was overcast. In the square before the main hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect, disciples gathered in throngs, the meeting set to commence. Lin Tianqian and his companions arrived early. Lin Tianqian grasping his battle spear, the blood-colored vortex concealed and dormant. Lin Wanner hid her long whip within her sleeve, while Lu Qingyan gripped her jade flute tightly. The trio's auras subdued as they melded into the crowd. The Heavenly Emperor stepped forward slowly, flanked by the white-robed and black-robed elders, 10 black-robed guards at the early stage of the ascendant realm looming ominously behind them. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze swept over the crowd, and he commanded, "Lin Tianqian, step forward to receive the order." Lin Tianqian chuckled coldly, advancing and inquiring, "What command does the sect master have?" The Heavenly Emperor and Appos' eyes flashed with murderous intent as he demanded, "Where is the blood essence? Hand it over, or the blood order will detonate, leaving you without a grave." Lin Tianqian chuckled softly, bloodlight surging fiercely from his palm as he bellowed, "Heavenly Emperor, you have finally discarded your mask." A blood decree restriction emerged, and he had long suspected treachery. Today, he would unveil the true power of the devouring bloodline. The crimson vortex expanded, its engulfing force sweeping through, as the golden chains of the blood decree restriction appeared, only to be forcibly consumed by the vortex. The Heavenly Emperor roared in fury, "You dare?" His palm radiated with spiritual light, exuding the aura of a peak transcendent realm practitioner, while Lin Tianqian shouted, "Blood devour the heavens." The power of his bloodline surged, his aura instantly breaking through to the later stage of the transcendent realm. The battle spear thrust forth, a blood dragon roaring, tearing through the void. Lin Wan and Appos' swung her long whip, the crimson golden radiance slicing through the air as she cried, "Crimson gold shatter the heavens." The whip and Appos' brilliance shredded the flesh of a black-robed guard, blood and gore flying. Lu Qingyan and Appos' jade flute resonated, waves of pure sound emanating as she declared, "Soul annihilation melody." The sound waves pierced the eardrums of 2 guards, causing them to bleed from their orifices and collapse. The trio joined forces, their murderous intent palpable. As blood splattered before the main hall of the Heavenly Emperor sect, an elder in white robes roared, "Rebellion! Kill!" An elder in black unleashed his spiritual artifact, and 10 guards surged forth to surround them. The Heavenly Emperor sneered, "Lin Tianqian, the devouring bloodline shall be mine today." He struck down with his palm, spiritual energy crashing like a mountain. Lin Tianqian and Appos' blood dragon met the onslaught, the spiritual energy exploding with a thunderous roar, shattering the stone pillars of the hall. The disciples in the square scattered in panic, and Lin Tianqian shouted, "Wan and Appos, Qingyan, retreat." The 3 forged a path through the bloodshed, racing towards the back mountain as the Heavenly Emperor pursued, roaring, nowhere to escape. Behind them, the hidden sentinels of the Tianqian sect sensed the disturbance. A message, jade slipped soaring forth. At the western foothills of the Qingyun Mountains, the forces of the Tianqian sect gathered, whispering, "Internal strife in the Heavenly Emperor sect. The devouring bloodline has emerged. Kill." The blood battle of the Heavenly Emperor sect commenced, and Lin Tianqian's fate hung by a thread. Chapter 61. Blood battle at the Emperor and Appos' gate. In the square before the Grand Hall of the Emperor and Appos' sect, a fog of blood enveloped the area, and the aftershocks of spiritual energy explosions fractured the ground, sending debris flying. Lin Tianqian wielded his spear, the blood dragon roaring with ferocity, its devouring power rending the fabric of reality, the aura of a late-stage celestial realm expert surging like a tidal wave. He growled, "Old dog, Emperor Shinran. After hiding your murderous intent for so long, today you shall regret it." A blood-red vortex surged around him, and with a thrust of his golden-red spear, the massive form of the blood dragon swept across, its claws tearing into the chest of a black-robed guard, flesh and blood scattering as screams echoed through the square. Emperor Shinran scoffed, his palm glowing with spiritual light, like a mountain bearing down, the overwhelming might of a peak celestial realm expert crushing forward as he murmured, "Lin Tianqian, No matter how strong your devouring bloodline is, it is merely a pawn in my hands. Lin Wanner wielded her long whip, the radiant crimson light cutting through the air, unleashing the aura of an early-stage transformation realm expert as she cried, crimson gold splitting the sky. The whip's light sliced through a black-robed guard's body, bones snapping and blood gushing forth. She moved like lightning, her whip shadows relentless, forcing back two guards who sought to encircle them, whispering, Tianxin, these scoundrels are numerous. We must retreat quickly. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, a clear and ethereal sound wave rippling out, as she shouted, soul-extinguishing melody. The sound wave pierced the eardrum of a guard, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he collapsed. She enveloped herself in a protective aura and deftly dodged a guard's strike from a spiritual weapon, cautioning, the Emperor's sect has mobilized, and if the Heavenly Xian sect does not come, we shall surely perish. In the square, disciples of the Emperor's sect scattered in panic, yet the sentinels quickly regrouped. Dozens of figures converging to encircle them, the glow of spiritual weapons flickering ominously, an aura of murderous intent soaring. A white-robed elder bellowed, Rebel Lin Tianxin, kill without mercy. He summoned his long sword, the sword energy surging forth, aiming directly at Lin Tianxin's back. The black-robed elder sneered, wielding a black banner that unleashed a cloud of black mist, sealing off the trio and Amp, Oppos, escape route, murmuring, devouring bloodline. You shall remain here today. 10 black-robed guards coordinated their assault, explosive spiritual energy shaking the heavens, the stone pillars before the hall shattering one after another, the chaos reaching a fever pitch. Lin Tianxin chuckled coldly, the blood dragon roaring as he forcefully tore through the black mist, sweeping his spear in a flash of bloodlight, bellowing, My life is exceedingly resilient. If you wish to kill me, come forth and pay the price. He thrust his spear, the dragon's claw descending, shattering the white-robed elder and Amp, Oppos, sword energy, causing his sword to break and forcing him to retreat, blood spilling from his mouth. Emperor Zhenren summoned a renewed wave of spiritual light. Roaring, blood order restriction explode. As he executed a hand seal, the golden light of the blood order in Lin Tianxin's palm surged, chains appearing, only to be devoured by the blood-red vortex. Lin Tianxin shouted, devouring bloodline, refine. The power of the bloodline boiled, suppressing the restriction. And a flicker of anger crossed Emperor Zhenren and Amp, Oppos' eyes as he muttered, such a formidable devouring bloodline. It can actually resist my restrictions. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan carved a bloody path forward, Lin Wanner's whip light severing a guard's throat, while Lu Qingyan's sound wave obliterated another guard's head. The three joined forces, their murderous intent fierce, as they forcibly tore open a gap in the encirclement. Lin Tianxin roared, the back mountain move. The trio darted toward the dense forest of the back mountain, while Emperor Zhenren shouted, pursue. He transformed into a beam of golden light. The aura of a peak celestial realm expert locking onto Lin Tianxin, the white-robed elder and black-robed elder following closely, dozens of sentinel disciples roaring in pursuit, their battle cries filling the air. The Emperor and Oppos' sect descended into chaos, disciples scattering, the scent of blood wafting through the atmosphere. In the dense forest of the back mountain, the spiritual energy of the Qingyun mountain range flowed in the night breeze as Lin Tianxin and Amp, Oppos' group plunged into the woods. Lin Tianxin concealed their presence with the blood-red vortex. Whispering, the passage is 100 feet to the west. We'll discuss further once inside. Lin Wanner lashed out with her long whip, the crimson light slicing through trees to clear a path, while Lu Qingyan sent out sound waves to detect the movements of their pursuers. Moments later, they reached a giant boulder, Lin Tianxin and Oppos' fist creating a gust that unearthed a corner of the stone door. He probed the blood-red vortex inside, urging, quickly, enter. The trio slipped into the passage, the stone doors sealing shut behind them. As their pursuers approached, Emperor Zhenren slammed his palm down, shattering the boulder. Yet all that emerged was a cloud of dust as he roared, a hidden passage? Dig it out for me. Within the passage, Lin Tianxin led the way, murmuring, these mad dogs of the Emperor's sect have gone insane. If the Heavenly Xian sect does not arrive, we'll have to fight our way out. Lin Wanner cautioned, Tianxin. If they seize the bloodline amidst the chaos, Lin Tianxin and Oppos' eyes glinted with blood, roaring seas, I will ensure they return empty-handed. First, we deal with these scoundrels of the Emperor and Amp, Oppos' sect, then we will settle the score with the Heavenly Xian sect. Lu Qingyan warned softly, the passage is shaking. They are coming. Outside the stone chamber, explosive sounds of spiritual energy erupted as Emperor Zhenren smashed open the passage entrance, golden light flooding in as he bellowed, Lin Tianxin. You cannot escape. The white-robed elder and black-robed elder led 10 guards into the fray, their aura chilling. Lin Tianxin thrust his spear, the blood dragon roaring, devouring heaven and earth. The blood-red vortex surged, swallowing the spiritual energy of the passage, the dragon tearing through the void, its claws striking down on a guard. Flesh and blood scattering. Lin Wanner's whip light blazed forth, exclaiming, split the sky. The crimson brilliance pierced the guard's chest, while Lu Qingyan unleashed her sound wave, declaring, "Extinguish the soul." The ethereal sound wave penetrated another guard's eardrum, the trio combining their forces amidst a shower of blood in the passage. Emperor Jinren and Amp, Apos, S cold snort resounded as he pressed down with his palm and Amp, Apos, S spiritual light, roaring die. Lin Tianqian met the onslaught of the blood dragon, the explosive spiritual energy shaking the passage, the stone walls crumbling. He shouted, "Wan and Apos, Qingyan, head west." The three forged a bloody path, bursting out of the passage. With Emperor Jinren hot on their heels, spiritual energy surging like a tide. At the western foot of the Qingyan mountain range, Lin Tianqian and his companions emerged from the dense forest, the sky darkening, distant cries of battle resounding as a team of Heavenly Xian sect experts appeared. Led by a white-haired elder whose peak celestial realm aura loomed ominously as he declared, "Devouring Bloodline, traitors of the Emperor and Apos, S sect, kill." Behind him, dozens of disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect summoned their spiritual weapons, charging into the forest. Emperor Jinren arrived at the western foot, seeing the Heavenly Xian sect reinforcements. He sneered, "Old ghost of the Heavenly Xian, are you here to stir the waters as well?" The white-haired elder scoffed, "Emperor Jinren, you seized my sect's treasured legacy and refined the devouring bloodline. Today, blood debts shall be repaid." The two factions faced off, and amidst the chaos, Lin Tianqian and his companions seized the opportunity to retreat into the forest. Lin Tianqian whispered, "Let the Heavenly Xian sect and the Emperor and Apos S sect tear each other apart. Let us catch our breath." Lin Wanner cautioned, "Tianqian, Emperor Jinren will not let you off easily, and the Heavenly Xian sect may not be trustworthy either." Lu Qingyan nodded, whispering, "In the chaos at the western foot, we must find a chance to escape." Deep within the forest, Lin Tianqian sat cross-legged, the aura of the devouring bloodline surging within him. He murmured, "The backlash of blood devouring the heavens has arrived. I must suppress my injuries." As he closed his eyes to meditate, Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan stood guard. Distant sounds of battle echoed. The Emperor's sect and the Heavenly Xian sect embroiled in a bloody conflict. Emperor Jinren's palms struck down fiercely, clashing with the Heavenly Elder's sword. The explosive spiritual energy collapsing the mountain, both sides suffering heavy casualties. Lin Tianqian opened his eyes, murmuring, "With the Emperor's sect in disarray and the Heavenly Xian sect joining in, our opportunity has arrived. The crisis of the Blood Order in 3 days has been averted, but I cannot swallow my pride while Emperor Jinren remains alive." Lin Wanner inquired softly, "Tianqian, do you intend to counterattack?" Lin Tianqian smirked, gripping his spear tightly, roaring, "Of course, I will claim the lives of those scoundrels of the Emperor and Amp, Apos, S sect. If the Heavenly Xian sect dares to interfere, they shall meet the same fate." Lu Qingyan warned, "Tianqian, your injuries." Lin Tianqian bellowed, "Injuries? My life is exceedingly resilient. This minor backlash is inconsequential. Tonight, amidst the chaos, I will return to the Emperor and Apos, S sect, and I shall personally pluck the head of Emperor Jinren." As night deepened, the chaos at the western foot raged on, and the bloodlight surged in Lin Tianqian's eyes, his murderous intent reaching the heavens. Beyond the dense forest, the Heavenly Emperor and the Elder of the Celestial Profound were embroiled in a fierce battle, with the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor suffering devastating losses. While the Celestial Profound sect also endured significant casualties, the Elder in White murmured, "Sect Master, Lin Tianqian has escaped, and the Celestial Profound sect is approaching. What shall we do?" The Heavenly Emperor scoffed, "Lin Tianqian cannot evade me. I shall undoubtedly claim the swallowing heaven bloodline. As for you, old ghost of the Celestial Profound, I will dispatch you first." His aura surged dramatically, while the Elder's sword chi sliced through the air like a rainbow, as both sides fought with unrelenting ferocity, casting the skies into darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqian and his companions stealthily advanced. Lin Tianqian whispered, "The rear defenses of the Heavenly Emperor sect are vulnerable. Tonight, we will retaliate and purge the Heavenly Emperor peak." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, as the three concealed their presence, moving like specters toward the Heavenly Emperor sect, on the eve of a bloody confrontation, with the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Chapter 62, Night Assault on Tianhuang Peak. Blood-stained in the azure sky, the night was as dark as ink, and the western foothills of the Qingyan mountain range echoed with the sounds of battle. The formidable warriors of the Tianhuang sect and the Tianxian sect were locked in fierce combat, as the residual energy from the spirit explosions tore through the forest, permeating the air with a stench of blood. Lin Tianqian and his companions lay concealed deep within the dense woods, with a battle spear in hand. A blood-red vortex hummed ominously around him, although the aura of his bloodline, the blood-devouring heaven, wavered slightly due to the backlash of a forbidden technique. It remained as tumultuous as the tide, emanating a faint aura of a late-stage, heavenly realm cultivator. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "As the Tianhuang sect and Tianxian sect engage in a dog-eat-dog struggle, the defenses of Tianhuang Peak are vulnerable. Tonight presents a golden opportunity for us to strike back. His eyes glimmered with a fierce light, filled with murderous intent. Gripping his spear tightly, he growled, "That old dog, the Tianhuang real person, dares to scheme against me. I will take his life." Lin Wanner, with her long whip coiled around her arm, contained the brilliance of her crimson golden aura, her presence as steadfast as a mountain. She cautioned softly, "Tianxin, although the peak appears defenseless, if the Tianhuang real person returns, we will be in grave danger. Your injuries are not fully healed. A head-on confrontation is too perilous." A trace of concern flickered in her eyes, as the veins of her crimson golden battle body glimmered faintly, akin to molten gold. Lu Qingyan held a jade flute in her hand, exuding an ethereal aura. With her early-stage transformation into the divine realm, her presence flowed like rippling water as she whispered, "I have gathered intelligence on the situation at the western foothills. The Tianhuang sect has suffered heavy casualties, and the Tianxin sect is faring poorly as well. The Tianhuang real person is currently entangled with an elder from the Tianxin sect. If we launch a night assault on Tianhuang Peak, a swift resolution may be feasible." Lin Tianxin scoffed, his fists trembling with energy. He bellowed, "Risky? I have a strong constitution. These minor injuries are inconsequential. The Tianhuang real person cannot escape death. I will not swallow this resentment. This group of scoundrels in the Tianhuang sect treats me as a pawn. A bloodbath at Tianhuang Peak is merely the beginning." He paused, then stated, "Here is the plan. Wanner, you will breach the array and infiltrate the forbidden area behind the mountain, destroying their bloodline altar and severing their foundations. Qingyan, you will use sound waves to disrupt the guards while I make a beeline for the stone hall atop Tianhuang Peak to eliminate the white-robed and black-robed elders. If the Tianhuang real person comes to their aid, I will fight him to the death." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "All right, let us proceed tonight." The trio donned their night attire. Lin Tianxin concealed his spiritual fluctuations with the blood-red vortex. Lin Wanner contained her crimson golden glow, and Lu Qingyan emitted a soft, ethereal sound wave. Like phantoms, they slipped silently from the depths of the forest towards the Tianhuang sect. At the foot of Tianhuang Peak, the patrolling disciples were sparse, as most had been dispatched to the western battlefield. The sect was shrouded in an eerie silence, with only the faint flicker of the forbidden area's array in the rear mountain. Lin Tianxin whispered, "Split up and proceed to the forbidden area." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan nodded, their figures darting like lightning, each heading towards the rear mountain and the depths of the sect, while Lin Tianxin charged directly towards the summit of Tianhuang Peak. Before the stone hall atop Tianhuang Peak, only 4 black-robed disciples at the early stage of the heavenly realm remained as guards, their auras menacing. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Tianxin and Appo's blood-red vortex extended forth, and he muttered, "For scoundrels, I will send you on your way first." His spear thrust forward, a blood dragon roaring as a colossal form tore through the void. A dragon claw descended, shattering the chest of a black-robed disciple, blood and flesh exploding. His scream cut short as he collapsed lifelessly. The remaining 3 cried out in alarm. "Enemy attack!" Summoning their spiritual weapons to counter, Lin Tianxin sneered and bellowed, "Devour the heavens." The blood-red vortex surged, consuming their spiritual energy. The blood dragon swept through, causing their weapons to shatter and their bodies to be torn to shreds, blood mist enveloping the area. The stone hall's doors were tightly shut. Lin Tianxin's fist struck the heavens as he roared, "Open." The blood-red vortex devoured the barriers on the door, which then thunderously swung open. Inside, the white-robed and black-robed elders sat cross-legged, their auras deep as they refined a golden-red blood orb. Sensing the disturbance, they abruptly opened their eyes, the white-robed elder roaring, "Lin Tianxin, how dare you return to kill?" The black-robed elder chuckled coldly, seeking death. Both summoned their spiritual weapons. The white-robed elder unleashed a sword aura like a rainbow, while the black-robed elder enveloped himself in a shroud of black mist, both charging at Lin Tianxin. Lin Tianxin shouted, "You 2 old dogs, today I will slay you." The spear pierced forth, the blood dragon roaring, as the devouring power tore through the black mist. A dragon claw struck down, shattering the white-robed elder's sword aura, breaking his sword and forcing him to retreat violently. The black-robed elder swung his black banner, transforming the black mist into chains that ensnared Lin Tianxin. Lin Tianxin scoffed, the blood-red vortex swelling as he roared, "Devour." The chains of black mist were forcibly drawn into the vortex, the black-robed elder's aura faltering. Lin Tianxin thrust his spear, the blood dragon ripping through his chest, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The white-robed elder gasped in shock, "You." His sword rose again. But Lin Tianxin unleashed the blood dragon in a sweeping motion, a claw descending, resulting in the white-robed elder and Appo's body exploding, blood and flesh scattering. The stench of blood filling the stone hall. Lin Tianxin planted his spear into the ground, muttering, "The dogs of the Tianhuang sect, it feels splendid to kill." Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the rear mountain, Lin Wanner lashed out with her long whip, the crimson golden light sharp as a blade, exclaiming, crimson gold shattering the sky. The whip's brilliance tore through the edge of the array, stealthily infiltrating. Within the forbidden area, two stone statues of ferocious beasts emanated a sinister aura before the blood-colored stone hall. Lin Wanner remarked softly, the foundation of the Tianhuang sect lies here. She unleashed her whip, the crimson golden light exploding as one stone statue shattered, blood mist pouring forth, the altar trembling. The guards noticed, and 6 black-robed disciples at the early stage of the heavenly realm rushed in, shouting, "Who dares to trespass in the forbidden area?" Lin Wanner smirked, sweeping her long whip, the crimson golden brilliance like a rainbow, and shouted, "Shatter the sky." The whip's light cleaved through the bodies of 2 disciples, blood and flesh scattering. As the remaining 4 surrounded her with their spiritual weapons, Lin Wanner moved like lightning, her whip casting shadows, and in mere moments, all 4 lay defeated. Blood staining the forbidden area, Lu Qingyan infiltrated the depths of the sect, her jade flute sounding, and with a clear, ethereal wave, she called out, "Chaotic soul melody." The sound waves surged like a tide, disorienting the patrolling disciples, causing over a dozen to bleed from their orifices, screaming in agony. She evaded their pursuit, racing to the forbidden area to rendezvous with Lin Wanner. Inside the forbidden area, Lin Wanner struck the blood-colored altar with her whip, shouting, "Destroy it." The crimson golden brilliance erupted, shattering the altar's runes. As the golden-red blood orb was expelled, Lin Wanner ensnared it with her whip and whispered, "Qingyan, secure it." Lu Qingyan unleashed her sound waves, knocking the blood orb down, and together they obliterated the altar, causing a tumult of spiritual energy and a billowing blood mist. At the stone hall atop Tianhuang Peak, Lin Tianqian stored his spear, grasping the golden-red blood orb in his palm. He bellowed, "Devour the bloodline, refine." The power of the bloodline surged, his aura rising as he solidified his late-stage heavenly realm cultivation. He murmured, "The forbidden area is destroyed, the foundation of the Tianhuang sect severed. Tianhuang real person, I await your return." In the distance, the sounds of battle at the western foothills began to fade. The Tianhuang real person sensed the disturbances within the sect, roaring, "Lin Tianqian." He forcefully repelled the Tianqian elder with a palm strike, transforming into a beam of golden light as he rushed back to the Tianhuang sect. The Tianqian elder sneering, "Infighting within the Tianhuang sect, kill." He led the Tianqian disciples in pursuit. The Tianhuang real person charged back to Tianhuang Peak. Witnessing the stone hall awash in blood, the bodies of the white-robed and black-robed elders dismembered. He roared, "Lin Tianqian, you seek death." His palm radiated with spiritual light. Bearing down heavily, Lin Tianqian met the onslaught with his spear, the blood dragon roaring as he shouted, "Old dog, come on." The explosion of spiritual energy shook the stone hall as Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex surged, devouring the spiritual light. The blood dragon tearing through the void as he clashed fiercely with the Tianhuang real person. In the rear mountains forbidden area, Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan destroyed the altar. Sensing the turmoil atop Tianhuang Peak, Lin Wanner whispered, "Tianqian is in a tough fight. We must assist him." The two moved like lightning, racing towards Tianhuang Peak. At the summit, Lin Tianqian battled the Tianhuang real person amidst chaos, the blood dragon roaring, spiritual light surging, rocks shattering, and spiritual energy in disarray. The Tianhuang real person, at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, bore down upon him. Yet Lin Tianqian's bloodline power surged as he shouted, blood devouring the heavens. His aura intensified as he withstood the Tianhuang real person's palm strike, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he remained unyielding. The Tianhuang real person sneered, "The blood-devouring heaven ultimately belongs to me." He formed a hand seal, transforming spiritual energy into golden chains that ensnared Lin Tianqian. Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex devoured the chains as he roared, "I will ensure you regret this." As Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan arrived, Lin Wanner unleashed her whip, exclaiming, "Shatter the sky." The crimson golden brilliance severed the golden chains, while Lu Qingyan unleashed her sound waves, declaring, "Annihilate the soul." The ethereal sound waves pierced towards the Tianhuang real person and Appo's eardrum. He roared in fury, activating his spiritual shield to repel the sound waves. Despite the Tianhuang real person and Appo's strength, the trio gradually gained the upper hand. In the distance, disciples from the Tianqian sect stormed into the Tianhuang sect. The Tianqian elder thrusting his sword towards the remaining disciples of the Tianhuang sect, bellowing, "Annihilate the Tianhuang sect." Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Tianqian thrust his spear forward. The blood dragon tearing through the Tianhuang real person's left arm, blood gushing forth. The Emperor of Heaven roared with fury, "Lin Tianqian, I demand your demise." His aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, pressing down upon Lin Tianqian. With a low growl, Lin Tianqian retorted, "Old dog, today is your end." The blood dragon roared, its devouring power tearing through the spiritual light. Lin Wan and Appo's unleashed a whip of light, while Lu Qingyan shattered the air with sound waves. The Emperor of Heaven staggered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Tianxian thrust his spear, the blood dragon piercing through the emperor's chest. Anguish and rage mingled in the emperor's eyes as he bellowed, devouring heaven bloodline. His aura waned, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At the peak of the emperor, blood flowed like a river as the Tianxian sect surged in, scattering the disciples of the emperor's sect in panic. Lin Tianxian and his companions stood, panting. Lin Tianxian murmured, "The emperor's sect is finished. Tianxian sect, our debts remain unsettled." An elder from Tianxian approached with a cold smirk, whispering, "Hand over the devouring heaven bloodline." Lin Tianxian snorted disdainfully, gripping his spear tightly, and bellowed, "Old ghost, you wish to seize it? I shall make you regret it." The night deepened, and the bloodshed in the Qingyun Mountains continued unabated, old grudges and new enmities igniting the flames of slaughter once more. Chapter 63, The Old Demon of Tianxian. The blood battle resumes atop Tianhuang Peak. A thick mist of blood enveloped the area, with remnants of crumbling walls swaying precariously in the night breeze. The body of the Tianhuang Jinren lay amidst the ruins of the stone hall, his chest pierced by a blood dragon, his golden robe stained crimson. The overwhelming aura of the peak of the Tongtian realm had long dissipated. Lin Tianxian leaned on his battle spear, a blood-red vortex thrumming ominously around him, the ferocity of the devouring bloodline surging like a tidal wave. Though his cultivation at the late stage of the Tongtian realm appeared slightly unstable due to the continuous battles, he still emanated a disquieting power. Breathing heavily, he straightened his posture, his eyes glowing with bloodlust, and roared, "Those bastards of the Tianhuang sect are finally dead. Tianhuang Jinren, I promise to take your life." A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from the forbidden technique, blood devouring the heavens, caused his internal energy to roil. Yet he fiercely suppressed his injuries, his fighting spirit unwavering. Lin Wanner, with her long whip coiled around her arm, radiated a resplendent golden light from her fingertips. Her aura at the early stage of the transformation realm was as steadfast as a mountain, the whip stained with blood. She spoke softly, "Tianxian, the foundation of the Tianhuang sect has been destroyed. With the death of Tianhuang Jinren, this sect is finished. However, the Tianxian sect has infiltrated, and they will not relent." A flicker of vigilance crossed her eyes, the veins of her golden battle body faintly glowing. Lu Qingyan held a jade flute, her ethereal aura spreading around her, her cultivation at the early stage of the transformation realm flowing like rippling water. She warned, "The aura of the old man from Tianxian is too powerful. At the peak of the late stage of the Tongtian realm, he is stronger than Tianhuang Jinren." She cast a glance around, noting that disciples of the Tianxian sect had already breached the Tianhuang sect, the sounds of battle drawing nearer. At the foot of Tianhuang Peak, dozens of disciples from the Tianxian sect brandished their spirit weapons, their killing intent soaring. The remaining disciples of the Tianhuang sect scattered in terror, blood flowing like a river. The leading elder from Tianxian, with hair white as snow and a long sword resting on the ground, emanated an oppressive aura akin to an abyss at the peak of the late stage of the Tongtian realm. His gaze fixed on Lin Tianxian, he sneered, "Lin Tianxian, your devouring bloodline is indeed remarkable. Even the old dog Tianhuang Jinren fell at your hands. However, this bloodline power will belong to the Tianxian sect. Hand it over, and I shall leave your corpse intact." Behind him, 10 black-clad guards at the initial stage of the Tongtian realm exuded a chilling aura, their spirit weapons drawn, subtly sealing off the escape routes for Lin Tianxian and his companions. Lin Tianxian let out a cold laugh, gripping his battle spear as the blood-red vortex surged. He bellowed, "Old demon, you wish to seize my bloodline? You must be dreaming. The accounts with the Tianhuang sect are settled. Now it is your turn, Tianxian sect." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he murmured, "I remember the treachery of the Tianxian sect against Wanner at the bloodline trial grounds. Today, I shall make you understand that the devouring bloodline is not something you can touch." The blood dragon roared, its massive form tearing through the void, its claws descending. The Tianxian elder swung his sword, unleashing a sword aura like a rainbow. The explosion of spiritual energy shattered the mountains and rocks. Lin Tianxian staggered back, blood seeping from his mouth, yet he stood firm. Lin Wanner lashed out with her whip, the red gold light flashing like a rainbow as she shouted, "Crack the heavens." The whip and Appos' glow tore through a black-clad guard and Appos' flesh, blood and gore erupting. She urged, "Tianxian, this old demon is too strong. We must join forces." Lu Qingyan played her flute, ethereal sound waves rippling forth, commanding, soul destruction melody. The sound waves sliced toward the Tianxian elder's eardrum. The elder scoffed, shielding himself with spiritual light. The sound waves dissipated upon impact. "3 juniors dare to challenge me?" He sneered. He swept his sword, the sword aura crashing like a tide, as the trio united to resist. The explosion of spiritual energy shaking the heavens, plunging Tianhuang Peak into chaos once more. Behind the Tianxian elder, the black-clad guards surged in for the kill. Lin Tianxian roared, "Devour the heavens." The blood-red vortex swelled, consuming the spiritual energy as the blood dragon swept across, causing 3 guards to explode in a mist of blood. He thrust his spear, the blood dragon ripping into a guard and amp. Apos' chest, blood gushing forth as he roared. The dogs of the Tianxian sect are truly exhilarating to kill. Lin Wanner unleashed a continuous whip strike, her red gold light tearing through 2 adversaries, while Lu Qingyan's sound waves sent 2 guards sprawling, blood streaming from their orifices. In a matter of moments, the 10 guards suffered heavy casualties. The Tianxian elder bellowed, "What a remarkable devouring bloodline. I shall personally take your life." He summoned his sword, the sword aura surging like a mountain, the overwhelming aura of the peak of the late stage of the Tongtian realm bearing down. Lin Tianxian met it with the blood dragon, shouting, "Old demon, come on." The explosion of spiritual energy shattered the mountaintop as Lin Tianxian and Apos' lips bled from the intensified backlash of the forbidden technique, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. Blood devouring the heavens. The power of his bloodline boiled, his aura surging as he braced against the sword aura, staggering yet refusing to retreat. Lin Wanner unleashed her whip, declaring, "Split the heavens." The red gold brilliance tore through a portion of the sword aura, while Lu Qingyan shattered the residual energy with her sound waves. The 3 joined forces, momentarily stalling the Tianxian elder and Apos' sword momentum. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "Junior, you possess some skill." The Tianxian elder formed a seal, transforming the sword aura into 1,000 sword shadows, descending upon them like a storm. Lin Tianxian roared, "Devour." The blood-red vortex expanded, consuming the sword shadows as the blood dragon roared, tearing through the void. The elder's sword met the onslaught, the explosion of spiritual energy fracturing the ground of Tianhuang Peak. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan charged at the Tianxian disciples. Lin Wan and Apos' unleashed her whip, commanding, "Die." The red gold light shredded through the flesh of 3 disciples, while Lu Qingyan and Apos' sound waves shattered the minds of 5 others, causing them to collapse lifelessly. The trio exhibited impeccable cooperation, inflicting heavy casualties upon the Tianxian disciples. The Tianxian elder roared in fury, "I shall slaughter you all." The elder and Apos' sword aura erupted, spiritual light surging like a tide. Lin Tianxian met it with the blood dragon, roaring, "You've got guts." As Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan returned to the fray, Lin Wan and Apos' struck out with her whip, exclaiming, "Split the heavens." The red gold brilliance cleaved through the elder and Apos' spiritual defense, while Lu Qingyan and Apos' sound waves pierced toward the elder and Apos' eardrum. The elder and Apos' spiritual light shield held firm, pushing the 2 back as he proclaimed, "The devouring bloodline is mine for the taking." He thrust his sword forward, the sword aura resembling a dragon. Lin Tianxian countered with his spear, the blood dragon roaring in response, the explosion of spiritual energy shaking the heavens. Their figures intertwined. Lin Tianxian and Apos' left arm bore a deep cut from the sword aura, while the elder and Apos' chest was raked by the claws of the blood dragon, blood gushing forth. Lin Tianxian roared, "Old demon, you're hurt too." The blood-red vortex surged, the devouring power ripping through the spiritual energy as he thrust his spear forward. The blood dragon tearing through the void. The Tianxian elder raised his sword in defense, the sword aura shattered, sending him staggering back, blood trickling from his mouth. "What a remarkable devouring bloodline," he exclaimed, as Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyan charged forth. Lin Wan and Apos' struck with her whip, the red gold light piercing through the elder and Apos' protective spiritual light. Lu Qingyan and Apos' sound waves caused blood to seep from the elder and Apos' ears, his aura slightly disordered. The 3 joined forces, gradually gaining the upper hand over the elder. He bellowed, "Disciples of the Tianxian sect, kill." The remaining disciples of the Tianxian sect surged forward, and Lin Tianxian shouted, "Wanner, Qingyan, deal with the stragglers. This old demon is mine." He thrust his spear, the blood dragon roaring, the devouring power sweeping through as the elder's sword aura clashed with it, detonating and collapsing half the mountain. Lin Wanner swept her whip, the red gold light tearing through 5 disciples, while Lu Qingyan and Apos' sound waves sent 3 others sprawling, blood streaming from their orifices. In an instant, the disciples of the Tianxian sect suffered devastating losses. The Tianxian elder roared, "Lin Tianxian, I shall not rest until you are dead." His spiritual light surged, the sword aura crashing like a tide. Lin Tianxian stood firm, bellowing, "I will play with you to the end." Atop Tianhuang Peak, the blood battle resumed, with Lin Tianxian and his companions embroiled in a fierce clash against the Tianxian elder, spiritual energy raging, and the mountains crumbling. In the distance, amidst the dense forests of the Qingyun Mountains, a group of mysterious figures stealthily approached, the leader cloaked in black, emanating an aura as deep as the abyss. He murmured, The Devouring Bloodline, with the Tianhuang sect and Tianxian sect in turmoil, is the perfect opportunity for a fisherman to profit. Behind him, dozens of black-clad individuals, their spirit weapons gleaming, advanced toward Tianhuang Peak. Lin Tianxian sensed the movement and said softly, "Is there someone else coming? I don't care who it is. Anyone daring to seize my bloodline will be slaughtered." The Tianxian elder's sword aura surged like a dragon, while Lin Tianxian's blood dragon roared in response. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan defended their surroundings, vanquishing the remaining foes. The Tianxian elder shouted, "Lin Tianxian, you have killed my disciples and ruined my plans. I demand blood for blood." He formed a seal, the sword aura transforming into countless sword shadows. Lin Tianxian and Apos' blood-red vortex consumed them as he thundered, "Old demon, you're out of tricks." The blood dragon tore through the sword shadows, its claws descending, causing the elder to stagger, blood spilling from his lips. Lin Tianxian thrust his spear, piercing the elder and Apos' left shoulder, blood gushing forth. The venerable Tianxian roared, "As long as I draw breath, you shall not survive." His spiritual essence surged violently, and the sword energy soared like a mountain. Lin Tianxian and Apos' blood dragon clashed fiercely, causing an explosion of spiritual energy that led to the complete collapse of the Tianhuang Peak. The three figures were violently thrown back, while Tianxuan's aura began to wane. Lin Tianxian bellowed, "You old fool, your demise is inevitable." As he thrust his spear, the blood dragon tore through Tianxuan's chest. The elder's eyes were filled with a mixture of astonishment and fury as he growled, swallowing the heaven's bloodline. His essence dissipated, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Tianxian stood, panting, and murmured, "The account with the Tianxian sect is settled." As the night deepened, the Tianhuang Peak ran red with blood. The three stood amidst the ruins, and Lin Wanner whispered, "Tianxian, another presence approaches." Lin Tianxian chuckled coldly, grasping his spear and roaring, "I care not who it is, let them come." A figure cloaked in black emerged, the leader murmuring, "Swallowing the heaven's bloodline belongs to me." Lin Tianxian roared in response, "You seek death." The battle raged on, with new foes rising amidst the treacherous Qingyun Mountains. Chapter 64, The Final Blood Battle. Journey to the northern domain atop the Heavenly Emperor Peak. A crimson mist enveloped the scene, with corpses strewn across the ground, and the remnants of walls swayed precariously in the night breeze. The bodies of the Heavenly Emperor and the elder of the Heavenly Xian sect lay lifeless, their blood staining the ruins, while the residual waves of chaotic spiritual energy still echoed in the air. Lin Tianxian leaned on his war spear, a blood-red vortex swirling around him, the aura of the devouring bloodline surging like a tempest. Although his cultivation at the late stage of the celestial realm was unstable due to the continuous battles and backlash from forbidden techniques, he still emanated a chilling presence. He stood upright, panting, his eyes glimmering with bloodlust as he roared, "The Heavenly Emperor sect and the Heavenly Xian sect are utterly annihilated. These wretched dogs dared to seize my bloodline. I've killed until my hands are numb." With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he suppressed the turbulent blood energy within, his fighting spirit ablaze. Lin Wanner, with her long whip entwined around her arm, emanated a soft golden glow from her fingertips. Though her aura at the early stage of the god transformation realm appeared weary, it remained as steadfast as a mountain. She murmured, "Tianxian, the rivers of blood at Heavenly Emperor Peak are vast. We've slain 2 major sects, and the commotion is too great. We may not be safe in the Qingyun mountain range." A flicker of caution passed through her eyes, as the veins of her golden battle body subtly radiated with light. The whip stained with blood. Lu Qingyan held her jade flute, a clear and ethereal aura emanating from her. Her cultivation at the early stage of the god transformation realm flowing like waves. She whispered, "I sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy deep within the Qingyun mountain range. As if someone is watching us. Tianxian, we must depart. If we continue fighting, we won't endure." Lin Tianxian scoffed, gripping his war spear, the blood-red vortex swelling ominously as he bellowed, "Leave? I haven't killed enough yet. These scoundrels dared to covet my bloodline. I'll make them regret being born." After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of rationality crossed his eyes, and he murmured, "However, you are correct. The Qingyun mountain range is fraught with danger, and the ruins of the Heavenly Emperor sect will inevitably attract more old ghosts. According to the memories of the ancestor of devouring heaven, the northern domain's wasteland is an ancient battlefield, teeming with formidable beings and clues to the devouring bloodline. Let us head there, evade the turmoil, and seek opportunities to enhance our strength." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go to the northern domain's wasteland." The trio began to clear the aftermath. Lin Tianxian flipped his palm, revealing fragments of the ancestor of devouring heaven's memories, and softly stated, "The wasteland is located 1,000 miles north of the Qingyun mountain range. Beyond the Bloodwind Canyon lies the entrance. Though the spiritual energy there is chaotic and fraught with peril, opportunities abound. I am currently at the late stage of the celestial realm, while Wan and Apos, and Qingyan are still at the early stage of the god transformation realm. We must enhance our strength to carve out a bloody path. Lin Wan and Apos, spoke softly. Tianshun, it is said that the northern domain's wasteland harbors ancient relics. If we can find opportunities, we may well break through. Lu Qingyan nodded, adding quietly. The pursuers from the Qingyan mountain range may arrive at any moment. We must move swiftly. As the night deepened, Lin Tianshun and the others donned their night travel garb, concealing their auras with the blood-red vortex, while Lin Wan and Apos, golden radiance subdued, and Lu Qingyan's ethereal sound waves hummed softly. The three departed from Heavenly Emperor Peak like phantoms, stealthily making their way toward the northern foothills of the Qingyun mountain range. The dense forest along the way was shrouded in darkness, with bizarre fluctuations of spiritual energy. Lin Tianshun led the way, whispering. The Bloodwind Canyon lies at the northern foothills end, home to Bloodwind beasts at the early stage of the celestial realm. We must tread carefully. The trio advanced quietly, and after half an hour, the Bloodwind Canyon came into view, its cliffs rising like blades, fierce crimson winds howling, accompanied by distant beast roars. At the canyon's entrance, Lin Tianshun cautioned, the Bloodwind beasts have keen senses. We must strike decisively. No sooner had he spoken than 3 Bloodwind beasts roared forth, their early-stage celestial realm aura pressing down like a storm, their blood-red claws tearing through the air. Lin Tianshun lunged with his spear, a blood dragon roaring forth as he growled, "Devour!" The blood-red vortex expanded, absorbing spiritual energy as the blood dragon rent one Bloodwind beast's chest, blood gushing forth. Lin Wanner swung her long whip, the golden radiance slicing through the air as she shouted, "Heaven shatter!" The whip's arc cleaved through one Bloodwind beast's head, flesh and blood flying. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, the ethereal sound waves expanding as she cried, "Annihilate the soul." The sound waves pierced the final Bloodwind beast's eardrum, causing it to collapse, blood streaming from its 7 orifices. The trio forged a bloody path deeper into the canyon, where the winds howled and the spiritual energy swirled chaotically. Lin Tianshun murmured, "The Bloodwind Canyon serves as a natural barrier. Once we pass this, we will reach the edge of the northern domain." At the canyon's end, a desolate expanse lay before them, the aura of the wasteland palpable, laden with intense killing intent. Lin Tianshun roared, "This is the northern domain's wasteland. I can feel the resonance of the devouring bloodline." A flash of bloodlight emanated from his palm as the ancestor of devouring heaven's memories resurfaced, and he whispered, "At the core of the wasteland lies the Apos, Blood Soul Tower, and Apos, a trial ground for the devouring bloodline. We must head there." In the northern domain's wasteland, the desert stretched endlessly, fractured mountains jutting across the horizon, and the air distorted with spiritual energy, faint remnants of ancient ruins visible in the distance. As Lin Tianshun and his companions entered the desert, he cautioned, "The wasteland is fraught with danger." The ancestor of devouring heaven warned that the Blood Soul Tower lies deep within. "We must proceed with caution." Lin Wanner replied, "Tianshun, the spiritual energy here is too chaotic, as if remnants of a formation linger." Lu Qingyan added, "I sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy ahead. It seems someone is engaged in battle. We must avoid them." After traversing the desert for half a day, swirling sands revealed a crumbling ancient city. The walls were in ruins, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were peculiar. Lin Tianshun whispered, "This is the desolate, sand ancient city, on the outskirts of the wasteland. According to the ancestor of devouring heaven's memories, there is an ancient teleportation array within that can lead directly to the vicinity of the Blood Soul Tower." The three stealthily entered the ancient city, which was eerily silent, with scattered bones littering the streets, and the air thick with the stench of death. Lin Tianshun led the way, urging, "The teleportation array is at the city center. Let us hurry." At the center of the ancient city stood a dilapidated stone platform, runes flickering as spiritual energy surged. Lin Tianshun whispered, "This is it." Infusing blood light into his palm, the runes glowed, and the teleportation array hummed to life. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan stepped onto the stone platform, exclaiming, "Tianshun, it's working." In a flash of light, the three vanished, the array dimming. In the next moment, the exterior of the Blood Soul Tower came into view. A towering crimson edifice rising from the desert, exuding the aura of the devouring bloodline, surrounded by a swirling mist of blood, faint growls echoing within. Lin Tianshun bellowed, "Blood Soul Tower, here I come." Gripping his war spear, the blood-red vortex expanded once more as he stated. The ancestor of devouring heaven mentioned that the tower contains trials for bloodlines, capable of allowing me to break through to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Wanner, Qingyan, you two can seek opportunities here. Lin Wanner cautioned, "Tianshun, the aura of this tower is overwhelming. It feels as if there are guardians." Lu Qingyan nodded. "I sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy within the tower, akin to the strength of someone at the pinnacle of the celestial realm." As the three approached the Blood Soul Tower, the tower doors thunderously opened, revealing a blood figure clad in crimson armor, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. The oppressive pressure of the pinnacle of the celestial realm bearing down upon them. The figure intoned, "Descendants of the devouring bloodline, enter the tower for trials. Life and death are upon your own heads." Lin Tianqian smirked, roaring defiantly, "I'm as tough as they come. Bring it on." He thrust his spear, the blood dragon roaring in response, clashing with the figure's long blade, sending shockwaves through the air. Lin Wanner unleashed the whip-s arc, shouting, "Heaven shatter." Lu Qingyan released her sound waves, commanding, "Annihilate the soul." The three combined their might, momentarily halting the figure's blade aura, as he murmured, "Not bad. Enter the tower." The blood figure retreated into the tower, and Lin Tianqian and his companions stepped into the Blood Soul Tower, where blood mist enveloped the space, revealing a blood-red arena pulsating with energy. Lin Tianqian bellowed, "The trial begins. I will break through here." The blood battle paused, a new map unveiled, the northern domain's wasteland, where the Blood Soul Tower concealed profound mysteries. Chapter 65, Blood Soul Trial. The pinnacle battle within the Blood Soul Tower, a crimson mist envelopes the surroundings, saturating the atmosphere with a sinister hue, infused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, as if one were submerged in an endless sea of blood. In the center stands a blood-red arena, its periphery pulsating with flickering crimson light, the essence of the devouring bloodline surging like a tidal wave, evoking a sense of trepidation. Lin Tianqian and his companions positioned themselves at the edge of the arena, Lin Tianqian resting his war spear against the ground, a blood-red vortex emitting a low hum around him, the fury of his post-transcendence realm cultivation intensifying amidst the resonance of the blood mist. His eyes gleaming with a crimson light, he growls, "The Blood Soul Tower, the trial ground of the devouring bloodline. I can feel my bloodline boiling. This place will allow me to break through to the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. That old ghost from the Heavenly Might sect will rue the day he pursued me." Blood trickles from his lips as he suppresses the fatigue of consecutive battles, his fighting spirit ablaze. Lin Wanner, with a long whip coiled around her arm, radiates a golden hue from her fingertips. Her aura, though in the early stages of the divine transformation realm, feels slightly constrained within the blood mist. She whispers, "Tianqian, the aura of this arena is too uncanny, as if concealed with murderous intent. You and Oppos, VE fought against 4 major factions. Your injuries are not yet healed. Could this trial pose a danger?" A flicker of concern flashes in her eyes, the veins of her golden battle body subtly glowing, the bloodstains on her whip still fresh. Lu Qingyan, holding a jade flute, releases a clear and ethereal aura, her early-stage divine transformation cultivation flowing like ripples. She softly states, "I sensed spiritual fluctuations deeper within the arena, akin to a guardian at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Tianqian, this tower is not simple. We must proceed with caution." Lin Tianqian smirks, seizing his war spear, the blood-red vortex swelling as he bellows, "Danger? My life is as tough as they come. These wounds mean nothing. The Heavenly Emperor sect, the Heavenly Xian sect, the Black Blood sect, and the old ghost in purple robes, all have perished at my hands. What does this trial signify? The inheritance of the devouring bloodline is mine for the taking." Pausing, he adds, "Wanner, Qingyan, you guard the arena's edge. If anything unusual occurs, strike without hesitation. I will ascend the arena to undergo the trial and break through to the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Jin Tianba from the Heavenly Might sect will regret ever hunting me." Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan exchange glances and nod. "All right, be careful." Lin Tianqian steps onto the arena, the blood light surging as the mist coalesces around him, forming a blood spectre clad in crimson armor, wielding a long blade, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss. The pressure of the pinnacle of the transcendence realm crashing down upon him. In a thunderous voice, the blood spectre declares, "Heir of the devouring bloodline. I am the guardian of the first layer of the Blood Soul Tower, Bloodblade, Demon General. The trial rules are simple. Defeat me, and the inheritance is yours. Fail, and you shall perish." The spectre's voice roars like thunder, its blade aura chilling as Lin Tianqian sneers and bellows, "Come at me." He thrusts his spear, the blood dragon roaring forth, its colossal form rending the void, as the dragon's claws strike down. The Bloodblade Demon General meets the attack with its long blade, the blade aura soaring, the spiritual energy exploding and causing the arena to tremble. Lin Wan and Oppos, and Lu Qingyan stand at the edge of the arena. Lin Wan and Oppos are murmuring. Tianqian and Amp, Oppos' bloodline resonates closely with this spectre's aura, but this demon general is too powerful. We must be ready to assist. Lu Qingyan nods, whispering, "I detected deeper spiritual fluctuations within the tower. This is merely the first layer." On the arena, Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex swells as he roars, "Devour." The blood dragon engulfs the blade aura, its claws tearing through the spectre and Oppos' protective spiritual light. The Bloodblade Demon General snorts coldly, responding, "The devouring bloodline is impressive. Come again." Lin Tianqian bellows, blood devours the heavens. The power of his bloodline surges, his aura nearing the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. He thrusts his spear, the blood dragon roaring, the devouring force sweeping forth as the specter's blade aura surges like a tide, the spiritual energy exploding and shaking the heavens. The two figures intertwine, Lin Tianqian and Apos. Lips bleed as the specter's crimson armor cracks, and it mutters, "Youngster, you have some skill." Lin Tianqian sneers, roaring, "I will slay you." His spear sweeps horizontally, the blood dragon tearing through the void, as the blood blade demon general and Apos' long blade meets the onslaught, the blade aura shattering. The specter staggers, and Lin Tianqian seizes the moment, the blood dragon's claws descending, shattering the specter's chest, blood mist swirling as he bellows, "The inheritance is yours." The specter's form dissipates, and a blood-red jade slip falls into the arena. Breathing heavily, Lin Tianqian retrieves the jade slip, infusing it with bloodlight. The voice of the ancestor of the devouring bloodline echoes. First layer trial passed, the second awakening of the devouring bloodline. The pinnacle of the transcendence realm is within reach. There are 9 layers in total, each with its inheritance. Ascenders shall receive my power. Lin Tianqian roars, the pinnacle of the transcendence realm, I have achieved it. He closes his eyes to refine it, the blood-red vortex swelling, his aura breaking through to the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. His injuries healing under the nurturing light of blood. He leaps down from the arena, stating, "Waner, Qingyin, we have passed the first layer. This tower has 9 layers. And we must ascend." Lin Waner softly responds, "Tianqian, the 9 layers of the Blood Soul Tower grow stronger with each ascent. You just broke through. Can you handle it?" Lin Tianqian smirks, bellowing, "Even if I can and amp, Apos, I must endure. My life is incredibly resilient. The inheritance of the ancestor of the devouring bloodline shall be mine." Lu Qingyin adds, "I sense the entrance to the second layer has opened, but the aura feels even more sinister. We must go together." Lin Tianqian nods, roaring, "All right. Let us ascend together. Waner, Qingyin, seek your own opportunities and break through to the mid-divine transformation realm." At the back of the arena, a blood-red stone door suddenly swings open, blood mist billowing forth as Lin Tianqian and his companions step inside, the second layer coming into view. The space within the tower expands further, and amid the blood mist stands a blood-red altar, upon which 3 blood figures materialize, each exuding the aura of the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. They state, "Second layer trial. All 3 must battle. Victory brings inheritance. Defeat means death." Lin Tianqian bellows, "3 old ghosts, come at me." He thrusts his spear, the blood dragon roaring as Lin Waner lashes out with her whip, the crimson brilliance soaring. While Lu Qingyin unleashes the sound waves from her jade flute. The 3 of them unite, bloodlight splattering throughout the arena. Lin Tianqian and Apos' blood-red vortex swells as he roars, "Devour the heavens." The blood dragon tears through 2 blood figures, while Lin Wan and Apos' and Lu Qingyin each dispatch 1, culminating in Lin Tianqian piercing the last blood figure with his spear, 5 jade slips cascading down. Lin Tianqian roars, third layer cleared. The 3 refine their jade slips, their powers surging anew, Lin Tianqian awakening the 4th level of the devouring bloodline, while Lin Waner and Lu Qingyin approach the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm. Lin Tianqian quietly declares, 6 layers remain. I will ascend to the top. The trials of the Blood Soul Tower are fraught with peril. As Lin Tianqian's journey grows increasingly tempestuous, in the desolate expanse of the northern domain, the bloodshed remains unceasing, and a new chapter gradually unfolds. Chapter 66. Ascending the Blood Soul Tower. Amidst the dark currents of the wasteland inside the Blood Soul Tower, a dense blood mist envelopes the surroundings, and the atmosphere of slaughter intensifies within the crimson haze, as the spiritual energy churns like a sea of blood. The 3rd level's blood-colored arena lies in ruins, with 5 spectral figures dissipating into blood mist, leaving behind 5 crimson jade slips resting quietly at the center of the arena. Lin Tianqian leans on his battle spear, a blood-red vortex thrumming ominously around him, the aura of the devouring bloodline surging violently like a tidal wave. His cultivation at the pinnacle of the celestial realm grows increasingly stable under the refining of the jade slips, while the 4th awakening elevates his bloodline power to new heights. With bloodlight gleaming in his eyes, he roars, "I've conquered the 3rd level. This Blood Soul Tower has 9 levels, and I will ascend to the top." Jin Tianba of the Heavenly Might sect, "Wait until I emerge to end your life, you old ghost." Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, yet he suppresses his fatigue from the continuous battles, his fighting spirit blazing fiercely. Lin Waner, with her long whip coiling around her arm, exudes a radiant golden light from her fingertips, as she gradually acclimatizes to the blood mist with her mid-stage transformation into the divine realm. Her crimson golden battle body resembles molten gold. She softly cautions, "Tianqian, the 5 blood shadows on the 3rd level were all at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and we barely managed to defeat them together. The next 6 levels will only be stronger. Do not overexert yourself. A flicker of concern crosses her eyes. With bloodstains mottling her whip, Lu Qingyan, holding her jade flute, emanates a clear and ethereal aura, her mid-stage transformation into the divine realm rippling like waves. She softly states, I've discovered that the entrance to the 4th level has opened. The spiritual energy fluctuations here are twice as strong as those on the 3rd level, as if multiple presences at the pinnacle of the celestial realm are concealed within. Tianqian, we must proceed with caution. Lin Tianqian sneers, grasping his spear tightly. The blood-red vortex swelling fiercely as he bellows, caution be damned. My life is remarkably resilient. The Heavenly Emperor sect and the Heavenly Profound sect have all perished at my hands. What is this blood soul tower to me? The legacy of the devouring ancestor shall be mine. He pauses, then adds quietly, Wanner, Qingyan, your strengths have also increased. You are not far from the pinnacle of the mid-stage divine realm. Let us tackle the 4th level together. The opportunities are ours for the taking. Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan exchange glances and nod in agreement. All right, let us charge together. At the rear of the arena, the blood-red stone door to the 4th level bursts open with a thunderous sound, and a wave of blood mist surges forth as Lin Tianqian and his companions step inside, their eyes beholding a more expansive space. Within the tower, a blood-red battle array stands tall amidst the blood mist, where 7 blood shadows materialize, all emanating the aura of the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Wielding blades and spears, they ominously declare, the trial of the 4th level, 7 enemies in battle. Victory grants you the legacy, while defeat means death. Lin Tianqian bellows, 7 old ghosts, I shall slaughter you all. He thrusts his spear, and the blood dragon roars, its colossal form tearing through the void as its claws descend to engage the 7 blood shadows simultaneously, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of spiritual energy that shakes the battle array. Lin Wan and Appos, unleashes her long whip, the crimson golden light slicing through the air as she shouts. Crimson gold splitting the heavens. The whip's glow cleaves through a blood shadow's blade energy, while her figure darts like lightning, weaving a continuous assault. Lu Qingyan plays her jade flute, sending forth waves of ethereal sound, as she commands, soul destruction melody. The sound waves, sharp as blades, pierce through one blood shadow's eardrum, causing its aura to falter momentarily. Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex swells, roaring, devour. The blood dragon consumes the spiritual energy of 3 blood shadows, its claws shredding their protective auras, while the blood shadow and Appos, blades and spears shatter. Lin Tianqian bellows, blood devour the heavens. His bloodline power surges, and with a sweeping motion of his spear, the blood dragon rends 2 blood shadows apart, enveloping the arena in a mist of blood. Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan collaborate, with one whip and one sound wave annihilating a blood shadow, while Lin Tianqian's blood dragon crashes down with its claws, obliterating the final blood shadow, murmuring, the legacy is yours. 7 crimson jade slips descend. Lin Tianqian gasps as he retrieves the slips, shouting, We've conquered the 4th level. He refines the jade slips, awakening the 5th level of the devouring bloodline, his aura intensifying and brushing against the limits of the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan refine their respective jade slips, with Lin Wanner softly stating, the crimson gold battle body has reached the mid-stage of the divine realm. Lu Qingyan adds, the ethereal sound waves have also broken through to the mid-stage of the divine realm. Their strengths amplify once more, and Lin Tianqian roars. There are 5 levels left. I will seize all the legacies. Outside the Blood Soul Tower, in the northern wasteland, the desert stretches infinitely, and the blood winds howl. At the entrance of the Blood Abyss secret realm, Jin Tianba sits, enveloped in golden light, emanating an aura that surpasses the celestial realm. He mutters, Lin Tianqian, not even the Blood Soul Tower can save you. I shall guard this place, and the devouring bloodline shall ultimately belong to me. Behind him, golden-clad figures stand ready, exuding murderous intent. Simultaneously, deep within the wasteland, a team of shadowy figures in black robes stealthily approaches. The leader, with an aura as profound as an abyss, stands at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, quietly stating, the Blood Soul Tower has opened, and the descendants of the devouring bloodline have emerged. The sect master has commanded that we take their lives. Behind the black-robed figure, dozens of mid-stage celestial realm powerhouses, with their spiritual artifacts shimmering, make their way toward the Blood Abyss secret realm. Inside the tower, Lin Tianqian and his companions rush towards the 5th level, where the blood mist thickens, revealing a blood-red arena. 9 blood shadows materialize, each exuding the aura of the pinnacle of the celestial realm, declaring in unison, the trial of the 5th level, 9 enemies in battle, life and death is your own responsibility. Lin Tianqian sneers, roaring, 9 old ghosts, I've grown weary of killing. Come at me. He thrusts his spear, and the blood dragon roars, while Lin Wanner unleashes her whip like a rainbow, and Lu Qingyan sends forth sound waves. The trio unites, and bloodlight splatters across the arena. Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex surges, bellowing, devour the heavens. The blood dragon rends 3 blood shadows apart. While Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan each eliminate 2, culminating in Lin Tianqian piercing through the last 2 with his spear. 9 jade slips cascade down. Lin Tianqian bellows. The 5th level is conquered. The 3 refine the jade slips, their powers escalating further, with Lin Tianqian awakening the 6th level of the Devouring Bloodline. His aura nearing the peak of the celestial realm. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan stabilize at the mid-stage of the divine realm. Lin Tianqian murmurs, there are 4 levels left. I will claim all the legacies. The trials of the Blood Soul Tower grow increasingly challenging, yet Lin Tianqian and his companions grow ever more determined. Plot advancement. The dark currents of the wasteland surge outside the Blood Soul Tower. Dark currents stir within the wasteland. Jin Tianba stands guard at the entrance of the Blood Abyss secret realm. Sensing movement, he coldly remarks, more have come? Indeed, the wasteland harbors hidden talents. As the black-robed figures approach, their leader states, Jin Tianba, the sect master of the Heavenly Might sect? The Devouring Bloodline belongs to my Dark Blood sect. You shall step aside. Jin Tianba sneers, bellowing, Dark Blood sect? I shall see who dares to take it. He swings his spear, golden light surging like a tide, clashing against the elder in black robes wielding a long knife, as spiritual energy explodes, shaking the very stones of the mountains in their fierce battle. Inside the tower, Lin Tianqian and his companions enter the 6th level, where a blood-red battle platform stands, and 12 blood shadows appear, their auras surpassing the early stages of the celestial realm. They intone, the trial of the 6th level, 12 enemies in battle. Victory grants the legacy, while defeat means death. Lin Tianqian bellows, they ve surpassed the celestial realm. I will kill them all. He thrusts his spear, the blood dragon roaring, as Lin Wanner unleashes her whip, and Lu Qingyan sends forth sound waves. The trio joins forces, and the arena erupts in bloodlight. Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos' blood-red vortex swells, roaring, blood devour the heavens. The blood dragon rends 4 blood shadows. While Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan each eliminate 3, and Lin Tianqian sweeps his spear, obliterating the final 2. 12 jade slips fall. Lin Tianqian bellows. The 6th level is conquered. The 3 refine the jade slips, Lin Tianqian awakening the 7th level of the Devouring Bloodline. His aura breaking through the pinnacle of the celestial realm, subtly brushing against the threshold of transcending it. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan approach the peak of the mid-stage divine realm. Lin Tianqian murmurs, 3 levels remain. I will fight my way out. Outside the Blood Soul Tower, Jin Tianba battles the Dark Blood sect, as dark currents surge within the wasteland, making Lin Tianqian's journey increasingly perilous. In the northern wasteland, a new chapter slowly unfolds. Chapter 67, The Tower of Blood Souls, Level 7, Boundless Slaughter within the Tower of Blood Souls, on the ruins of the 6th level and Amp, Oppos' blood-soaked battle platform. Lin Tianqian and his companions struggled to catch their breath. The blood mist surged like a tide, and the dense aura of slaughter felt almost tangible. Leaning on his battle spear, Lin Tianqian was enveloped by a swirling vortex of crimson energy. With the awakening of the 7th level of the Devouring Bloodline, his aura had transcended the peak of the celestial realm, teetering on the edge of surpassing it. The scarlet light flickered in his eyes, resembling a deity of death. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and growled. I've already slain those 12 old ghosts at the early stage of the celestial realm on this 6th level. There are 3 more levels to this tower, and I will pierce through them. His fighting spirit blazed, igniting his veins. Lin Wan and Oppos, her long whip coiling around her arm, radiated a golden light from her fingertips. Her cultivation at the late stage of the divine transformation realm solidified further amidst the blood mist, the bones of her golden body emitting a low hum, akin to metal striking metal. She frowned, cautioning, Tianqian, if the 6th level is this formidable, the 7th will likely be even more monstrous. Don't overexert yourself. We need to conserve some strength for that old ghost Jin Tianba outside. The bloodstains on her whip had yet to dry, and under the glow of the golden light, she appeared menacing. Lu Qingyan held her jade flute delicately, her ethereal aura undulating like rippling water. Her cultivation at the late stage of the divine transformation realm imbued her with a tidal wave of spiritual energy, her sound wave power nearing its peak. She murmured, I sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy at the entrance to the 7th level. They are at least 3 times stronger than those of the 6th level. There may be beings at the mid-stage of the celestial realm inside. Tianqian, we must proceed with caution and not rush in blindly. A flicker of concern passed through her eyes, the blood mist still clinging to her jade flute. Lin Tianqian let out a cold laugh, shaking his spear violently, causing the crimson vortex to swell. He bellowed, caution? Nonsense. I have a tenacious life force. The scoundrels of the Tianhuang sect and Tianxian sect have all been trampled beneath my feet. What is this tower of blood souls to me? I shall seize all of the ancestor's legacy. Pausing, he glanced at Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyin, saying in a hushed tone, "You too, don't hold back. With your late-stage divine transformation already stabilized, let an Apos charge into the 7th level together. The opportunity is ours." Without waiting for a response, he strode towards the entrance to the 7th level, his fighting spirit surging like a rainbow. Lin Wan and Apos, and Lu Qingyin exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness flashing in their eyes, but their fighting spirit ignited nonetheless. Lin Wan murmured, "This guy is truly insane. All right, let's go for it." Lu Qingyin nodded, raising her jade flute, releasing her ethereal aura, and the three entered the blood-colored stone door of the 7th level together. Level 7. An endless sea of blood. The stone door thundered open, and a wave of blood mist surged forth like a tsunami. The 7th level was more expansive than the previous 6, painted entirely in a horrific crimson, the blood aura so dense it was suffocating. In the distance, a colossal blood-red battle formation loomed, and at its center, a churning sea of blood revealed the faint outlines of 15 blood figures. Each of these figures emanated a chilling aura, all at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, wielding various spiritual weapons, their blades and spears gleaming ominously, their murderous intent surging like a tide. At the forefront stood a blood figure clad in blood armor, wielding a massive blood-red axe. He spoke in a deep voice. The trial of the 7th level, 15 against 1. Victory grants legacy, defeat results in obliteration. Lin Tianqian stepped into the battle formation, his spear vibrating as a blood dragon roared forth, its immense form tearing through the void, its claws crashing down, parting the sea of blood. He shouted, 15 old ghosts at the mid-stage of the celestial realm? I've grown weary of the peak of the celestial realm. This is perfect practice. The crimson vortex around him expanded violently, the power of the devouring bloodline surging like a tempest. He thrust his spear forward, and the blood dragon charged directly at the leading blood figure. The blood figure swung his massive axe, bloodlight slicing through the air as he declared, "Arrogant wretch. The sea of blood shall bury you." The axe cleaved downward, coalescing the waves of blood into a 1,000-foot arc, colliding head-on with the blood dragon. The explosion of spiritual energy shook the battle formation, the dragon's claws tearing through the axe's light, forcing the blood figure to stagger back. Lin Tianqian roared, "Is that all you've got? I'll consume you." The crimson vortex erupted, and the blood dragon swallowed the surrounding spiritual energy, dimming the glow of the massive axe. Lin Wanner lashed out with her whip, the golden light exploding forth as she shouted, "Heaven-splitting whip." The whip's glow sliced through the sword energy of a blood figure brandishing a sword, her form darting like lightning, the whip's shadows unrelenting. The golden light shattering the blood figure's blade. She cautioned, "Tianqian, don't just show off. These 15 blood figures coordinate too well. We need to disrupt their formation." With another strike, she sent one blood figure reeling, blood mist exploding around it. Lu Qingyin played her jade flute, sending forth waves of ethereal sound, calling out, "Soul Annihilation Melody." The sound waves cut through the air, piercing the eardrum of a blood figure wielding a spear, causing its aura to falter and its spear to veer off course. Moving gracefully, she disrupted the attacks of 3 blood figures, whispering, "Tianqian, Wanner, I'll hold 3 of them. You two finish the rest swiftly." Her ethereal aura flowed like water, the sound waves transforming into invisible blades that sliced through the blood mist. Lin Tianqian scoffed, sweeping his spear, the blood dragon's claws crashing down as he roared, "Devour heaven and earth." The crimson vortex expanded violently, the blood dragon consuming the spiritual energy of 5 blood figures, its claws shredding through their protective auras, blades splintering. He shouted, "Blood devour the heavens." The power of his bloodline surged, his spear piercing through the chests of 2 blood figures, blood mist enveloping the area. The leading blood figure swung his massive axe again, and Lin Tianqian met it with his spear, the dragon colliding with the axe's light, a shockwave causing the sea of blood to churn. Lin Wanner unleashed her whip, the golden light tearing through the protective aura of a blood figure wielding a halberd. The whip coiled around its neck, and with a fierce tug, she shattered its head. "Another one down," she declared, her form flashing, striking down a second blood figure with another strike. Lu Qingyin's sound waves pierced through the head of a blood figure with a blade, her ethereal aura sweeping through, causing yet another blood figure to explode from the internal shock. Lin Tianqian's blood dragon roared, its claws smashing down, obliterating 3 blood figures. The blood figure in armor swung its axe once more, but Lin Tianqian blocked it with his spear, roaring, "Old ghost, you're dead." The crimson vortex swelled, the dragon devouring the blood figure's spiritual energy, his spear thrusting through its chest, the blood armor shattering. The blood figure uttered, "The legacy is yours." All 15 blood figures exploded, and 15 blood-red jade tablets fell into the sea of blood. Strength grows, murderous intent surges panting. Lin Tianqian picked up a jade tablet. Roaring, "We passed the 7th level." He sat cross-legged, refining the jade tablet, awakening the 8th level of the devouring bloodline. his aura breaking through the peak of the celestial realm and entering the initial stage of surpassing it. The crimson vortex roared like a storm, the light on his spear becoming even more brilliant. Rising to his feet, he shouted, "Only 2 levels remain. I will reach the top." Lin Wana refined her jade tablet, her golden body reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, the golden light blazing like the sun. She cautioned Tianqian, if the 7th level is this strong, the 8th and 9th levels may have beings at the late stage of the celestial realm. Don't push yourself too hard. Lu Qingyan refined her jade tablet, her ethereal sound waves reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, her aura flowing like waves. She added, I agree with Wan and Amp. Amp, Oppos. We must keep some trump cards. Lin Tianqian scoffed, shaking his spear, and bellowed, trump cards? Nonsense. I intend to pierce through this tower of blood souls. That old ghost Jin Tianba is waiting outside, and I will go out and kill him. He paused, lowering his voice. You too, stop the chatter. You've reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Your strength is solid. Follow me to the 8th level. Without waiting for a reply, he strode towards the entrance to the 8th level, the blood mist swirling around him, his fighting spirit surging like a tide. Outside the Tower of Blood Souls, a fierce battle outside the Tower of Blood Souls in the desolate land. At the entrance to the Blood Abyss secret realm, Jin Tianba was locked in a fierce battle with the cloaked elder from the Dark Blood sect. Jin Tianba swung his long spear, golden light cascading like a tide, his aura at the mid-stage of the celestial realm overwhelming the surroundings. He roared, Dark Blood sect? A bunch of sneaky dogs dare to covet my devouring bloodline? The cloaked elder slashed with a long knife, blood light streaking like a rainbow, his aura at the peak of the celestial realm matching Jin Tianba's intensity. He retorted, Jin Tianba, I am the vice sect master of the Dark Blood sect. Blood Knife ancestor. What is your Tianwei sect to me? The devouring bloodline belongs to our sect master. Their spiritual energy clashed, rocks shattering as the desolate land was engulfed in swirling dust. Behind Jin Tianba, the golden-clad figure charged toward the dozens of mid-stage Tongtian realm strongholds of the Dark Blood sect, where blades and swords intertwined and blood mist splattered. The Bloodblade ancestor swung his long knife repeatedly, a sea of blood light erupting as he bellowed. Blood sea burying the heavens. Jin Tianba scoffed, sweeping his long halberd horizontally, golden light coiling like a dragon as he roared, golden dragon breaking the heavens. The clash of the golden dragon with the blood sea unleashed a burst of spiritual energy that shook the entrance of the secret realm. Deep within the desolate land, another group stealthily approached, led by an enigmatic figure draped in purple robes, exuding an unfathomable aura that surpassed the late stage of the Tongtian realm. In a hushed tone, he declared, the Blood Soul Tower has been activated, and the descendants of the devouring bloodline have emerged. By order of the sect master of the Tianqian sect, bring me their heads. Behind him, dozens of Tongtian realm strongholds shimmered with spiritual weapons, their murderous intent palpable. In the desolate land, the 3 great factions converged, and currents of intrigue stirred beneath the surface. Entrance to the 8th layer, blood mist raging within the tower, Lin Tianqian and his companions stepped into the 8th layer, where the blood mist was so dense it nearly obscured the sky. A blood-colored arena loomed, and upon it appeared 18 blood figures, all surpassing the late stage of the Tongtian realm, wielding spiritual weapons and exuding an aura of profound depth. The leading blood figure, grasping a crimson spear, spoke softly, 8th layer trial, 18 against 1. Victory grants inheritance, while defeat leads to the return of souls to the blood sea. Lin Tianqian roared, 18 old ghosts beyond the late stage of the Tongtian realm? I am utterly insane with rage. Come on. With a thrust of his spear, a blood dragon roared, its massive form tearing through the blood mist. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, unleashed her whip like a shooting star, while Lu Qingyan and Amp, Oppos, sound waves rippled outward. The 3 joined forces, and the arena was engulfed in a tempest of blood light. Lin Tianqian's blood-red vortex swelled as he bellowed, blood devouring the heavens. The blood dragon tore through 5 blood figures, while Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos, and Lu Qingyan each dispatched 4. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Lin Tianqian obliterated the last 5 blood figures, causing 18 jade slips to fall. Lin Tianqian roared, we have passed the 8th layer. The trio refined the jade slips, awakening Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos, devouring bloodline to the 9th level, his aura breaking through to the mid-stage of the Tongtian realm, while Lin Waner and Lu Qingyan reached the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. Lin Tianqian murmured, the final layer, I will seize all the inheritances of the devouring ancestor. The entrance to the 9th layer of the Blood Soul Tower thundered open, with blood mist surging like an ocean and the scent of slaughter thick in the air. Chapter 68. Chaotic battle. The entrance to the 9th level of the Blood Soul Tower thundered open, and a torrent of blood mist surged forth. The intense crimson aura almost palpable. The intent to kill in the air felt like an invisible giant hand, suffocating. Lin Tianqian leaned on his battle spear, a swirling vortex of blood roaring around him. After the awakening of the 9th level of the devouring bloodline, His aura had transcended the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, and the bloodlight danced in his eyes, resembling a demon emerging from the sea of blood. He gasped and growled. I've already slain the 18 old ghosts at the 8th level, all in the late stage of the heavenly realm. What else can this 9th level throw at me? I will ascend to the top. The inheritance of the devouring ancestor is rightfully mine. With a fierce shake of his spear, a blood dragon roared forth, its claws tearing through the blood mist, his battle intent blazing like a raging inferno. Lin Wanner, with her long whip coiling around her arm, radiated a dazzling golden light at her fingertips. Her peak cultivation at the transformation realm made her aura as fierce as the blazing sun, with the veins of her golden body subtly ringing like iron. She frowned and said, Tianqian, the aura of the 9th level is at least 10 times stronger than the 8th. We must be cautious. We can't afford to be overwhelmed the moment we enter. The bloodstains on her whip had yet to dry, and under the golden light, her murderous intent was palpable, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Lu Qingyan delicately held her jade flute, a refreshing aura emanating from her. Her peak cultivation at the transformation realm indicated that her spiritual energy surged like a tide, with signs of a breakthrough in the power of sound waves. She whispered, I sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy at the 9th level. It seems to emanate from a single entity, yet its aura is unfathomable, possibly surpassing the late stage of the heavenly realm, perhaps even stronger. Tianqian, we need a plan. We cannot charge in recklessly. The blood mist clung to her flute, intertwining with her ethereal aura and bloodthirsty intent, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Tianqian let out a cold laugh, shaking his spear fiercely, the blood vortex swelling as he roared, What plan? I'm tougher than I look. Those bastards from the Heavenly Emperor sect and the Heavenly Xian sect perished at my hands. What is the 9th level of the Blood Soul Tower to me? I will seize the inheritance of the devouring ancestor with my own hands. After a pause, he glanced at Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan, lowering his voice, You too. Stop hesitating. With your peak transformation realm strength, you are more than capable. Follow me, and let us charge in. Before his words faded, he strode boldly into the entrance of the 9th level, the blood mist swirling, and his battle intent surged like a tidal wave. Lin Wan and Appos, and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, a mixture of resignation and determination in their eyes. Lin Wan and Appos, murmured, This madman is beyond saving. All right, let us go. Lu Qingyan nodded, lifting her flute, her refreshing aura blossoming, and the three of them stepped into the 9th level, engulfed by the blood mist. In the 9th level of the Blood Soul Tower, the space was even more bizarre than the previous 8 levels, painted in a vivid crimson. The blood mist churned like an ocean, and in the distance stood a colossal blood-red altar, bloodlight soaring into the sky, from which a figure slowly emerged. It was a towering blood shadow, adorned in blood-red armor, wielding a massive blood-red sword, its aura as deep as the abyss, surpassing the peak of the late heavenly realm, and even hinting at a higher level. The blood shadow's eyes glowed crimson as it intoned, The trial of the 9th level, descendant of the devouring bloodline. I am a blood soul warlord under the devouring ancestor. Defeat me, and the inheritance is yours. Fail, and your soul shall be buried in the sea of blood. Lin Tianqian stepped onto the altar, shaking his spear as the blood dragon roared forth, its colossal form tearing through the void, striking down as blood mist was violently ripped apart. He bellowed, A blood soul warlord? You're just a peak late heavenly realm ghost. I'll slaughter you, and the inheritance of the devouring ancestor will be mine. The blood vortex around him surged violently, the power of the devouring bloodline sweeping over him as he thrust his spear, the blood dragon charging straight at the blood soul warlord. The blood soul warlord swung its massive sword, bloodlight cutting through the air as it growled, Child, the devouring bloodline is nothing extraordinary. The sea of blood shall consume you. The giant sword struck down, condensing blood mist into a 10,000-foot sword light that collided with the blood dragon. The explosion of spiritual energy shook the altar, and the dragon's claws tore through the sword light, causing the blood soul warlord to take a slight step back. Lin Tianqian shouted, Is that all you've got? I'll devour you. The blood vortex swelled, the dragon opened its mouth wide, forcibly stripping the spiritual energy from the blood soul warlord, dimming the light of the giant sword. Lin Wan and Appos, lashed out with her whip, the red gold light exploding like the sun as she shouted, Red gold sky splitter. The whip light cut through the sword energy of the blood soul warlord, her figure darting like lightning, the whip shadows cascading, the red gold light crashing against the warlord and Appos' protective spiritual light. She murmured, Tianqian, this old ghost is too strong. We need to work together to disrupt his rhythm. The whip lights surged again, the red gold brilliance making the blood soul warlord and Appos' armor tremble slightly. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute, the ethereal sound waves spreading like a tide as she commanded, Soul Extinction Melody. The sound waves sliced through the air, piercing the blood soul warlord and Appos' eardrums, causing the blood shadow's aura to falter and the sword light to shift. She moved gracefully, her sound waves continuous, whispering, Tianqian, Wan and Amp, Oppos, I will disrupt his soul. You find an opportunity to strike hard. The ethereal aura flowed like water, the sound waves transforming into invisible blades, cutting through the blood mist and targeting the warlord's head. The Blood Soul Warlord's giant sword trembled, the blood light surging as it roared. 3 little ants dare to provoke my might. The blood sea shall devour you. The blood mist surged, forming a blood vortex that clashed with Lin Tianqian and Oppos' blood vortex. 2 devouring forces intertwining, the explosion of spiritual energy causing cracks to spiderweb across the altar. Lin Tianqian bellowed, devour heaven and earth. The blood dragon roared, its claws striking down, tearing a gash in the warlord and Amp, Oppos' armor, blood mist spraying everywhere. Lin Wan and Amp, Oppos' and Amp, Oppos' whip light sword, the red gold brilliance crashing into the Blood Soul Warlord and Amp, Oppos' chest. Wrapping around its arm, and with a sudden pull, the warlord and Amp, Oppos' giant sword was deflected. She urged, Tianqian, now your chance. Lu Qingyin and Amp, Oppos' sound waves, sharp as blades, pierced the Blood Soul Warlord's head, her ethereal aura cascading as the warlord's aura fluctuated violently. Lin Tianqian thrust his spear, the blood dragon tearing through the warlord's protective spiritual light, roaring, blood devour heaven and earth. The power of the bloodline surged, the spear piercing through the warlord's chest, shattering its armor. The blood shadow whispered, the inheritance is yours. The Blood Soul Warlord exploded, transforming into a mist of blood, from which a massive blood-red jade slip fell in the center of the altar. Lin Tianqian gasped as he picked up the jade slip, roaring, I've conquered the 9th level. He sat cross-legged, refining the jade slip, his devouring bloodline fully awakening to the 10th level. His aura breaking through to the late heavenly realm, the blood vortex raging like a storm, the blood light on his spear dazzling. He rose, bellowing, the inheritance of the devouring ancestor is all mine. Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyin also picked up the scattered jade slips at the altar's edge, refining them to enhance their strength. Lin Wan and Oppos' red gold body broke through to the early stage of the heavenly realm, shining with the brilliance of the blazing sun as she murmured, Tianqian, our powers have soared. Even Jin Tianba outside the tower may not be our match. Lu Qingyin's ethereal sound waves reached the early stage of the heavenly realm, her aura flowing like waves, softly agreeing, I concur. We must go out and eliminate that old ghost. Lin Tianqian smirked, shaking his spear as he roared, that old bastard Jin Tianba. Just wait until I get out to slay him. And that bunch of scoundrels in the wilderness. None shall escape. He paused, lowering his voice. Let us go. Exit the tower. The 3 turned, the blood mist of the 9th level dissipating, revealing a blood-red teleportation array. They stepped in, a flash of spiritual light, vanishing within the tower. Outside the Blood Soul Tower, in the wilderness at the entrance of the Blood Abyss secret realm, the fierce battle between Jin Tianba and the Blood Knife ancestor of the Dark Blood sect had reached a fever pitch. Jin Tianba swung his long spear, golden light swirling like a dragon, roaring, Blood Knife old ghost, is that all you can do? The devouring bloodline is mine. The Blood Knife ancestor slashed with his long knife, blood lights surging like an ocean, shouting, Jin Tianba, I will kill you. Their spiritual energies collided, rocks shattering. The wilderness engulfed in a storm of yellow sand. In the distance, a figure in a purple robe led the strong from the heavenly Xian sect, stealthily approaching. The leader whispered, while Jin Tianba and the Dark Blood sect are embroiled in battle, we shall profit as the fishermen. When the descendant of the devouring bloodline emerges from the tower, there will be no mercy. Behind him, dozens of powerful figures from the heavenly realm flash their spiritual artifacts, a killing intent rising to the heavens. In the wilderness, the 3 major forces stirred undercurrents. When suddenly the blood mist at the entrance of the Blood Soul Tower surged violently, a blood-red teleportation array lighting up the sky. The figures of Lin Tianqian and his companions materialized, Lin Tianqian shaking his spear, the blood dragon roaring as he thundered, Jin Tianba, I'm out. You're dead for sure. Jin Tianba turned his head, sneering coldly, you little wretch, the bloodline of the eternal devourer belongs to me. The Bloodblade ancestor roared. Do not quarrel, it rightfully belongs to my Dark Blood sect. The figure in the purple robe spoke icily, the Tianqian sect will claim it. The 3 factions moved in unison, and the land of Tianhuang was engulfed in a murderous aura. Lin Tianqian thrust his spear, the blood dragon tearing through the void, roaring. A bunch of old ghosts, I shall slay them all. Lin Wanner's whip glimmered like a rainbow, while Lu Qingyin unleashed a wave of sonic energy. The trio joined forces, bloodlight soaring into the heavens. In the land of Tianhuang, chaos erupted, and Lin Tianqian and Amp, Oppos' path of slaughter had only just begun. Chapter 69. The chaotic battle of Tianhuang, blood stains on the yellow sand in the desolate realm of Tianhuang, where yellow sand swirled tumultuously. The entrance to the Blood Abyss secret realm exuded a palpable atmosphere of lethal intent. As Lin Tianqian and his companions emerged from the Crimson Teleportation Array, they were immediately met with the menacing presence of Jin Tianba, the Blood Knife ancestor of the Dark Blood sect, and the enigmatic figure of the Heavenly Profound sect clad in purple robes. The blood mist had yet to dissipate as Lin Tianqian and Appo's battle spear trembled, unleashing a blood dragon that roared forth, its colossal form tearing through the void, the crimson light flickering in his eyes. Following the awakening of the 10th level of the Devouring Bloodline, his aura had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the Tongtian realm. Surging with an overwhelming battle spirit, he bellowed, Jin Tianba, you wretched old fool, are you waiting for me here? And you, Dark Blood sect and Heavenly Profound sect scoundrels. Today, I shall slay you all. Jin Tianba swung his long spear, golden light surging like a dragon, his aura crushing the surroundings as he scoffed, you little brat. What of the 9th level inheritance of the Blood Soul Tower? The Devouring Bloodline belongs to me. Hand it over, and I shall leave your corpse intact. Behind him, a cadre of golden-clad warriors stepped forward, dozens of mid-stage Tongtian realm experts glimmering with spiritual weapons, their murderous intent sky-high. The Blood Knife ancestor brandished his long blade, blood lights surging like an ocean, his aura equally formidable as he growled, Jin Tianba, what is your heavenly might sect to me? The Devouring Bloodline shall belong to my Dark Blood sect. Prepare to die, brat. The mid-stage Tongtian realm experts of the Dark Blood sect surged forward, their blades slicing through the air like rainbows. The figure in purple robes stood at a distance, exuding an unfathomable aura, surpassing the late stage of the Tongtian realm, quietly declaring, Jin Tianba, Blood Knife old ghost, while you bicker, the life of the descendant of the Devouring Bloodline shall belong to the Heavenly Profound sect. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Tongtian realm experts behind him unleashed a symphony of spiritual weapons, their sword energy approaching like a tide. In this desolate land, the three factions formed a triangular formation, encircling Lin Tianqian and his companions in the center, the yellow sand swirling violently under the pressure of spiritual energy. Lin Tianqian chuckled coldly, thrusting his battle spear as the blood dragon roared, declaring, a bunch of old ghosts surrounding me to snatch? I'll wipe out your entire families. The blood vortex surged violently, the blood dragon's claws striking down directly at Jin Tianba. Jin Tianba met the attack with his long spear. The clash of golden light and blood dragon creating a spiritual explosion that shattered the yellow sand. He staggered back slightly, roaring, you little brat, your strength has increased considerably, but it is still insufficient. Lin Tianqian thrust his spear again, the blood dragon tearing through the golden light, growling, insufficient? I'll devour you. The blood vortex expanded violently, consuming the spiritual energy surrounding Jin Tianba, dimming the light of his spear. Lin Wanner swung her long whip, the crimson golden light exploding like the blazing sun, shouting, crimson gold splitting the heavens. The whip light sliced through a mid-stage Tongtian realm expert of the Dark Blood sect's blade energy, her figure darting forward like lightning. The continuous whip shadows crushing the opponent's spiritual weapon. She whispered, Tianqian, I'll hold back these Dark Blood sect scoundrels. Focus on Jin Tianba. As the whip lights surged again, a Dark Blood sect expert was struck, blood mist exploding as he let out a wretched scream. Lu Qingyan played her jade flute. The clear, ethereal sound waves rippling outwards, calling, soul-vanishing melody. The sound waves pierced through the eardrum of a mid-stage Tongtian realm expert from the Heavenly Profound sect, causing his aura to falter, his sword light veering off. She danced gracefully, her sound waves intertwining, disrupting the attacks of three Heavenly Profound sect experts, softly urging, Tianqian, Wanner, I'll keep the Heavenly Profound sect busy. You must finish this swiftly. The clear and ethereal energy flowed like water, the sound waves transforming into invisible blades, slicing through the yellow sand and forcing back the formation of the Heavenly Profound sect. Jin Tianba swung his long spear, golden light surging like a tide, roaring. Golden dragon breaking the heavens. The golden dragon roared as it collided head-on with the blood dragon, the spiritual explosion shaking the entrance to the secret realm. Lin Tianqian bellowed, devour heaven and earth. The blood vortex expanded ferociously, the blood dragon opening its maw wide to swallow, forcibly stripping Jin Tianba of his golden dragon's spiritual energy, causing him to stagger. He roared, blood devours heaven and earth. The battle spear thrust forth, the blood dragon tearing through Jin Tianba's protective spiritual light. A crack forming in his spear, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he yelled, you little brat, I'll fight you to the death. The blood knife ancestor swung his blade towards Lin Tianqian, bloodlight surging like a rainbow, shouting, blood sea burying the heavens. The waves of blood coalesced into a blade of light, striking at Lin Tianqian's back. Lin Wanner's whip light countered, the crimson golden radiance blocking the blade's energy, declaring, you old ghost, your opponent is me. The whip coiled around the blood knife ancestor's arm, yanking him off balance, causing his blade energy to miss. Her whip shadows continued. The crimson golden light shaking the blood knife ancestor and Amp, Oppos, blood armor, roaring, "You dark blood sect dogs, I'll whip you to death." The figure in purple robes observed coldly, suddenly striking out with a purple long sword, the sword energy surging like a rainbow, declaring, "Heavenly profound sword formation, extermination of souls." The sword energy transformed into countless sword shadows, charging towards Lin Tianqian and his companions. Lu Qingyan's sound waves rippled out, shouting, "Clear spirit breaking the void." The sound waves collided with the sword shadows, causing a spiritual explosion that sent sand flying. She retreated slightly, whispering, "This old ghost from the heavenly profound sect is too strong. Be careful, Tianqian." Lin Tianqian smirked coldly, sweeping his spear, the blood dragon tearing through the sword shadows, bellowing, "I'll slaughter you, you purple-robed, old fool." The battle in the desolate land intensified, as Jin Tianba, the blood knife ancestor, and the purple-robed figure all launched their attacks against Lin Tianqian, while Lin Wanner and Lu Qingyan held back the minions of the Dark Blood Sect and Heavenly Profound Sect. Lin Tianqian's blood vortex surged violently, roaring, "Blood devours heaven and earth." The blood dragon roared, its claws striking down, causing Jin Tianba's long spear to shatter, the blood knife ancestor's blood armor to crack, and the sword energy of the purple figure to be consumed, forcing all three to retreat. Lin Tianqian thrust his spear forward, the blood dragon tearing through the void, growling, "I told you all, today, you are all going to die." Jin Tianba roared in fury, swinging his long spear once more, the golden light surging towards Lin Tianqian. The blood knife ancestor slashed with his long blade, the waves of blood crashing forth. The purple-robed figure unleashed his sword energy. Thousands of sword shadows aimed at Lin Tianqian's vital points. With the three spiritual energies colliding, the blood dragon roared defiantly. Lin Tianqian staggered slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he growled, "Three old fools, you really do have some skill." With a tremor of his spear, the blood vortex expanded furiously, the blood dragon devouring the spiritual energy of the three, its claws tearing through the golden light and blood sea, their auras slightly disordered. Lin Wan and Oppos, shattered the skull of a dark blood sect expert with her whip light, the crimson golden radiance like a rainbow, shouting, "Tianqian, hold on." Lu Qingyan pierced through the chest of a heavenly profound sect expert with her sound waves, the clear spirit energy spreading out, urging, "Eliminate these scoundrels." The two joined forces, the mid-stage Tongtian realm experts of the Dark Blood Sect and Heavenly Profound Sect falling one after another, staining the yellow sand with blood. In the desolate land, the battle raged on, as Lin Tianqian faced off against the three formidable experts beyond the late stage of the Tongtian realm, his battle spirit ablaze. Jin Tianba roared, "You little brat, I shall kill you today." The blood knife ancestor sneered, "The devouring bloodline is mine to claim." The purple-robed figure intoned, "The authority of the Heavenly Profound Sect cannot be challenged. Die." The three factions intensified their assault, while Lin Tianqian and Oppos' blood dragon roared defiantly, bellowing, "My life is resilient. Come at me." As the yellow sand swirled and blood light soared, the land of Tianhuang was engulfed in boundless slaughter. Lin Tianqian and his companions battled fiercely against the three great factions, the outcome still undecided, as the blood mist at the entrance to the secret realm thickened, foreboding an even greater storm on the horizon. Chapter 70, Blood Battle in the Desolate Realm, danger lurking everywhere in the desolate land. Where yellow sands swirl and blood mist permeates the air, the chaotic skirmish at the entrance of the secret realm has reached a fever pitch. Lin Tianqian wields his spear, sweeping it with ferocity as the blood dragon roars, its colossal form tearing through the void. The overwhelming aura of the 10th level of the swallowing bloodline, awakened to its peak in the late stage of the transcending heaven realm, surges like a tidal wave. A crimson vortex engulfs him, bloodlight flickering in his eyes as he growls, "Jin Tianba, bloodblade old devil, purple robe old scoundrel, come at me together, and I and Oppos, LL still annihilate you." With a thrust of his spear, the blood dragon and Oppos' claws descend, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that shatters the yellow sand, intent to kill raging like a wildfire. Jin Tianba and Oppos' long halberd appears cracked, its golden light roaring like a dragon. Despite the formidable aura emanating from the late stage of the transcending heaven realm, it pales in comparison to Lin Tianqian's blood vortex. He bellows, "You little bastard, what of the swallowing bloodline? Today, I will stain the desolate land with your blood." The halberd swings, the golden dragon howls, charging towards Lin Tianqian's chest. Bloodblade old ancestor's armor shatters as he cleaves with his long knife, a tidal wave of blood coalescing into a 1,000-foot blade of light. He snarls, "The dignity of the Dark Blood Sect cannot be provoked. Prepare to die, brat." The blade of light arcs toward Lin Tianqian and Oppos' back. The figure in the purple robe unleashes a torrent of sword energy, his aura unfathomable. At the peak of the late stage of the transcending heaven realm, whispering, heavenly sword formation, annihilate the soul. Thousands of sword shadows transform into a rain of blades, piercing toward Lin Tianqian and Apos' vital points. Lin Tianqian sneers, shaking his spear as the crimson vortex expands violently. He roars, devour heaven and earth. The blood dragon opens its maw, forcefully stripping the spiritual energy from the golden dragon, the blade light, and the rain of swords, dimming the trio's assault. He bellows, blood devours heaven and earth. The power of the bloodline boils within him as he sweeps his spear, the blood dragon tearing apart the golden light, its claws descending, shattering the blade light of Bloodblade Old Ancestor and consuming the rain of swords from the purple-robed figure. The three recoil. Jin Tianba bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Bloodblade Old Ancestor and Amp, Apos' armor in tatters, and the purple-robed figure in Amp, Apos' aura slightly disordered. Lin Wan and Amp, Apos' wields her long whip, its crimson golden light blazing like the scorching sun, her early stage transcending heaven realm cultivation allowing her whip to slice through the air, rending the chest of a mid-stage transcending heaven realm expert from the dark blood sect, blood mist splattering everywhere. She admonishes, Tianqian, these three old devils are too strong. Don and Amp, Apos, take them head on. The whip strikes relentlessly, crimson golden light crashing into the formation of the dark blood sect, another expert exploding into a crimson mist upon impact. The minions of the dark blood sect are suffering heavy losses, and Bloodblade Old Ancestor roars, you vile wench, I will butcher you. He cleaves toward Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, who meets his strike with her whip, the explosion of spiritual energy sending sand flying. Lu Qingyan plays her jade flute, the ethereal sound waves rippling through the air. Her early stage transcending heaven realm aura sharpens her sound waves like blades, piercing the head of a mid-stage transcending heaven realm expert from the Tianqian sect, who screams as he collapses. She calls out, Tianqian, I'll hold back these dogs from the Tianqian sect. Focus on those three old devils. The continuous sound waves disrupt the auras of three Tianqian sect experts, their sword energy faltering. The purple-robed figure snorts coldly, flicking his sword and summoning a new rain of blades, growling, wretched girl, I will remember this debt to the Tianqian sect. The sword rain shoots toward Lu Qingyan, who disperses the sound waves, the clash of spiritual energy shaking the entrance of the secret realm. Lin Tianqian thrusts his spear, the blood dragon roaring as he growls. You three old dogs, my life is tenacious. Bring it on. The crimson vortex swells, the blood dragon and Amp, Apos' claws slamming down, causing Jin Tianba and Amp, Apos' long halberd to shatter, its golden glow dimming, and he stumbles back, yelling, you little brat, I'll fight you to the death. Bloodblade Old Ancestor cleaves again, the waves of blood swirling. As Lin Tianqian's blood dragon devours the blade light, its claws tearing through the blood armor, causing Bloodblade Old Ancestor to bleed from his chest as he bellows. The dark blood sect will not spare you. The purple-robed figure's sword energy arcs like a rainbow, aiming for Lin Tianqian's back. Lin Tianqian blocks with his spear, the blood dragon shredding the sword shadows as he roars. What is the Tianqian sect to me? I'll take you down. In the desolate land, the battle rages fiercely, with Lin Tianqian single-handedly facing three late-stage transcending heaven realm experts without yielding an inch. Jin Tianba and Apos' long halberd shatters, and he roars as he summons a golden talisman, its light surging as he proclaims, Golden Dragon's divine might, suppress and slay. The golden light morphs into a 100-foot golden dragon, roaring toward Lin Tianqian. Bloodblade Old Ancestor's long knife shatters as he forms seals with his hands, the sea of blood roiling as he growls, Blood Soul Forbidden Technique, explode. The blood sea coalesces into a crimson figure, its aura surging as it charges at Lin Tianqian. The purple-robed figure condenses his sword energy, violet light soaring, declaring, Heavenly Sword Soul slash. The violet sword shadow arcs toward Lin Tianqian's brow. Lin Tianqian bellows, so you want to play for keeps? I'll accompany you. The crimson vortex expands violently, the blood dragon roaring as he yells, blood devours heaven and earth. The blood dragon opens wide, consuming the golden dragon. The energies of the blood soul and sword soul, as its claws descend, tearing apart the three attacks. The explosion of spiritual energy sends yellow sand flying, and Jin Tianba, Bloodblade Old Ancestor, and the purple-robed figure all cough up blood, retreating. Lin Tianqian stumbles slightly, blood trickling from his mouth as he growls. Is this all you old devils can do? Lin Wan and Amp, Apos, shatters the last mid-stage transcending heaven realm